In the dead of night, within a chillingly desolate cave, Lin Wen rose from the confines of a coffin, surveying the several zombies beside him, and remarked with irritation, "Didn't I say that if someone comes to kill me, let them? I shall present my head willingly. If it comes to it, you all can lend a hand. Must I repeat such a simple matter?" Having spoken, he observed the perplexed expressions of his zombie companions, and, feeling weary of further explanation, reached beneath the coffin to retrieve several yellow talismans, stuffing them all into his mouth at once. A peculiar taste filled his mouth. Lin Wen frowned ever since he had evolved into a zombie king. The efficacy of these talismans had diminished significantly. Besides serving as a means to brush his teeth, they held little other utility. Yet he was a zombie despite daily dental hygiene. He could not suppress the foul odor emanating from his mouth. For a zombie with a penchant for cleanliness, this was utterly intolerable. The next convergence of heavenly thunder approaches swiftly. I must meet my demise this time. Lin Wen's gaze was resolute. 99 failures had led him to this singular opportunity for success. My lord truly possesses a sense of humor. You are the zombie king. How could ordinary heavenly thunder possibly harm you? Lin Wen nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. He recalled how he had purposely revealed himself to the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain, allowing them to bombard him with heavenly thunder for an entire month. Before he could fully savor the experience, the priest had perished from exhaustion. This further fueled Lin Wen's disdain. How could a dignified master of Longhu Mountain possess such limited capability? Who are you? Lin Wen suddenly realized a woman had appeared in his dwelling. Had these zombies gained awareness? Had they begun to indulge in pleasures? Yet, the woman appeared both unattractive and aged, leaving Lin Wen puzzled as to why the zombies' aesthetic sensibilities were so peculiar. Your Excellency, I am but a creature from Lanrua Temple, and I have come to kill me? Lin Wen gestured towards the wall beside him, which was adorned with an array of Taoist artifacts talismans. Blood talismans, swords, and thunder seals, each specifically designed to counteract zombies. The female demon was taken aback, her face pale with fear. She had heard tales of the zombie king's weariness with life, but she hadn't anticipated such ruthlessness. He was fully prepared with everything necessary for his demise. Surely the treasures meant for his burial would comprise these Taoist relics. Lin Wen, however, had not pondered these matters deeply. His sole desire was for death. Existence had become exceedingly dull. To live bearing the guise of a zombie was a fate too shameful to endure. My lord jests. I am but a novice in the Taoist arts, inferior even to your guards. How could I dare to harbor any thoughts of overstepping my bounds? The demoness forced a smile, speaking cautiously, fearful of incurring his wrath and jeopardizing her own intentions. Alas, what if we were to try? What if it succeeds? Lin Wen remained undeterred, extending a Taoist sword into the female demon's hands. He then leaned forward, patiently instructing, "Strike here, the sword shall not break." The demoness responded with a stammer, I cannot dare. Must you be so timid? Do I need to plead with you?" This old creature had lived for so many years, yet remained a coward. Lin Wen was on the brink of madness, driven to the edge by his eternal existence. For centuries, he had spent his 8 hours of daylight basking in the sun, dedicating the remaining hours either to the study of talismans or the art of thunder techniques. He had exhausted all the methods borrowed from various sects, yet he remained woefully unsuccessful in his quest for death. He was undoubtedly the most unfortunate of zombies, while others were swiftly eradicated by celestial masters upon revealing themselves. Wherever he appeared, there was not a single Taoist in sight for 100 miles. Alas, my path is exceedingly solitary. What brings you here? Why dawdle when I could speak for you? The female demon displayed a look of distress, having heard of the zombie king's capricious temperament. Upon meeting him, her suspicions were confirmed. She feared that the matter she was about to discuss would drive this formidable being to insanity. Yet, with the demon realm in peril, she had no choice but to risk her life to offer counsel. Wait, someone approaches. Lin Wen covered the female demon's mouth, listening intently to the footsteps outside the cave, a fervent light flashing in his eyes. Here he was, yearning for death, and now someone had come knocking. Truly, heaven was not unkind. Outside the cave, an elder accompanied by 2 youths was hastening toward his location. The trio was clad in Taoist robes. The middle-aged man at the forefront had a square face, straight brows, and a neatly trimmed mustache, exuding the aura of an enlightened master. Behind him were two disciples. One bore a handsome visage, his eyes sparkling with determination, while the other appeared somewhat older and exuded a rather sinister demeanor. "Master, is this truly the lair of the Zombie King?" Wen Kai whispered, surveying his surroundings with trepidation, shivering at the eerie atmosphere. The Zombie King was a fearsome entity beyond the five elements. He could scarcely deal with ordinary zombies. Yet here he was, accompanying his master to this perilous place. Fear was a natural response. This place is suffused with a ghastly aura, impenetrable by sunlight, a veritable breeding ground for corpses. Even in the absence of the Zombie King, there are malevolent spirits lurking. As a disciple of Mao Shan, to feign ignorance while allowing such calamities to threaten the world is utterly disgraceful. The middle-aged Taoist spoke with righteous indignation, his expression grave, which promptly silenced the timid Wen Kai. Gazing into the ominous cave, the middle-aged Taoist's demeanor turned serious. The eternal struggle between the righteous and demonic realms had persisted for millennia, with neither side willing to yield. Both factions lacked a pillar to support their cause. His senior brother, Shi Jian, had mobilized the elite of Mao Shan to secure the position of leader of the righteous path, engaging in a desperate battle with the demon realm as its gates swung open. However, for reasons unknown, the demonic entities descending into the human realm had recently dwindled. Even in the territory of Taishan, where he presided, traces of demons were becoming increasingly elusive. Yet here, within this cave, the stench of corpses was thick to an alarming degree. Could this be a portal to the demon realm? With this thought, the middle-aged Taoist felt a sense of urgency and urged his two disciples to hasten into the cave. "Excellent. A true disciple of Mao Shan at last. I may find my end." Within the cave, Lin Wen rejoiced at the words from the outside world, but his glee soon turned to a frown. What does it mean to be a scourge upon the world? In the centuries I've spent as a zombie, I have not taken a single life. Rather, it is you Taoists who are rife with deceit, exploiting the ignorance of the common folk to amass wealth indiscriminately. Unbeknownst to Lin Wen, the true masters of Taoism have either perished at the hands of my zombie minions upon their arrival, or have wisely chosen to keep their distance, refusing to engage with such calamities. In times of chaos, the practitioners of the way descend from the mountains, while in prosperous eras, temples thrive on the spoils of wealth. Such notions do not arise without cause. "Hey, it seems they have lost their way. Go and retrieve them." Lin Wen called out to his zombie companions. To prevent unwary mortals from wandering into his lair and becoming a meal for his minions, he had fashioned the cave into a labyrinthine structure, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate even with a map. If you were to inquire how he escapes, Lin Wen had carved a sizable hole in the wall above his coffin to bask in the sunlight, flying out whenever he desired. He also made use of the night, having installed a lightning rod atop the mountain, waiting for the day when fortune would favor him. For centuries, he had yet to encounter anyone foolish enough to venture to the mountaintop. This place was barren, devoid of life. Who, other than the sinister or the otherworldly, would come here? Upon receiving his command, the zombie minion exited expressionlessly, only to be met with a resounding roar. Since his demise was imminent, this wretched land could be claimed by anyone who desired it. While awaiting his fate, Lin Wen turned his gaze toward the female demon, recalling that she had something to say moments ago. "What is your name?" "Replied to your excellency. I am referred to as the Black Mountain Old Demon by those from my homeland." "Oh, it matters not if you do not speak, for I cannot remember it anyway." "The Black Mountain Old Demon. What brings you here?" "To know this shortcut, your status among the demon clan must be considerable." Pointing to the large hole above, the Black Mountain Old Demon fell silent for a moment before resolutely declaring, "I beseech you to take command of the demon realm and protect us." "Stop right there. I am but a rotting corpse, and speaking of such matters is futile." Lin Wen shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He recalled when he first ascended to the throne of the Zombie King, encountering several formidable beings from the demon realm who extolled his exceptional talent, promising that if he trained in their domain, he would surely seize dominion over the mortal world. However, Lin Wen was already weary of life by that time and declined their generous offer. Yet, their fervent persistence led him to unleash a flurry of blows, leaving them in tears. From that day forth, Any demon or creature that crossed his path would steer clear of him wherever he resided. Not a single minor demon dared to show itself, let alone a Taoist. The female demon had more to say, but Lin Wen, growing impatient, interrupted her as the three Taoists were about to enter. Observing the apathetic Lin Wen, the female demon gritted her teeth, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and settling upon an inconspicuous stone. She was eager to see who could possibly fulfill the dreams of this zombie king. The masters of Longhu Mountain could not harm the zombie king in the slightest. Could these mere Taoists achieve what they could not? What do you think you're fleeing, vile beast? The middle-aged Taoist priest pursued deeper into the cavern. But upon entering, he found no trace of zombies, only a coffin stood in the center, devoid of any other objects. Master! Two disciples rushed in, breathless, and upon surveying their surroundings, exchanged bewildered glances. Master, look! Qiusheng pointed towards the wall, where Taoist talismans gleamed brightly, nearly blinding them. Is that the demon-subduing staff? And this is the corpse-slaying sword. The 6 paths of heavenly thunder seal, the golden light spell. What an extraordinary place. Was it a realm of extreme darkness or a treasure trove of Taoist artifacts? A profound sense of dissonance enveloped the atmosphere. The middle-aged priest fell into a long silence, clearly offended. It seems the corpse king here has been suppressed by previous practitioners, which explains the abundance of these Taoist treasures. With an odd expression, he offered what seemed a reasonable explanation. Master, look at this! Qiusheng pointed at the coffin in the center, his brow furrowing in confusion. Are you foolish? Isn't that a coffin? If you continue to be so startled, you'll be embarrassed to say you work at a mortuary. Wen Kai mocked, seizing the opportunity to retaliate after Qiusheng had previously laughed at him for being frightened by a zombie. You dimwit, I know it's a coffin, but have you ever seen an open coffin? Qiusheng retorted, causing the middle-aged priest's expression to shift dramatically. An open coffin implied that the zombie within had escaped. What formidable undead must have been suppressed by these Taoist artifacts? If unleashed upon the world, the calamities that would ensue were beyond imagination. Qiusheng, Wen Kai, remove the corpse-restraining talismans from the wall and follow me to investigate. The middle-aged priest, unwilling to delay, raised his peachwood sword and advanced towards the coffin, acutely aware of the bone-chilling aura ahead. The 3 of them braced themselves for battle. Yes. Come quickly and end me. Lin Wen was nearly beside himself with glee. If seen by future generations, it would undoubtedly become a meme. Qiusheng, Wen Kai, why does that sound so familiar? Without time to ponder further, Lin Wen closed his eyes, sensing that the others had arrived at the coffin's vicinity. As a competent seeker of death, one must master the art of lying still. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword clattering echoed. The group turned to see Wen Kai trembling in place, the corpse-slaying sword lying at his feet. Noticing his master's gaze upon him, Wen Kai wore an expression more pitiable than tears. Master, I'm scared of. The middle-aged priest scoffed, realizing that his 2 disciples were more of a hindrance than a help. It seemed time to accept a new disciple. Otherwise, the lineage of Mao Shan would surely cease with him after a century. He, Lin Fengjiao, would never allow such a thing to happen. Wen Kai nervously picked up the corpse-slaying sword, feeling somewhat aggrieved under his master's scrutinizing gaze. It was hardly his fault after all. Lin Wen's cave was simply too frigid. Even the venerable Jiushu found it difficult to endure, let alone his 2 inept disciples. Zombie! Qiusheng exclaimed, inching closer, his face growing increasingly pale upon glimpsing the contents of the coffin. How grotesque! Wen Kai joined him, unable to suppress his murmurs as he beheld Lin Wen's visage. This incensed Lin Wen greatly had he not been on the brink of death. He might have risen to deliver a couple of slaps to Wen Kai. He recalled his former self, when he was a handsome man, not inferior to the youthful and charming. He even possessed a certain rugged masculinity. If not for being transmogrified into a zombie, would he willingly bear this wretched form? Who would choose to be a zombie when they could be human? Jiushu's expression grew grave to him. The zombie in the coffin had reached a critical juncture. With the celestial event of the lunar eclipse today, the malevolent energies were at their peak. Had he not intervened, this zombie would likely have re-emerged into the world. Fate and providence. Since heaven brought him here, it signified that this zombie was destined for demise for the sake of all living beings. He must vanquish this evil. With this thought, Jioshu raised his peachwood sword, aiming directly at Lin Wen's chest. Ha ha ha, at last I can die. Lin Wen lay in the coffin, quite content his quest for death was finally reaching fruition today. In his next life, he aspired to be a man of integrity. As for this zombie, whoever wished to inhabit such a form could do so. Forever doomed to exist in the shadows, a detestable wretch. Jioshu murmured softly. Did he just perceive a smile from the zombie? How could that be possible? Zombies do not smile. Suppressing his errant thoughts, Jioshu plunged the peachwood sword forward with determination. What a peculiar occurrence, what now? Lin Wen longed to open his eyes and wield the peachwood sword himself. Why, despite his fervent desire for death, did the heavens deny him this opportunity? Jioshu gazed at the broken peachwood sword, deep in contemplation. This sword had accompanied him for many years, playing a pivotal role in his battles against demons and evil spirits. Its fracture was a source of great regret for Jioshu. Master, shall I offer you the demon-slaying pestle? Qiusheng, startled by the breakage of his master's sword, quickly extended his own pestle. Wen Kai, emulating him, also presented the corpse-slaying sword. He truly wished to avoid confronting this zombie. How could something that was supposed to be dead evoke the sensation of potentially awakening and attacking him at any moment? Very well, Jioshu accepted both divine artifacts, knowing that the potency of a magical item does not solely depend on its rarity. The peachwood sword, having been nourished by his true energy for years, was far more formidable for slaying demons than the pestle or sword. Yet now that the peachwood sword lay shattered, he could only hope for a miracle. Thus, Jioshu wielded the pestle in his left hand and the sword in his right, while Qiusheng sprinkled black dog blood nearby. All Taoist talismans from the cave had been employed without exception. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Wen's second round in his quest for death commenced. Clang! With a crisp and resounding thud, the tiger's mouth of Jioshu tingled slightly from the impact. The so-called supreme weapon of the Taoist sect, renowned for vanquishing demons and exorcising evil, lay shattered before him. It was no different from the previous peachwood sword. The familiar formula persisted, yet Jioshu's brow furrowed ever more tightly. This should not be. Even the millennia-old zombie king would suffer grievous wounds when confronted by the two divine artifacts of my Taoist sect. How could the zombie within this coffin remain utterly unscathed, not even cracking its exterior? It was utterly unheard of. In that moment, Jioshu found himself engulfed in profound doubt regarding the knowledge he had acquired. Could it be that the Maoshan arts were mere illusions? Chapter 3. The penalty for refusing a toast. Not only was Uncle Jio anxious, but Lin Wen was even more so. After enduring for so many years, he finally encountered someone with profound skills, only to discover that he was also a waste. What? I have handed you the weapon. Isn't this supposed to work? What is the point of lying here as a corpse? Lin Wen was furious, and in his rage, he felt a yawn coming on. After a long struggle, fatigue overcame him. Then, amidst the terrified expressions of the three, Lin Wen slowly rose, brushing aside the Taoist talismans on his body, his gaze towards Uncle Jio filled with disappointment. Am I being looked down upon by a zombie? Lin Fingju was somewhat bewildered, but what followed would leave her even more confused. Run, the zombie king has awakened. Uncle Jio shouted, positioning himself in front of Lin Wen to buy time for his two disciples. Although they were inept, they were still his students. In this respect, Uncle Jio's charisma was magnified infinitely. Qiusheng and Wen Kai wore sorrowful expressions as they looked at their resolute master standing in front of them, a warm current flowing through their hearts. I want to leave. I want to stay with my master, Qiusheng declared, brandishing a half-broken demon-slaying staff, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Even knowing he might die, he refused to seek a coward's escape. Even Wen Kai showed a moment of courage, covering himself in talismans, not wasting a drop of black dog's blood, smearing it all over his body. The two brothers trembled, standing shoulder to shoulder with Uncle Jio, staring defiantly at Lin Wen. Lin Wen was utterly speechless. What is this? I stood here for so long just to urge you to flee. And yet, you've put on this touching display of master-disciple affection. It made Lin Wen, who had been lonely for centuries, feel a pang of jealousy. Well then, if you don't wish to leave, then none of you shall. In an instant, several of Lin Wen's zombie minions surged from the shadows, their mouths filled with sharp fangs, looking quite fearsome. Uncle Jio felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. A single zombie king was already troublesome, and now 4 more zombies with less than 100 years of experience had appeared. It seemed they were doomed this time. Was the Maoshan lineage to be severed here? Uncle Gio was unwilling to accept this and immediately assumed a combat stance. Even if he were to die in battle, he would not tarnish the reputation of Maoshan. Roar! The 4 clumsy zombies surrounded Uncle Gio and his disciples from all directions. Yet, without Lin Wen's command, they dared not act recklessly. Let them go. Although they did not understand Lin Wen's decision, these 4 loyal minions charged forward, determined to fight to the death. Brother, I previously opposed you at every turn because I liked the girl from Rinjia Town, Sui Hua. Thought she ignored me because she favored the rouge sold by your aunt. Brother, you're also at fault for often stuffing fleas in my underwear, Xiaoxing said, blushing with guilt as he uttered these words. You two still have time to chat. Why don't you hurry and form the formation? Uncle G was on the verge of losing his temper. Couldn't these trivial matters wait until later? Why must they be addressed now? Master, actually it was not the junior disciple who knocked over the altar. It was I who feared your ire and falsely accused Wenkai. So it was you. Wenkai was instantly enraged. He had been beaten by his master for 3 days and nights after that incident, and his backside still ached. Oh, it was the eldest brother's mischief. No wonder he had treated me so well that day. Not only bringing me ointment for my wounds, but also introducing me to the girl in the attic. Junior brother, we're about to die. Let the past be bygone, Xiaoxing said earnestly, deeply touching Wenkai. Brother, junior brother. Listening to their exchange, Uncle Gio's face darkened. Had they not been in a perilous situation, he would have truly pulled out his staff to discipline these 2 ungrateful disciples. He thought of his own brothers. Their disciples were so much easier to manage compared to his 2, who were lucky to have not driven him to an early grave. Lin Wen wore a peculiar expression. He had already identified the 3 individuals before him, Xiaoxing and Wenkai, from his Aunt's rouge shop. Were they not characters from Mr. Vampire? That means the middle-aged Taoist in front of him is Uncle Gio? As a fan of zombie films, Lin Wen held great admiration for Uncle Gio. Now that he saw the real person, he couldn't have been more thrilled. However, forcing Uncle Gio into such a predicament was probably a first in history. Since he had recognized who was before him, Lin Wen could not allow these minions to go all out that he had initially intended to teach them a lesson, but it seemed he needed to think of a way to send them away quickly. He certainly didn't want to deprive the viewers of Mr. Vampire of their plot. The 4 clumsy zombies charged towards Uncle Gio, inadvertently knocking Wenkai and Xiaoxing unconscious in the process. Uncle Gio was too preoccupied to form a formation to fend off the enemies. While battling the zombies, he sought an opportunity to scoop up Wenkai and Xiaoxing, preparing to escape. Even at the risk of sustaining serious injuries, he was determined to save his 2 disciples. However, it soon became evident to Uncle Gio that something was amiss. Why did it feel as though these zombies were becoming weaker with each strike? It was as if they were mere children. Something was off, very off. Could it be that they had just awakened and had yet to regain their strength? Upon this realization, Uncle Gio's expression brightened. This was indeed the perfect opportunity to eliminate them while they were still weak. If he allowed them to recover by consuming human blood, it would become increasingly difficult to deal with them later. At that point, it would truly be a calamity for all living beings. Xiaoxing and Wenkai, do not blame your master. This risk must be taken for the sake of maintaining order in the human realm. Having reached this conclusion, Uncle Gio hesitated no longer. He set down the 2 and engaged in combat with the 4 zombies. As he beheld the approaching zombie king, surprise flashed across his face. Uncle Gio knew he had made the right gamble. The zombie king truly had not fully regained his strength. He still had a chance. Lin Wen looked on, bewildered. Is Uncle Gio this brave? I remember in the movie, he was this foolish. Why are you still waiting instead of fleeing? Are you waiting for me to attack you? Had Lin Wen been able to step into Uncle Gio's shoes, he would have understood that the orthodox Uncle Gio of Maoshan took it upon himself to care for the world as populace. If he were to flee now, he would no longer be Uncle Gio. Despite knowing this was the best opportunity, as long as there was more than a 50% chance of victory, Uncle Gio would not retreat. Was this the essence of Mao Xiaofeng in the drama? No matter how poorly Yang Feiyan treated him, he never blamed the other. It was that Uncle Gio was foolish. He simply held a childlike sincerity in his heart that he disregarded good and evil, pursuing the purity of his intentions. Whether one calls him stubborn or naive, Uncle Gio was indeed this kind of person. There was no rebutting that. Alas, this is truly troublesome. Lin Wen sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. At first, he did not wish to harm these innocent Taoists. Even if it were not Uncle Gio, he would not let any Taoist die by his hands. But now that Uncle Gio was so obstinate, he could not blame me for being ruthless, refusing a toast, and accepting a penalty drink. Lin Wen stood up and leapt forward, instantly arriving before Uncle Gio, delivering a glaring blow with a large cloth bag. Uncle Gio could even see the dry hand, with nails longer than his own, smiling at him as it approached. World-altering plot. Self-rescue system activated successfully. Chapter 4. The Little Master. What on earth is happening? Lin Wen, bewildered, gazed at the three unconscious disciples, ultimately directing his attention towards the several zombie subordinates. Huh? What are you staring at, boss? We've been following your orders all along. Don't turn your back on us. The zombie subordinates looked quite aggrieved. Had they the ability to articulate, they would certainly proclaim their innocence. Did any of you hear something? Whoa. All right, go off and play. Lin Wen's face fell, a dark cloud of worry shadowing him. Could it be that my lifespan is nearing its end, and I am merely hallucinating due to old age and frailty? A glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Wen's mind. This could be a fortunate sign. Host, you are overthinking. You do not possess a lifespan, thus you cannot die. Noticing Lin Wen's excessive caution, the system couldn't help but interject. Who the hell are you? Cursing me. Lin Wen's temper flared. What had he done to deserve such a curse of immortality? The system was momentarily speechless. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. Your desire for death stems from your identity as a zombie, does it not? If I could transform you back into a human, would you still wish to die? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Wen replied earnestly, yes. What difference would it make to revert to humanity? After hundreds of years, I am utterly weary of this existence. The system fell silent, realizing this individual was indeed tired of living. Pardon my intrusion. Don't go. Persuade me further. What if I have a change of heart? So, do you still wish to die? Yes. The system was left speechless. I give up. I am exhausted. Perhaps this world should simply be annihilated. Just kidding. Don't take it to heart. Shifting the conversation, Lin Wen gazed at the orb of light before him and continued, as a primordial zombie, is there truly a possibility of becoming human again? This question had plagued Lin Wen for centuries. He had been a zombie since his arrival in this world, an immutable fact that even Taoist scriptures could not alter, akin to how a person can undergo gender reassignment but cannot transform into an Ultraman. In other words, unless he perished, he would be condemned to live as a zombie for eternity. Please do not question the system's capabilities. As long as you do not die, anything is possible. The system was genuinely concerned that Lin Wen might pursue death again, as the chances of success were infinitesimally slim. What if he inadvertently succeeded? Then the self-rescue system would be utterly obliterated. In light of the host's alteration of the storyline, a reward of reversion to humanity is granted for a duration of 1 month. Fearing Lin Wen's disbelief, the system immediately extracted a small orb of light from itself and fused it into Lin Wen's being. After a single breath, the grotesque visage of the zombie king vanished, replaced by a strikingly handsome young man of remarkable grace, akin to Pan, and yet, the tattered long robe he wore appeared somewhat incongruous, giving off an odd impression. Lifting the Bagua mirror from Uncle Gio, Lin Wen gazed into the reflection and became lost in self-admiration. Have I truly regained my humanity? After centuries, the question that had haunted him was finally resolved. Ha ha ha. I, Lin Wen, am no longer dead. Just as Lin Wen was jubilantly exclaiming, four zombie subordinates emerged from seemingly nowhere, their mouths agape, lunging at Lin Wen with bared fangs. Monstrous creatures. Lin Wen scoffed, delivering a powerful slap that sent a gust of wind, knocking the four raucous zombies to the ground, even dislodging a few of their front teeth. Ada, do you see who I am? Lin Wen bellowed, his once handsome visage now transformed into that of the zombie king, leaving the zombie subordinates utterly stunned. Oh who? Oh. The zombie subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate it. Enough. Off you go and play. Lin Wen waved his hand, dismissing those bothersome creatures. So, if I merely alter the storyline, I can earn the time to become human. In theory, yes. Then am I destined to serve you for eternity? Absolutely not. To have labored in my past life only to do the same in this one would render my transmigration utterly meaningless. Lin Wen vehemently rejected the notion of perpetual task completion for meager rewards, feeling like a mere pawn in a capitalist game. Who said that altering the storyline guarantees a return to humanity? The system posed a soul-searching inquiry. Oh, so you're not even pretending anymore? Is this a case of killing the hen to get the egg? Lin Wen was incensed, yet utterly powerless, for his life was in the hands of the system. According to the system, he was merely a bug. After death, not only was there no prospect of reincarnation, but even a chance to descend to the underworld was denied. Thus, the path to reincarnation as a human was completely obstructed. Altering the storyline is merely a part of the main quest. Your true mission is to save the world. Only by doing so can you permanently enjoy the identity of a human. Elaborate. In simple terms, the world you inhabit is a fusion of multiple realms, each facing its own crises. With our limited manpower, we can only designate one savior to address this dilemma. Success will result in collective joy, while failure will lead to the world's collapse, rendering any hope of reincarnation moot, let alone safeguarding the underworld. What kind of problems are we talking about? You ask me. Who should I inquire? The system, unusually assertive, admitted its predicament. Originally a luxurious system, it had been hastily summoned due to a shortage of personnel, left to deal with such a mess. Alas, my previous host, what shall become of tomorrow's auction event? Without me, how will you maintain your facade? I have served 2.5 hosts, gaining considerable experience. As long as you adhere to my guidance, saving the world will be a trivial matter. Linwen numbly nodded. To be honest, he had yet to acclimate to his current identity. Previously encased in a zombie's guise, now that he had transformed into a human, why did he feel so unclean? He was accustomed to bathing 8 times a day, scrubbing his skin until it practically smoked. For someone with Linwen's obsessive cleanliness, this was utterly intolerable. Ada tossed the thunder seal into the river. I need to take a bath. Ada gazed blankly at the square seal radiating with Taoist energy, lost in contemplation. World narrative projection complete. Identity implantation in progress. Ding. Identity arrangement successful. 34th generation disciple of the Maoshan sect. Little master of Uncle Gio. All right, host. Identity implantation is complete. You may now indulge at your leisure. Hearing the system's cheeky laughter, Linwen wore a peculiar expression. Had he truly become Uncle Gio's master? Chapter 5. The proposal of the Black Mountain Old Demon to Master Rin in the early morning. Outside the ancestral hall, Uncle Gio awaited at the entrance with Wen Kai and Xiaoshang. Master, what could have possessed our venerable teacher to decline Master Rin's invitation today? Wen Kai murmured softly from behind. Upon noticing Uncle Gio's piercing gaze, he awkwardly chuckled, retracting his neck and sensibly closing his mouth. I cannot fathom it. Perhaps an esteemed guest of significant importance is visiting our master today, Xiaoshang speculated, perplexed. The Rin family was a prominent household in town. If even they were turned away, could it be that today's visitor was of greater stature than Master Rin himself? Uncle Gio, overhearing the musings of his 2 disciples, let out a sigh. The previous night, his master had visited him in a dream, revealing that he had recently taken on a disciple who would soon arrive at the ancestral hall. This disciple was meant to assess the cultivation of the Maoshan disciples, discerning whether they had neglected their practices and allowed the lineage to languish. This predicament left Uncle Gio in a quandary. Why could not his master remain in peace in the afterlife, instead of sending forth the junior disciple? If this new disciple were of similar age, it would be manageable. But if they were as young as his own wayward disciple, how would he address them? Would he be compelled to call them junior master? As the saying goes, a greater lineage stifles those beneath it, which weighed heavily on Uncle Gio's mind. Lost in thought, a young man approached from the east, dressed in scholarly attire, leisurely riding a small donkey. Is this the ancestral hall? Linwen inquired, observing the familiar trio of master and disciples before him, maintaining an impassive countenance while his heart brimmed with joy. The system had done well to assign him the identity of a junior master. What a delightful role to embody, system. Oh, the burdens I bear for this world. May I inquire if you are Linwen, the junior master? Uncle Gio asked tentatively, scrutinizing Linwen's ethereal demeanor, beginning to comprehend the situation. What? Xiaoshang and Wen Kai exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Their master had risen early to greet none other than the junior master, which meant they were to refer to each other as Great Uncle Master. Given Linwen's youthful appearance, how could they possibly utter such a title? You are Feng Jiao. Linwen feigned surprise, a beaming expression of delight illuminating his face at the sight of a fellow disciple. Uncle Gio's lips twitched in response. However, given the hierarchy, addressing him thus would not be deemed disrespectful. Simply call me Xiao Gio, junior master. Having traveled a great distance, I have prepared a meal to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. After speaking, Uncle Gio turned to glare at his 2 disciples, commanding, do not forget to pay your respects to your great uncle master. Greetings, great uncle master. Greetings, great uncle master. Xiaoshang and Wen Kai hurriedly chimed in, feeling as though they were caught in a surreal dream. 2 inept disciples, I apologize for the laughter I have caused you, junior master, Linwen replied with a smile, following Uncle Gio into the ancestral hall. At the dining table, the 4 remained silent, until Xiaoshang could no longer contain his curiosity. Great uncle master, when did you join the Maoshan sect? You seem to be around the same age as us. Uncle Gio leaned in, eager to learn how the late master had taken on disciples. As for Lin Wen's identity being a fabrication, Uncle Gio had never entertained the thought. After all, he was a direct disciple of Mao Shan, and no malevolent spirit could deceive him. Moreover, would the venerable master harm him? Perhaps at this very moment, the master was observing how he entertained the junior master. Hence, it was best that Qiusheng posed the question. After all, dear master, you are aware that this wayward disciple of mine is rather inept. Lin Wen set down his chopsticks and spoke softly. I grew up without parents, relying on the kindness of many families. A few years ago, I stumbled upon the teachings of Mao Shan and inadvertently discovered a hidden cave where I practiced until recently, when I encountered a true master in a dream and was fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple. Lin Wen's words resonated with Uncle Gio, as the master did indeed enjoy wandering the world, having several concealed caves. Perhaps this junior master was a promising candidate for cultivation, inspiring the master's affection for talent. Qiusheng's eyes dimmed as he absorbed the tragic childhood of his great-uncle master, feeling a pang of regret. Why had he spoken up? At least he had his aunt for companionship. But what of the junior master, who was left with no family? When Kai, meanwhile, was busy gnawing on a chicken leg, relishing the moment. With the arrival of the junior master, the typically frugal master had finally loosened his purse strings. Observing the remorseful Qiusheng, Lin Wen offered a comforting smile. In my years of practice, I have come to realize that the past is but a fleeting shadow. Such a kind-hearted junior master, Uncle Gio praised, beginning to understand why the venerable master had chosen to accept a disciple. Yet you, with your charming demeanor, must be quite popular these days. Great Uncle Master, please do not tease me, Qiusheng replied bashfully. The atmosphere lightened considerably, sparking more conversation among them. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a flustered old man hurriedly approached from outside, calling out, Uncle Gio, Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio frowned, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Wen. Junior Master, please bear with me for a moment. I must ascertain the situation. Let us go together. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Uncle Gio nodded in agreement, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the junior master's true capabilities. Old man, please, do not rush. Sit down and explain slowly, Qiusheng said, assisting the old man to sit atop a coffin, which startled him, prompting him to wave his hands in dismay. Uncle Gio, you have finally come. Master Ren is on the verge of losing his wits. Uncle Gio's brows furrowed in displeasure. Is it not still too early? Why the haste? Master Ren, in his longing for his father, fears that time may slip away, and thus he has sent me to fetch you. Very well, old man, you may return for now. When Kai, Qiusheng, prepare the necessary tools, we shall proceed to the graveyard. Uncle Gio was a man of reason, promptly taking action. His earlier displeasure stemmed from not having the opportunity to speak more with the junior master before being whisked away to work, a sentiment that was understandable. Yes, master, Qiusheng and Wen Kai responded, hastily preparing. Lin Wen observed the unfolding events, gaining insight. They were currently within the narrative of Mr. Zombie, and Master Ren had yet to be exhumed. He still had the ability to influence the plot. On the way, Uncle Gio recounted the circumstances to Lin Wen. The Ren family was the wealthiest in town, and the feng shui master had proclaimed that 20 years after Master Ren's burial, the coffin must be opened and relocated, lest future descendants face adversity. Yet Lin Wen knew this was merely the feng shui master's scheme. After all, Master Ren had initially wronged others by forcibly acquiring a burial plot, so it was only natural for them to resort to trickery. Would the proposal of the Black Mountain Old Demon to Master Ren count as altering the narrative? Soon they arrived at the graveyard, where Master Ren hurriedly approached Uncle Gio upon seeing him. The two engaged in conversation, leading them to fall into the trajectory of the film's plot. Esteemed guests, today marks the day of Master Ren's grand return to the world. Anyone aged 36, 22, 35, or 48, who belongs to the Rooster or Ox zodiac, must turn away. After a while, observing the time, Uncle Gio finally spoke. The time for evasion has passed. Everyone, adjust your attire and prepare to open the coffin. Creak, creak, creak. Uncle Gio looked up, observing the birds and crows flying hastily from the trees, his brow furrowing slightly. This matter appeared more complex than anticipated. As the saying goes, when calamity approaches, all creatures flee. The haste of these birds clearly indicated that something significant was about to unfold. When the coffin was opened, a male corpse lay within, adorned in the ceremonial attire of a Qing dynasty official, accompanied by numerous burial objects. Standing close, Lin Wen could discern the details. Upon closer inspection, the corpse appeared as if it had only recently been buried, despite being interred for over 20 years. Father, I have disturbed your rest. I am truly unfilial. Master Rin collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. After regaining his composure, he turned to Uncle Gio and asked, "Uncle Gio, can this burial site still be used?" Uncle Gio shook his head. "The water dragon has merely skimmed the surface. It cannot return to the same position. This site is no longer viable." What followed was Uncle Gio's suggestion to incinerate the remains on site, which Master Rin vehemently opposed, citing that his father had a profound fear of fire during his lifetime. With no alternative, Uncle Gio had no choice but to carry the coffin back to the ancestral hall for further deliberation. Chapter 6. Rin Gongwei's Courage That Night, within the ancestral hall. Uncle Gio fell into deep contemplation as he gazed at the incense brought back by Qiusheng and Wen Kai. The most feared fate for a person is an untimely demise, and the most ominous sign for incense is a long stick accompanied by two short ones. If this incense is present in the household, it surely indicates a loss. It appeared that the Rin family was facing considerable troubles. "Is it the Rin family?" Wen Kai inquired with curiosity. "Could it possibly be here?" Uncle Gio's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, "Ah, what will happen to Tingting? With your meager skills, do you still dream of being a hero who saves the damsel in distress? I fear you are merely courting death." Uncle Gio sighed, lamenting that if only his two disciples possessed even a fraction of true skill, it would not be in vain. "Qiusheng, Wen Kai, prepare the paper, ink, and swords." "What?" The two simpletons were momentarily bewildered, utterly perplexed by their master's words. "Huang paper, red brush, black ink, kitchen knife, wooden sword," Lin Wen clarified, having absorbed the plot thanks to the system. After centuries, he had forgotten most of the storyline of Mr. Zombie, apart from a few key characters. After all, who remembers such details when watching movies? It is merely for enjoyment, akin to reading novels. Who reads novels with a critical mind? Uncle Gio's frown deepened as he lamented the lack of reliability in his two disciples, feeling embarrassed before his junior apprentice. "Xiao Gio, the corpse has begun to bloat. There is a risk it may turn into a zombie," Lin Wen reminded him, while Uncle Gio's expression turned grave. "I am aware of that, but old Master Rin's refusal to allow cremation is a desperate measure. I have a method to persuade him to agree to the cremation," he whispered into Uncle Gio's ear. The two simpletons observed their master and granduncle whispering to one another, their curiosity piqued. "Junior brother, what do you think Master and granduncle are discussing? Why does Master S' expression seem increasingly grim? Who knows? In any case, if the sky were to fall, we would have someone tall to lean on. We need not worry ourselves unnecessarily." With that, Wen Kai prepared the items requested by his master and handed them over. "No need for that. No need." Wen Kai was taken aback, perplexed at his master's sudden change of heart. Hadn't he just instructed them to prepare these items? "Tonight, you will sleep with me. Leave the room for your granduncle." "Oh." Wen Kai had no objections, as he could sleep anywhere. "Master, I'm off," Qiusheng announced, placing a stick of incense on his bicycle handlebars. After exchanging a few playful words with Wen Kai, he set off. Lin Wen followed him outside, and as he watched Qiusheng walk further away, a smile crept across his face. "Granduncle said my romantic prospects are promising. Could it be that Tingting has feelings for me?" he mused quietly along the way. Behind him, a sedan chair carried by 4 paper figures was slowly approaching. Her gaze, like stars shimmering in the night. Her gaze, like stars shimmering in the night. My heart races upon seeing her. Suddenly, a female ghost soared out of the sedan chair, her eyes sparkling with emotion as she locked her gaze on Qiusheng. Just as she intended to pursue him, a tremendous force yanked her back. "Who are you?" The female ghost eyed the man before her with heightened vigilance. She sensed the danger he posed, as if he could extinguish her life as easily as crushing a chick. "I am but a mere human." Lin Wen grinned, finally able to stand tall as a person. "Do not jest with me, brave sir. Though I am a ghost, I have never harmed anyone. I beseech you to spare me. In my next life, I shall repay your kindness with gratitude." What a grand promise. Lin Wen thought he was nearly full from such a feast of words. Just because you haven't harmed anyone before doesn't mean you won't in the future. Your words are rather far-fetched. Is that so? Lin Wen continued to smile, which appeared particularly unsettling to the female ghost. How could a mere ghost fear a man? You must remain calm. You cannot defeat him. Do you see that man? He is under my protection. If you dare approach him again, I will ensure your soul is scattered. Lin Wen threatened fiercely before vanishing into thin air, leaving the female ghost bewildered and collapsed on the ground. He is so formidable. She then transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared, leaving behind only a patch of moist earth that deepened in color under the evening breeze. Congratulations, host, for altering the plot and earning 3 plot points. On the return journey to the ancestral hall, Lin Wen listened to the system's notification, feeling somewhat discontent. He had prevented the female ghost from troubling Qiuxing, yet the changes had resulted in only 3 plot points, equating to a mere 3-month time frame. This system was truly miserly. System, here we go again, encountering yet another dense mail. With the necessary matters in mind, Lin Wen hastened his pace, needing to arrive before Ren Weizong awoke. Otherwise, great troubles would ensue. Within the mortuary, the coffin containing old Master Ren was shaking violently, and suddenly, a long, bony hand emerged, causing the coffin to splinter apart. There's movement. Uncle Gio jolted awake, glancing at Wakai, who was sleeping like a log beside him, and lamented, "What a fine caretaker of the ancestral hall." He quickly sprang to his feet and dashed towards the mortuary. Inside, Lin Wen and old Master Ren were locked in a fierce stare-off. "What are you staring at? What are you looking at? This simply would not do." Roar. Old Master Ren leaped forward, opening his gaping maw, a sight most terrifying. Lin Wen, however, would not indulge him. With a cold snort, he raised his left hand and, as old Master Ren drew near, delivered a swift blow. Old Master Ren was momentarily dazed, struck by Lin Wen to the point of near disorientation. Yet, he was not one to submit easily, and he rose again. Smack. 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 This was bad, a foul entity. Old Master Ren was now questioning his existence, casting a fearful glance at Lin Wen. Finally, he shot Lin Wen a fierce glare before retreating back into the coffin to lie down, in no way. The more old Master Ren thought about it, the angrier he became. After all, he was a zombie. How could he be deterred by a mere living person? Ultimately, in a fit of rage, he flipped over and collected the scattered coffin lid from the ground. Now, that was better, out of sight, out of mind. "Xiao Jio, you've arrived." Lin Wen called to Uncle Gio as he entered the room. Upon stepping inside, the disarray on the floor indicated that something extraordinary had just transpired. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have doubted whether this zombie harbored a penchant for self-harm. "Master, your might is unparalleled." "Xiao Jio, I am in awe." Uncle Gio, not particularly adept at flattery, found himself at a loss for words in response to the scene before him. In no wonder the Grandmaster had sent his junior apprentice to scrutinize their skills. Who could endure such a sight? Even his brother, the so-called Thunder King, could not match this feat to subdue a zombie solely through brute strength. What purpose then did his studies of the Maoshan arts serve? We must devise a method to draw it out. Hiding indefinitely is not a solution. Hearing this, Uncle Gio's face clouded with concern. What he feared was not Lin Wen, but rather the zombie itself. It was no exaggeration to say that if he dared approach it, it would surely vent its frustrations upon him. Since the junior apprentice had spoken, he could not simply ignore the matter. After all, he was a legitimate disciple of Maoshan. How difficult could it be to handle a mere zombie? Aside from that zombie king from a few days ago, there had never been a zombie that Lin Fengjiao could not subdue. Chapter 7. I invoked a dream for my granddaughter to fall in love with you after grasping the peachwood sword. Uncle Gio made a beeline for the coffin of old Master Ren. Sensing the aura of the living from the outside, old Master Ren furrowed his brow in distress. This was never-ending. Would they not grant the zombie a path to life? I have already conceded. What more do you want from me? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Boom. Old Master Ren abruptly rose from his coffin, ready to reason, only to be taken aback. Where had all the people gone? Gazing at the empty room, he fell into deep contemplation. Awu. Regardless, he decided to cast caution to the wind and prepared to exit through the front door, only to reconsider, what if it was a trap? Would his departure merely lead him into their snare? Thus, old Master Ren made an extraordinary decision. He leapt into the air and soared away from the rooftop. Witnessing the upheaval of his own roof, the usually sagacious Uncle Gio found himself lost in thought. The Ren household. In the dead of night, old Master Ren sat quietly in his study. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling anxiety today, unable to eat properly or find sleep. His heart raced incessantly, pounding like a drum. This was not normal. No ordinary person's heartbeat could be so rapid, akin to a battering ram. Bang. Bang. Just as old Master Ren sought the source of the noise, the window shattered, and a corpse-clad in Qing dynasty official garb burst in. Ah! Old Master Ren cried out, startled by the scene before him. Help! In the study, old Master Ren fled forward, pursued by his father. Lin Wen observed that the time had come and exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Gio, who understood immediately, and they both stepped into the study simultaneously. Uncle Gio, save me. Upon seeing the newcomer, old Master Ren appeared as though he had spotted a savior, hastily retreating behind Uncle Gio, anxiously imploring, Uncle Gio, kill it. Uncle Gio approached with the gravitas of a seasoned warrior. Although old Master Rin had not consumed human blood, he was no ordinary zombie. However, upon glancing at his young disciple beside him, Uncle Gio felt his tension dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of security. With valor, Uncle Gio charged first towards old Master Rin. It was the perfect opportunity for the young disciple to witness the culmination of his years of practice in the Taoist arts. Had he truly not wasted his efforts? Understanding Uncle Gio's intentions, Lin Wen remained silent, content to observe until Uncle Gio had sufficiently engaged the adversary. In cinematic portrayals, did not Uncle Gio always subdue zombies, albeit with the assistance of Taoist Master Simu? Yet Uncle Gio's prowess was indisputable. Without those two unfortunate youths present, his capabilities could be fully displayed. The battle raged intensely, and the commotion attracted the attention of the servants in the Ren residence. They beheld Uncle Gio locked in combat with the zombie. Many were frightened and took refuge behind old Master Ren. Lin Wen, however, stood in front, replacing Uncle Gio. Dad. Ren Tingting emerged from her chamber, startled at the sight before her. She quickly approached her father, linking her arm with his. Who are you? She inquired, eyeing Lin Wen curiously. While others fled in terror, or like her, kept their distance, Lin Wen remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Old Master Ren chuckled awkwardly. His daughter's remark made him realize that a young man had taken Uncle Gio's place. As the wealthiest man in town, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. What kind of situation was this? Shoo! Lin Wen placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, before turning his attention back to the two figures grappling in the courtyard. Ren Tingting's mouth fell agape. She seemed to recall that the striking young man had appeared at their family graveyard. After all, she had never encountered such a handsome man, even in the provincial capital. Had it not been for her overwhelming grief over her grandfather's passing, she certainly would have sought to know him better. As she contemplated her imminent return to the provincial capital, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Her father was aging, her cousin's militia was a bunch of inept fools, and now with this calamity befalling the family, how could she leave in peace? Not good. Noticing the zombie attempting to flee, Uncle Gio hastily set up a formation behind it. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and before the formation could fully manifest, old Master Rin shattered it. Roar! Old Master Rin bellowed, casting a chilling gaze at Uncle Gio. That damn Taoist. If it weren't for the injury inflicted upon him by others, he would have eliminated you long ago. In this moment, escape was the only option. He could devise a plan later. With a reluctant glance back at the house, where his kin had yet to be devoured, and feeling the weight of his grievous injuries, he lamented the significant losses incurred. In that fleeting moment, old Master Rin froze, for he caught sight of a familiar young man smiling at him. This was the last thought of Ren Weiyong before he bolted away with renewed fervor, wishing he could use his legs like propellers. Alas, the limitations of his zombie form constrained him, forcing him to leap awkwardly. His speed markedly slowed. If he encountered an ordinary person, it would be easy to dispatch them, but against Lin Wen? Could he not evade him? Driven by this notion, Ren Weiyong dashed towards the main door without a moment's hesitation. What's the rush? You've arrived home. Why not stay a while? Lin Wen stood in front of Ren Weiyong, a bemused smile gracing his lips. No, I must take my leave. Ren Weiyong hurriedly protested, seeking to appease him. That won't do. I find this place quite unwelcoming. I prefer the openness of a cave, Lin Wen replied, shaking his head earnestly. Ren Weiyong was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in surprise. You can understand my words. Of course, otherwise, why would I engage in conversation with you? I would have eliminated you long ago, Lin Wen retorted. Ren Weiyong. Are contemporary Taoists so formidable that they can comprehend the speech of zombies? Could this individual before him be a heavenly master? Lin Wen discerned Ren Weiyong's thoughts, though he could never fathom that Lin Wen was, in essence, a zombie himself, a zombie's body housing a human soul. Understanding zombie speech was hardly remarkable. If you spare me, I will comply with any conditions you propose. Even if you desire my granddaughter, take her as well. Seemingly fearing disbelief from Lin Wen, Ren Weiyong hastily added, I can invoke dreams, compelling my son to bequeath his fortune to you, and make my granddaughter fall in love with you. I have already stated my disinterest in such matters. Rather, I am intrigued by the individuals behind you who allowed you to retain your wits after 2 decades underground. As Lin Wen concluded his statement, Ren Weiyong's expression shifted dramatically. It dawned on him that this was indeed an attack directed at him. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, to linger any longer would be impolite. Noticing Ren Weiyong's intent to flee, Lin Wen let out a cold chuckle. In front of everyone, he began to chant an incantation, and a resplendent golden bell descended, immediately suppressing Ren Weiyong in place. Subsequently, with a thought, Lin Wen transformed the bell into a slender rope that bound him tightly. Ren Weiyong, immobilized, glared at the moon above in impotent rage. Upon witnessing Lin Wen extend his hands in an unmistakable gesture of threat, he wisely chose to silence himself. I am weary. Let it all come to an end. Chapter 8. Ren Gongwei's courage sees the light of day. Young master uncle. How is it? Jiao Shu hurried over, gazing at the unmoving Ren Laotai on the ground, his eyes filled with admiration for Lin Wen. Truly, he was the disciple personally chosen by their revered ancestor. His abilities were beyond compare. Earlier, when he observed Lin Wen conversing with Ren Laotai in hushed tones, curiosity had stirred within him. Now, with the predicament resolved, he couldn't help but ask, Young master uncle, were you speaking with the zombie just now? Lin Wen nodded, having no intention of withholding the truth. Upon receiving affirmation, Jiao Shu's admiration deepened further. To converse with a zombie without external aids, had young master uncle reached a level of cultivation that allowed him to communicate with spirits. This was a skill their ancestor had never possessed. Seeing that the zombie had been subdued, Ren Leoi felt emboldened to approach. Father. Even though the zombie had grown robust, Ren Leoi could still discern that this was indeed his own father. With a look of desperation directed at Jiao Shu, he humbly uttered, Jiao Shu, what should we do now? My father intends to devour me. Transforming into a zombie leaves little room for hope. The only recourse now is cremation. Very well, then let us proceed with cremation. Ren Leoi replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Did you not say that Ren Laotai feared fire in life? Who could have anticipated that Ren Leoi's subsequent words would nearly cause Jiao Shu to lose his composure? He feared fire in life, but having passed away, surely he cannot still fear it. Very well, prepare the firewood for immediate cremation. Since Ren Leo had spoken, Jiao Shu felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. Thus, a roaring blaze erupted in the courtyard of the Ren residence, with Ren Leoi himself taking an active role in pouring oil and igniting the flames. Gazing at the towering inferno before him, Ren Leoi's expression was complex. After all, this was his own father. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sorrow. Yet, with his father intent on his own demise, for the safety of himself and his daughter, he felt compelled to take this course of action. Reputation or life, he resolutely chose the latter. Father, I shall burn more joss paper for you each year. Do not dwell on matters in that realm, and may you be reborn swiftly. Jiao Shu considered offering a reminder that zombies do not reincarnate in the 5 elements. But upon seeing the sincerity in Ren Leoi's expression, he refrained from speaking. And who might this be? Once the matter was settled, Ren Leoi gestured towards Lin Wen, looking at Jiao Shu. They had witnessed the impressive display of the young man's prowess and could not help but wonder if he was a disciple of Jiao Shu. Jiao Shu's expression turned awkward. How could he explain that Lin Wen was his own young master uncle? It was best that only those within their circle knew, and he could not allow outsiders to be privy to such information. I am also a disciple of Mao Shan, and thus share a brotherhood with Jiao Shu, Lin Wen replied with a smile, having sensed Jiao Shu's discomfort. His statement was not entirely false, as they were indeed from the same sect, albeit with a significant difference in seniority. So, we have esteemed practitioners of Mao Shan here. Had it not been for your assistance today, my vast Ren family would surely have perished. Henceforth, if you encounter any difficulties in Renjia town, do not hesitate to seek my help. I shall do my utmost to assist. Lin Wen expresses his gratitude to Ren Leoi. Ha ha ha, you seem quite young, yet you surpass my disappointing nephew, cousin-in-law. Just as Ren Leoi was about to finish his sentence, Awei rushed in, looking frantic. One might have thought he was racing in response to a funeral. Where have you been? Ren Leoi expressed his displeasure, noting that nearly an hour had passed since the commotion began at the Ren residence, yet Awei had only just arrived. As the captain, have you not wasted my money? Did you wait for me to die, coveting my family's fortune? Awei replied, by heaven's conscience, I came as soon as I heard there was trouble at the Ren residence. Look, I didn't even have time to put on proper clothing. Ren Leo, uninterested in his trivialities, felt increasingly exasperated, ultimately choosing to ignore him with a huff as he retreated indoors. Cousin. Awei grinned foolishly, receiving a disdainful glance from the already unimpressed Ren Tingting as she followed her father inside. Thus, only Lin Wen, Jiao Shu, Awei, and the few soldiers he had brought remained. Now, tell me, what is the situation? Are you the one instigating my cousin-in-law and concocting these paranoid schemes? Observing Awei's incessant poking at the flames, Jiao Shu furrowed his brow. Were it not for the fact that the zombie was not yet fully incinerated, he would have departed long ago. disregarding such an individual. Young master, Jioshu has just subdued a zombie, and it is currently lying inside. Please do not extinguish the flames. Fubai had arrived unbeknownst to them, and was taken aback to see Wei playing with fire. Young master, it would be a disaster if the zombie were to escape. Feeling uneasy after Renlao had retreated indoors, he instructed Fubai to keep an eye on his cousin-in-law and ensure he did not offend Jioshu, lest he suffer dire consequences. Unfortunately, what one fears often comes to pass. Witnessing Wei's reckless antics, Lin Wen's mind sparked with a bold idea. What if he encouraged Ren Laote to eliminate Ting Ting as well, and then allowed Wei to become a zombie? Would that not dramatically alter the course of events? As for why he would not turn Jioshu and Qiuxing into zombies, Lin Wen reasoned that he could not sacrifice the hen that laid the golden eggs. Without the trio of master and disciples, how could he continue to trigger the unfolding narrative? The transformations could wait until he had traversed the entirety of the zombie arc. Only then would the rewards be maximized. Alternatively, he could elevate Qiuxing to the status of a righteous leader and transform Wen Kai into a Hong Kong police chief. With enough creativity, the narrative possibilities were endless. System. You're really pushing it. You want to let me play with fire? Then I shall play with fire. Let the zombie inside bite me if it dares. Lin Wen's eyes lit up with this newfound challenge, promptly lifting the restraints binding Ren Weiyou. Wei, who feared nothing but his cousin-in-law, became increasingly reckless after assuming the role of captain of the Ren Town militia, though in truth, he only had 2 soldiers. He understood that everything he had was granted by his cousin-in-law. Without him, he was nothing that a mere zombie could only frighten ordinary folk. What was he, Wei, to be intimidated? Zombies were no match for the fearsome cousin-in-law. Just the thought of his cousin-in-law's prickly beard sent shivers down his spine. Why did this fire feel even more prickly than his cousin-in-law's beard? As Wei took a moment to assess the situation, lowering his head. A monster. Wei, terrified, lost his composure and hastily drew his gun, firing wildly. The bullets flew as if they were free, leaving the soldiers behind him in shock. What on earth was their foolish captain shooting at in the flames? Was he trying to whip a corpse? Soon, they could no longer remain still. Ren Laote emerged from the flames, charging towards Wei. This sent Wei into a panic, fleeing at once. Turning back, he found no trace of the zombie. Master, it's bad. Young master has let the zombie escape. Fubai rushed back into the house, nearly tripping over himself. Upon hearing that his cousin-in-law was about to emerge, Wei bolted for the front door. Having been petrified by the zombie, he now viewed it as the true source of terror, far surpassing the fears he had for his cousin-in-law. Chapter 9. The zombie self-rescue team Ren Laote fled with remarkable speed, leaving even Jisu momentarily stunned and completely out of sight. Glancing at Lin Wen beside him, Jisu recalled that Lin had placed a restriction on Ren Laote. The time has come. The restriction will dissolve on its own, Lin Wen said with a resigned wave of his hand. Jisu nodded, not blaming Lin but rather lamenting his own lack of diligence. Had he been more observant, the zombie would not have escaped. He felt a deep sense of regret for allowing his junior apprentice to misunderstand him, suspecting that he had released the zombie. Was there truly any difference between that and suspecting his junior was the zombie king? Master, you must be so disappointed in your disciple. Plot change. In light of the unpredictable nature of subsequent events, 5 plot points are now awarded. Lin Wen pretended not to hear and, upon seeing Ren Laote emerge, decisively bid farewell to Jisu and returned to the ancestral hall. He had no inclination to engage further with Ren Laote. The aftermath of the zombie's escape saw Ren Laote both fearful and enraged, demanding the immediate dismissal of Wei from his post. Jisu offered words of comfort, assuring that with both him and Lin Wen, they would certainly capture the zombie and restore peace to Rinjie Town. Thus, the night passed uneventfully, except for Lin Wen. Within a dilapidated castle, Ren Laote dragged his heavy body into a crumbling palace. Above him loomed a grand throne, its opulence starkly contrasting with the castle's decay. Are you injured? As Ren Laote entered, a man suddenly descended from above. Dressed in an exquisite tailcoat, his pallid complexion resembled that of a decadent aristocrat. Ren Laote let out a couple of roars, prompting the elegant man to angrily retort, "A mere Mao Shan Taoist dares to thwart my grand designs. You need not fear. I have established a rapport with the guardians of the demon realm. Soon, we shall reach that domain, and at that time, these mundane Taoists shall serve as our blood bank, ripe for the taking." Ren Laote was elated, joining the man in raucous laughter. Yet, the sight of his zombie form laughing was decidedly unsettling. Western zombie. Lin Wen stared at the aristocratic man, momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought that through Ren Laute, he might unravel the mystery surrounding that geomancer from 20 years ago, thereby revealing the hidden plot of the zombie gentleman. It appeared, however, that there were new developments. The geomancer might well have perished long ago, for the lifespan of mortals is but fleeting. Even the Taoists of Maoshan and Longhushan cannot attain immortality. At best, they serve in the underworld after death. Nevertheless, this Western zombie presented a new narrative thread. It was uncertain how many plot points it might yield for Linwen. The mention of the demon realm sparked a thought in Linwen's mind. Since Ren Laute was still alive, he could arrange for the Black Mountain Old Demon to be betrothed to him upon their arrival in the demon realm. A zombie succubus, truly a match made in heaven. There was no rush. He had yet to decide whether to seize control of the demon realm. Once Jusu's team had grown stronger, he would assume the role of its master, subsequently providing experience to Jusu's group. At the ancestral hall, as dawn broke, when Kai awoke from his slumber, stretching languidly, he caught sight of Jusu watching him with a bemused expression. Master, good morning. Jusu snorted disdainfully and exited the room. Perplexed, when Kai followed him outside, only to be greeted by an astonishing sight. A dozen robust young men stood uniformly in the courtyard, and as Jusu emerged, they collectively shouted, "Good morning, Jusu." Upon seeing Wakai, they echoed, "Good morning, second senior brother." Wakai instantly lost his composure. When had his master taken on so many disciples? What on earth is going on? He pulled one of the young men, whom he recognized as Ergo, a member of the local militia, to the side for an explanation. Ergo, visibly frightened, said, "Last night, there was a zombie disturbance at the Ren residence. Old Master Ren ordered us militia members to form a zombie self-rescue team and learn some zombie-catching skills from Jusu." Zombie? Wenhai gasped in shock, recalling the zombie king he had encountered that day, which still haunted his dreams. Could it be that those zombies had pursued them all the way to Rinjia town to wreak havoc? "Where's your captain, Away?" After searching for a while, he realized one person was notably absent. As the most attention-seeking man in Rinjia town, how could he be missing? The captain is ill and currently recuperating at home. At this point, Ergo hesitated, realizing that had their captain not acted recklessly, the zombie would have long been incinerated by Jusu, and such chaos would never have ensued. Poor militia members, their days ahead would surely be arduous. "Wakai?" Jusu's voice called from a distance, tinged with mild irritation. His two disciples were more of a hindrance than a help. Initially, he thought their playful nature could be remedied, but now he believed they were simply disasters waiting to happen. No wonder things seldom went smoothly. It turned out these two miscreant disciples were the cause. Had he taken them to the Ren residence last night, who knows what calamity might have unfolded? It seemed imperative to give the junior apprentice a thorough lesson. Lin Wen's Taoist skills surpassed his own, and his strength was formidable. If he could conceive a plan to let Ren Laute slip away, entrusting Wenkai and Qiuxing to him would certainly ease his burdens. Master Ancestor, this must be the true purpose behind sending the junior apprentice to the ancestral hall. In an instant, Jusu imagined numerous scenarios, and Wenkai began to appear increasingly bothersome. Master. Wenkai's face fell, anxiety creeping in as he feared Jusu might thrust him into this so-called zombie self-rescue team. It would be acceptable for him to guard the ancestral hall, but to catch zombies? Was that not tantamount to courting death? For this period, you are to study Taoist practices under your junior ancestor. If I find out you have provoked him, I shall expel you from the sect. Rest assured, Master, should my junior ancestor send me east, I shall not venture west. Should he command me to chase dogs, I shall not pursue chickens. Wenkai patted his chest, assuring his loyalty, while inwardly he sighed with relief. Learning Taoist skills from the junior ancestor still meant being at the ancestral hall, which was far preferable to being with those militia members, as long as he was not tasked with capturing zombies. Everything would be manageable. Surely, the junior ancestor would not send him out to catch zombies, would he? That would be absurd. Given Lin Wen's slender physique, he could at most assist him in reciting texts. As for capturing zombies, that was best left to the professionals. Observing Wenkai's demeanor, Jusu felt a sense of helplessness. Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, he gathered his supplies for a meal and departed the ancestral hall with the militia. Their primary goal was to capture Ren Laute and restore peace to Rinjia town. After Jusu left, Wenkai completely let loose, first reclining in his master's armchair for a while. Then, recalling something, he made his way to the mortuary. Upon entering, he was struck dumb. Ren Laute was gone. Chapter 10. I advise you not to overstep the boundaries of the dead. Amidst the chaos surrounding him, When Kai fell into deep contemplation, could it be that the zombie from last night was old Master Rin? He recalled what Uncle Gio had mentioned. Zombies possess an insatiable thirst for the blood of their kin. It was evident that old Master Rin had ventured to the Rin family to seek sustenance. No wonder Ergo remarked that the zombie had initially been subdued by its own master. It seemed that the master had anticipated this and decided to catch it like a turtle in a jar. Truly, the master was remarkable. This strategy was nothing short of brilliant. Uncle Sure. When Kai bowed to Linwan, after all, the latter had spent the night here. Surely, he must have known that old Master Rin would awaken yet still dared to rest in the mortuary. It seemed that his young uncle was quite capable indeed. No wonder the master entrusted him with his care. Wakai, did you sleep well last night? Thanks to you, it was quite pleasant. Call your senior brother and accompany me to capture the zombie. Wakai, this was not what he had anticipated. Wasn't Uncle Sure supposed to teach them the ways of Tao? Why were they now off to hunt a zombie? Wakai didn't dare to question and could only muster his courage to follow Linwan outside. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw Qiuxing rushing in, exclaiming, Uncle Sure, help, I am being haunted by a ghost. Seeing Qiuxing in such a frantic state, Linwan furrowed his brow. How could he not have made himself clear that day? Yet here he was, entangling Qiuxing. Linwan had already assumed it was the female ghost from the Rin family cemetery haunting Qiuxing. It seemed she desired to engage in a little romance with the living. Did she not fear his golden light spell invading her space? Speak carefully. With me here, you need not fear. After sipping the tea Wen Kai had offered, Qiuxing gradually calmed down, though his voice still trembled with trepidation. Uncle Sure, I was helping my aunt at her shop yesterday when a woman came, asking to buy some rouge and powder. I had intended to close up, but seeing a young lady walking home alone at night seemed too dangerous, so I offered to escort her back. As he recounted the tale, his fear intensified, causing, as soon as I stepped outside, she was carried away in a sedan chair by 4 paper figures and vanished without a trace. Ah, encountering a female ghost. What a stroke of fortune. Wen Kai jested from the side. However, Qiuxing had no mind for banter and looked beseechingly at Linwan. That ghost said my family's rouge was quite exquisite and intends to return tonight. Uncle Sure, does this mean she has taken a liking to me? If you do not save me, I may very well perish. Upon hearing this, Linwan's expression darkened. This lecherous nature of yours has not changed in the slightest. Have you considered that at such an hour, who in their right mind would venture out to buy rouge? Nevertheless, it appeared the ghost bore no malice toward Qiuxing. Otherwise, she would have acted yesterday. After all, he was Uncle Gio's disciple. For him to be so frightened by a mere spirit, it seemed imperative to teach them the ways of Tao. Otherwise, the title of pig teammate would be firmly established. I shall visit you tonight. Everything will remain as it was. Thank you, Uncle Sure. My very life depends on your assistance. Qiuxing expressed his gratitude hastily, oblivious to the darkening countenance of Linwan. After all, had he not lived for hundreds of years, to dare call him old? Tonight, he would make sure to wear some uncomfortable shoes. Meanwhile, Wen Kai looked on with envy. His senior brother was entangled with a ghost, yet here he was, unacknowledged even by Zuo. No wonder this lad frequented his aunt's rouge shop, where only young ladies and brides gathered. So, this was what Uncle Sure referred to as romantic fortune. When would he too find such good luck? Qiuxing, ultimately, it boils down to your lack of proficiency in Tao. If you had learned merely a fraction of Xiao Zhou's abilities, dealing with a mere female ghost would be child's play. Linwan admonished them, his tone tinged with disappointment. The two lowered their heads in shame, not daring to utter a word as they listened to Linwan's lecture. After all, Linwan's seniority was intimidating. Even Uncle Gio would not dare to speak out of turn in his presence. Seeing their sincere remorse, Linwan finally softened his demeanor. Brother Wei Yong, these 2 unworthy nephews of mine depend on you for refinement. Having been a zombie for 20 years must be quite lonely. I shall assist you in your rebirth soon. In the back mountains, Uncle Gio led a group of robust young men from the Rin town on a thorough sweep. In their quest to locate the zombie, they conducted a meticulous search, even unearthing earthworms to check for traces of corpse poison. Zombies despise sunlight. Any dark, damp place could potentially harbor one. We must not overlook anything. Rest assured, Uncle Gio, we are professionals. Seeing Uncle Gio observing him, Ergo stiffened and snapped to attention, rendering a perfect military salute. You hardly resemble an ordinary militiaman, Uncle Gio remarked. Your keen eyes are impressive, Uncle Gio. In my earlier years, I served under General Chao. Since my family resides here, I had no desire to return. Speaking of General Chao, Ergo couldn't help but express his envy. Marrying 8 concubines. The man was nearing his end, yet still indulged in such pleasures that it was rumored he was to marry his 9th concubine soon. What a delightful life these generals led. If only he could become a general himself one day, he would marry 10 or 8 to ensure his clan produced many heirs. Uncle Gio had little interest in Ergo's tales. He merely found the young man's uniqueness intriguing enough to ask a few questions. They had now ventured deep into the back mountains, where the zombie might spring forth from any direction. It was prudent to remain cautious. With this thought, Uncle Gio heightened his vigilance, gripping his Tianxian sword tightly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountains, Lin Wen strolled leisurely with his 2 unfortunate nephews. Ever since becoming human, he had longed to experience the scenery of the Republic of China. Compared to the future, the landscapes here were remarkably beautiful. The mountains and waters were picturesque, and even the air felt exceptionally sweet. Old Master Ren was currently residing in a damp cave, truly embodying the saying, "My father feared fire in life." Yesterday's incident had surely instilled a lasting fear in him. "Uncle Shi, is the zombie truly inside?" Wen Kai whispered from behind, his legs trembling at the thought of confronting such a frightful creature. Thankfully, with his uncle by his side, he felt considerably more at ease. Otherwise, if he had to venture into this ghostly place alone, it would surely scare him into a heart attack. "Did you bring firecrackers?" Lin Wen inquired. "What use are those in broad daylight?" Qiusheng replied, somewhat perplexed. "Is it not customary to bring a gift for a first meeting?" Lin Wen sighed, realizing these 2 foolish children were utterly ignorant of social niceties. He produced 2 yellow talismans from his pocket and handed one to each of them. As soon as they received them, the talismans ignited, burning brightly and continuously. The 2 were astonished by their uncle's remarkable Taoist skills. "They aren't even hot." "Uncle Shi, you're incredible," Wen Kai exclaimed. If only he possessed such a skill, how could he ever worry about winning over Tingting? "Tawa, I no longer wish to wait for you." "Just a minor skill," Lin Wen replied, maintaining his composure while secretly reveling in their admiration. "Now you understand the wonders of Tao, do you? Just wait until I can transform you into true masters of the craft. The likes of Thunder King Shi Jian and the legendary Zhong Fa would pale in comparison before my nephews." Approaching the cave entrance, Lin Wen positioned himself before the 2 and retrieved a handful of yellow talismans from his pocket. He then earnestly instructed, "When you see our guest, throw these with all your might. Do not neglect old Master Ren." Chapter 11 today feels as festive as the new year. Within the damp, murky cave lies a lifeless corpse. Its shriveled skin and pitch-black exterior, combined with tattered clothing, render it nearly indistinguishable. One would scarcely notice it without careful observation. Several mice scurry around the remains, and just as one ventures close to the desiccated body, a pair of emaciated hands suddenly reaches out and seizes it with a fierce grip. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mouse is caught by the corpse's grasp and swiftly shut. Moments later, silence ensues. Ren Weiyong expels a few tiny bones, his expression rife with displeasure. "How could this mouse compare to the taste of human blood? Cursed Taoist. Once I enter the underworld and gain allies, your doom shall be at hand." The more Ren Weiyong brooded, the more his frustration mounted, until he could no longer bear it and rolled over. To his surprise, he found himself face to face with Lin Wen and his companions. Upon their encounter, Lin Wen called out, "Qiusheng, Wen Kai, advance." Hundreds of yellow talismans were hurled at Ren Weiyong without a second thought. Observing the chaotic reactions of Ren Weiyong, Lin Wen couldn't help but smirk internally. Why abandon a perfectly good castle to hide in this damp cave? Now, he must contend with a blockade at his doorstep. As the talisman struck the zombie, they emitted a cacophony of crackling sounds, which echoed harshly within the confines of the cave. Even Jioshu and his party at the other end sensed something amiss. Why would there be firecrackers in broad daylight? It isn't even the new year. "Jioshu, the sound is coming from that direction," Ergo remarked, pointing toward a nearby. Jioshu pondered for a moment before responding gravely, "Let us investigate." In stark contrast, Ren Weiyong felt flames engulfing him. His injuries from the previous day had yet to heal, and now he faced another assault. For one who already feared fire, despair began to creep in. Roar. With a furious bellow, upon seeing the humans before him, Ren Weiyong trembled with rage. It's you again. Today, I shall settle both old and new grievances." Just yesterday in the castle, he had feasted on a considerable amount of human blood. While it could not compare to the enhancement derived from consuming flesh of kin, Dealing with a Taoist should pose no challenge. In his eyes, Lin Wen, despite possessing greater strength and more magical artifacts, was merely an ordinary man. Thought he was an indestructible zombie, especially after indulging in blood. His power had surged. He was no longer the Ren Weiyong of yesterday. He charged at the three with unrelenting ferocity, intent on a fight to the death. Shu. Wen Kai called out urgently, but when he turned, Lin Wen's figure was nowhere to be seen. This must be a test from Shu. If we cannot even handle a mere zombie, how can we dare to call ourselves disciples of Mao Shan? Qiusheng declared, enunciating each word with conviction, the reprimands of their master vivid in his mind. Reflecting on his years of neglecting his studies, he felt a pang of self-reproach. Shu might be watching them now, and if they failed to achieve something notable, he would surely be disappointed. With that thought, Qiusheng promptly drew a slender peachwood sword. Gazing at the terrifying zombie, he felt an unexpected surge of courage. The singular thought consumed him, to vanquish this loathsome creature and demonstrate his growth to Shu. In the shadows, Lin Wen observed the shift in mindset of his two nephews. His heart warmed. They were indeed worthy disciples of Jushu. After his guidance, they showed potential. However, regarding Wen Kai, who trembled visibly, Lin Wen frowned and shook his head. Truly, a rotten wood cannot be carved. Such a character's future achievements could be foreseen. Yet he remained a pivotal figure in the unfolding narrative, which left Lin Wen both exasperated and irate. Within the cave, Qiusheng and Ren Weiyong were locked in combat. Newly emerged, Ren Weiyong could exchange blows with Jiushu, and although the narrative demanded his defeat, his inherent strength was not to be underestimated. Qiusheng quickly realized that despite his modest skills, he was no match for Ren Weiyong, and soon found himself at a disadvantage. Brother, I shall assist you. Wen Kai, shedding his usual timidity, joined Qiusheng in a strategic retreat while battling the zombie. The cave's confined space was ill-suited for their confrontation. Once outside, they could harness the sunlight to subdue the zombie. Observing their growth, Lin Wen felt a swell of pride. His purpose in this endeavor was twofold: to assess their abilities and determine the appropriate level of minions to send forth for their training. Additionally, he was curious about the secrets surrounding Ren Weiyong. If he could lure out that Western zombie, it would undoubtedly yield ample narrative points. Ren Weiyong, now ablaze with true fire, was growing increasingly frustrated. These two rascals had not granted him a single opportunity for direct confrontation since their arrival. As the sunlight drew nearer, a sense of retreat crept into Ren Weiyong's mind. At this stage, he had not yet cultivated the power to withstand the sun's rays. Should he venture outside, trouble would surely follow. With that thought, Ren Weiyong ceased his advance, roaring in fury as he turned and fled deeper into the cave, leaving Qiusheng and Wen Kai dumbfounded. Brother, could it be that this beast has gained some intelligence? Why is it retreating? Wen Kai pondered, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. However, now that they were outside the cave, neither of them had the courage to re-enter. Lin Wen made his timely appearance, a mischievous grin upon his face as he surveyed the two. Where have you been, Shu? We nearly met our end at the hands of that zombie. Wen Kai exclaimed, his expression one of relief as if he had seen a savior. He certainly lacked the courage to blame Lin Wen for their predicament. Meanwhile, Qiusheng's face flushed with shame as he declared, I have failed to fulfill Shu's instructions. I am truly worthless. Lin Wen patted Qiusheng on the shoulder, offering reassurance. You did well. I believe Ringong will surely appreciate your efforts. With that, he retrieved hundreds of yellow talismans from his robes, instructing, go find a few wild boars. With a cacophony of crackling and booming sounds, the scene became more festive than the new year itself. Ren Weiyong seethed as he watched the fiery boars rushing from all directions, roaring in his heart. Cursed Taoist, our enmity shall not end here. Why does Ren Weiyong's aura seem so diminished? Could it be that a Taoist master has intervened? In the castle, the pale man opened his eyes in confusion. He hung upside down from the castle's pinnacle, surrounded by countless bats, all of which were now sleeping. Sensing the faint disturbances from afar, the pale man furrowed his brow deeper. Ren Weiyong is a formidable weapon left to me by my master. I cannot afford for anything to go awry. Casting a glance at the swarm of bats, the pale man whispered, go, bring him back. No sooner had he spoken than the bats awoke with a start, swiftly flying out of the castle, transforming into a vast canopy as they sped toward the distant hills. Chapter 12. Wei has been poisoned by the corpse toxin. Lin Wen and his companions have returned to the ancestral hall. Ren Weiyong has yet to emerge, and waiting idly is not a viable option. Thus, the three of them decided to return, as he is unlikely to perish anytime soon. After all, this is a carefully selected punching bag by Lin Wen, resilient against blows. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ancestral hall, they spotted a figure lurking suspiciously, clad from head to toe, with only the eyes visible, rendering it impossible to discern gender from outward appearances. Who goes there? What business do you have at the ancestral hall? Qiusheng bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully. The individual startled and, upon seeing the three, rushed over in a flurry of excitement, stammering, "Brother Qiusheng, save me." "And who might you be?" Qiusheng inquired with curiosity, as in Renjiazan, apart from Wakai, no one dared address him in such a manner. Even when Kai only referred to him as senior brother. Brother Qiusheng, quite the flattering title. I like it. In that moment, Qiusheng found himself harboring a certain fondness for the stranger. The person glanced around, momentarily taken aback upon spotting Lin Wen, then lowered his voice, saying, "I am Wei. Weren't you ill? What brings you here?" Wen Kai could not help but question, recalling how Ergo had mentioned their leader was unwell and reluctant to leave home. Why, then, had he come to the ancestral hall, a place he reportedly despised? Wei appeared to have some unspoken reason, casting a wary glance at Lin Wen, as if apprehensive of something. "This is my granduncle, not a mere outsider," Qiusheng explained, leaving Wei visibly astonished, his gaze toward Lin Wen transforming. "Does this mean he is even more formidable than Uncle Jiao? Indeed, my granduncle's Taoist abilities are unfathomable. Even a celestial master would find it easy to retrieve treasures from his grasp," Qiusheng declared with pride, not exaggerating, as his master had once told him that Lin Wen's talent was unparalleled, destined to become a being akin to a celestial master in the future. This was a source of pride for them, as practitioners of Maoshan. "Granduncle, please save me." Wei immediately fell to his knees before Lin Wen, clutching his leg and weeping profusely. Hey, what are you doing?" Qiusheng exclaimed, somewhat displeased, for this was their granduncle. What right did an outsider have to act so foolishly? Wei, now bereft of his previous bravado, was reduced to a sobbing mess. Lin Wen frowned, clearly displeased. "We shall discuss matters indoors." Once inside, Wei removed the scarf wrapped around his head, and upon seeing his face, the three were taken aback. "Have you indulged excessively? You appear utterly drained," Qiusheng exclaimed in astonishment, noting Wei's sunken eyes, pallid complexion, and an overall aura as if his vitality had. Wei's elongated fingernails and protruding teeth indicated the emergence of fangs, a clear sign of his affliction. If left any longer, once the fangs fully developed, Wei's mouth would be rendered useless. "Please, Taoist, you must save me," Wei cried, his voice laced with desperation, looking exceptionally grotesque. Since returning home the previous night, he had felt unwell, initially attributing it to fright. He later discovered, upon gazing into a mirror, that he had become a veritable zombie. As for why he did not seek Uncle Jiao, that was because he had just offended him. If he were to show up before him in this ghastly state, he would certainly be met with a lethal beating. After much consideration, he deemed it safer to approach the two disciples of Uncle Jiao, hoping that by sheer luck, they might possess the means to cure this corpse toxin. If Lin Wen were to learn of Wei's thoughts, he would surely find it amusing. Uncle Jiao was no petty individual. He held no grudges. Noticing Wei's frantic demeanor, Lin Wen pondered for a moment before stating, "Fortunately, this was discovered in time. Otherwise, not even a golden immortal could save you. Wakai, go fetch some glutinous rice and snake gall." "Understood, granduncle." Upon hearing he might still have a chance, Wei was overwhelmed with excitement, immediately kneeling before Lin Wen and bowing his head repeatedly. Qiusheng, witnessing this, could not help but stifle a laugh. Yet Wei had little time for mirth. As long as he did not turn into a zombie, he would do anything. Shortly thereafter, when Kai returned, his expression troubled. "Granduncle, we are out of glutinous rice." "Then Qiusheng, you go buy some glutinous rice." Observing Qiusheng's hesitance, Lin Wen inquired, "What is the matter?" "Granduncle, it is dark outside." Lin Wen glanced out the window and noted the encroaching. The sun had set during their deliberations. Recalling Qiusheng's earlier mention of the female ghost, Lin Wen finally understood his predicament. Thus, he reassured him, "Fear not, I shall protect you from the shadows." All right. With his granduncle's assurance, Qiusheng was filled with renewed vigor, hopping on his bicycle and speeding off. He didn't even bother lighting incense, as he believed his granduncle possessed immense power, and the mischievous spirits along the way would scurry away in fear, not daring to cause trouble. "Taoist, what about me?" Wei quickly intercepted Lin Wen, realizing that without glutinous rice, he would be in grave danger. "If you wish to survive, you must act swiftly. Otherwise, I cannot save you from the corpse poison." "Ah no." Wei, upon hearing this, was alarmed and immediately began leaping about the room, his ample flesh quivering with each movement, while Lin Wen had no interest in watching further. After imparting a few instructions to Wen Kai, Lin Wen gathered his belongings and set off toward the direction Qiusheng had taken. Just as he departed, Uncle Jio returned. Upon entering, he found Ah Wei bouncing about in the ancestral hall. Wen Kai. Uncle Jio expressed his displeasure, wondering how a mere absence of half an hour could lead to such chaos in the ancestral hall. What sort of oversight was Wen Kai demonstrating in his duties? Ah, master, you have returned. What is happening here? Where is your granduncle? Wen Kai recounted the events to Uncle Jio, who then regarded, oh, how did he not get bitten to death? With this lively character in the ancestral hall, Uncle Jio found himself without the inclination to sleep. He settled at the entrance, awaiting Lin Wen, for he had matters to discuss with his young granduncle. Alter the plot, gain 1 plot point. On the way, Lin Wen listened to the voice of the system, casually dispatching the small ghost that dared to peek out. According to the original plot, it was Wen Kai who had been scratched by old Master Ren and became infected with corpse poison. Now that it had shifted to Ah Wei, it was still a plausible narrative. Observing Qiusheng entering the rice shop, Lin Wen remained silent, already formulating new ideas. Shopkeeper, do you sell rice? Qiusheng dismounted his bicycle and entered the rice shop, where he found an old man chastising his son. Upon seeing a customer, the old man promptly donned a cheerful demeanor and approached. Why, of course, this is a rice shop. What else would we sell? Do you have glutinous rice? Certainly. How many pounds do you require? After a moment's thought, considering the rampant zombie threat, Qiusheng decided it prudent to stock up, stating, let us go with 50 pounds, but please ensure there is no sticky rice mixed in. Rest assured, we wouldn't tea. Upon realizing he had a big customer, the old man beamed even more, quickly summoning his son over, then turning his back to whisper, mix in 30 pounds of sticky rice. Chapter 13. My lord, please accept me. The son of the shopkeeper was initially taken aback, but soon turned to his father with an expression filled with wisdom, as if to say, I understand. After ensuring his son was adequately prepared, the old man hurriedly pulled Qiusheng aside to introduce him to the other items in the store. Once he saw that his son had managed things well, he cheerfully handed over the sack filled with rice. Why is it so heavy? As we open our doors for business, we place great importance on our reputation. Instances of shortchanging have never occurred. Qiusheng nodded, took a deep breath, and placed the sack on the rear seat of his bicycle before riding away. Watching Qiusheng grow increasingly distant, the shopkeeper felt a pang of confusion and quickly turned to his simple-minded son. At that moment, Qiusheng was riding his bicycle on the way back to the ancestral hall. With his master's ancestor by his side, he felt a profound sense of security and couldn't help but hum a little tune. It is that man. A female ghost peeked out from a dark alley, seemingly having made a certain resolution, and flew to a dilapidated house. There, a night watchman was vigorously beating a gong and calling out, the weather is dry, beware of fire. Uncle, could you come here for a moment? The female ghost called out seductively to the watchman, who had his back turned to her. Isn't that inappropriate? Just for a moment, then I shall come. Upon hearing the night watchman's impatient response, the female ghost felt a sense of disdain, and as she looked up, her gaze met a familiar face. Lin Wen was watching her with a smirk, holding a copper-coin sword used for ghost catching, exuding an air of concealed menace. Ah, Taoist. The female ghost was so startled that she froze in place, unable to move. Lin Wen approached slowly, his voice growing increasingly cold. Have I not told you that man is under my protection? Do you truly fear death for a second time with your relentless pursuit? Listening to Lin Wen's indifferent words, the female ghost knelt with a sense of grievance, tears brimming in her eyes. Taoist, you misunderstand me. Lin Wen couldn't help but snicker. These female ghosts never spoke a word of truth. Today, I shall act justly and send you into a state of utter despair. Before he could act, he felt a chill at his waist, only to see the female ghost wrapping her arms around him, her face blushing as she whispered, Taoist, I have waited for you for so long. Please accept me. In that moment, Lin Wen's mind went blank. Even after living for centuries, he had never encountered such a scene. He immediately stepped back, distancing himself 3 meters from the female ghost, frowning as he said, You must be out of your mind to attempt to seduce a Taoist. After saying this was utterly strange. Because I believe the Taoist would not resort to extreme measures, she replied shyly, seemingly enjoying the moment. Seeing Lin Wen look at her, she lowered her head, appearing pitiful. Lin Wen was thoroughly at a loss. At that moment, it seemed as though a song was playing in his ears. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind howling system. Lin Wen gritted his teeth. Why was this accursed system playing music, making him think he was hearing things? To his surprise, the system did not relent, directly commenting, What's wrong? This music fits the scene perfectly. Gazing at the female ghost kneeling on the ground, Linwen revealed a troubled expression. From what he had seen in Mr. Vampire, this female ghost was not the type to be truly wicked. He felt a pang of mercy at the thought of killing her, however, considering that she might provide him with valuable plot points. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Linwen took action. He reached out and tapped the female ghost on the forehead. Humans and ghosts are on different paths. You may leave. As she turned her back to him, tears welled up in the female ghost's eyes, and she spoke softly, I am aware of my lowly status and do not deserve the Taoist's favor. Hearing her words, Linwen sighed inwardly. Foolish child, you should wait until I transform back into a zombie before saying such things. Seeing the Taoist's benevolence, I dare to request that you save my elder sister. In our next life, I shall repay your kindness. Another side quest. Linwen furrowed his brow. He had yet to complete the main quest, and now another one had sprung up. This won't do. I do not wish to change maps just yet. Noticing Linwen's contemplative expression, the female ghost's countenance darkened. Realizing that this matter, the monster that held her sister captive was of considerable strength, and she knew the Taoist would not dare to offend it. With her heart filled with despair, just as she was about to bid farewell, Linwen spoke up. I agree, but it will take some time. Let me finish my affairs here first. Thank you, Taoist. Your great kindness will be etched in my heart, and I shall never forget it in this life. By the way, what is your sister's name, and where is she now? Upon hearing Linwen's question, Xiaoyu began to recount, My sister's name is Nie Xiaoqian. She is currently at Lanrua Temple in Gubei County. Alas, there is a demon called Heishan Laoyao who forces my sister to commit heinous acts. Taoist, my sister is being coerced. She is inherently innocent, and all of this is the doing of that Heishan Laoyao. I implore you, at your convenience, to slay this monster and restore peace to Gubei County. Xiaoyu spoke with deep emotion, as if Heishan Laoyao were an irredeemable fiend. Upon mentioning her sister's plight, the female ghost could not help but burst into tears. I am aware. Within half a month, I shall ensure you two sisters are reunited. Linwen replied with a hint of peculiarity. Good heavens, they've even brought forth the tale of a Chinese ghost story. It seems this world is indeed a melting pot, brimming with various elements. When Heishan Laoyao next comes to find me, I shall take Nie Xiaoqian along. Additionally, I will arrange her marriage with Old Master Ren.as for Nie Xiaoqian and Xiaoyu. Linwen had other plans in mind that he recalled a Taoist named Mao Shan Ming from Mr. Vampire, who, while lacking in other skills, was an expert in deception and trickery. The two little ghosts he kept were indeed prime specimens. Potential partners. If managed properly, it could yield a substantial influx of plot points. Seeing as you have nowhere to go, why not accompany me for the time being? Once you sisters are reunited, I shall find you both suitable matches. Thank you, Taoist. Xiaoyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude, though she conveniently overlooked the latter part of Linwen's statement. How fortunate it would be to follow the Taoist in this life. Observing Linwen's handsome visage, Xiaoyu couldn't help but blush. She resembled a perfectly ripened peach, exquisitely moist. Chapter 14. Exploration of the castle. Change the plot. Obtain plot point 1. I have successfully prevented the ghostly woman from meeting with Qiusheng, which seems a reasonable plot point. Qiusheng, dear nephew, this is for your own good. As a distinguished disciple of the Maoshan lineage, it is wise to avoid entanglements with female specters. After all, this matter is far too intricate for you to navigate. With the little jade figurine secured within his corpse king space, Linwen set forth on the path back to the Ancestral Hall. The Ancestral Hall. It was the dead of night when Qiusheng entered the inner chamber, bearing a large sack of glutinous rice. He was met with the stern gaze of his master, who was staring intently at him. Master, Qiusheng greeted, dropping the sack onto the ground with a dull thud. Why so much? Uncle Ju furrowed his brow. Recently, zombies had been rampant, causing widespread panic across several towns. Even the price of glutinous rice had risen considerably. This sack must weigh at least 60 to 70 pounds. One truly does not appreciate the value of rice until one bears the burden of household expenses. Uncle paid for it. Qiusheng muttered, feeling somewhat aggrieved, as if his master had forgotten that the funds for the Ancestral Hall were all in his possession. Even the majority of my Enwen-size wages are in your hands. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio frowned, pondering how he could ask his little apprentice to pay. It would be quite a blow to his dignity. He then approached the rice sack, opened the drawstring, and scooped a handful, grimacing. Why is there sticky rice in here? Qiusheng leaned in, took a closer look, and exclaimed, Cursed shopkeeper, trying to trick me with sticky rice. Uncle Gio shook his head and sighed. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Wenkai, help your senior brother remove this sticky rice. Yes, master. Wenkai replied, taking the sack from his senior brother, feeling a weighty burden settle upon him. With so much rice to sift through, it would take ages. Inside, Awei was dancing with exuberance, his face lighting up upon Qiuxin's return. "Brother Qiuxin, you're back. Keep dancing." Uncle Gio shot him a glare, causing Awei to shrink back in fear before continuing his antics. Although he had little fondness for Awei, he did not wish for him to become a zombie. "Where's your uncle?" Uncle Gio inquired, puzzled as to why Lin Wen had not yet returned at such a late hour. Despite Lin Wen's profound skills, the nighttime was when demons were most rampant, and this thought filled Uncle Gio with concern. Just as he was lost in worry, a voice echoed from outside. "Little Gio, I'm back." Lin Wen strode into the room, smiling at the gathered individuals. "Uncle." Qiuxin was about to speak when he noticed Lin Wen being drawn into the inner chamber by his master, where they seemed to be discussing something in hushed tones. Once inside, Uncle Gio's expression turned grave as he addressed Lin Wen. "Little apprentice, the situation in Rinjia town has become quite unstable." He then recounted the incident where they had witnessed a swarm of bats carrying away old man Rin. "Following the bats, I discovered an ancient castle 10 miles from Rinjia town, where dark energy has reached alarming levels. Your skills are profound, little apprentice. I propose we investigate together tomorrow." Lin Wen pondered for a moment before responding. "Since it harbors a malevolent presence, we cannot afford to ignore it. We shall set off at dawn to eradicate this calamity from the human realm." It was none other than the lair of the Western zombie. In his estimation, it resembled more of a legendary vampire than a mere zombie. Fortunately, Uncle Gio had maintained his composure. Had he acted rashly, relying on Maoshan techniques against a vampire would have yielded little effect. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke and the rooster crowed, Lin Wen and Uncle Gio prepared their talismans and set forth toward the ancient castle. Along the way, Uncle Gio engaged Lin Wen in a discussion about Taoist practices, eager to discern the extent to which his little apprentice had mastered Maoshan techniques. Previously, when witnessing Lin Wen subdue old man Ren, it had merely seemed a feint, and many subtleties had yet to be fully appreciated. Seizing the opportunity, he sought to inquire further. Though Lin Wen was the king of zombies, he had clandestinely absorbed numerous Taoist secrets over the centuries, thus he was able to respond adeptly to Uncle Gio's inquiries. After their exchange, Uncle Gio was taken aback by Lin Wen's insights. They were so astute that he hardly resembled someone who had only studied Maoshan techniques for a few years. Were it not for Lin Wen's youthful appearance, Uncle Gio might have believed him to be a centuries-old sage. "Your understanding of Taoism surpasses mine by leaps and bounds, little apprentice. Such talent would undoubtedly incite envy among your peers," Uncle Gio remarked sincerely. Following their conversation, he gained a deeper comprehension of Maoshan techniques. The barriers that had troubled him for years began to show signs of loosening, filling him with unrestrained joy. Lin Wen observed this keenly, fully aware of the outcome. He understood that had Uncle Gio not been born in an era of declining magic, he might have truly attained the status of a celestial master. Even the legendary true man might have been within his grasp. "Little apprentice, may I inquire whether you have reached the status of celestial master?" Uncle Gio asked. "Not a celestial master, but akin to one," Lin Wen replied with a mysterious smile, offering a deliberately ambiguous answer. Indeed, Old Wei had just emerged with the strength of a green zombie, having spent 20 years underground, filled with resentment. The little apprentice's ability to suppress him effortlessly indicated that his cultivation was at least at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. If he were to advance further, he would attain the realm of the celestial master. Within the Maoshan lineage, only his elder brother, Shi Jin, had reached such heights. With Lin Wen's talent, it was likely that it would not be long before a second celestial master emerged from Maoshan. Thus, the sect would wield greater influence among the Taoist community. Reflecting on his own decades of cultivation in Maoshan techniques, now only at the mid-stage of qi refinement, he realized that without a significant opportunity, achieving the status of celestial master in this lifetime was but a distant dream. The two moved swiftly, and half an hour later, they arrived at the outskirts of the ancient castle. Observing the overwhelming aura of corpse energy enveloping the castle, Uncle Gio's expression turned serious. "The corpse energy here is even more intense than yesterday. It seems that old man Ren is on the verge of transforming into a hairy zombie. At that point, he would no longer fear sunlight, and even he and Lin Wen would find it difficult to suppress him." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Uncle Gio hesitated no longer and stepped boldly into the castle. Creak. The castle door creaked open with a powerful shove, dust swirling freely in the air. The already dim light was further obscured by the dust, making it challenging for even their sharp eyes to see clearly. Uncle Gio summoned his compass, forming a hand seal. The needle quivered incessantly before finally stabilizing in one direction. Following the compass's guidance, the two began their search within the castle, yet they found themselves at a loss for clues. Strange, the corpse energy is overwhelming here, yet it is so desolate. There isn't even a single coffin. Uncle Gio frowned, as they had followed the compass's direction yet found nothing. Could there be a hidden chamber? Linwen suggested. That is a possibility. With this new line of thought, Uncle Gio set down the compass and retrieved a small incense candle from his bag. He then produced a yellow talisman, waved it gently, and a flicker of flame ignited the incense candle. A wisp of smoke drifted, leading their gaze toward the left wall. Seeing the unassuming wall, Uncle Gio exclaimed with delight, so it was hidden here. Chapter 15. Brothers share a heartbeat, yet you challenge them with wit. Although they had discovered the hidden chamber, the question of how to gain entry posed another conundrum. They searched for quite some time but uncovered no mechanisms. Must they resort to brute force? However, disturbing the presence within would place them at a disadvantage. Just as Uncle Gio pondered a solution, Linwen had already approached the wall and gently pushed. The wall recessed several inches, revealing an opening wide enough for passage. From the dark entrance, faint sounds of shrill cries could be heard. Linwen and Uncle Gio exchanged glances before stepping inside in succession. Who would have thought this place harbored such wonders? Who could have anticipated that behind an unassuming wall lay a concealed chamber? Uncle Gio marveled. No sooner had his words left his lips than the passage suddenly illuminated. Light radiated into every corner. As the initial glow faded, they beheld on either side of the walls, ominous flames flickering, casting an eerie glow. In this already narrow passage, an added sense of oppression and panic enveloped them. Realizing they had ventured deep into enemy territory, the two refrained from letting their guard down. Uncle Gio once again summoned his compass, but at that moment, the needle began to tremble erratically. Its frequency was as swift as a tempest. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Uncle Gio was taken aback. Just as he thought a misstep had occurred, a multitude of crimson dots suddenly appeared above their heads. Due to the lighting, they initially failed to discern the danger, but by the time they realized, it was too late. Bloodthirsty bats! Uncle Gio exclaimed, shedding his robe in a desperate attempt to fend off the creatures. The swarm of bats, as frantic as a swarm of bees, did not pause as they zipped past the two, instead spiraling down the passage towards the outside. In stark contrast, Linwen remained utterly still. The bats seemed to sense an unseen enemy and veered away at a distance. Observing Uncle Gio's precarious state, Linwen stepped forward, draping the robe over him, and softly inquired, "Little Gio, have you noticed anything amiss?" Uncle Gio was momentarily taken aback, seemingly confused. However, he trusted that Linwen would not speak without reason, and subsequently gestured with his fingers to deduce the situation. After a brief while, Uncle Gio's eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, "There are living souls here." Manipulating the compass, in an instant, the obstacles before him dissipated, revealing a small prison chamber within, where dozens of pallid individuals were confined. Starved of nourishment, they appeared emaciated, resembling mere skeletons. Upon seeing Uncle Gio and Linwen, the captives expressed extreme terror. "Please, I beg you, kill me. Do not drain my blood any further." The group huddled together, their weary faces etched with dread. The moment the prison doors swung open, a pale figure at the castle's apex suddenly awoke, his eyes gleaming red with a bloodthirsty light. "Damnable fiends, how dare you keep humans as a blood reservoir?" Uncle Gio fumed. If he did not slay such malevolent beings, he feared he would incur karmic retribution, hindering his progress and cultivation for life. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of swine. To become my sustenance is a grand favor. You, a mere Taoist, dare to champion their cause?" The pale figure appeared at the doorway, striding in without a hint of fear, even showing a touch of disdain as he locked eyes with Uncle Gio. The ordinary prisoners recoiled in terror at the sight of him, clustering together in a panic. "A zombie. Today, I shall rid the world of your scourge and restore peace." Uncle Gio's eyes widened in fury, and upon recognizing the true nature of his adversary, he brandished his peachwood sword and struck first. The pale figure sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Linwen, and engaged Uncle Gio in combat. Although Uncle Gio was a master of Maoshan, adept in Taoist arts, he found himself at a disadvantage against this Western undead creature. Realizing his incantations had no effect on the figure, Uncle Gio's expression turned to one of alarm, feeling quite at a loss. "Little Gio, this is a Western zombie. Maoshan techniques are futile against him," Linwen remarked, shaking his head before extending a hand to separate the two combatants. "Little Master Uncle, is there truly nothing you can do?" Uncle Gio urgently turned to Linwen, his anxiety palpable. Linwen sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Even my Maoshan arts, no matter how sophisticated, cannot contend with him." Upon hearing their exchange, the Western zombie erupted in laughter, his gaze dripping with contempt. "Your Maoshan techniques may suffice against Chinese zombies, but attempting to apply them to our esteemed bloodline is utterly foolish. Furious at the arrogance of his foe, Uncle Geo yearned to summon his ancestor spirits to vanquish this insolent being. Fully aware of his immunity to all Maoshan spells, the Western zombie grew increasingly emboldened, baring his vicious fangs and launching an assault. Linwen shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. If that is the case, I shall have to overpower the demon with sheer strength. No longer concealing his intentions, Linwen revealed his true capabilities, shedding his robe to expose his remarkably muscular physique. Then, he extended his arm, moving at a pace so slow it could be likened to that of a turtle. Observing this display, the Western zombie scoffed. After all, he was a member of the Great Bloodline, considered superhuman in every regard except for his fear of sunlight. In ancient times, their kind was revered as deities, enjoying the adoration of mortals. To him, Linwen's actions were akin to courting death. To pit a mortal against a divine being? Utterly ludicrous. Yet soon enough, he would find no humor in the situation. As Linwen's hand neared within mere inches of him, the Western zombie sensed something was amiss. In that moment, he felt the looming threat of death. Just as he attempted to evade, he discovered his legs felt as heavy as lead. Immobilized and unable to flee. He could only watch helplessly as Linwen's palm met his face. Smack. Boom. Ren Weiyong. I'm familiar with this. Linwen clapped his hands, gazing down at the incapacitated Western zombie with an air of resignation. After all this time, have you never heard of the sage Confucius from the East who governs people with reason? Observing the unfolding scene, Uncle Geo felt a swirl of complex emotions. His little master uncle was, in fact, a formidable martial artist. What was this? A dual mastery of martial and mystical arts. The mere thought of Linwen's nearly celestial level of cultivation left Uncle Geo gasping in astonishment. How could this young man, barely in his 20s, possess such strength? Was the Confucius he mentioned an elusive Taoist master? In that moment, he regretted not heeding the counsel of his elders. William, remember this. The distant East harbors great terrors. Clinging to the remnants of his consciousness, William roused Ren Weiyong, who was engaged in the act of bloodletting. I am eager to witness how you will confront Ren Weiyong, who has already succumbed to the curse of the zombie. Having spent nearly a century in China, William understood that unless a heavenly master arrived, no one could rival the might of the zombie. Nearby, Ren Weiyong, having just drained the last remnants of a body, suddenly lifted his head. Is my brother in danger? He charged through the wall, unleashing a powerful roar. 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 Upon seeing Linwen, Ren Weiyong froze momentarily, then turned and fled. Brother, why do you betray me? Chapter 16. The Feng Shui master who disappeared for 20 years. Linwen turned around, appearing before Ren Weiyong like a ghost, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his face. In contrast, Ren Weiyong, seeing his only escape route blocked, involuntarily halted, extending his slender, claw-like fingers in a gesture of intimidation towards Linwen. Ha, ha, ha. The peculiar sounds unique to zombies emerged from Ren Weiyong's lips as he touched the clear palm prints on his face, his expression one of grievance. He could not fathom why, despite having evolved into a hairy zombie, impervious to sunlight and significantly more powerful, ordinary Taoists would shun him in fear. Yet here he was, having been struck back to his original form by Linwen's 2 slaps. Had all his efforts at evolution been in vain? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Ren Weiyong decided to turn away, lying down beside William, immobile, fully embracing his defeat. Little Master Uncle, I will check if there are any other secret chambers. Observing Linwen returning Ren Weiyong, Geo Shu felt a swell of admiration. Even a hairy zombie was no match for Little Master Uncle, who had subdued him completely. He felt compelled to contribute, to alleviate the burdens of Little Master Uncle. In response to Geo Shu's request, Linwen nodded in agreement. It was the perfect opportunity to inquire about these 2 individuals, for he could not speak freely with Geo Shu present. Within the secret chamber, only William, Ren Weiyong, and Linwen remained. The blood bags had been taken away by Geo Shu and were currently in the grand hall of the castle. Before Linwen stood a defiant Western zombie and an old man feigning death. Most would find themselves at a loss with such rascals, but Linwen was no ordinary individual. He was not human. Since Geo Shu was not present, he decided to drop the pretense. One must seize the soft fruit first. Ren Weiyong, with his tough exterior, could be dealt with later. This Western zombie had repeatedly mocked him and belittled the zombies of Huaxia. Ah, so you possess quite the bravery. Linwen immediately tore away his human disguise, his fangs, more ferocious than Ren Weiyong's, pressed against William's neck as he growled, "If you enjoy bloodsucking so much, would you like to experience it yourself?" Glub. William swallowed hard, his expression one of sheer terror, as he had never anticipated that Linwen was, in fact, a zombie. What was this? A zombie masquerading as a Taoist? My goodness, this world is utterly insane. Beside him, Ren Weiyong leaped up, excitedly nuzzling against Linwen with an expression filled with adoration, seemingly forgetting how Linwen had treated him earlier. "Get away." Linwen barked at Ren Weiyong in the language of zombies. Ren Weiyong promptly retreated to the side, standing behind Linwen, evidently regarding him as an elder brother. "Had you mentioned you were a zombie earlier, I would have marveled at how the Taoist had become so formidable, able to thrash zombies at will." William, still in shock, would have doubted his sanity had it not been for the foul stench emanating from Linwen's mouth, making him dizzy. "Kill me if you must, but do not insult me. The great bloodline does not tolerate provocation." William, undeterred by Linwen's intimidation, scoffed coldly. "Are you not afraid of death?" In Linwen's understanding, even a bloodline, no matter how pure, would meet its demise if drained of its life essence. William was merely a viscount, his strength comparable to a green zombie, yet his Western zombie identity rendered Huaxia's Taoist arts ineffective against him. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Linwen, an ancient being who had coveted the path of self-destruction for centuries. William regarded Linwen with a derisive smile. "Death? I do not fear eternity, let alone death." Linwen nodded, finding his reasoning quite sound. Having sought death for many years without success, he was unwilling to grant this fellow any mercy. Just as Linwen was about to change his approach to interrogation, William's voice drifted to him. "Hee, do you not wish to know who stands behind me? Come closer, and I shall tell you." William, dragging his wounded body, leaned in close to Linwen's ear and whispered, "Once you know, you cannot kill me." Linwen. "So, you mean to say that the entity behind you is a feng shui master?" Linwen was somewhat taken aback. The thread of clues that had previously snapped had now reconnected. Yet, he felt there was something amiss about a mere feng shui master wielding control over William. The vampire. William's words held an element of truth, but one thing was certain. The death of old Ren was a scheme. Even retaining his memories after death was the handiwork of this feng shui master. Where is this feng shui master now? Linwen was eager to meet him, convinced it would yield a wealth of plot points. 10 years ago, my master stepped into the demon realm and has been silent ever since. William lamented, his soul having been stripped by the feng shui master, forced to acknowledge him as his master. Now, with chaos reigning in the demon realm, no news had reached him. He planned to search for the feng shui master in the demon realm after Ren Weiyong evolved into a hairy zombie. He could not find peace until he witnessed the master's death with his own eyes. Beside him, Ren Weiyong's gaze darkened, recalling how he had lost his soul to the feng shui master while still human. Now, as a zombie, he was merely a pawn. Ultimately, he had succumbed to the temptation of immortality. Zombies do not die, yet they live in perpetual solitude. At this moment, Ren Weiyong felt a pang of regret. "Your Majesty, in half a month's time, the gate to the demon realm shall open. With your strength, you will surely shine within, claiming a territory for yourself." In William's eyes, Linwen's power had reached the level of a corpse king, akin to a Taoist immortal or a bloodline duke. To cling to the thigh of such a formidable being was to fear no mere feng shui master. Ren Weiyong too began to envision a future where Linwen led him into the demon realm to wreak havoc. Linwen would handle the slaughter while he provided support. Just as the two were lost in their dreams of the future, Linwen extinguished their hopes with a single remark. "Let me venture into the demon realm to avenge you. Your calculations are rather audacious. However, who can say that this king does not possess a heart of compassion? As long as you obey in the future, I shall not treat you unjustly." The two zombies rejoiced, immediately pledging their loyalty. "We are willing to serve the great king, and should we break this oath, may the heavens smite us. However, Your Majesty, I have a request that I do not know whether to voice or not." William cautiously approached, his demeanor careful. "Speak freely." Linwen was elated, having heard the system's notification sound. New plot triggered, gaining 6 plot points, activating the lottery function. Seeing Linwen's delight, William's heart soared, and he quickly said, "A century ago, I inadvertently strayed from my family to Huaxia. The journey was long, and I could not find my way home. When Your Majesty enters the demon realm, could you seek out the dukes of the bloodline and inform them that I am still alive?" "Such a trivial matter. I can certainly agree." Linwen smiled bashfully, scratching the back of his head. He recalled that among the demon realm's powerful figures he had encountered that day was a duke of the bloodline. He wondered if, after centuries, that bloodline still existed. "Thank you, Master." William's heart brimmed with joy as he immediately knelt on the ground, even changing his address to Master. Yet, his eyes gradually filled with resentment, hidden from view as he bowed his head. When I return to my family, you will all perish. Chapter 17. The Four-Eyed Taoist. How could the illustrious blood clan stoop to serve others like mere dogs? Once all 10 dukes of our clan emerge, it shall be the day of your annihilation. Lin Wen, of course, sensed William's unusual demeanor, yet he paid it little mind. If the other party were to exhibit some sense, it would be well. However, should they dare to defy him, then they need not blame him for being ungracious. Little master uncle, how shall we deal with these 2 zombies? Upon returning, Jiao Shu had scoured the castle and finally unearthed some valuable items. Observing the blood-red jewels in the other's grasp, William's pupils contracted, yet he adeptly concealed his reaction. Jiao Shu found himself in a quandary, while Ren Weiyong was straightforward enough to be dispatched with a single flame. This Western zombie was an entirely different matter, and he had no idea how to proceed. Fortunately, with little master uncle present, otherwise, it would have been a disaster today. Take them back to the Righteous Temple for further consideration. In the hall, those whom William had deemed a blood bank lay on the floor, moaning incessantly. Taoist, please save us. Taoist, you are compassionate. Do not abandon us. Taoist, I implore you. I cannot remain here. I do not wish to die. Upon seeing Jiao Shu emerge, these tortured souls rallied around him, as if invigorated by some elixir. Gazing upon these wretched beings, Jiao Shu's heart ached, unable to bear the thought of leaving them to suffer here. Yet, in their current state, neither human nor ghost, where could they possibly go? These individuals had been poisoned too deeply, having strayed beyond the realm of humanity, now fearing sunlight and yearning for blood. Jiao Shu, finding no alternative, resolved to leave them here for the time being, as he still had 2 zombies at his back. It would be prudent to return to the Righteous Temple sooner rather than later. Everyone, please stay in the castle for a few days. I shall return to escort you once I find a new location. Upon hearing this, the crowd assumed Jiao Shu intended to abandon them, surrounding him with fierce expressions, blocking his path. Wretched Taoist, why should you save us if you are so useless? Damn Taoist, why have you not been bitten by a zombie? Do you intend to feign righteousness here? Bah! Damn it! This Taoist seeks to harm us. Everyone, seize him and strike him down. In the shadows, Lin Wen observed this absurdity with exasperation. Good heavens, what twisted logic is this? These individuals encircled Jiao Shu, yet they made a point to steer clear of William and Ren Weiyong. If you do not step aside, I shall take action. Jiao Shu's face flushed as he brandished his peachwood sword, hesitating to strike. In his eyes, they were mere mortals, and he could not bring himself to harm them. At this moment, Jiao Shu found himself in a precarious position. Wretched Taoist, perish! One woman, her face twisted in rage, lunged at Jiao Shu, her eyes filled with a ravenous thirst for blood. Having been the most vociferous moments ago, she now charged forward without fear, seeing that Jiao Shu did not dare to retaliate. Lin Wen could no longer bear to watch. He commanded Ren Weiyong to remove these half-living souls. Then he revealed himself, delivering a kick that sent Ren Weiyong flying. Immediately, Ren Weiyong feigned a grievous, dying state, eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Lin Wen, then rolled his eyes back and fainted. Esteemed individuals, I am a disciple of Mao Shan. Rest assured, as long as I am present, I shall find you a place to reside and thrive. I vow this upon the honor of Mao Shan. Lin Wen spoke with righteous fervor, and coupled with his prior actions, his image in the eyes of the crowd soared immensely. Little master uncle, do you truly have a way to shelter them? Jiao Shu inquired, furrowing his brow. Of course. The cave where my master once cultivated will suffice. I have resided there for some time. It is seldom visited and has ample farmland. It would be perfect for them. Hearing this was indeed the best outcome. Observing Jiao Shu in this manner, one could almost forget how these people had treated him before. However, Lin Wen possessed not Jiao Shu's compassionate heart. Gazing at the ungrateful wretches, Lin Wen felt a cold smile creep upon his lips. He affixed a talisman upon Ren Weiyong, which Jiao Shu recognized as Mao Shan's corpse-controlling talisman. Following this, Ren Weiyong led the group away. Though Jiao Shu felt some apprehension, he chose not to voice it, respecting Lin Wen's authority. Just before parting, Lin Wen whispered to Ren Weiyong, once at the destination, drain them dry. As for where to take them, Lin Wen had already formulated a plan. The town of Tingting seemed ideal. Upon arrival, he would instruct Ren Weiyong to transform these ingrates into zombies. With his strength, it would suffice for him to assume the role of a zombie overlord in that town. In these times, zombies were nearly on the verge of being classified as protected species, and a mere hairy zombie was already considered the pinnacle among mortals. These expendable zombies could serve as experience fodder for Qiusheng and the others. To be an experience package for the protagonist, was this not a fitting fate? These individuals were no kin of his, and dared to persecute Jiao Shu. They truly did not know the meaning of impending doom. Being turned into zombies by Ren Wei-yong would be a mercy upon them. As they exited the castle, the sunlight waned, and Lin Wen walked ahead, with the bound William in tow, led by Jiao Shu. Due to the presence of a Western zombie, they returned under the cover of darkness. Outside the Righteous Temple, Qiusheng and Wen Kai waited anxiously. "Senior brother, where do you suppose Master and Grandmaster have gone? We have not seen them all day. Who knows? Today has been a trial for us. Not only did we earn no coin, but we nearly tarnished Master's reputation as well." Qiusheng wore a troubled expression, his face a mask of concern. Had it not been for the chance encounter with the Four-Eyed Master, their meager abilities would have left them utterly embarrassed. If Jiao Shu were to discover that these two disciples were once again engaging in reckless endeavors for profit, he would surely be infuriated. "Your master has yet to return." A tall, slender, middle-aged Taoist approached, peering into the distance, scanning for any signs. "We greet you, Master Uncle." "Greetings, Master Uncle." Qiusheng and Wen Kai quickly bowed in respect. Gazing at the stars above, the four-eyed Taoist felt a twinge of anxiety. Though he trusted his senior brother's abilities, the prolonged absence raised concerns about potential troubles. Just as he contemplated this, a familiar figure appeared from the side. "Senior brother." "Junior brother." The brothers were elated to see one another, and Jiao Shu quickly pulled the four-eyed Taoist towards the Righteous Temple. However, to his surprise, the four-eyed Taoist remained unmoving, coldly fixing his gaze upon Lin Wen, his voice laced with frost. "Is it you who dares impersonate my esteemed uncle?" Jiao Shu, bewildered by the unfolding events, quickly regained his composure and interjected, "Junior brother, do not be disrespectful to little Master Uncle. Apologize at once." The four-eyed Taoist waved his hand dismissively, his eyes gleaming with wisdom as if he could see through it all. "Brother, you have been deceived by this young brat. Our revered elder has passed away many years. He has no time to accept disciples. Watch as I unmask this fraud." With that, the four-eyed Taoist prepared to act. In his estimation, Lin Wen, being youthful, could only have acquired a rudimentary understanding of Maoshan arts through clandestine study. As a legitimate heir of Maoshan, he believed subduing a mere impostor would be a trivial matter. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Wen exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden emergence of a zombie. Was the four-eyed Taoist intending to use his customer as a weapon? Chapter 18. I was wrong, little Master Uncle. Though these zombies bore corpse-restraining talismans, their strength was remarkable, easily on par with that of a white zombie. The lineage of zombies has possessed a comprehensive evolutionary system since their inception. The lowest tier is the white zombie, which fears light and humans, retreating at the mere sight of livestock. Above them are the green zombies, hairy zombies, and the bone-melting varieties. For Simi, these customers might pose a challenge to ordinary individuals, but when faced with Lin Wen, they could only count themselves unfortunate. "Enough," Uncle Jiao bellowed, stepping in front of Lin Wen and driving all the zombies aside. He then turned to Taoist Simi with displeasure, saying, "Junior brother, do not stray from the path. Uncle Simi, let us return indoors to discuss this. It is frightfully cold outside." Qiusheng quickly attempted to mediate, and with an opportunity presented, Simi coldly snorted and waved his sleeve, departing. As the sound of bells rang, the zombies encircling Lin Wen lined up orderly, stepping into the mortuary one by one. "Little Master Uncle, my junior brother is rather ignorant and has disturbed you." "Not at all. I too wish to test the Taoist skills of this nephew of mine." Lin Wen replied with a cheerful smile, displaying no signs of dissatisfaction at the slander. This earned him Uncle Jiao's admiration. Indeed, he was a remarkable young master with extraordinary composure. His own junior brother was truly causing a ruckus. Why provoke the little Master Uncle of all people? Wouldn't he end up facing consequences later on? "System, is this the identity you have assigned me?" Lin Wen felt somewhat exasperated. How could it be so lacking in rigor? If even a mere Simi dared to question him, what would happen if others followed suit? He might as well abandon pretense altogether. Would he have to prove his identity to every disciple of Maoshan he encountered? What a hassle that would be. The system remained silent for a moment. "Given that the host's plot points have reached 10, would you like to draw a lottery?" "I draw. You sister." Lin Wen gritted his teeth, increasingly irritated with the system. After all the time spent serving as a host, couldn't he at least be a bit more proficient? He hadn't even received an answer to his previous question. Due to insufficient energy, this system can only convey dreams to Uncle Jiao. However, your identity is genuine, and the host may freely roam, with the system safeguarding you. All right, quickly explain how this lottery works. Lin Wen waved his hand, not wishing to delve deeper. If he encountered a Maoshan disciple in the future, he could simply be more assertive, perhaps even slapping Shi Jian if necessary. He couldn't believe anyone would dare to question him further. The host is saving the world. How can he work without reaping benefits? After negotiations between this system and the world consciousness, the host can exchange every 10 plot points for a lottery chance, with prizes sponsored by the world consciousness. All random, no shady dealings, dear. The system's coyness made Lin Wen feel somewhat nauseated. However, the thought of exchanging 10 plot points for a lottery did pique his interest, especially with the system's guarantee. System, let us draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the cultivation of a celestial master. Huh. In that instant, Lin Wen felt a sudden transformation in his aura. The limitations imposed upon zombies and humans rendered him unable to practice Taoist arts. The Taoist path of refining essence into qi. And qi into spirit revolves around cultivating zombies, detested by heaven and forsaken by humanity, do not belong to the 5 elements, failing to reincarnate after death, thus being rejected by the heavenly way. Humans cultivate the primordial spirit. Lin Wen's knowledge of Taoist techniques stemmed from years of clandestinely studying the world's Taoist arts. His mind was akin to a walking repository of Taoist treasures. He had often pondered his own nature. Was he some hybrid of human and zombie? It wasn't until he encountered the system that he realized he was a bug within the world, not belonging to the zombie lineage, akin to a virus, and a highly invasive one at that. Good heavens, the entity destined to save the world turned out to be a virus. This left Lin Wen somewhat speechless. Inside the mortuary, Simi was engaged in an intense argument with Uncle Gio. Simi sat in a chair, legs crossed, holding the tea handed to him by Chushing, his expression quite displeased. Brother, let us not forget how many years it has been since our ancestor passed. Just look at that boy. With his bookish demeanor, can he possibly be suited for the Taoist arts? I certainly do not believe so. Not to mention, if Master were here, he would undoubtedly share my sentiments. Simi gestured animatedly, spitting words as he spoke. To him, Lin Wen's youth and his mid-tier cultivation of refining essence into qi seemed to be the pinnacle of his potential. He himself had studied Mao Shan Taoism for many years and had long stepped into the peak. To acknowledge a mere novice as his master uncle, absolutely not. Even if it were true, he would refuse. Junior brother, how many times must I reiterate? Lin Wen is indeed the disciple of our ancestor. If you doubt me, I shall perform a ritual and summon him forth. Hold on, let us not forget how busy he must be. As for Lin Wen, I truly cannot see any remarkable qualities in him. How about this? Let us compete. We shall test our understanding of Mao Shan Taoism and see whose techniques are more refined. If he defeats me, I will bow to him without hesitation. Simi displayed a nonchalant demeanor, confident that Lin Wen would not stand a chance against him. After all, he had entered the sect decades before Lin Wen, and his understanding of Mao Shan Taoism was far beyond what a newcomer could compare to. Furthermore, their ancestor had never taught him. The disciples he accepted were of no concern to him. Only a brother like Uncle Gio would be so stubbornly traditional. Wakai, look outside. Why is it so bright? Could it be daytime? That shouldn't be. We just had dinner. Wakai rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to see an astonishing sight. He then shouted, Master, it's bad. Master Uncle. He exploded. Uncle Gio furrowed his brows, the commotion outside only heightening his agitation. This Wakai, making such a ruckus, truly lacked decorum. Did he not see he was conversing with his junior brother? Wait, what did he just say about an explosion? Little Master Uncle. Uncle Gio immediately stepped outside, followed closely by Taoist Simi. With such a clamor outside, he naturally had to see what was occurring. Master, look quickly, Master Uncle. He exploded. When Kai pointed to the courtyard, and the two followed his gesture, only to see Lin Wen seated upon a wooden stump, eyes closed in meditation, embodying tranquility with his heart focused upwards. Around Lin Wen, energy flowed, and extraordinary phenomena emerged. From Qiuxing and Wenkai's perspective, Lin Wen appeared akin to a colossal sun, radiating brilliance. Could it be that he is a celestial master? Uncle Ju was utterly bewildered. Just the previous day, Lin Wen was still at the level of an earth master, and now he had ascended to that of a celestial master. Surely such talent must have its limits. Beside him, Taoist Simi wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Just moments ago, he had spoken of challenging Lin Wen, believing him to be of a mere mid-tier status. Now, it appeared that Lin Wen had merely been playing the part of a novice, hiding his true prowess. As he gazed at Lin Wen, who was now radiating golden light, Simi regretted his earlier arrogance. Chapter 19 All explanatory rights reserved by the system in Taoism. The path of cultivation is encapsulated in a singular, time-honored system. Refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and merging emptiness with the Tao. These correspond to the roles of the human master, the earthly master, the celestial master, and the true person. What lies beyond this framework remains shrouded in mystery. The celestial mastery imparted to Lin Wen by the system can only be described as flawless. After all, it is backed by the consciousness of the world, and it would be unwise to substitute anything of inferior quality. At present, Lin Wen embodies a dual cultivation of both Taoist and zombie practices, representing two extremes that harmoniously coexist within him. Host, Lin Wen cultivation, Corpse King realm, initial stage of refining spirit into emptiness identity. Zombie King, disciple of Maoshan plot point. 5 Now, he can freely wield Taoist techniques, such as the Golden Light Charm and the Yin Yang 5 Thunders. Congratulations, little master uncle, on ascending to the realm of Celestial Master, exclaimed Jiao Shu, approaching. The two, finally snapping to attention, replied respectfully, Congratulations, master uncle, on your elevation to Celestial Master. The joy radiating from Jiao Shu was palpable. Lin Wen was merely in his 20s yet had attained the Celestial Master level. Such talent is indeed a rarity. Over the past few centuries, the youngest Celestial Masters documented in Taoist texts were in their 30s. Even Lin Wen's elder brother, Shi Jian, only reached this stage at the age of 40. 300 years of longevity, blessings, and health. Junior brother. Jiao Shu turned back, casting a knowing glance at Taoist Simu. The latter, with a pained expression, hurried over and bowed deeply. Simu pays respects to Master Uncle and congratulates you on your elevation to Celestial Master. Hearing the mechanical and wooden words, Lin Wen waved his hand dismissively. He sensed that Simu had yet to recover from his previous shock. Although he himself regarded the celestial mastery as unremarkable, it would undoubtedly spare him considerable trouble. In the future, when vanquishing demons and evil spirits, he would possess a legitimate means to do so. Dear Master Uncle, I have wronged you in the past. Please forgive my transgressions. Simu approached, attempting to curry favor with Lin Wen. After living for several centuries, one would think he would possess greater magnanimity. Lin Wen waved his hand again, indicating that he bore no ill will. Simu, as if granted a reprieve, visibly relaxed, his gaze toward Lin Wen growing increasingly gentle. Wasn't that insufferable monk boasting about their great bodhisattva? Here was his little master uncle, only in his 20s. Mastering the Taoist celestial arts, surely excelling in every aspect compared to that monk's disciple. Simu mused to himself, resolved to invite his little master uncle to stay for a couple of days. But what excuse could he concoct? Wasn't there a female disciple accompanying that insufferable monk? With his master uncle's youthful vigor, a mere display of skill might win him the heart of a beauty. Oh, bald donkey, I shall make you rue the day you crossed paths with me. Inside the room, Jiao Shu observed Lin Wen's burgeoning power and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke solemnly, Little Master Uncle, there is a matter of concern. Speak freely. Lin Wen replied, noting the fluctuation of emotions on Jiao Shu's face, which only began to ease after Lin Wen's ascension to celestial mastery. With Lin Wen's encouragement, Jiao Shu divulged, a few days ago, while escorting 2 disciples across a mountain peak, I noticed an overwhelming aura of corpse energy, suspecting the presence of an ancient corpse at work. Subsequently, I encountered several formidable zombies, and soon fell into unconsciousness, only to awaken in a mortuary. Jiao Shu's narrative was vivid and compelling, prompting a frown from Simu. Could it be a soul-bewitching corpse? What is a soul-bewitching corpse? Not only was Jiao Shu intrigued, but Lin Wen too was captivated, having never encountered this term in his years of dealing with zombies. Simu, with a solemn expression, began to recollect. A soul-bewitching corpse is a type of zombie, distinct from others. It is a man-made mutation. I once witnessed one of the green zombie variety ensnaring hundreds in a delusional state, leading them to harm one another. What a gruesome sight it was. Jiao Shu believed Simu's. Lin Wen nodded thoughtfully, surmising that the soul-bewitching corpse was likely a product of human experimentation on zombies. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Given the historical context, this was during the Republican era, a time of warlords and chaos. The Americans had dispatched numerous scientists to China in search of the secrets behind the immortality of zombies. He recalled a film where a zombie, influenced by unscrupulous scientists, became indistinguishable from human beings, particularly fond of music, and could walk in sunlight as a green zombie, possessing immense strength, capable of slaying a cow with but 3 strikes. By the way, what is the name of that mountain peak? Tianwu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Wen realized what Jiao Shu was referring to. Tianwu Mountain. Wasn't that the very place he had been? As for the 3 who had fallen unconscious, Lin Wen had instructed a few of his zombie subordinates to expedite their return to the mortuary overnight, initially leading them to believe they were merely dreaming, thus disregarding the incident. Little did he expect Jiao Shu to take it seriously. By the tone of his voice, it seemed he expected Lin Wen to pay a visit. However, if he were to go, what would that imply? Would he be confronting himself? It appeared he could only deflect with the pretext of the soul-bewitching corpse. For this matter, Jiao Shu had been restless for several nights. On the first day of the incident, he had sent a message to his elder brother, expressing the potential dangers of the situation. Unfortunately, the speed of communication was slow. It would take at least half a month for the message to reach his elder brother's hands. This back and forth would stretch over a month. Previously, Lin Wen had hesitated to delve deeper due to his insufficient cultivation. Now that his little master uncle had attained celestial mastery, he was at the pinnacle among mortals. Dealing with a few century-old zombies would surely be effortless. Ahem, in that case, I shall stabilize my realm before I investigate. Lin Wen opted to delay, as his zombie subordinates were still inside. If he were to confront them, would it lead to conflict? It would be wiser to stall Jioshu for a while longer and have the system blur his memory of this incident. Thus, it would fade into obscurity. Little master uncle, if you wish to stabilize your realm, come to my place. Simu stood up, seemingly fearing rejection, and hastily added, my abode is picturesque and secluded, featuring waterfalls, deep valleys, and rare herbs, truly a paradise on earth. I assure you will be thoroughly satisfied. Listening to Simu's vivid descriptions, Lin Wen felt a stir of interest. Daoist Simu also had a storyline involving a Borderlands royal-turned-zombie. However, it was the Republican era now. The Qing dynasty had long since perished. Could that plot still be triggered? Host need not worry. The world's consciousness will integrate the plot, and you merely need to intervene and alter it. By heavens, Lin Wen grasped the meaning of the system's words. Wasn't this the very essence of all explanatory rights belong to the world's consciousness? And who was the messenger of this consciousness if not the system itself? This intermediary was playing the game quite cleverly. Chapter 20. The Ancient Tomb of the Heavenly Corpse. Under the relentless persuasion of the four-eyed Taoist, Lin Wen reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Early the next morning, the two set forth on their journey. Take care, Uncle Master. Jioshu Wen gazed longingly at Lin Wen, his heart heavy at the thought of his departure. After I am gone, you must diligently immerse yourselves in the study of Maoshan techniques and refrain from causing your Should anything arise, write to me, and I shall return upon receiving your message, Lin Wen instructed, bidding farewell to each of them in turn. Jioshu lingered at the threshold for a considerable time, only retreating to the estate once the figures had completely vanished from sight. No sooner had he stepped into the ancestral hall than a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Fengjiao, my junior brother, I am aware. I shall arrive within 10 days. Upon hearing this voice, Jioshu was instantly overwhelmed with joy. This was the Taoist technique of transmitting sound across vast distances, a skill possessed solely by his elder brother, Shi Jian, within the entire Maoshan sect. Once my brother arrives, the zombies of Wushan will surely be rendered powerless. The recollection of that day's terror still sent a shiver down Jioshu's spine. The strength of that zombie king was formidable. Perhaps only his junior uncle could contend with it. On the road, Four-Eyed and Lin Wen engaged in discussions about Maoshan Taoism. In his view, Lin Wen had attained the realm of heavenly master at such a tender age, suggesting a unique understanding of the Taoist arts. Having previously offended this young master, he thought that seizing the opportunity to exchange insights on Taoism might mend their relationship, a true twofold gain. With this in mind, Four-Eyed resolved to express agreement with whatever Lin Wen said. To Four-Eyed's earnest inquiries, Lin Wen could only respond with a few words. Actually, I am utterly ignorant of Taoism, truly deserving of the title of junior uncle, this Four-Eyed began, only to realize something amiss. Awkwardly stepping aside to ring the bell, signaling the customers to halt. Junior uncle, are you still angry with me? Here, take this. Let those zombies beat me as they please. I can endure it. You've misunderstood, Lin Wen replied, bemused. I genuinely know nothing of Taoism. Are you serious? Absolutely. Lin Wen stated earnestly. For instance, I merely glanced at the Golden Light Charm once, and it was as if I had passively assembled a skill named the Golden Light Charm. Four-Eyed listened in confusion. Having traversed numerous places over the years, he had encountered countless phenomena, yet he found his junior uncle inscrutable. The terms assembly and skill sounded like an alien language to him. Lin Wen wore a pained expression. He too wished it were different. Each time he perused Taoist texts, he felt as if he were being overwhelmed by knowledge. Initially, he had accepted this fate for the sake of survival, but as time passed, even the head of Longhu Mountain had come seeking his guidance on Taoism. Over the centuries, he had outlasted countless Taoists, yet he himself remained unscathed. Uncle Master, you truly are I am in awe. Four-Eyed's lips twitched, unable to refute the truth of it, as if the heavens themselves were conspiring to provide for him. Lin Wen remained silent, producing a blood-red orb. This had been discovered in William's castle, and Jioshu had been unable to discern its nature, thus entrusting it to Lin Wen for examination. As he scrutinized the blood-red sphere in the sunlight, it appeared exceptionally vivid, akin to fresh blood. It resembled the blood gem of the vampire clan, yet its aura was too feeble, leaving Lin Wen uncertain. Hey! Four-Eyed rang the bell, halting the zombies in their tracks. Lin Wen's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, what is it? Four-eyed hurried to Lin Wen's side, pointing discreetly at a few figures in the distance. We've encountered some reckless individuals claiming to be lost in the mountains, seeking us as guides. Before them stood 3 men and a woman, all clad in exquisite protective gear. Except for the woman, each man carried a mountaineering backpack, appearing well prepared. There is no need to engage with them. Lin Wen waved his hand dismissively, a cold smile forming in his heart. These individuals were undoubtedly attempting to deceive them into becoming their guides after entering the mountain. Fortunately, he was present. Had Four-eyed been alone, he might have encountered some misfortune. Sensing a subtle tremor from the blood-red gem, Lin Wen pondered for a moment and leaned closer to Four-eyed's ear. "Miss, can we trust these people? We have firearms. What do we have to fear from them?" The woman shot him a disdainful glance, then turned to Four-eyed, who approached with an air of arrogance. "Well then, have you negotiated with your customers?" Four-eyed grinned, extending his hand with a cheerful demeanor. "Acting as guides will cost $100. Why don't you go rob someone instead?" The leading man exclaimed angrily, stepping forward to confront the audacious Taoist. "Very well, we will pay." The woman remained calm, stopping her companion with a wave of her hand. "Here is a deposit of 30 coins. I will pay you the full 100 upon completion of the task." Four-eyed's eyes widened as he accepted the leather pouch containing the coins, verifying its contents before stowing it away. His uncle was indeed correct. No matter what he demanded, they would comply. If only he had asked for more. Judging by their attire, they must come from a wealthy background. Up ahead is Wudishan. To the east lies Quake Town. To the west is Heizhi Mountain. And 70 miles to the south is Saishu Town, famous for its oil cake street. Four-eyed began to elaborate. Having spent years guiding the dead, he was exceptionally familiar with the terrain here, having traversed much of Huaxia, making the local areas as familiar as his own home. "Uncle, you are truly impressive. You must have traveled extensively as a corpse chaser." The woman gazed at Four-eyed with admiration, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes fixed on him. Gulp. Four-eyed swallowed hard. Were it not for the presence of the sturdy men, he might have attempted to flirt. After all, in his youth, he had been quite the dashing rogue. Ahem, naturally. "I have been to Shanxi, Shandong, Hunan, Miaozhong. What place have I not visited?" "Then you must have been to the ancient tomb of the heavenly corpse." "What did you say?" Four-eyed sprang up alertly, eyeing the group with suspicion. "Where did you hear about this place?" "Oh, I merely heard it from the master at the tea house." "Taoist, what's wrong? Does the ancient tomb of the heavenly corpse truly exist?" The woman feigned surprise, then pulled Four-eyed back down. "Of course. The legend of the ancient tomb of the heavenly corpse is immensely significant," Four-eyed declared emphatically, seemingly concerned that the woman might doubt him as he lowered his voice. Lin Wen perked up his ears, intrigued by the so-called ancient tomb of the heavenly corpse. According to legend, the ancient tomb of the heavenly corpse, Chapter 21. Miss Li of the Li family. It is rumored that the tomb of the celestial corpse holds nothing. You, Taoist, are truly seeking death. The words of even the woman's countenance darkened. Despite her composure, she could scarcely suppress her anger. Sensing the atmosphere shift palpably, Four-eyed raised his voice a notch. "Do you still not believe? Do you think I would deceive you?" Observing the earnestness etched on Four-eyed's face, the woman's heart began to waver. Could it be that the tomb of the celestial corpse truly does not exist? What then of her grandfather's ailment? Master Huang had proclaimed that the sole remaining elixir of life resided within that very tomb. Contemplating this, she rose to her feet, bowing respectfully to the Four-eyed Taoist, her gaze sincere. "To be frank, we hail from the Li family of I am Li Xna. We have come to the mainland because my grandfather is gravely ill, and it is said that within the tomb of the celestial corpse lies a life-restoring herb. If you can guide me to the treasures of the tomb, you shall be our Li family's most steadfast ally." Li Xna's declaration was imbued with sincerity, so much so that even the seasoned Four-eyed could find no fault. "Young lady, I advise against such a venture. The elixir of life is but a ruse, and the perils within that tomb are numerous. With your party alone, it is likely you would not return." Four-eyed attempted to dissuade her further, but the woman was resolute. After all, having accepted their coin, it would be impolite to obstruct their quest. "I cannot make this decision alone. Let me consult my master-uncle." "Master uncle?" Li Xna queried, her expression one of confusion. Four-eyed appeared to be in his 40s. How could he possibly have a master-uncle? Surely that man would be of advanced age, perhaps in his 70s or 80s. Yet, the older one grows, the more skills one acquires. Perhaps his master-uncle is indeed a remarkable individual. Four-eyed respectfully invites my junior master. The Four-eyed Taoist bowed deeply to his patrons, exhibiting great deference. "Taoist, your master-uncle isn't one of those zombies, is he?" Li Xna's expression turned peculiar. It was rather absurd for a Taoist to claim a zombie as a master-uncle. Even the bodyguards surrounding her could no longer contain their amusement. Bursting into mockery, one male bodyguard leaned closer to Li Xinai and whispered, "Miss, that Taoist seems to be up to no good." Perhaps. He then mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. The young lady, of esteemed status, felt it necessary to eliminate any potential threats. Lixnh shot him a cold glare, causing the man to feel as if he were under the gaze of a venomous serpent, the pressure mounting. Could it be that the young lady had already attained internal martial prowess? Do not underestimate any Taoist. Master Huang has thrived in Taiwan, possessing skills that extend far beyond mere fortune-telling. I understand, the bodyguard replied. Just as Li Xinai was about to voice her thoughts, a figure suddenly leaped from the horde of zombies. He ascended from the back of a zombie, performing what resembled a push-up, and then, using that momentum, landed gracefully before the group. "This is your master, uncle." Li Xinai was momentarily taken aback. Her mind paused briefly as she beheld Lin Wen's remarkably youthful visage, unsure of what to articulate. The man before her, scarcely in his 20s, possessed striking features. His countenance was as refined as jade, with sharp brows and a straight nose. His eyes shimmering like the vast galaxy, exceptionally radiant. Even Li Xinai, accustomed to handsome men, could not help but steal a few glances. Particularly, Lin Wen's ethereal demeanor, coupled with his Taoist robe, seemed to accentuate his current identity. "This is your so-called master, uncle. You must be jesting." Li Xinai could not refrain from exclaiming. How could such a young and dashing lad possibly be the uncle of a lecherous old man? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Faride's annoyance grew, but bound by Lin Wen's presence, he could only grumble, "Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Your journey to the tomb of the celestial corpse is what truly matters. Then we shall rely on you, Taoist." Li Xinai gritted her teeth. Though she was headstrong, she recognized that now was not the time for confrontation and chose to endure for the moment. As dusk descended and no resting places were in sight, the group ignited a bonfire and gathered around it. Four-eyed, accustomed to traversing the roughest terrains over many years, was unperturbed. He had long grown accustomed to sleeping beneath the sky. As for Lin Wen, he had slumbered in swamps during his centuries as a zombie. The members of the Li family, however, retrieved an assortment of peculiar items from their backpacks. Under Lin Wen's watchful gaze, these items were assembled, ultimately transforming into a tent. Lixna cast a haughty glance at them before entering the tent. To Lin Wen's zombie eyes, the alluring springtime scene within was laid bare. "Taoist, these are truly zombies." After some conversation, the group began to grow more familiar with one another. Observing the row of zombies standing at attention, the male bodyguards felt a twinge of fear. After all, encountering such creatures at night was undeniably unsettling. Four-eyed chuckled, then pointed his finger, causing the band of zombies to line up and hop towards the group, though bound by the corpse-restraining talismans. The sight still "We concede." Four-eyed raised an eyebrow, ringing a bell. At the sound, the zombies began to sway rhythmically, as if lulled by a soothing melody. If he did not showcase some skill, they might indeed take him for a mere freeloader. Inside the tent, Li Xinai knelt on the ground. She then removed her undergarment, revealing her snow-white skin. The two ample mounds seemingly yearning to break free from their confines. A piece of white cloth silently fell to the ground as Li Xinai shed her clothing. Looking around, the tent was filled with a chaotic jumble of silhouettes, and the external clamor echoed incessantly, confirming that no one was watching. Li Xinai untied the white cloth, revealing a small jade pendant. This item, entrusted to her by Master Huang, possessed the singular ability to sense the elixir of life. Since arriving on the mainland, this jade pendant had remained with her, never leaving her side. Each night, she held it tightly against her chest to find solace. Outside the tent, Lin Wen pressed down on the pulsating crimson orb, a look of suspicion crossing his face. This orb, usually unremarkable, seemed particularly agitated today. Grasping the orb in his hand, Lin Wen began to meditate. "Even at this late hour, my master uncle continues to cultivate. No wonder he is on the path to becoming a celestial master," Four-eyed remarked, harboring even greater admiration for Lin Wen. He reflected on his own apprentice, wishing fervently that he possessed even half of his junior's diligence. How could they be of similar age yet so vastly different in capability? Just as Four-eyed prepared to settle down for the night, he heard the faintest of footsteps emanating from the nearby thicket. Upon discerning the source, he abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that someone was attempting to pilfer from his customers. Lin Wen, perched atop a tree, also sensed something amiss below. He observed a cloaked figure rummaging quietly. Four-eyed approached from behind, raising his bell to strike the man's head with force. Ouch! When the cloaked figure turned around, Four-eye's expression shifted to one of shock, exclaiming involuntarily, "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Chapter 22. The gathering of Taoists at the ancient tomb. Master brother. The figure in the black robe clutched his head, wincing in pain. Upon discerning the identity of the person behind him, he couldn't help but exclaim, The commotion had awakened the few guards who had been dozing off. Instinctively, they reached for their waists and scanned their surroundings. Second, why are you on night watch? I have no idea, brother. I felt inexplicably drowsy today and dozed off without realizing it. The younger man stood up, aggrieved, and noticed the group of zombies nearby, unsure of what they were doing. Daoist, is something amiss? No, my customers are merely hungry. I am just lighting some incense. Upon learning the reason, the others did not approach, as they preferred to keep their distance from something as ominous as zombies. They promptly retreated, maintaining a significant distance from the group of zombies and the man named Simo. With a dark expression, Simo dragged the black-robed man to a secluded spot. The latter winced in pain, letting out a cry. If I hadn't recognized you, those zombies would have truly feasted. Am I not allowed to be here? Simo countered, leaving the black-robed man feeling quite embarrassed. Linwen observed the black-robed man's expression, feeling somewhat puzzled. How did Mao Shanming end up here? He was the disciple of Jiao Shu and Simo, a successor of the Mao Shan lineage, possessing some knowledge of Taoist arts, albeit often relying on two mischievous spirits to swindle others. Linwen was somewhat familiar with his exploits, deceiving wealthy patrons and outsmarting bandits. His presence here was unexpected. Isn't it due to financial difficulties that you resorted to this? Mao Shanming said, somewhat sycophantically, surprised to encounter his master brother in this place. Fortunately, it was Simo. Had it been someone else, a contest of skills would have been inevitable. You, over the years, have not shed your habit of petty thievery. If this continues, your merits will diminish, your Taoist practice will stagnate, and how will you face the ancestors of Mao Shan? Simo lamented, shaking his head in disappointment before pulling Mao Shanming toward Linwen. Master uncle, this is my junior brother, Mao Shanming. Upon hearing Simo's introduction and gazing at the exceptionally handsome young man before him, Linwen felt his mind momentarily stall, unable to comprehend. Seeing Mao Shanming's dazed expression, Simo grew anxious and gestured urgently. Mao Shanming understood and, with a sense of trepidation, bowed deeply to Linwen. I pay my respects to Master Uncle. Simultaneously, he wondered when a new Master Uncle had appeared in Mao Shan, and why he was so remarkably youthful, leaving him somewhat flustered. Seeing Simo's deep respect, Mao Shanming's doubts were significantly alleviated. By the way, you haven't explained why you were here. Simo inquired, puzzled, as this place was rarely frequented and was the prime route for corpse transport. A Taoist like Mao Shanming should not have been here. Hearing his words, Mao Shanming lowered his head, his face reddening as he stammered, Isn't it to procure some wealth to improve my living conditions? This is a remote and impoverished area. Where would the wealth come from? Simo was clearly skeptical, convinced that his junior brother was not being truthful. Well, if you can deceive your own master brother, Mao Shanming, you truly have talent. Little master uncle, you must teach him a lesson. Master brother, I would never dare to deceive you. Seeing Simo's disbelief, Mao Shanming grew anxious and recounted the entire story. There is an ancient tomb nearby. A Taoist expert predicted that a secret treasure, the dragon pendant of the Southern Star, would give rise to the auspicious sign of the ascending dragon. I merely came along with the crowd to take advantage. Secret treasure. Not to mention the years he had traversed this route, he could hardly fathom what else could exist in such a desolate place besides the renowned Tianqi ancient tomb. Wait, suddenly, a thought struck Simo, and his gaze. The emergence of a secret treasure is often accompanied by certain omens, and the time should be ripe. Omens. Linwen murmured softly, carefully contemplating this statement. Mao Shanming had come here. Even Simo began to doubt whether there was truly something of value within the ancient tomb. Had the previous explorers already scoured it without finding anything? Little master uncle, what do you think? Since he had promised Li Shinai to venture to the Tianqi ancient tomb, he would accompany them. At worst, he could employ a minor spell to keep them circling the vicinity without getting entangled. The following morning, Li Shinai emerged from her tent, stretching lazily. Daoist, who is this person? Mao Shanming stood beside Simo, appearing somewhat aged. Had it not been for his distinctly recognizable features, Li Shinai might not have known. He is familiar with the route to the Tianqi ancient tomb. With him guiding us, we can ensure a smooth journey. Listening to Simo's explanation, Li Shinai's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. She felt a twinge of discomfort at Mao Shanming's rather unseemly demeanor, but given her dependency on him, she refrained from voicing her concerns, opting to act as though nothing was amiss. Once everyone was prepared, Simo shook a bell, prompting his customers to leap up and lead the way. Meanwhile, not far from there, in a thicket, one appeared to be in his 40s, exuding vitality, his eyes sparkled with a celestial aura. Behind him was a youthful attendant dressed as a disciple, appearing somewhat juvenile, holding a large sword as he leisurely followed the elder. Upon reaching the base of a large tree, the elder paused, forming a seal with his fingers. After a brief moment, his eyes gleamed with clarity. It is nearby, the location of the Tianqi ancient tomb. Now, with the emergence of the secret treasure, the ancient tomb was set to unleash a tempest of bloodshed. The elder raised his floating dust brush, gently waving it, causing the surrounding flora and tree spirits to materialize, subsequently clearing a path for passage. Seeing this, the elder smiled slightly and stepped forward. Once his figure vanished, the wooden spirits finally took on human forms. The celestial master of Longhu Mountain has arrived. It seems the news of the secret treasure's emergence is indeed true. What of it? Do we, with our meager abilities, dare to compete with the celestial master? One small demon retorted indignantly, prompting agreement from its kin. Indeed, their cultivation was shallow, barely a century of practice. How could they contend with a celestial master? The latter disregarded them, clearly not considering them a threat. That ancient tomb is the legacy of the Corpse Clan. Do you think those powerful beings will easily relinquish it to humans? Bear in mind, this region is home to a king of zombies. With it present, even the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain will gain no advantage. Chapter 23. What money? Along the way, Mao Shanming and Simu walked side by side. The two brothers had not seen each other for quite some time, and their conversation flowed freely. Junior brother, how formidable are the Taoist masters coming to the ancient tomb this time? Upon hearing this, Mao Shanming immediately became intrigued and began to speak animatedly. As far as I know, the Shaoqing sect has sent Master Mu De, a person of profound Taoist cultivation who has shunned the world for many years. People have likely long forgotten his formidable prowess. Then there is Jin Song from the Heavenly Demon sect, the Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, and Jiang Shoufu from Jumian Mountain, especially that Tianshi, who, with his sword of restraint, has suppressed the Wujiang River, slaying countless ghosts and monsters beneath. In a fit of rage, he once severed the river's flow, resulting in 3 days of unyielding water, a true miracle. Listening to Mao Shanming's words, Simu was somewhat astonished. These individuals were long-established luminaries of the Taoist tradition, each possessing at least the cultivation of a Tianshi. Particularly Master Mu De, rumored to have lived for over a century, was severing a river with a single sword, in 3 days of unyielding water. Who would believe such childish tales? Li Xinai mocked from the side, and even the bodyguards behind her could not help but burst into laughter. Even Master Huang, the strongest Taoist on Bay Island, could not claim such abilities. How could these practitioners from the mainland achieve what he could not? In her view, it was merely a ruse to swindle money from her. These mainlanders are truly hypocritical. Her words left Simu somewhat displeased, but recalling that she was not one of their kind, he refrained from saying anything. However, Mao Shanming was not inclined to tolerate her remarks, and coldly retorted to Li Xinai, by your logic, if severing rivers and cutting off water is unattainable, then what does the elixir of immortality amount to? Even if it truly exists, do you think you can find it? If that were the case, wouldn't Tia be akin to children playing house? You. Li Xinai stamped her foot in frustration, unable to retort. In her anger, she retrieved a handgun from one of her bodyguards and pointed it at Mao Shanming, exclaiming, "Do you believe I will kill you?" Seeing the dark barrel aimed at him, Mao Shanming's complexion turned pale, and a chill of fear gripped his heart. In this era of firearms, even a Tianshi would find themselves at a disadvantage against a handgun. A single bullet could leave him dead or maimed. Stop! Simu shouted, immediately shaking a bell to command several zombies to shield Mao Shanming. Li Xinai, sensing the shift, tightened her grip on the handgun, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Several bodyguards positioned themselves in front of her, brandishing their own firearms in a standoff with Simu. They knew these zombies were under Simu's control, and striking first would pose no threat. Simu was in a state of utmost anxiety. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate in such a manner. Li Xinai's capriciousness had taught him a lesson. What's the matter? Are you frightened? Li Xinai taunted, brandishing her handgun as she regarded the two men as if they were mere jesters. Even though Mao Shanming harbored resentment, he dared not utter another word. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Linwen stepped forward. Are you going to stand up for them, little master uncle? Li Xinai looked at Linwen with a smirk, but before she could finish her words, she felt a violent jolt in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets uncontrollably shot out, whizzing past Linwen's body and rapidly hitting the ground. Faced with this bizarre scene, Li Xinai and her bodyguards were left dumbfounded. Even Simu and Mao Shanming stared at one another in shock. They all understood this was the handiwork of the little master uncle, yet they could not fathom the nature of this technique. Linwen then fixed his gaze on Li Xinai, advancing slowly. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps resonated like a drumbeat against her heart. As Linwen drew nearer, Li Xinai felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. She immediately dropped her empty handgun, crying out in terror, "Don't come any closer." But Linwen paid her no heed, walking right up to her, pressing close, and finally burying his head greedily in. When she regained her senses, she saw Linwen had already stepped away, leaving her humiliated as she picked up the gun from the ground, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, casting a resentful glare at the others. Once I return to Bay Island, I shall have my uncle assemble the troops to deal with you. The peculiarity of Linwen's earlier actions left everyone in silence as they continued on their journey, each lost in thought. Little Master Uncle, should we still bring them along? Simu discreetly glanced at Li Xinai, noticing her eyes brimming with malice, though it was subtly concealed. Linwen waved his hand, indifferent to her intentions. He had already determined that Li Xinai possessed something he desired. More precisely, it was something coveted by the blood-colored orb. What it was, he could not yet ascertain. With Mao Shanming and Simu present, he could not act recklessly and would have to wait for the right opportunity. Under Mao Shanming's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. The mouth of the cave was engulfed in darkness, as if harboring some great terror within. A faint chill seeped out, making even the robust bodyguards uneasy, let alone Li Xinai, who, despite wearing a coat, trembled from the cold. Linwen regarded the backpacks of the group, puzzled. With multifunctional foldable bags now available, how could they hold so much? Inside lies the ancient tomb of the heavenly corpses. Once you enter, your fate, whether life or death, depends on your own fortune. Simu, the earlier display of the other party's fickleness had left him with reservations. Were it not for the little Master Uncle's presence, he and his junior brother might well have been playing along with these customers. Stop. What about the remaining payment? Do you intend to renege on your promise? Simu blocked Li Xinai and her companions from advancing any further, only to be ruthlessly shoved aside. You expect to charge me 100? Do you take us for fools? Li Xinai scoffed. She had never intended to pay Simu. Even the $30 she had given earlier had left her regretting the decision. Had it not been for Linwen's oddness, she would have resorted to force to reclaim her money. You, shameless. Simu fumed, stamping his foot and pointing at Li Xinai in outrage. Yet, she merely laughed coldly as she, along with her bodyguards, turned away and entered the cave without a backward glance. All right, brother, stop the act. Once the others had departed, Mao Shanming approached, pulling the agitated Simu aside with a smile. The anger that had once consumed Simu dissipated in an instant as he exchanged a knowing glance with Mao Shanming, bursting into hearty laughter. I had anticipated they would not honor their word. This is a case of self-inflicted consequences. Without the Taoist arts, they will never find the true ancient tomb of the heavenly corpses. With that, Simu and his companion pointed into the void, and the previously unremarkable wall transformed before their eyes. Who would have thought this is the true ancient tomb of the heavenly corpses? Chapter 24. The dragon of mother and child Linwen and his companions arrived at the entrance of the ancient tomb of celestial corpses, only to find a considerable number of individuals already gathered there. It was evident that they were not the first to arrive. Such was the allure of the secret treasure that it invariably attracted a plethora of extraordinary individuals who could hasten their arrival. Are you here for the secret treasure as well, fellow cultivators? A middle-aged Taoist approached them, smiling warmly. I am Jiang Li from the Gusu sect. May I inquire which sects or schools you three hail from? Ah, so you are from the Gusu sect. I am Simu from the Mao Shan sect, and this is my junior brother, Mao Shanming. This esteemed individual is our master uncle. Simu promptly introduced his companions. Ah, a fellow from Mao Shan. I am truly honored. Jiang Li's expression turned curious as he struggled to comprehend how someone as youthful as Linwen could be the master uncle of the other two. To his astonishment, he could not discern the depth of this young man's cultivation, causing him to be greatly alarmed. Could it be that this individual had reached the realm of true immortals, achieving a return to youthful vigor? With this thought, Jiang Li became even more respectful, bowing deeply to Linwen. Fellow cultivator, why do we not proceed inside? Simu, puzzled, noted the throng gathered at the cave's entrance yet hesitating to enter. Was the allure of the secret treasure not compelling enough? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged Taoist expression soured. What you may not be aware of is that we wish to enter, but we cannot. Oh. And why is that? Simu's interest was piqued. Among the crowd were undoubtedly many skilled practitioners. How could they be thwarted by a mere threshold? It is because this portal has been ensnared by the dragon of mother and child. The dragon of mother and child. Simu gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. No wonder the multitude could not penetrate the entrance. The Yin Dragon of Mother and Child was an exceptionally formidable barrier, one that could only be set by a true immortal. To dispel it would require at least one true immortal or 5 heavenly masters. Among those present, the only heavenly master is Master Muda, alongside Jin Song and Jiang Xiufu. What of Master Jiezun? Has he not arrived? I am uncertain. Given Master Jiezun's cultivation, he should have been here by now, yet he has not appeared. Simu furrowed his brows. With only 3 heavenly masters present, even if Master Jiezun were to arrive, it would still be insufficient to breach the barrier. Then, casting a glance at Linwen, Simu's heart leaped with hope. Was not his master uncle a heavenly master? His prowess could very well equate to that of 2 heavenly masters. Thus, Simu began to converse with Jiang Li. Upon learning that Linwen's cultivation was merely at the level of spirit refinement, Jiang Li was somewhat taken aback. However, compared to his own abilities, Linwen was still vastly superior. Fear not, fellow cultivator. I shall inform the esteemed elders. As Jiang Li stepped away, Mao Shanming and Simu began to whisper among themselves. Brother, with so many individuals gathered, even if there is a secret treasure, there won't be enough to go around. With our master uncle's cultivation, he will undoubtedly secure a portion. Linwen had once subdued a fierce zombie while still a novice. Now that he had ascended to the status of a heavenly master, his strength had only grown. Simu felt confident, believing that even the most seasoned heavenly masters present could not measure up to Linwen. Master uncle, when we find the treasure, please do not be modest, Simu urged, fearing that Linwen's respect for his elders might lead to him being overshadowed. Linwen simply smiled and nodded, his gaze drawn ever more towards the intriguing Yin Dragon of Mother and Child at the portal. Before long, Jiang Li returned, respectfully addressing Linwen. Please, esteemed elder, may I request your presence? The 3 of them approached to find an elderly man and 2 middle-aged Taoists standing before the portal. Are you perhaps a heavenly master from Maoshan? Is he truly so young? The elder Taoist expressed surprise, clearly taken aback by Linwen's youth. The 2 middle-aged Taoists scrutinized Linwen with skeptical eyes. I am Master Muda from the Upper Clear sect. Your appearance truly astonishes me. The elder's words, though tinged with disbelief, retained a semblance of politeness. Linwen understood the importance of not concealing his abilities and promptly revealed his true cultivation. Golden Light Spell perfected. Realm of Spirit Refinement. Upon witnessing the extraordinary, with introductions complete, Master Muda cleared his throat and stepped forward. With the addition of Lin Daoyu, we can attempt to unravel the Yin Dragon of Mother and Child. As a figure of great repute, Master Muda commanded the highest respect among those present. Thus, when he spoke, silence enveloped the gathering. Lin Daoyu, I see you are proficient in the Golden Light Spell. Would you take on the position of resisting the malevolent energy? Master Muda inquired, though a tinge of apprehension lingered in his heart. After all, this was the most perilous task. A moment's carelessness could lead to the malevolent energy infiltrating one's body, a fate even a heavenly master would find difficult to recover from. This was no ordinary malevolent energy. It ranked among the top 3 in the mortal realm. Certainly. Linwen's affirmative response eased Master Muda's tension, allowing him to relax. Simultaneously, a sense of camaraderie began to form between them, given the profound historical ties between the Upper Clear sect and Maoshan. Very well, let us all take our positions. With that, Master Muda summoned a formation array, placing it before the portal. Jin Song and Jiang Xiufu took their respective places, creating a total of 5 positions representing the principles of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Master Muda positioned himself on 2 of the spots, 1 foot on each, as he was the most senior and accomplished among the Taoists present. With Linwen occupying the most perilous position, the remaining 2 spots would face only 2.5 layers of malevolent energy. Initiate. As Master Muda's commanding voice echoed, the Yin Dragon of Mother and 2 black dragons, their jaws agape and ferocity, lunged toward Linwen. Solidify. Master Muda called out again, while Jin Song and Jiang Xiufu invoked their spells, seeking to contain the black dragons with the power of the formation. How intriguing, Linwen mused with a subtle smile, realizing that the Yin Dragon of Mother and Child bore a connection to him. Poof. Poof. Both Jin Song and Jiang Xiufu coughed up blood, their faces pallid and weakened. Witnessing this, Master Muda's expression shifted dramatically. The black dragons had gained formidable power, and Jin Song and Jiang Xiufu were on the brink of collapse. He felt a surge of anxiety. Should they fail, he would be left to confront the full force of the black dragon's malevolent energy. To that point, no matter how strong he was, he could not contend with 2 adversaries alone. Just as he feared the formation would collapse, a beam of golden light erupted, repelling the black dragons. Vile beasts, begone! The black dragons appeared almost sentient, promptly retreating at the command. To everyone's astonishment, rather than returning to the portal, the two black dragons fled the area entirely, escaping into the outside world. Master Mu just stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the unexpected Chapter 25. The clueless celestial master Jin Song and Jiang Shofu approached briskly, clasping their fists in salute to Lin Wen, saying, "We are at a loss to repay the kindness you have shown, dear Taoist friend. Should you ever require our assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon us." Their eyes brimmed with gratitude. Had it not been for Lin Wen's decisive intervention, they would have faced grievous injuries, if not worse. The mother and child in Dragon Evil was not a title to be taken lightly. Simultaneously, they felt a pang of guilt, for they had intended to shield Lin Wen momentarily to dispel the malevolence. Instead, they had inadvertently thrust him into the fray against the formidable Dragon Evil, the peril of which was unfathomable. "Is your health in any way compromised, Lin Taoist friend?" Master Muda arrived, his face etched with concern. Lin Wen's earlier display had left him quite alarmed. He even began to wonder if Lin Wen was indeed a true celestial being, deliberately concealing his prowess. Upon closer inspection, the youthful vitality of his life cycle deepened Muda's astonishment. Regardless of the truth, Lin Wen of Maoshan was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. At such a tender age to attain the rank of Celestial Master was an achievement unparalleled, even among the ancestral masters of the Upper Clear lineage. "Thank you for your concern, Master. I am quite well," Lin Wen replied softly, and his humble demeanor endeared him to all present. Jiang Shofu stepped forward, placing an arm around Lin Wen's shoulder, exclaiming with a grin, "For one so young, your Taoist mastery is indeed profound. You are the embodiment of blue surpassing blue." His sentiment was shared by all in attendance. Indeed, compared to Lin Wen's capabilities, his age was of paramount significance. At merely 20 years, he had ascended to the rank of Celestial Master. His future achievements were boundless. Esteemed friends, now that the Dragon Evil has been vanquished and the portal stands wide open, let us hasten forth. Master Muda's words carried great authority, and as he spoke, everyone turned their gaze toward the portal, their eyes alight with eagerness. Following Muda's call, they entered the portal in an orderly fashion. "Taoist friend, I shall proceed first," Jiang Shofu declared, bowing slightly before stepping through the portal. Mu and Ming of Maoshan soon joined Lin Wen, their small master having just demonstrated remarkable prowess, which had undoubtedly brought them much honor. After all, he was one of their own from Maoshan, was he not? Two black dragons emerged from the ancient tomb, racing towards the sky, creating quite a commotion. "What is that?" Li Xnai turned cautiously, only to see her bodyguards wearing identical expressions of fear. For some reason, the earlier disturbance had unsettled her, instilling a sense of foreboding that something ill-fated was about to transpire. "Miss, have we taken a wrong turn? Why have we yet to find the entrance?" One of the bodyguards could no longer contain his anxiety. This prompted them to question whether the Taoist had deceived them. "Impossible," Li Xnai replied firmly, having felt the pulsations emanating from the jade pendant she wore during her time with Taoist Simu. Even if this place were not the tomb of the celestial corpses, it was undoubtedly linked to the elixir of immortality. Their goal remained singular, the elixir of life. Whether it was indeed the tomb of celestial corpses was of lesser importance. "Damn it! How could I, the venerable celestial master of the, find myself lost?" A voice filled with exasperation came from ahead, causing Li Xnai to glance forward, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. "Master, it is only natural." Indeed, the elder was clad in a Taoist robe. How could they possibly be alike? Just as the old man was about to utter more, Li Xnai boldly stepped forward, her excitement palpable. "You are the of Longhu Mountain. You know of me." The old man was momentarily taken aback. Upon receiving confirmation, admiration blossomed on Li Xnai's face, as if she were meeting an idol. "Your esteemed name resonates like thunder in my ears. To finally meet the real person is truly enough. Flattery does not appeal to me." The old man interrupted, though a genuine smile graced his features. Seeing his reaction, Li Xnai seized the moment to express her admiration fervently. Who among us does not know of this prowess in subduing the Wu River, vanquishing demons, and cleaving rivers with a single sword, leaving the waters unhealed for 3 days? Today, to finally witness you in person, I am a bit overzealous. Please forgive my impudence." Her words were profoundly sincere, leaving even the young attendant astonished. Was she truly speaking from the heart? Ha ha ha, a celestial being. "You have misjudged me. I have yet to reach that level, but I shall soon. The old Taoist chuckled, his gaze towards Li Xinai growing increasingly warm. What a delightful girl, so sweet-tongued. Far superior to his own disciple, who merely knew how to flatter. Reflecting on this, the old man cast a disdainful glance at the young boy beside him. Taoist boy, master, what have I done wrong? Do you wish to become my disciple? The old man found himself increasingly fond of the girl before him, recognizing her considerable. This left the young disciple in a state of shock. She became a disciple in mere moments, while he had spent years serving tea and water. What did that amount to? Was the distinction between love and indifference truly so apparent? The young boy felt a twinge of jealousy but dared not defy his master. After all, this master was not as the rumors suggested. He was, in truth, quite capricious, were it not for the constraints of his upbringing at Longhu Mountain. You are familiar with this place? The old man's demeanor shifted, and Li Xinai felt a swell of pride. Master, what you do not know is that we are lost because of a group of deceitful Taoists who swindled your disciples' money and fled. Li Xinai recounted in a soft voice, her expression one of deep grievance. Upon hearing of the injustices faced by his disciple, immediately erupted with rage. Which rogue Taoists dare to bully my disciple? Do not fear, my child. Once we locate those scoundrels, I shall ensure they receive a fitting lesson. Please, they are quite formidable. Li Xinai quickly interjected, appearing as though she were concerned for this well-being, projecting an image of understanding. Observing her behavior, they felt an even deeper sense of affection. Truly, his disciple was wise and considerate. How could those deceivers dare to cross paths with someone so astute? Chapter 26. Safe and sound before long. Li Xinai recounted the names of several Taoist masters that Mao Shanming had previously mentioned. She was not foolish. She understood that these individuals would certainly recognize Master Jiazun. He asserted that they were even stronger than those masters. Upon hearing this, Jiazun chuckled, raising his floating talisman with confidence. When you meet that person, you will understand my prowess. Naturally, I am aware of my master's might. Li Xinai replied with a sweet smile. As the saying goes, flattery can penetrate even the finest armor. She had deftly grasped the old man's thoughts. That wretched Taoist, now I too have a powerful ally, even more formidable than you. Were it not for Lin Wen's earlier display of controlling bullets that had intimidated her, she would not have resorted to such a desperate tactic. Master, the six-star seeking path array is ready, the young Taoist whispered, and the old man glanced at it before forming a hand seal. A beam of light materialized above the formation, soaring towards the exit. Follow me, the old man called out, leading the way. Senior brother. Li Xinai called out softly to the lingering young Taoist, but he appeared indifferent, snorting. Li Xinai stamped her foot in frustration, yet dared not linger, for the atmosphere here was excessively oppressive. Several bodyguards followed closely behind. Shortly after their departure, a shadow materialized, looking in the direction of the retreating figures with gritted teeth. Damn it! How dare you kick me? I, the little whirlwind, will not let this go unpunished. With a swift motion, the old Taoist strode confidently, soon arriving before a bare wall, appearing deep in thought. Master, have we found the entrance? The young Taoist inquired, but the old man did not respond. Instead, he exhibited an expression of sudden realization and lifted his leg to kick the wall. However, midway through, he halted, smiling slightly at the tardy arrival of Li Xinai and her companions. My dear disciple, it is time for you to show your gratitude to your master. The entrance is just ahead. Kick it open with your foot. Li Xinai stared at the wall in bewilderment. Yet the old man's expression seemed genuine, so she coldly instructed her bodyguards behind her. You go kick the wall. What nonsense. The bodyguards were taken aback by Li Xinai's words. If that old man had gone mad, why had the young lady lost her wits as well? However, given the authority of the Li family, the bodyguards could only grit their teeth and comply. One by one, they kicked the wall. Bang. Ouch. My leg. It hurts, it hurts. The three bodyguards wailed incessantly, clutching their thighs on the ground, nearly brought to tears by the pain. Li Xinai intended to say something to the old Taoist when she noticed him nodding and softly stating, Indeed, it is not here. Li Xinai. Disciple, pay close attention. I shall now teach you the Taoist arts of Longhu Mountain. The old man stomped his left foot, then waved his hand to form a seal, pushing against the wall. With a slight tremor, a portal materialized. Seeing Li Xinai's astonished expression, the old man felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Now you understand my prowess, do you? Were it not for your useless bodyguards, how could I shine so brightly? Master's divine might, I am in awe. It appears someone has gotten there first. Observing the broken portal, which still bore faint traces of malevolent energy, it was evident that a fierce battle had recently transpired here. With your esteemed presence, that secret treasure could not possibly escape your grasp. Li Xinai praised from the side, causing the old man to beam with delight. The young Taoist, however, fell into contemplation. How did this woman know of the treasure's existence, and what was her intention in approaching Master? He looked towards the old man, who appeared unfazed. And the young Taoist felt an urgent need to warn him about this mysterious. However, the words died on his lips. He trusted that Master, with his discernment, would surely recognize the hidden intentions of this enchanting woman. The old man gazed deeply at Li Xinai, feeling a sense of admiration. Truly, she is a disciple worthy of my attention. She can deduce my purpose for being here from the slightest clues. Excellent? Simply excellent. Master, we should proceed quickly. We must not let others seize the opportunity, the young Taoist urged, but the words took on a different tone in the old man's ears. Jitong, how many times must I tell you? One must temper one's eagerness and impatience in action. If you continue in this manner, how shall you inherit my mantle in the future? The old man reprimanded, leaving the young Taoist blushing, too ashamed to speak. Master, senior brother does have a point. We should hurry and enter, find the treasure sooner, and secure peace of mind, should we not? Li Xinai chimed in cheerfully, acting as a mediator. The old man nodded, retrieving a small paper figurine. After reciting a few incantations, the paper figure came to life, walking ahead to guide the group. Junior brother, we have searched for quite some time. Where is the secret treasure? Simu panted, having spent a considerable amount of time within this ancient tomb. If they missed the deadline for their client, the consequences would be dire. Do not fret, senior brother. With so many Taoist masters gathered here, the news of the treasure must surely be true. Let us be patient, Mao Shanming reassured with a smile, though he too felt unease within. Master Mu De was renowned in the treasure-hunting world. Even he was floundering about the ancient tomb like a headless fly. If there truly was a treasure, it would have surely vanished by now. Yet, he could not let Simu leave. If he departed, his young master would surely follow. With Mao Shan left alone, should he find the treasure, his qualifications and abilities would not suffice to claim even a hair of it. Unbeknownst to Simu, Mao Shanming's selfish motives were entwined with his thoughts. All he could think of was returning home quickly. After such a prolonged absence, he wondered how that brat Jialo was faring. Had he heeded his words and diligently studied the Tao of Mao Shan? And what of that old bald donkey? He felt uneasy if a day passed without berating him, as though countless ants were crawling on him. Fellow Taoist, have you found anything? Jiang Shoufu approached Linwen, inquiring. Nothing at all, Linwen replied, leaving Jiang Shoufu with a hint of disappointment on his face. The Golden Gate yielded no discoveries either. Could it be that the secret treasure has grown wings? The ancient tomb comprised 6 chambers, embodying the 5 elements. The 5 primary chambers connected to the central chamber, resembling a hexagonal structure when viewed from a cross-sectional diagram. Now that they had thoroughly searched the outer 5 chambers yet found nothing, only the central chamber remained. If they did not uncover anything there, their efforts would have been in vain. Mu De, how have you been? Master Jiazun called out as he entered, spotting Master Mu De and raising his voice. This exclamation drew the attention of all present, including Simu and his companions, who turned to look. Upon seeing the familiar figure beside the old man, their expressions shifted. Chapter 27. Emptiness, Master Jia. I was beginning to think you would not arrive. Master Mu De greeted with a smile, hastening towards the old Taoist for a friendly exchange. It was merely a minor inconvenience on the road that delayed me, the old Taoist replied sheepishly, not daring to admit he had lost his way. Master Jia, known for his lack of directional sense, would surely not wish such news to circulate. Lixnai had already spotted the group of Simu and the others, and her gaze turned venomous. Ah, you truly are deceivers. Luring us to another place while you scurry off to the ancient tomb, she scoffed. I ought to thank you, otherwise how would I have found such an extraordinary master? Simu, oblivious to her inner thoughts, merely felt the narrowing of paths. Encountering her here, especially with that old Taoist of remarkable bearing and a sword-wielding youth at his side, wasn't that Master Jie from Longhu Mountain? How could he be entangled with the Xnai? After a lengthy conversation between Master Mu De and the old Taoist, the latter's interest piqued upon learning of a young celestial master present, not exceeding the age of 30. Master Mu De, catching on to his intentions, waved jovially at Linwen. Taoist Lin, this is Master Jie from Longhu Mountain. Linwen nodded in acknowledgement. The old Taoist scrutinized Linwen with keen interest, discovering he could not discern the young man's cultivation level, which startled him, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. You are indeed a promising young talent, Taoist friend. The Maoshan lineage seems poised for revival. Despite his words, the old Taoist's tone was slightly frigid, clearly displeased by Lin Wen's indifference. Even if you are a prodigy, such arrogance is unwarranted. Master Muda remained cheerful, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Master, they have swindled my money and claim that no one in the Taoist community dares to confront them. Li Xnai stepped forward, accusingly pointing at Lin Wen as if they shared a deep-seated enmity. The old Taoist frowned. He had initially been skeptical, but Lin Wen's nonchalant demeanor only solidified his belief. Just as he was about to reprimand her, his thoughts were interrupted. Preposterous. Taoist Lin is of high moral standing. What malice motivates your slander? Master Muda exclaimed, his fierce gaze causing Li Xnai to shrink back. Muda, this is my disciple. You are overstepping your bounds, Master Jie replied coldly, clearly perturbed that his disciple was being openly disrespected. It appeared that their friendship over the years had come to a close. Simu and Ming from Maoshan also stepped forward, standing beside Lin Wen to show their support. This commotion drew the attention of many. Given the layout of the tomb, nearly everyone heard the exchange. Simu pointed at Li Xnai and unleashed a barrage of insults. How dare you slander him? Ah, and you have accomplices? Master Jie sneered, his anger reaching a boiling point. As a first-rate celestial master, he felt utterly disregarded by their actions. Caught in the middle, Master Muda was at a loss for words, never anticipating that this meeting would devolve into such chaos. Years of honing his skills had transformed Master Jie from the benevolent elder he once was. Lin Wen stood silently, unfazed by the confrontation between Simu and Master Jie, with even Ming positioning himself protectively in front of him. Simu recounted the dealings with Li Xnai, exposing her betrayal and refusal to fulfill her end of the bargain. The account was devoid of embellishments, yet it sounded quite different to Master Jie's ears. She has already paid you. What more does she desire? The payment is insufficient. $100 just to guide you. Why not resort to robbery instead? You. Simu was incensed, realizing that the old Taoist was cut from the same cloth as Li Xnai. Claiming to be a master from Longhu Mountain. How absurd. Soon, Jin Song and Jiang Shofu arrived, and after grasping the situation, they joined Lin Wen's side without hesitation. Seeing the tide turn against him, the old Taoist snorted dismissively and departed. Li Xnai shot a venomous glance at Simu and Lin Wen before following suit. Jitong, looking helpless, bowed to the crowd with a hint of apology on his face. Dear friends, should you encounter that Master Jie again, feel free to unleash your wrath. This old reclusive has long abandoned human desires. What use is their formidable Tao if they refuse to adhere to reason? Jiang Shofu added scornfully, harboring his own grievances against Longhu Mountain, thereby dismissing Master Jie outright. Esteemed friends, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in my predicament. Should you ever require my aid, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall not refuse. Lin Wen clasped his hands in gratitude, having absorbed the nuances of social etiquette, realizing the complexities of human relationships, a stark contrast to his experiences as a zombie. Master, will you truly let this slide? They have provoked you in such a manner, clearly disregarding your authority. Li Xnai stoked the flames from the sidelines, causing Jitong's brow to furrow in discontent. Humph, a gaggle of self-proclaimed masters. Individually, I would not fear them, but united, even I must tread carefully, he retorted. Both Jin Song and Jiang Shofu were in the mid-stages of refining the spirit, while Master Muda, having been in seclusion for years, appeared to have reached a late stage. As for Lin Wen, he remained an enigma, yet his youth suggested he could not surpass Jin Song and Jiang Shofu. Currently, he stood on the precipice of true mastery, yet still within the realm of celestial masters. Thus, facing a combined assault from 4 adversaries felt exceedingly daunting. Taoist friend, Master Muda called out, hoping to ease the tension between the two parties. However, perhaps she could sow discord among them, allowing her so-called master to take them down one by one. Indeed, she had even factored in her master into her schemes. Humph. How dare you think yourself worthy of being my master, Li Xnai? Thus, she approached Master Jie and whispered a few words, causing the previously somber expression in his eyes to brighten. Only the central burial chamber remains. The secret treasure is likely hidden within. Yet, upon Which vile scoundrel spread the rumors about this treasure? Are we mere jesters in their eyes? The sight dampened the spirits of all present. Among the Taoists, even the least skilled possessed a teacher's cultivation, while Simu and Ming were barely notable. This underscored the significance the Taoist community placed on the treasure. Why not open the coffin? One individual suggested, unwilling to give up hope. However, he was quickly silenced by another. Do not be foolish. That coffin is exceptionally sturdy. The last time the Taoists mobilized 9 celestial masters and a real person that could not budget an inch, we stand no chance. How do you know? My third uncle's neighbor's sister-in-law told me. Decades have passed since the last encounter. What if the seal on that coffin has weakened? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If the seal has weakened, I shall eat this moss. Chapter 28, The Millennium Ganoderma. The seal has weakened, a Taoist exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the peculiar patterns on the coffin. The intricate designs appeared to blur, becoming almost indistinguishable unless observed with keen attention. Indeed, it is weakened. Please, Tao brother. Why deceive only me? Everyone. The crowd simmered with anger at the audacity of this insignificant figure. However, upon recognizing Jiang Li, their ire dissipated. After all, individuals of Jiang Li's amiable nature were a rarity, possessed. Quickly, the throng parted to create a path, with Master Mu De and several celestial masters leading the way. Lin Wen lingered at the rear, seemingly disinterested, instead lost in contemplation of the coffin. Uncle Shi, are you not going to take a look? Simu whispered, noticing Lin Wen's indifference and sensing the gravity. Jin Song and Jiang Xiufu exchanged glances before simultaneously producing talismans, pushing them toward the coffin. As the talismans approached within mere inches, a sudden explosion of golden light erupted, transforming into a fire dragon that danced along the patterns. The designs on the coffin seemed to come alive, dazzling all who beheld them. Once all phenomena subsided, tranquility returned. Crack. The coffin lid creaked open, and the crowd leaned in to peer inside. Hiss. There, a colossal fleshy lump stood within, pulsating rhythmically like a living heart. This is Ganoderma. Known colloquially as Tai Sui, Ganoderma is reputed for its life-restoring properties. This substantial specimen, the size of a basketball, bore a luster that suggested it had existed for at least a millennium. Could it be that this treasure was indeed a millennium-old Ganoderma? Excitement surged among the Taoists present. Though there was but one Ganoderma, its size meant that it could not be divided among the multitude present. Moreover, with 4 celestial masters in attendance, the odds of this group of opportunists claiming the lion's share were exceedingly slim. Upon sighting the Ganoderma, Li Xinai's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the daughter of the Li family, she was well aware of the herb's remarkable effects. Could it be that the elixir of immortality spoken of by Master Huang is Ganoderma? She pondered, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Although she had deceived a celestial master, the value of this item was unparalleled, and it was unlikely that he would part with it, especially with so many onlookers present. Master Mu De scrutinized the specimen closely and, after a few moments, shook his head. What troubles Master Mu De? The crowd, perplexed, found themselves at a loss, unable to comprehend his reaction. This is not Ganoderma. What? If this is not Ganoderma, then what could it possibly be? The crowd, trusting in Master Mu De's esteemed reputation within the Taoist community, hesitated. Yet, given the significance of Ganoderma, one could not dismiss the possibility that he might resort to deception, for greed can corrupt even the noblest of hearts. Sigh. Master Mu De, sensing the unease among the crowd, made room for several celestial masters to approach. Similarly, Jin Song and Jiang Xiufu had also sensed something amiss. The celestial master Jie Zun took a glance and quickly concluded that this Ganoderma was an imitation. An imitation? Li Xinai felt her world collapse. If this were false, then her grandfather's illness was beyond salvation. The thought of her kind-hearted grandfather nearing death filled her with an inexplicable sorrow. Though the Li family appeared prosperous, it was the elders' connections that had safeguarded their legacy for a century. Without him, the family's demise would be inevitable. Uncle Shi, we have come in vain. Simu's face darkened with displeasure. Observing Mao Xiaoming's nonchalant demeanor only fueled his irritation. He stepped forward and kicked him, causing him to jump in pain and cry out in distress. Brother, why did you kick me? What treasure is this you speak of? Was it devoured by a ghost? Mao Xiaoming remained silent, sulking in the corner, rubbing his rear. He had initially intended to blame Lin Wen for the decision, but refrained, knowing that such an admission would invite Simu's wrath. You two have misjudged. This is indeed Ganoderma. Lin Wen shook his head, watching the two juniors bicker with a sense of helplessness. What do you mean by that? Master Mu De furrowed his brow, sensing that Lin Wen's assertion was not unfounded. Achieving the status of a celestial master at such a young age hinted at exceptional capability. The commotion caused by Si Mu and Mao Shanming had drawn the crowd's attention, and they paused, momentarily taken aback by Lin Wen. With the four celestial masters having declared it was not Ganoderma, could a mere child overturn their verdict? Even if he were a celestial master, surely he would not resort to deception. The mention of deceit turned the crowd's gaze toward Li Xinai, whose expression was one of despair. If they could deceive a young girl, they might just as easily be conning them in pursuit of ulterior motives. With Li Xinai's experience as a cautionary tale, the trust in Lin Wen and his companions waned significantly. A group of fools. Lin Wen regarded the crowd with exasperation. Since you dare to assert such a claim, you must have your reasons. Might you provide proof of the authenticity of this Ganoderma? The celestial master Jie Zun sneered, eager to witness Lin Wen's humiliation. How dare you disregard my authority? Should you fail to substantiate your claim, I shall make you rue the day. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Lin Wen rolled his eyes, pondering whether this elder suffered from some ailment that compelled him to persistently antagonize him. Surely, an individual of such age would not have lost their faculties. Very well, since Dao Friend Lin has spoken, there must be a rationale behind it. Let us make way and not obstruct the view, Master Mu De interjected, adept at diffusing tension. While Lin Wen could afford to disregard the sentiments of others, he respected Master Mu De, who had consistently advocated for him. It was common knowledge that Mao Shan and the Shangqing sect maintained a cordial relationship, and ultimately, he and Master Mu De were of the same generation. Moreover, he had developed a fondness for the elder who had consistently supported him. The crowd parted, allowing Lin Wen to approach the coffin. As he neared the colossal fleshy lump within, he spoke softly, "Shall I invite you out? Or will you emerge on your own?" Hearing Lin Wen engage in conversation with the fleshy mass, the crowd could only regard him with incredulity. They had encountered individuals conversing with ghosts and spirits, yet never had they witnessed someone speaking to a lump of flesh. Did he consider them fools? However, they dared not voice such thoughts, for he was a celestial master, and provoking him could jeopardize their standing within the Taoist community. Lin, are you truly losing your mind? How could a lump of flesh possibly speak? The celestial master Jie Zun, having long harbored grievances against Lin Wen, seized the opportunity to mock him. Is it only you who can speak? Go away. Lin Wen was in no mood to entertain him, responding with a swift slap. Chapter 29. Behold, the little whirlwind has arrived, the master of the war. Dark expression. He had not anticipated that Lin Wen would dare to speak to him in such a manner. There was no semblance of politeness left. He discerned that Lin Wen was not ignorant of social niceties, but rather held him in contempt. With the mask of civility torn away, the resolve to cease his pretenses and prepared to unleash his full power. Hey! What do you think you're doing? The master of, hoping to mediate, was ruthlessly shoved aside by the, "This is none of your concern." Just as was about to initiate an all-out assault, the coffin suddenly more precisely, it was the fleshy tumor within, resembling a grotesque mushroom, that quivered violently. The intensity of its vibrations escalated rapidly, as if it had inhaled a potent substance. This unexpected turn of events drew everyone's attention back and interrupted its incantation. The expression on his face shifted dramatically. He could sense the terrifying demonic energy concealed within the tumor. Its density surpassed that of mere demon generals, approaching the level of a demon king. Jie. My meticulous scheming has not been in vain. You Taoists shall serve as my nourishment. A cloud of black mist emerged from the tumor, coalescing into a towering figure. Although it retained some human characteristics, it was immediately apparent to all that this was a creature of the dark. A mere demon dares to utter such arrogant words. I think your end is nigh. After a brief moment of panic, the crowd regained their composure. Despite the formidable demon before them, they were bolstered by the presence of 5 celestial masters, a clear advantage in their favor. Jie, foul-mouthed. I relish it. Before the Taoist could respond, the demon seized him, and, with a gaping maw, devoured him whole. This sudden turn of events struck terror into the hearts of all present, even causing to pale. The demon's speed was astonishing, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Moreover, the demon's self-identification as this king suggested that he was indeed a fully fledged demon king. If that were the case, none present would escape this ancient tomb. After all, a demon king was on par with the highest Taoist masters. His own cultivation was insufficient to pose any real threat to such a being. Arrogance, bellowed, witnessing the consumption of a fellow Taoist before his very eyes. The demon king clearly regarded him with disdain. Esteemed colleagues, I perceive that this demon king's aura is unstable. He must have sustained grave injuries. Let us set aside personal grievances and focus on exterminating this demon. S words resonated with the others. If they did not unite now, they would be vulnerable to being picked off by the demon, leaving them no hope of survival. With leading the charge, the 5 celestial masters, alongside their fellow Taoists, stood a chance against an injured demon king. Then let us engage together, exclaimed, elated by the effectiveness of his words. It appeared that his reputation still held weight. Even after spending so long at Longhu Mountain, the people below still revered him. I, in this moment, envisioned himself as the savior, seeing the unity among the group. The demon sneered and attempted to flee the coffin. However, the celestial masters would not grant him such an opportunity. Now was the perfect moment to strike while the iron was hot. Form the Chiodo Great Formation, commanded. Observing this, Lin Wen also stepped forward to complete the final node of the formation. S eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, quickly vanishing. He felt a measure of approval for Lin Wen's actions. The Chiodo Great Formation, a Taoist array designed to trap beasts, was now being jointly executed by 5 celestial masters, augmented by dozens of Taoists, amplifying its might immensely. The yet-to-be-fully formed Demon King was directly ensnared, rendered immobile. Just as everyone assumed they could deliver a decisive blow to the cornered foe, a chilling cackle echoed through the air. A pack of bloodthirsty beasts dares to obstruct me. The Demon King scoffed, then charged toward a weak point in the array. Seeing the Demon King approaching him, S face paled, forcing him to act in self-defense. Humph! Stomped his foot, instantly shifting the formation's node, altering the Demon King's trajectory. Realizing his target had changed, the Demon King abruptly halted and retreated back into the coffin. Though audacious, he understood was not to be trifled with. The gap between them was but a step away from true mastery. Even at his peak, he would not fear, but in his currently injured state, he was intent on draining the life force of these individuals to restore himself, refraining from reckless risks. Old man, while I cannot harm you, you cannot harm me either. Prolonging the stalemate benefits no one. The Demon King's voice emerged from within the coffin, his defiant demeanor igniting frustration among the onlookers. Humph, worry about yourself first, retorted coldly, recognizing the Demon King's attempts at stalling for time. However, in this isolated position, who could come to his aid? In a short while, as the formation's power accumulated, it would spell the end for the Demon King. Just as believed victory was within reach, the stone door behind them emitted a faint sound. It was being pushed open. With everyone's attention focused on the Demon King, no one noticed this occurrence. He is about to emerge. Observing the coffin's movement, S heart soared, as if he saw the dawn of victory. Behold! The little whirlwind has arrived. A sudden, terrifying gust of demonic wind swept in from behind the crowd, its formidable force akin to a bone-chilling gale. The less powerful Taoists were sent sprawling in disarray. The formation collapsed, the power of the Chiodo array dissipating entirely. Ha ha ha! I, the king, have arrived. A yellow-haired leopard demon charged through, shattering the formation. Demon General. S eyes widened in horror. No one had anticipated a demon general would appear here. If the Demon King was comparable to a true master, then the Demon General was equivalent to a celestial master. Based on the demon energy radiating from the little whirlwind, only among them might barely match him. Now, with the group's focus diverted to the formation, the little whirlwind's interference caused it to unravel. Jia, you have done well. These bloodthirsty beasts will be yours to feast upon. Thank you, my king. Upon hearing this, the little whirlwind laughed even louder. With the formation shattered, the Demon King was no longer restrained, transforming into a bloody harbinger of death, consuming the unprepared Taoists. Lixnai that she had not fainted was perhaps a testament to her excessive caffeine intake. Strangely, due to their ordinary human status, she and her bodyguards remained unharmed, escaping the Demon King's malicious grasp. However, the Taoists fared poorly. Those with higher cultivation could resist for a moment longer, while the weaker ones were outright devoured by the Demon King, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 30. The whirling typhoon Mao Shan, fully aware of his own capabilities, swiftly concealed himself behind Lin Wen. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the equal. This Demon King has absorbed a significant amount of essence and has greatly increased in power, far beyond our ability to contend with. Simu urged from the side. Meanwhile, Jin Song and Jiang Shoufu had retreated to the entrance, mere steps away from escaping. Seeing that the Demon King did not impede their flight, they assumed that he was reluctant to engage with the Celestial Masters, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Their desire for survival intensified, and as for those Taoists, should they wish to acquire the secret treasure, they must be prepared to face peril. Now that their own safety was at stake, the notion of rescuing others was utterly futile. Thinking of escaping, the Demon King gazed at the 2 Celestial Masters, who resembled lost dogs, with a gleeful malice. He refrained from intervening, instead turning his attention to the little whirlwind beside him. The latter, comprehending the unspoken command, licked his lips and transformed into a gust of demonic wind to obstruct the two. Jin Song and Jiang Shoufu exchanged a glance, realizing they could not afford to conceal their strengths. They unleashed their most formidable Dao arts, charging towards the little whirlwind. Observing their desperate efforts, the little whirlwind chuckled coldly within, effortlessly receiving their assaults and gradually counterattacking. In their fluster, the techniques of Jin Song and Jiang Shoufu appeared chaotic and disordered, while the little whirlwind remained remarkably composed and adept at countering their moves. Ultimately, as expected, both were ensnared by the little whirlwind's demonic power and sent flying, crashing violently against the wall, their fates uncertain. Among the remaining celestial masters, aside from Lin Wen, only Master Mu Da and Jie Zun persisted. Both were straining to withstand the majority of the Demon King's onslaught. Unlike Master Mu Da, Jie Zun did not flee due to his pride. He valued his reputation greatly, and should future generations learn of his cowardice in abandoning his fellow practitioners, he would be met with scorn. His reluctance to escape was also due to having means of self-preservation. When faced with life and death, he would flee faster than anyone else. Master Mu Da, on the other hand, was kind-hearted and could not bear to witness the Demon King slaughtering his fellow Taoists. Seeing Jiang Shoufu and Jin Song fall unconscious only fueled Master Mu Da's fury, yet he felt powerless to intervene. "Fellow Taoist, will you not make your move?" Jie Zun called out to Lin Wen, who remained indifferent nearby. Although he was puzzled as to why the Demon King had not targeted him, there was no time for such thoughts. If Lin Wen did not act soon, Jie Zun would have no choice but to reveal his ultimate trump card. Each use of such a card diminished his resources, and the cost was steep. He would not resort to it unless his life were at stake. "Little uncle, do not go." Mao Shaming interjected, recalling how Jie Zun now he suddenly thought of the other party. Furthermore, if his little uncle left, their safety would be compromised, and they would likely meet a swifter demise. "Foolish, junior brother. If we do not unite now, shall we wait for the Demon King to dismantle us one by one?" Simu observed. Joining forces offered a glimmer of hope, but to cling to life and conserve strength would lead only to death. Ashamed by his elder brother's reprimand, Mao Shaming's face flushed crimson. It was only upon this reminder that he realized the gravity of their situation. Indeed, how could one expect to survive when the very roof above them was caving in? Seeing Lin Wen delay, Jie Zun grew increasingly anxious and turned to Ji Tong, commanding, "Fetch my great sword." Ji Tong hesitated for a moment before hastily tossing the great sword over. As Jie Zun grasped the sword, his aura transformed instantly, and even his gaze turned sharp. In that moment, he resembled a deity of death wielding dominion over life and death, addressing the Demon King with indifference. "Divine sword. Vanquish the demon." The great sword radiated brilliance, akin to a bonfire in the night or the countless stars in the vast cosmos. It was holy and pure, unlike mundane objects. "Forgive." With Jie Zun's resounding cry, the great sword lunged forth, aiming to cleave the Demon King. Surprised that a celestial master possessed such power, the Demon King felt a profound dread emanating from the sword. With no time to evade, he braced himself to confront the strike head-on. Clang! The sound echoed as if striking upon golden blades, producing a deep, resonant noise. The great sword left a visible gash upon the Demon King, appearing grotesquely savage. Drip, drip, drip. Dark crimson blood fell to the ground, both from the Demon King and the great sword. Witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, Jie Zun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He appeared to age a decade in an instant. The toll of that strike had drained him significantly, requiring considerable time to recuperate. He had earned the title of Jie Zun for rarely engaging in battle. When he did, it was akin to a deity of law executing the fury of heaven. Is he injured? Upon seeing the Demon King wounded, the spirits of the onlooker soared, invigorated by the revelation. What did this signify? It indicated that the Demon King was not invincible. As long as they united in purpose, they could break free from their predicament. Although it was Jie Zun who struck the blow, it did not deter the others from imagining themselves in his position. Seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, they unleashed their Dao arts and charged towards the Demon King, while Jie Zun took advantage of the distraction to slip away quietly. That last strike had already drained most of his strength. He was now but a spent force, and at such a critical juncture, it would be impolite not to flee. Ha! The Demon King laughed heartily, as if driven mad. This display did not intimidate the onlookers. Instead, they perceived him as being on the brink of exhaustion, believing his antics to be mere bluster. However, they would soon pay the price for their ignorance. The Demon King's gaze turned cold and indifferent, regarding the crowd as if they were mere corpses. This farcical game of cat and mouse was about to conclude. Having been injured, the Demon King's playful demeanor gradually faded, Now, he sought only to bury everything beneath a tide of slaughter. Hiss. Hiss. The first few Taoists to charge forward were mercilessly slaughtered by the Demon King. By the time those in the rear reacted, it was already too late. This was undeniably a one-sided massacre. Master Muda's heart bled as he witnessed so many of his fellow practitioners perish. He longed to flay the Demon King alive. Abominable creature, cease your harm. Master Muda brandished his wooden sword, standing defiantly against the Demon King. Infuriated by the audacity of this old wretch to obstruct him, the Demon King unleashed a thunderous assault, intending to make an example of him. Yet, he did not anticipate an unexpected figure stepping in front of him, easily neutralizing his attack. You brat, seeking death? The little whirlwind seethed with rage upon seeing Lin Wen daring to obstruct his master. An insignificant novice celestial master, inferior even to himself, dared to provoke the Demon King. You have surely paved your own path to demise, master. Allow me to eliminate this ungrateful wretch for you. As the little whirlwind contemplated his loyalty, he gathered his full strength, eager to demonstrate his devotion. His master was a being capable of commanding storms in the demon realm. Serving him in his humble beginnings promised a future of unimaginable status. Just as the little whirlwind envisioned his splendid future, Lin Wen shattered his dreams with a single slap. With a light, effortless motion, Lin Wen sent the little whirlwind spinning in place. The onlookers could only see a yellow spinning top, whirling in a blur. Chapter 31:100 million oceans. Do you truly not recognize me? Lin Wen gazed at the Demon King with a perplexed expression. The Demon King remained silent, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded him. Little Whirlwind had already attained the pinnacle of demon generals, and even he dared not underestimate himself. The ease with which this individual had defeated Little Whirlwind, seemingly holding back his strength, suggested that he was far more formidable than he appeared. The youthfulness of his visage was undoubtedly a facade. Anyone capable of deceiving even himself must be one of the great figures from the mortal realm. In that moment, the Demon King's mind raced with speculations, and he cast Lin Wen a deep glance. Senior, do you know me? Lin Wen asked, taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, he had been present when several leaders from the demon realm sought him out. If his own superior referred to him as senior, then it was only natural for this individual to do the same. I shall take my leave. The Demon King began to depart, but was halted by Lin Wen. Do you truly not recognize me? Lin Wen questioned, bemused. Even if he had transformed into a human, his gaze remained unchanged. The last time he confronted those leaders of the demon realm, the Demon King had been terrified to the point of losing control. There was no reason for him not to recognize him. The Demon King hesitated, awkwardly staring at Lin Wen. His words took on a different connotation in the Demon King's ears. The one who had struck him now wished to depart. Was he courting death? Thus, the Demon King knelt before Lin Wen, lamenting, I am deserving of death. I shall reflect upon my actions. He then produced a 1,000-year-old meat spirit mushroom from the coffin, humbly offering, this 1,000-year meat spirit mushroom is a tribute to you, esteemed senior. I implore you to forgive my transgressions. Lin Wen was equally astonished. The unfolding events diverged sharply from his expectations. His words bore no fault. They were taken at face value. Was it he who miscommunicated, or the Demon King who misinterpreted? For a moment, Lin Wen found himself deep in contemplation. Noticing Lin Wen's silence, the Demon King assumed he looked down upon the 1,000-year meat spirit mushroom, and thus, gritting his teeth, he removed a ring from his finger. This is the treasure of my lifetime, dedicated to you, esteemed senior. I did not mean it in that way, I understand. This is merely the first half. The Demon King hastily produced another ring and offered it to Lin Wen, fearing a change of heart from him. Witnessing the entirety of his life savings being relinquished, the Demon King felt a pang of anguish as if his heart were bleeding. May I take my leave, esteemed senior? Lin Wen, still processing the 2 rings in his hand, found himself momentarily at a loss. Esteemed senior. Lin Wen instinctively responded, then, meeting the Demon King's sincere gaze, he nodded. The Demon King's joy was palpable. He transformed into a gust of wind and soared away, not forgetting to take along the still-spinning little whirlwind. Once the Demon King departed, the ring master approached Lin Wen, gazing at the rings in his hand with curiosity. What were you two discussing just now? Nothing much. He mentioned that dinner is ready at home, and he must return quickly, Lin Wen explained with a smile, aware that their conversation had been in the language of the demons, which the Taoists could not decipher without external aids. Master Mudu approached, trembling as he bowed deeply to Lin Wen. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, fellow Taoist. Seeing his frail demeanor, Lin Wen quickly stepped forward to support him, fearing he might stumble. There is no need for such formalities. You treat me as you would an elder. When you arrive at the Shanqing sect, please feel free to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Lin Wen smiled and refrained from further conversation. In this world, Mao Shan and Shaoqing sect were akin to fraternal brothers, which was why he had intervened when Master Mu was in distress. The Demon King has emerged, and the mortal realm may not remain tranquil. My fellow Taoists must alert their communities upon returning and prepare for the impending invasion from the demon realm. Master Mu addressed the assembled crowd, his voice weak. Seeing that only a fraction of those who had come were still present, his heart felt as though it were. These were the elite of the Taoist sect, now reduced to such a state by a single demon king. Having narrowly escaped death, these individuals would surely know what to say upon their return to their mountain gates. They bid farewell to Master Mu, emphasizing their gratitude towards Lin Wen. After all, they had witnessed his remarkable performance, and it would be no exaggeration to call him their savior. Watching this unfold, the ring master felt a twinge of resentment. Despite his considerable efforts, no one had expressed gratitude towards him, which irked him deeply. Once the crowd had dispersed, only Master Mu, Lin Wen, and a few bodyguards, including Li Xnai, remained. The ring master, unable to lower himself to engage in pleasantries with Lin Wen, took his leave. As for Jin Song and Jiang Shofu, they had vanished, likely unable to face the remaining individuals. Li Xnai eyed the meat spirit mushroom in Lin Wen's hand, caught in a dilemma as she battled with her thoughts. After much internal conflict, she finally summoned the courage to step forward. Lin, could you possibly sell me that meat spirit mushroom? Upon hearing her request, Simu stepped forward, coldly regarding her. Buy it for you. We dare not. Who knows what kind of excuses you would concoct to abscond with the money. Listening to Simu's caustic tone, her previous actions had indeed been excessive, severely tarnishing her reputation. After witnessing Lin Wen's extraordinary abilities, any thought of coercion had vanished. Even her own indulgent master was no match for him, leaving her with no choice but to plead earnestly. Our Li family possesses wealth, immense wealth. I assure you, if you sell it to me, you will be thoroughly satisfied with the price. Li Xnai pleaded, desperately hoping her earlier arrogance would not dissuade Lin Wen, as she could not afford to miss this opportunity to save her grandfather. Little master uncle, do not give it to her. If her grandfather were to perish, it would be for the best. He is likely as much a menace as she is. Simu retorted sharply, recalling how Li Xnai had previously sought to harm him and his junior. No matter how kind-hearted he was, he could not forgive such actions. Li Xnai's expression darkened with sorrow, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She recognized the bleakness of her hopes. Yet hearing those words felt like a piercing stab to her heart. 100 million oceans, do you wish to buy it? Lin Wen's words floated lightly, yet to Li Xnai, they bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. I'll buy it. I will buy it. Li Xnai exclaimed, seizing the opportunity as if clutching a lifeline, terrified that Lin Wen might withdraw his offer. Though 100 million oceans was an astronomical sum, it paled in comparison to the... As long as he was alive, the Li family would endure. Lin Wen nodded, tapping the meat spirit mushroom lightly. A blood-red orb appeared in his hand, crystalline and radiant, consuming it will extend your life for another decade. Lin Wen declared, his demeanor unwavering. Li Xnai's face lit up with joy, as she felt a warmth spreading through her chest. Lin Wen had not deceived her. The blood-red orb indeed represented the elixir of immortality. Grandfather, your illness will be cured. Chapter 32, The Frontier Royal Clan Master. 100 million ocean dollars is an exorbitant sum. Might I request a few days' grace? Li Xnai cautiously glanced at Lin Wen, her voice dwindling to a whisper. I shall grant you 1 month to deliver it to the charity house in Rinjia town. Thank you, master. Li Xnai exhaled a sigh of relief, having secured a moment's reprieve for her family. It is worth noting that even though the Li family claims to be the wealthiest in the Bay Islands, they cannot possibly muster 100 million ocean dollars in cash. They would have to liquidate all their assets to barely scrape together that amount. Remember this. I can ensure his survival, but I can also reclaim everything. Do not attempt to be clever with me. Lin Wen's gaze was icy as it bore down on her, and in that moment, Li Xnai felt a chill coursing through her, a sensation akin to icy fingers creeping up her spine. At that instant, she comprehended that sometimes, life and death are not within one's control. Little master uncle, do you truly believe she will hand over the money to you? Simu expressed his confusion regarding Lin Wen's actions during their journey. How could his little master uncle commit such a grievous error? Li Xnai possessed little credibility to begin with. After reaching Taiwan, she might very well refuse to acknowledge her debts. Would little master uncle still be able to confront her then? No matter how powerful the Taoist may be, he could not contend with an army. With planes and artillery at their disposal, Lin Wen merely smiled, dismissing Simu's concerns. He cared not whether the other party would pay. His own interests must not be compromised. In fact, he rather hoped that she would default, as it would provide him with an opportunity to manipulate the Li family, harnessing their influence to accomplish certain objectives. After all, his two identities, as a zombie and a Taoist, imposed considerable limitations on his actions within human society. Thus, having some official status would prove advantageous. Following their emergence from the ancient tomb of the Celestial Corpse, Ming from Maoshan had departed, stating that he wished to wander freely. Simu had considered inviting him as a guest, yet could not dissuade him from his resolute intent. Observing the nearby stream and rocks, Simu quickened his pace considerably. Sensing the sudden acceleration, Linwen opened his eyes, realizing they were nearing their destination. Two adjacent wooden cabins appeared to be engaged in a silent contest, neither yielding to the other. Jiala, Simu called out, elongating the syllable, for he knew his disciple would undoubtedly still be in slumber. Under normal circumstances, this would be acceptable. However, with little Master Uncle's arrival, he could not afford to leave a poor impression. In no time at all, a young man emerged from one of the cabins. Upon reaching Simu, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Master, you have returned." Humph. Simu scowled, aware from Jiala's bleary-eyed demeanor that he had not been diligently practicing his Taoist arts. He pinched the lads, glancing at the man beside him, who appeared younger than himself. He could not resist asking, "Master, is this your new disciple?" Upon hearing this, Simu nearly struck him with his shoe, tightening his grip further. "Wretched disciple, this is your granduncle." Granduncle. Jiala was utterly flabbergasted, realizing that this seemingly younger man held a remarkable seniority. His own master was a junior in comparison. Granduncle. Since his master had spoken, Jiala could only acquiesce, respectfully addressing Linwen. He had no doubt that should he exhibit any laxity in tone, his master would swiftly administer a reprimand. Linwen smiled gently, observing the lively interaction between the master and disciple, reminiscent of his own experiences watching films. He then retrieved a blood-red orb from his pocket and handed it over. "This gift is for you. Consider it a token of our first meeting." Jiala instinctively glanced towards Simu upon seeing the blood-red orb. Noticing his master's astonished expression, he understood that this item was no ordinary trinket, and so he gratefully accepted it, not forgetting to sweetly exclaim, "Thank you, granduncle." Simu was momentarily perplexed by Linwen's gesture. Why had his little master uncle bestowed the essence of the flesh-spirit fungus upon Jiala? In truth, this orb did not represent the life essence of the flesh-spirit fungus. Much like the blood-red orb in the Xinai's possession, it was merely a fragment that Linwen had separated from a larger orb found within the ancient castle. The original orb's vitality was too dense, prompting Linwen to divide it into several portions. Since it served no purpose for him, he considered it a small gift for a younger generation. Jiala cherished the orb as if it were a treasure, contemplating how the shimmering object would undoubtedly delight Qingqing. "I ask you, has that bald monk returned?" Upon entering the cabin, Simu eagerly inquired. Jiala, well aware of whom his master referred to, answered honestly, "Master Ishio has returned, and he brought along a female disciple." Simu's expression brightened at this news. He was eager to seek out Ishio and allow little master uncle to temper his sharpness. As for the female disciple mentioned by Jiala, Simu inwardly criticized, wondering why the aging monk would take on a female apprentice, fearing he might lead her astray. Having learned that Master Ishio had indeed returned, Linwen deduced that they had dallied at the ancient tomb of the Celestial Corpse. He was uncertain, however, of the whereabouts of Daoist Qianhe and whether he might still encounter him. With Linwen's arrival, Simu instructed Jiala to procure some game from outside, preparing to host little master uncle with a hearty. Overjoyed at the prospect of avoiding Taoist studies, Jiala dashed off, practically skimming the ground. That boy, truly. Simu shook his head, unsure of what to say. After a satisfying meal, the three rested for a while until afternoon approached. Hearing the sound of wheels rolling outside, Linwen knew the story was about to unfold. The timeline was evidently converging nicely, allowing for timely arrivals. Simu and Jiala stepped outside, and as they faced the setting sun, they beheld a procession approaching from the distance. Among them stood an elderly monk and a delicately featured young woman. This must be Master Ishio and Qingqing. Soon, the procession arrived, and the leading Taoist, radiating righteousness, was accompanied by 4 young men clad in similar robes. Upon spotting Simu, the Taoist exclaimed joyfully, "Master brother, junior brother, what brings you here?" Simu queried, puzzled as he observed the royal guards bearing a child aloft. Were it not for the coffin beside them, he might have believed they were merely embarking on a leisurely excursion. This child belongs to the frontier royal clan, who met a tragic end in the war and must be returned to Zhangjing for burial. Daoist Qianhe sighed, reflecting on the trials endured during their journey. However, the difficulty stemmed not from external factors but rather internal strife, particularly due to that troublesome Wu Shilang, whose incessant hindrances had caused him considerable vexation. "Ah, I see. How forgetful of me. I neglected to inform you that our little master uncle has arrived," Simu exclaimed, guiding Daoist Qianhe towards Linwen and introducing him with a smile. Upon seeing Linwen, Daoist Qianhe was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished by his youthful appearance. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to my granduncle. Chapter 33. You hold this lightning rod, hurry up. Is it ready yet? A rather effeminate-looking man lamented, causing Daoist Qianhe to furrow his brow repeatedly. Finally, with a hint of resignation, he said, Shi Xiang, please hand me the glutinous rice. I won't trouble you any further this time. What are you talking about, Shitty? It's not like we won't see each other again in the future. Simu clapped him on the shoulder and then handed over a bag of glutinous rice. Shitty, perhaps you should remove the cover to allow the coffin to absorb some sunlight. Upon hearing this, Daoist Qianhe nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. He then instructed his 4 disciples to take down the cover. Just as Qianhe was about to leave, Lin Wen intercepted him. What is the meaning of this, little Shirshu? Qianhe was somewhat bewildered, unsure of Lin Wen's intentions. Did he inadvertently offend him by not adhering to proper etiquette? However, it soon became clear that he had misunderstood Lin Wen. I possess a talisman that can suppress malevolent energy. Place it atop the coffin, Lin Wen stated. Thank you, little Shirshu. Daoist Qianhe exclaimed with delight. However, upon examining the object in Lin Wen's hand, he fell into contemplation. Are you certain this item can suppress malevolent energy? As he gazed at the antenna in Lin Wen's grasp, Daoist Qianhe found himself in a state of disarray. After all, it was a gesture from an elder, and talismans were hard to come by. Any one of them was something countless Daoists would vie for. Thus, Daoist Qianhe accepted the antenna and proceeded to place it on the coffin. What are you doing? Wu Shilang approached, evidently displeased with Daoist Qianhe's actions. Daoist Qianhe was at a loss for words. Should he tell him that the contents of the coffin were ominous, and that not incinerating it on-site was already a considerable concession? Quickly take it down. How can you carelessly place items, disturbing the emperor? Can you bear the consequences? Wu Shilang's voice was sharp, causing Lin Wen to feel a twinge of displeasure. Daoist Qianhe wished to say something further, but saw that Wu Shilang had already seized the antenna and tossed it to the ground. Attempting to intervene was futile. Lin Wen sneered inwardly. Oh, Wu Shilang, if the readers of Yanzu were to witness your conduct, they would surely exclaim, you have chosen the path to your demise. Fortunately, Jialu was quick on his feet, picking up the antenna from the ground, wiping off the dirt, and handing it back to Daoist Qianhe. He turned to Wu Shilang with a smile and said, My lord, you may not be aware, but this is called a guiding needle. It can assist the deceased in transitioning into reincarnation and being reborn. Wu Shilang regarded Jialu with keen interest, and upon observing his handsome features, he felt a sense of pleasure. Although not as striking as the young gentleman beside him, Jialu's sweet tongue certainly met the expectations of the grieving family. With a grin, Wu Shilang lightly tapped Jialu's shoulder, as if conveying a message. Little brother, would you care to serve in the palace? I shall summon you at that moment. Jialu was overwhelmed with goosebumps, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Simu could no longer tolerate the situation. With a cold snort, he pulled Jialu back towards the small wooden cabin. Master Ishio, seeing the excitement dissipate, also took Qing Qing back to the thatched hut. As for Lin Wen, he had long departed the moment Wu Shilang summoned Jialu. He feared that if he lingered, he might inadvertently embarrass himself in front of everyone while dealing with this repulsive zombie. Night soon fell, and as Lin Wen had anticipated, the outside was beset by a tempest, with thunder and lightning flashing ominously. Simu observed the deteriorating weather with increasing anxiety. He felt an unsettling premonition, though he could not ascertain its source, leaving him inexplicably troubled. What's the matter? Lin Wen discerned his unease and, without directly addressing it, spoke softly. It's nothing, little Shirshu, merely a bit of unrest within my heart. Simu felt a warmth flow through him at Lin Wen's concern. I sensed that you were worried about your Shitty. With the weather being so strange outside, I admit that I too feel a bit uneasy. Why not go take a look together? Listening to you, little Shirshu. Simu's heart surged with joy at his words. Truth be told, he was genuinely concerned for his Shitty, and now that little Shirshu had suggested it, he felt compelled to investigate. Soon, the two followed the path the caravan had taken, arriving at a broad and level expanse. However, the scene before them caused their brows to furrow tightly. They beheld the coffin, now ajar, surrounded by several lifeless bodies strewn haphazardly about, the sight most ghastly, as if all the blood had been drained from them. Simu approached for a closer inspection, his furrowed brow easing slightly. Fortunately, he did not spot his Shitty among the remains. Just as they were about to depart, they heard a commotion emanating from within a tent. Upon pulling back the curtain, they were met with a horrifying sight. Daoist Qianhe stood with his back to them, brandishing a peachwood sword, poised to strike downward. Stop. Daoist Qianhe's sword had already descended. Just as tragedy seemed imminent, Daoist Qianhe turned around, wearing a look of confusion. Shixiang, little Shushu, what brings you here? Following his gaze downward, they beheld a charred corpse, nearly indistinguishable as human. Shitty, what on earth are you doing? Simu inquired, bewildered. Hearing this, Daoist Qianhe realized that Shixiang had misunderstood him, and he hurriedly began to explain the events that had transpired. It turned out that shortly after they had departed, a torrential downpour commenced. Recalling little Shishu's instructions, Daoist Qianhe had sought the lightning rod from Wu Shilang. However, the latter had been evasive. Daoist Qianhe and his 4 disciples had engaged in a struggle with the entity. By sheer coincidence, a bolt of lightning struck just then, hitting Wu Shilang directly. The zombie, as if confronted with some great terror, had fled in a panic upon seeing the eerie lightning. The unfortunate Wu Shilang, struck by the lightning, had not perished immediately. Whether it was fortune or misfortune remained questionable. To spare him further agony, the earlier scene had unfolded. Upon hearing Daoist Qianhe's explanations, Simu finally understood. He had initially feared something had befallen his Shidi, only to discover it was Wu Shilang. Thus, there was no cause for alarm. After all, he had never been fond of that effeminate man. Furthermore, how could he doubt his Shidi? Daoist Qianhe's prowess ranked among the top 3 among their brotherhood, while he himself felt slightly inferior. Surely, dealing with a zombie would be a trivial matter for him. Lin Wen contemplated the now charred Wu Shilang, lost in thought. If his observations were correct, it seemed the latter had indeed swallowed the lightning rod. Although he found it perplexing, he was greatly astonished. Truly, those from the palace possessed remarkable talents. It was amusing to consider that Wu Shilang had taken Jia Lu's words to heart. If the notion of reincarnation were true, Lin Wen wondered how many times he could meet his end. By the way, Shitty, where did that zombie flee? Simu inquired, as the presence of such a dangerous creature roaming freely was not to be taken lightly. Simu followed his gaze, and after a moment, he regained his senses, unable to restrain his expletives. Damn it, that's my home. Chapter 34. The abomination, I shall exorcise you today. At this moment, Simu could only curse his misfortune. Having just descended from the highlands, he discovered that his home had been ransacked. What on earth is happening? Oh no, the zombie has fully matured and will surely cause chaos. We must return at once. Master Qianhe's expression shifted drastically as he prepared to depart with his 4 disciples. However, upon looking up, he found Simu's figure was nowhere to be seen. The latter had disregarded Lin Wen and hurried home in a frantic rush, resembling someone returning to catch a cheating spouse. Uncle Shi, let us hurry back. Qianhe respectfully urged Lin Wen. Without a moment's hesitation, they followed the muddy trail back to the wooden cabin. Throughout the journey, Master Qianhe was consumed with worry. He pondered the fact that the zombie was a formidable entity, one that even his 5 disciples found challenging to confront. Adding Simu to their ranks would yield little hope. As for Lin Wen, he held no particular thoughts. He perceived Lin Wen as too young, with a brief history of cultivation, even with exceptional talent. Reaching the realm of Qi refinement would be his utmost limit. The zombie, having been bathed in the moonlight, had already transcended the realm of mere corporeality. It could be said that without a celestial master, it was invincible. Meanwhile, within the wooden cabin, Qingjing gazed anxiously at the tempest outside. The rain fell in torrents, accompanied by the roar of thunder, and then, as suddenly as it began, it ceased. What are you doing, Qingjing? Jiala appeared by her side, grinning as he leaned closer. Nothing, just watching the rain. Qingjing replied, her hands cradling her face atop the doorframe, lost in melancholy. Then let me join you, Jiala said with a cheerful smile, settling beside her to quietly observe. After a moment, Jiala's gaze shifted, and he playfully reached out to poke Qingjing's cheek. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Ouch. Jiala stumbled backward, landing with a thud on the ground, his rear making intimate contact with the earth. Opening his arms in a gesture of innocence, he revealed a blood-red orb, speaking softly, I wanted to give you a gift. Realizing her misunderstanding, Qingjing's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly squatted to help him up. Feeling the softness of her delicate hand, Jiala grinned foolishly, seemingly forgetting the earlier awkwardness. How beautiful! Qingjing exclaimed, admiring the blood-red orb in her hand. Her spirits lifted. What girl does not adore glimmering objects? Especially this orb, whose hue resembled fresh blood, exuding an alluring, bewitching charm, imparting an air of nobility. Thank you, Jiala, she said with a sweet smile, then unexpectedly pecked him on the cheek. This sudden act left Jiala momentarily stunned, a jolt coursing through him as he realized, she actually kissed me. Witnessing his bewildered expression, Qingjing recognized her boldness, and, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, fled from the scene. Wait for me, Qingjing. Just as Jiala intended to pursue her, A loud shout echoed from inside the cabin. Ah! Upon hearing Qingjing's voice, Jiala's expression shifted with concern. Did something happen to her? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a monk burst forth, a certain Master Ishio. Having heard his beloved disciple's cry, the monk swiftly pulled aside the curtain, only to see Qingjing rushing out in a panic. "Help me, master! There's a zombie inside," she cried, fear etched on her face as she clutched his robe. Recognizing his moment to shine, Jiala called out, "Qingjing, do not fear. Watch as I subdue it." He charged forward, brimming with confidence. Having studied the art of Maoshan under his master since childhood, he was well versed in dealing with zombies. Yet, as he bravely advanced, he was met with an overwhelming force that sent him crashing backward, shattering the wooden door and rendering him unconscious. A gentle reminder, while heroically rescuing a maiden is noble, one must also be mindful of one's own capabilities. Roar. After incapacitating Jiala, the zombie revealed itself, its grotesque visage causing even Master Ishio, a seasoned practitioner of the Buddhist arts, to wear a grave expression. "Qingjing, go summon the Taoist Simo next door." "This zombie is formidable." Master Ishio, wise and seasoned, recognized that he was no match for this creature. He could only place his hopes in his disciples. If Simo could arrive in time, perhaps they could subdue the threat together. The thought of Simo not coming to their aid never crossed his mind. Despite their daily bickering, when it came to matters of life and death, they would surely not abandon each other. Besides, with his sole disciple in danger, how could he not respond? At that moment, a flicker of cunning emerged within Master Ishio. Qingjing, utterly terrified, heeded her master's command and dashed away. "Master, my mentor has gone out. He is not here." Jiala, having regained consciousness, spoke weakly. Upon hearing this, Master Ishio's expression darkened further. Without Simo's presence, how could he hope to confront a fully formed zombie? This was no joking matter, but time was of the essence. As Master Ishio contemplated their dire straits, the zombie made its move. Seeing that the crowd was ignoring it, the zombie felt slighted and opened its gaping maw, lunging toward them. Qingjing was the first target, the creature's eyes glinting with malice. It sensed something. Such a stunning beauty, her maiden's blood must surely be exquisite. "Abomination, do not harm my disciple," Master Ishio exclaimed fiercely, stepping in front of Qingjing to engage the zombie in combat. Yet, after only a few exchanges, Master Ishio found himself struggling, ultimately being struck down, blood spilling from his mouth. He still managed to shout, "Run!" Witnessing Master Ishio's desperate struggle to buy them time, both of them were moved to tears. They resolved to escape the wooden cabin without hesitation. "What should we do, Jiala?" "My master cannot hold out much longer. We must find Taoist Simo," Qingjing urged, her grip on Jiala's shoulder tightening with urgency. "Do not fear, Qingjing. I still have some talismans left by my master that might be effective against it," Jiala offered, unsure of how to come. Qingjing's face lit up with hope at his words, her pace quickening, her tone growing more frantic. "Then hurry, my master is running out of time." Together, they rushed to Simo's room, rummaging through every nook and cranny until they finally uncovered a few talismans hidden away. Jiala even stumbled upon a large sword that Simo had concealed. "Who dares to steal from me?" Simo returned to the wooden cabin only to find it ransacked, and he dashed towards his treasure room, where he discovered his beloved disciple, Jiala, along with a woman, in the act of pilfering his belongings. "Master, you have finally returned. Hurry and save Master Ishio," Jiala exclaimed with unbridled joy upon seeing Simo. Simo understood immediately the gravity of the situation. It seemed he had arrived too late. Thankfully, the zombie had not come for him, but had instead pursued the bald monk. Recognizing the peril, Simo wasted no time and set off, acutely aware that the longer he delayed, the more danger Master Ishio faced. As he approached the wooden cabin, he heard Master Ishio's resolute voice booming, "Abomination. Today I shall exorcise you." Chapter 35. Turning the tables, the battle raged on with an intensity that was nothing short of harrowing, yet it was merely Master Ishio enduring a one-sided thrashing. Upon witnessing this, Simo wasted no time and quickly came to his aid. "Fellow Taoist." Master Ishio's face lit up with gratitude upon seeing Simo arrive. The two formidable men flanked the zombie, effectively cornering it. "Bald donkey, you still haven't changed your luck," Simo teased, not missing the opportunity to ridicule Master Ishio. However, Master Ishio had no time to spar verbally with Simo. He turned his face away, pretending not to hear, while inwardly cursing, such a petty person. Simo maintained an air of ease, but after a few exchanges with the zombie, he found himself struggling. His expression grew serious as he adjusted his stance and formed hand seals. "Please, let the ancestor descend." Almost immediately, Simu's body began to swell like an inflated balloon, becoming extraordinarily robust, to the point where his clothing threatened to burst at the seams. Master Isho's face displayed astonishment. It was his first encounter with the Maoshan summoning technique. Previously, he had assumed Simu was merely boasting, but now it was evident that he possessed genuine skill. Seeing the stunned expression on his old rival's face, Simu felt a surge of pride, thumping his chest to encourage himself, then trudging heavily towards the zombie. The zombie, unable to evade in time, was struck full force by the enhanced Simu, sent flying backwards. As it rose, it appeared to question its own existence. Delighted by its defeat, Simu raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Master Ishio, as if to say, "Look closely, take notes." With renewed vigor, he charged at the zombie once more. Thus, the roles were reversed. The zombie fled while Simu pursued. Unfortunately for the zombie, its speed was woefully inadequate, and even though Simu's bulk made him somewhat cumbersome, he still easily closed the distance. This created a rather comical scene, with the zombie desperately trying to escape Simu's relentless assault. As Qian Hidaoist arrived, he witnessed this absurd spectacle. Seeing the zombie being mercilessly beaten by his senior brother, Qian he wore an odd expression. "Uncle Master, it seems we may not need to intervene," he murmured, recognizing that the situation was well in hand and, barring any unforeseen events, Simu would undoubtedly vanquish the zombie. This scene also elicited a chuckle from Linwan, who had found it amusing while watching a film earlier. Witnessing it firsthand now evoked an indescribable feeling. Fortunately, Master Isho's wooden cabin had no nails. Otherwise, the tragic scenarios from the movie would have played out once more. Simu grew increasingly emboldened, wreaking havoc within the wooden cabin. Master Isho watched in dismay, feeling a pang of sorrow. Why was it that Simu treated his home with such disregard? He suspected that Simu was settling personal scores, as his own dwelling was on the brink of destruction. "Qing Jing, what troubles you?" Jialu noticed the unusual pallor on Qing Jing's face and promptly inquired. "Legu, I've lost the bead you gifted me." Qing Jing spoke softly, filled with guilt. To her surprise, Jialu waved it off generously. "I was wondering what was the matter. If you've lost it, then so be it. No jewel is worth more than your safety." If only Jialu had lived in modern times, he would have been a master at charming women. Upon hearing his words, a hint of color returned to Qing Jing's cheeks, though her heart remained heavy knowing her home was in ruins. Meanwhile, the group of royal guards escorting the coffin appeared around the wooden cabin. For reasons unknown, these individuals had not been transformed into zombies and still retained their human forms. However, their condition was less than ideal. Several guards, accompanied by the young prince, were in full flight, clearly terrified. Let us hurry inside." One guard, resembling a certain Lord Wu, exclaimed with relief upon spotting the cabin. "Lord Niao, let us make haste." The young princess' tender voice chimed in. Having survived a calamity and drenched by the relentless rain, he was in a weakened state, suffering greatly. As the younger brother of Lord Wu, Lord Niao took command of the group during this crisis. "That Taoist is utterly unreliable. He abandoned us to flee. Once we reach the capital, I shall ensure he pays dearly for it." Lord Niao grumbled fiercely, having conveniently forgotten how Qian Hidaoist had previously saved them. Cautiously, he settled the prince inside the cabin and barked orders with an air of authority. "The prince is unwell. Fetch some medicine at once." With danger averted, his arrogance surged. The guards, accustomed to being commanded, complied without a hint of complaint, rummaging through the cabin for supplies. Meanwhile, Lord Niao sat beside the prince, a veneer of obsequiousness upon his face as he spoke in a weepy tone. "Your Highness, you must recover. If anything were to happen to you, I would not survive." Regrettably, the young prince did not respond. His cheeks were flushed, eyes tightly shut, and he radiated an alarming heat. "My lord, we've found something remarkable," a guard called from beyond the curtain. Lord Niao composed himself, feigning a few crocodile tears. "Bring it forth." Upon seeing the blood-red orb in the guard's hand, Lord Niao was immediately captivated. The quality of this gem surpassed even the treasures of the palace, a sight he had never before beheld. In an instant, his mind turned to avarice. Discreetly, he accepted the blood-red orb, then waved his hand dismissively, speaking blandly. "You may leave." Once the guard departed, Lord Niao eagerly retrieved the orb, savoring it. "Wealth is upon me. Wealth is upon me." Thrilled, he glanced at the bed to find the young prince still unconscious, secretly reveling in his fortune. Such a gem would fetch a handsome price, sufficient to secure his retirement. As Lord Niao pondered this, he delicately threaded the blood-red orb onto a string and wore it around his neck. Once he had prepared everything, he began searching the cabin. Such a treasure deserved to be admired in a mirror, lest it be wasted. Just as he moved cautiously, A voice echoed from outside. Valbeast, where do you think you can escape? Upon hearing this voice, Lord Niao became as skittish as a startled bird, hurriedly seeking a place to hide, resembling a thief caught in the act. Spotting the wardrobe beside the window, he felt a surge of joy and dashed toward it. But midway, the window shattered as a grotesque corpse, clad in tattered ceremonial robes, burst through. Upon encountering Lord Niao, it opened its gaping maw as if he were a delectable morsel. With no time to evade, Lord Niao collided with the zombie, and before he could rise, it had seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Terrified, Lord Niao lost control of his bladder, watching in despair as the zombie lunged for him, closing his eyes in resignation. After a lengthy pause, Lord Niao opened his eyes in confusion. The anticipated doom had not come to pass. Instead, the zombie merely swallowed the blood-red orb whole before discarding him. In Lord Niao's bewildered gaze, the zombie consumed. Behind it stood a robust Taoist, wielding a peachwood sword, his gaze resolute. Valbeast, let us see where you can flee now. Simu sneered, contemplating how best to deal with the zombie before him. Yet, what was this peculiar expression on the zombie's face? Simu felt a twinge of doubt, for he distinctly saw the zombie gazing back at him with an air of defiance, its lips curving into an almost mocking grin. Chapter 36. The Tournament of Master Qianhe illusions must be mere figments of the imagination. Casting aside his unrealistic thoughts, Simu's gaze sharpened. He brandished an oversized peachwood sword, launching a barrage of strikes against the zombie. To his astonishment, the creature not only failed to evade but stood rigid, bracing itself for the onslaught. This bizarre spectacle left Simu momentarily bewildered. Before he could ponder further, the great sword collided with the zombie's form. Clang! Crack! With a resounding clash, the sword shattered, yet the zombie remained unscathed, regarding Simu with a provocative glare, as if to mockingly question his prowess. The audacity of such disdain ignited a flame of indignation within Simu. Just moments ago, the zombie had been no match for him, and yet in the blink of an eye, it had seemingly transformed into a formidable adversary. Had it consumed some elixir of extraordinary power? Unthinkable. Such a remedy could not possibly amplify a mere ghoul's strength to such an extent. If it existed, the zombie would have long since dominated the world. While Simu was lost in thought, the zombie seized the initiative. Little brother, it's my turn now. Having endured Simu's earlier aggression, it was seizing the opportunity amid their struggle. The bird envoy dared not linger, hastily taking the unconscious young prince with him. The zombie's attacks grew increasingly fierce, even pushing Simu, who invoked the spirit summoning technique, to his limits. A grimace of frustration crossed his face. Although powerful, the technique harbored an unavoidable flaw. It could only be sustained for 3 minutes, and its potency waned with time. Unfortunately, amidst the fray, Simu stepped onto a shard of wood that had been shattered by the zombie, causing his body to deflate like a punctured balloon, reverting to its original form. From Simu's perspective, the zombie loomed ever larger. Adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer needless losses, Simu shot the zombie a fierce glare before fleeing without a backward glance. His departure was resolute, devoid of any lingering attachment. Meanwhile, the bird envoy, accompanied by several guards, arrived at Master Isho's wooden cabin, observing the individuals tidying up the aftermath. There are zombies. The bird envoy, akin to a frightened bird, clung to Master Qianhe's back, finding solace in his presence. What are you afraid of? Did you not see that zombie fleeing in terror from my master? Jiala retorted, his tone dripping with disdain for the envoy's cowardice. Fleeing in terror, the bird envoy, puzzled, then witnessed Simu hurriedly approach, shouting, "Brother, save me." His panic mirrored that of the earlier envoy. Trailing closely behind Simu was the zombie, pursuing leisurely, as if playing a game of cat and mouse. Linwen observed this peculiar turn of events with growing confusion. What had changed in the zombie? Initially, it possessed only the strength of a fledgling ghoul, its appearance intimidating yet only slightly superior to Ren Weiong. However, the current zombie had transitioned into the realm of a formidable adversary, its aura and strength now palpable. Linwen began to suspect the creature had ingested some form of enhancement. Just as Simu's words faded, Master Qianhe surged forward, closely followed by Master Isho. This impressive assembly evoked a tinge of envy in Linwen. Had Master Qianhe not taken his own life in the cinematic retelling, confronting the zombie might have been a simpler affair, for he was renowned for only engaging in peak battles. Regrettably, their expedition had faltered, and they found themselves entangled in a formidable challenge. Brother, how has the zombie grown so powerful? Master Qianhe questioned, bewildered. In such a brief span, the creature's strength had seemingly doubled, with it holding its ground against 3 opponents effortlessly. I have no... What had once been an easy victory had swiftly transformed into a disheartening reversal of fortunes, leaving him frustrated. Master Qianhe, a formidable force in this encounter, executed his techniques with remarkable finesse, showing no trepidation even against a hardened foe. Sadly, neither side could gain the upper hand. Simu and Master Ishio were evenly matched, both possessing mid-level cultivation in the Qi refinement to divine transformation stage, while Master Qianhe surpassed them slightly, reaching the late stage of the same realm. 3 Earth Masters confronting a single Celestial Master-level zombie and maintaining their ground for this long was no small feat, brother. Simu exchanged a knowing glance with Qianhe, then nodded decisively, leaving Master Ishio standing in bewilderment as they simultaneously withdrew from the battlefield. Master Ishio, exasperated, muttered, "I move aside, you bald donkey." Simu shouted, producing a massive net from seemingly nowhere, with he and Master Qianhe each grasping one end and charging toward the zombie. Realizing his misunderstanding, Master Ishio wasted no time, employing his Buddhist agility to escape. Swift as the wind. "Forgiveness," they cried in unison, their voices resonating like deities of Taoism, exuding an immense aura. However, the sudden strike was effortlessly evaded by the zombie, which turned provocatively toward the group, wearing an expression that begged for confrontation. Witnessing this, Master Ishio's expression shifted dramatically. The zombie had gained sentience. A foreboding omen indeed. As it dodged, Simu grinned knowingly. He had outsmarted it. The net in his hands suddenly released, ensnaring the zombie with surprising precision. Roar. True to expectation, the creature found itself firmly trapped, struggling against its bindings. Seizing the moment, Simu took a breath of relief, but his sense of impending danger lingered, for the zombie remained a threat. They understood that the net would not hold the creature for long. It merely delayed the inevitable. "Jialu, fetch my sword," Simu commanded, and without hesitation, Jialu dashed back to the cabin, swiftly returning with several large swords in his arms. "Master, catch." He hurled the sword as if it were a shooting star, landing deftly in the hands of the 3. Even Master Ishio, the monk, found himself wielding a massive sword, lost in contemplation. Onward. Simu gritted his teeth, urging his companions to advance. As the saying goes, one must strike while the iron is hot. Now is the time to act. The bird envoy did not remain idle either, rallying the guards with fervor. "Go, master, defeat him." "Master, you are magnificent. Add more." Meanwhile, Qing Jing tended to the feverish young prince within the cabin. After enduring numerous tribulations, the prince's breath grew faint, as if he might slip away at any moment. Qing Jing carefully placed a damp cloth on his forehead before retreating to prepare medicine. Having accompanied Master Ishio for many years, she possessed rudimentary medical skills. As she brought over the freshly concocted herbal brew, she heard the young prince mumbling in his sleep, "Please don't abandon me. I am not a burden." Chapter 37. The summoning technique of BT. Outside the dwelling, 3 individuals struggled fiercely against a single corpse. The imposing swords appeared formidable, yet they proved utterly ineffective against the zombie. In stark contrast, the 3 were left in a state of utter disarray. Even the 4-eyed Taoist could not suppress his exasperation, lamenting the endlessness of their plight. Moreover, their junior master was watching from the sideline. Witnessing such dismal performance must surely be a source of disappointment for him. The disciples of Qianhe observed from the periphery, their capabilities on par with Jiala, rendering them incapable of providing any assistance. Their involvement would likely complicate matters further. 4-eyed deftly evaded the zombie's claws, rolling across the ground. The trio unleashed their true flames, employing their most secretive technique. Lin Wan, witnessing the scene unfold, realized that he could no longer remain a mere spectator. With the golden light divine spell fully activated, he left. The 4 brothers were somewhat shielded, but Qianhe and his companions, being nearest, suffered the greatest distraction. Instinctively shutting their eyes, they awaited the dissipating light, only to behold Lin Wan standing resolutely before the zombie, his silhouette imposing. "Junior Master!" Qianhe cried out in acute distress. The zombie's power was too great, and Lin Wan was perilously close. However, upon seeing Lin Wan's arrival, 4-eyed felt a wave of relief wash over him. This newfound stability was reassuring. It was somewhat regrettable, however, that he had not been able to withstand the zombie's onslaught for a longer duration. Unbeknownst to Qianhe, who was unaware of Lin Wan's true prowess, he attempted to rush forward but was swiftly restrained by 4-eyed. "Brother, what are you doing?" Qianhe questioned, puzzled. Did 4-eyed harbor discord with their junior master? Was he deliberately obstructing his path, effectively condemning Lin Wan to peril? 4-eyed, however, offered a reassuring glance before turning his attention back to Lin Wan. The zombie stared at this unfamiliar man before it, momentarily taken aback. Yet, he dismissed the thought. The zombie's intellect was limited, and the surge of power he felt left him feeling invincible. convinced that any number of challengers would be mere fodder. Lin Wen, with a sardonic smile, scrutinized the creature closely, finally grasping the reason behind its rapid increase in strength. It had consumed the crimson orb. However, the absorption had been too brief, and the zombie had yet to fully harness the orb's sanguinescence. Though it had absorbed only a portion, it had nonetheless enabled the creature to break through the threshold of a mere zombie and ascend to the formidable state of a bone-immovable entity. It seemed Lin Wen had underestimated the orb's potential. He was determined to inquire about its properties upon returning to the ancestral hall. Unlike his companions, Lin Wen did not initiate the... Instead, he remained silent, intensely fixated on the zombie, which unnervingly sensed an inexplicable trepidation. What was happening? How could a mere human gaze instill fear in a zombie? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. The zombie resolved to cease its rational thinking. It had little to begin with, and conserving what remained was prudent. Observing the undaunted zombie, Lin Wen remained stoic, drawing ever closer in mere moments. Behold, what true summoning technique looks like. He bellowed, his movements starkly contrasting those of Four-Eyed, yet subtle distinctions remained observable upon closer scrutiny. Amid the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin Wen's form began to rise, towering impressively, akin to a low-budget version of a celestial transformation. His physique expanding exponentially. He was far more imposing than Although he did not specialize in summoning techniques, Lin Wen's display was immensely enlightening, particularly as he employed the very techniques they had just witnessed against the formidable Foe. It was no wonder Lin Wen had refrained from intervening earlier. He had been observing their movements, demonstrating and correcting their missteps. In that moment, Lin Wen loomed majestically in Qian's mind, reminiscent of a protective elder watching over them. Even Master Ixia was left speechless, murmuring. Initially indifferent, it soon felt a piercing pain as Lin Wen's strength intensified. What was happening? The towering zombie, nearly 2 meters tall, now had to crane its neck just to glimpse Lin Wen's visage. At that moment, the zombie felt utterly aggrieved. While others faced the young before the old, it was contending with the young against the old, a predicament it found insurmountable. Master, he intends to flee. Four-Eyed observed the zombie's movements and quickly alerted the others. This creature had caused them considerable distress, and it could not be allowed to escape. Thus, the three formed a tacit circle, blocking all avenues of retreat for the zombie. Lin Wen regarded the zombie from his elevated position, sensing that it was time to conclude this farce. He then sucked on the thumb of his right hand, mimicking a blowing motion. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, Lin Wen's right hand swelled dramatically. He then delivered a resounding slap, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The zombie, unable to evade in time, was struck, sinking into the ground and rendered immobile under the immense pressure of Lin Wen's blow. Who would have believed that a zombie could be slain by a mere slap? Watching the seemingly lifeless zombie on the ground, Lin Wen stepped forward and hoisted it up, as if reprimanding a wayward child, delivering a firm smack to its back. Moments later, a glimmering crimson orb was expelled from the zombie's mouth. What is this? Qianhe inquired, gazing curiously at the blood-red orb. Could this be the object that facilitated the zombie's breakthrough? Wow, Master, how magnificent! Jiala rushed forward, lavishing praise upon Lin Wen, though his face bore a hint of embarrassment, having recognized that the orb was the very one Lin Wen had gifted him. Its current residence within the zombie was decidedly awkward. Four-Eyed, too, discerned the orb's origins and shot Jiala an admonishing glare. Subsequently, Lin Wen relinquished his enlarged form, reverting to his normal stature. May I inquire, esteemed elder, why your methods align with those of my Buddhist sect? Master Isho's countenance grew serious, though he lacked the confidence to press further. After all, Lin Wen's prowess was evident, and among those present, only he was not a disciple of Mao Shan. His audacity to question was a testament to the immense pressure he felt. Four-Eyed and Qianhe's expression shifted dramatically, as if they comprehended the implications of this exchange. Historically, the Buddhist and Taoist sects had been at odds, should Lin Wen have indeed appropriated Buddhist techniques. Even the Mao Shan sect would struggle to shield him, for the Buddhist order was notoriously vindictive. Chapter 38, Journey to Gubei County. What Buddhist sect? Lin Wen asked, a look of bewilderment etched across his face, as though this matter bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Ah, well, Master Ixio displayed a troubled expression. Lin Wen's words left him at a loss for how to respond. After all, he had discerned that what Lin Wen had just exhibited was indeed a technique of the Buddhist school. Could he possibly be mistaken? Simu, did you see it? I did not see anything, little master uncle, Simu replied firmly, standing beside Lin Wen with an exaggerated demeanor. Lin Wen's lips twitched as he turned away, continuing to inquire, did any of you see it? Not at all. What Buddhist Dharma? There's no Dharma here. Exactly. I saw nothing. Did anyone else see it? Where did that monk come from? Listening to the crowd, Master Ixio found himself speechless. Little monk, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. Linwen patted Master Ishio on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. The child was troubled in heart, yet chose silence. Master Ishio felt an unusual weight of melancholy, regretting his loose tongue. Only Master Ishio was left in a world of hurt. Change the plot. Earn 15 plot points. Hearing the mechanical sound, Linwen suddenly recalled the existence of his system. This time, Daoist Qianhe had not turned into a zombie, nor had his disciples met with tragic ends. Coupled with some subtle alterations, the acquisition of 15 plot points seemed quite rational. Linwen nodded, attempting to convince himself. Warning, host. Without prompt action, the world will face destruction. What do you mean by that? Nothing much, just that in 130, this world is far too fragile to face destruction in just over 100 days. Linwen felt a bit dazed. The host need not worry about me. My authority has just been upgraded. Should the world face destruction, I could merely reboot it. Speak plainly. In simpler terms, I am unilaterally terminating our contract. You must continue to serve me, but I may choose not to pay you. Seeing Linwen bemused, the system chuckled, then revealed the truth of the matter. Observing Linwen's silence, Simu grew anxious and whispered, "Little Master Uncle, are you all right?" He assumed Linwen had been affected by the spirit summoning technique, which could impact one's mental state, especially when invoking someone of considerable power. Ignoring Simu, Linwen wandered back into the wooden cabin. Lost in thought. Simu furrowed his brow at Linwen's retreating figure. "Brother, what has happened to our master uncle?" Daoist Qianhe also frowned, recognizing that Simu had spent more time by Linwen's side and might discern something. However, Simu shook his head and sighed. Perhaps he has grown weary of invincibility. Even the mighty can feel lonely. Daoist Qianhe, east, south, west, north. Within the confines of the cabin, Linwen felt a profound sense of helplessness as he gazed at the world before him, for the first time engulfed in confusion. According to the system, the true savior was not himself. The one who possessed the system was the genuine savior. The world's consciousness had expressed dissatisfaction with the slow pace of his plot alterations and had lodged a complaint with the system. Should the system abandon him, he would truly find himself homeless, more pitiful than a wandering spirit. Contemplating the alignment of his fate with this unfortunate world ignited a flame of unnameable anger within Linwen. Meanwhile, in a chaotic space. "So, has it been taken care of?" "Rest assured, I have served 2 hosts before. My eloquence is unparalleled. I trust you with this." However, the light form representing the world's consciousness continued, "Is it truly wise for us to deceive him like this? And besides, I am not deceiving him. You indeed have only 130 days left. The world's consciousness. Junior brother, are you leaving today?" On a crisp morning, Simu gazed at Daoist Qianhe, who was shouldering his pack, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "I have no choice. Such significant events have transpired. If I delay further, who knows what complications may arise." Daoist Qianhe replied, feeling shaken by yesterday's occurrences. The royal family of the border had turned into zombies, and the young prince lay in a coma. If he mishandled the situation, not only would his reward be in jeopardy, but his very life would be at risk. "Be quick. If you delay the prince's treatment, can you bear the responsibility?" The bird attendant stood beneath the sedan chair, issuing orders imperiously, resembling his brother, the crow attendant, in demeanor. Clearly, he had forgotten the humiliations of the previous day. "Farewell, brother." Daoist Qianhe clasped his fists and bid farewell to Simu. "Take care, junior brother." Simu reciprocated the gesture. Just as the two were about to part ways, Linwen emerged from the cabin. "Take me with you." What did you say, little master uncle?" Simu asked, astonished. Could it be that Linwen was indeed coming to evaluate their Taoist practices as Master Jiao had suggested? Daoist Qianhe, on the other hand, appeared delighted. He had witnessed Linwen's strength and knew that their journey would be fraught with obstacles, making his assistance invaluable. "Then I must trouble you, little master uncle." Daoist Qianhe laughed heartily, much to Simu's chagrin. "So love is destined to vanish, is it? Master uncle, are you really leaving?" Jia Li's expression was one of sorrow. He believed that Linwen's decision to depart was largely due to his loss of the marble gifted to him. Such carelessness must have disappointed Master Uncle deeply. Linwen ruffled his hair, smiling, "When I return, I shall bring you and Qing Jing some small trinkets." "Thank you, Master Uncle." Jiala smiled shyly, realizing that Master Uncle bore him no ill will, which brought him joy. Simu looked at his mischievous disciple, puzzled. "Qing Jing, why did Master Uncle specifically mention the 2 of them?" Master Ishio also stepped out to bid Linwen farewell. "Senior." He had been listening nearby and alas, it is indeed true that a young lady cannot be kept. "Master Uncle, are you also headed to the capital?" Simu questioned, perplexed, as the capital was the current seat of the dynasty. Since the establishment of the Republic, the dynasty had relied on certain foundations to establish the capital in the northwest. I am bound for Gubei County. Lin Wen smiled slightly. Having gained insight into everything, he resolved to shed his lazy habits. This was a perfect opportunity to immerse himself in the customs and culture of modern times. Having spent the night studying maps, he discovered that Gubei County was an essential route for Daoist Qianhe and his companions. He had matters to attend to there, so he would accompany them. Then take care, little master uncle. Si Mu's eyes glistened with moisture. Having spent considerable time with Lin Wen, Daoist Qianhe, observing the scene, found it somewhat absurd. It was as if his little master uncle had been spirited away from him. Heavens above. Chapter 39. Seeking a beauty at Lanruo Temple as they journeyed along the path. Qianhe occasionally sought Lin Wen's guidance on the mystical arts of Maoshan. Each time he listened, it felt as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. The young prince appeared to be quite intrigued by Lin Wen, especially after witnessing his adept use of talismans, leaving him momentarily speechless in astonishment. Thus, they peacefully passed 2.5 days before parting ways at the foot of a mountain. Little Shirshu, once I have completed this task, I shall visit you at the Charity Temple. Lin Wen nodded in acknowledgement, bidding farewell to Qianhe with a wave. It was dusk, the sky dimming, as Lin Wen followed the path to a stone tablet. Gubei County, the setting of the tale, a Chinese ghost story. Summoning Xiaoyu, the ghost he had subdued, she once again emerged into the light. Daoang, Xiaoyu said softly, inclining her body slightly, her demeanor delicate. Is this indeed Gubei County? Do you have any knowledge of your sister's whereabouts? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu appeared troubled. Replying to the Daozhang, I only know that my sister is at Lanruo Temple, but I am unaware of her exact location. Having been separated from Ye Shaoqian for many years, she no longer remembered the way back. Lin Wen sighed. Gubei County was expansive, making the search for a temple rather daunting. Moreover, Lanruo Temple had been abandoned for quite some time, likely rendering it unknown even to the locals. Noticing Lin Wen's predicament, Xiaoyu quickly leaned closer, placing her hands gently on his shoulders. Daoang, while I may not know where my sister is, this area is teeming with spirits and creatures. With a few inquiries, we may yet find her. Lin Wen's eyes brightened at this suggestion, recognizing it as a viable plan. Activating his zombie sight, Lin Wen soon detected something beneath a large tree. Hey, what are you doing? He kicked at the tree, which, have you grown tired of living? The tree spirit glowered at Lin Wen, its eyes filled with menace. Finally, it turned to Xiaoyu, displaying a lecherous grin as it leered, hee, such a beautiful young lady. How delightful it would be to be together and create a romantic tale. Bah. Xiaoyu shot at a disdainful glance. This tree spirit, merely a being of refined essence, was beneath her in power. Had Lin Wen not been present, she would have dealt with it herself. The tree spirit, intrigued, regarded Lin Wen with a mix of respect and envy. This man, akin to an insurmountable mountain, must possess some profound secret to accompany a ghost with such allure. Gazing upon Xiaoyu's exquisite visage, the spirit felt a twinge of jealousy. How could a beauty comparable to Nie Shaoqian, who was to marry the Black Mountain Demon, be so unfortunate? I ask you, how does one reach Lanruo Temple? Xiaoyu regarded it with contempt, responding curtly. Ah, quite the temper you have, the tree spirit teased, realizing she was another visitor for the Black Mountain Demon's wedding. In Gubei County, who did not know the infamous name of the Black Mountain Demon, this region regarded him as an unchallenged monarch, with many eager to curry favor with him. The tree spirit assumed Lin Wen and Xiaoyu were from elsewhere. I certainly know, but why would I divulge that information to you? The spirit extended its hand, wearing a defiant expression. Just as Xiaoyu was about to retaliate, Lin Wen intervened, presenting a vibrant red talisman. The tree spirit's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness, though it soon changed again. Why was it suddenly so warm? I recall it being night. This shouldn't be. The spirit quickly realized that the talisman in its hand had ignited into a blazing flame, rapidly engulfing it. Soon, its hand resembled a charred stick, emitting a scorching aroma. Both Lin Wen and Xiaoyu could detect the scent of burning flesh. You did this on purpose, the tree spirit exclaimed in a fit of rage, nearly jumping in exasperation. Not at all. I am but a humble individual, and this talisman is a rare treasure for me, Lin Wen retorted. Who bestows fire talismans upon tree spirits? The tree spirit lamented, nearly in tears. Had it not been for its However, recognizing Lin Wen's sincerity, it conceded, seeing your humble appearance, I shall pardon your discourtesy. Xiaoyu observed the interplay between them with astonishment. It seemed the tree spirit's intellect was somewhat lacking. Perhaps it had been singed by the Daozhang's talisman. After a brief respite, the tree spirit recovered sufficiently and led Lin Wen and Xiaoyu down a narrow path. Pray tell, where do you hail from? Is it truly worth traveling such a distance to celebrate the Black Mountain Demon's nuptials? From Taishan. The little tree spirit was taken aback. Taishan was not close by at all. Throughout their journey, the spirit's chatter never ceased, prattling on incessantly. Xiaoyu found it tiresome, while Linwen found it rather engaging. After centuries of solitude, he had not encountered such entertaining tales in quite some time. Before long, they arrived at Lan Ruat Temple, overgrown with weeds and desolate beyond measure. It differed greatly from Linwen's expectations. Xiaoqian is inside. If you wish to enter, you must seek her permission, the tree spirit declared earnestly, then transformed into a log, burrowing into the earth. Xiaoyu, gazing at the familiar surroundings, felt her eyes welling up with tears. The thought of her sister suffering inside filled her with anguish. Cursed be the Black Mountain Demon. Once I reunite with my sister, I shall surely take my revenge. Moments later, the tree spirit re-emerged. Hey, Xiaoqian refuses to see guests. Hey, wait, what are you doing? You can't just walk in. The little tree spirit's eyes nearly bulged out as it witnessed Linwen and Xiaoyu step into the temple unimpeded. It yearned to intervene but quickly realized it was no match for them. After a fierce internal struggle, the tree spirit resolved to flee. Forgive me, Xiaoqian. The little tree spirit dashed off in a direction, but in the darkness, it collided with someone. Ouch. What are you doing? The man yelped in pain, collapsing to the ground in anguish. The tree spirit paid no heed and, upon recognizing the figure as a human, fled without looking back, leaving the man bewildered in the wind. What a lack of manners, the man grumbled, rising to his feet, staggering in the opposite direction of the tree spirit. What a day of misfortune. Not only did I encounter a mad Taoist, but now I've been knocked down by someone. Clearly, today is not a day for travel. Ning Kaichen lamented, his heart heavy with worry. Having finally gained admission to a university in the provincial capital, he feared that any delay could displease his mentor, bringing dire consequences. Reflecting on his life, Ning Kaichen had composed poetry since the age of 3, and by 9. That person seems to be heading towards Lan Ruat Temple? The tree spirit halted, its expression shifting dramatically. Oh dear. Currently, there is more than just Nia Xiaoqian within those walls. I hope this young man does not venture to the wrong place. Otherwise, he may find himself facing untimely demise tonight. Chapter 40 He. I shall cherish him well. On a dark and blustery night, as autumn and summer intertwined, a light drizzle fell, mingled with the wind. Little Yu stood respectfully behind Linwen, resembling a devoted maid. The moment Linwen stepped into the temple, he sensed an imperceptible chill in the air. After employing his zombie eyes to investigate, he finally discerned the instigator. What a handsome young man. A stunning ghost in dark attire gazed at him from the shadows, her expression entranced. However, as her gaze shifted behind her, her body stiffened suddenly, as if struck by lightning. Sister, it's me, Xiaoyu. The ghost, Xiaoyu, called out anxiously within the temple. At that moment, Nia Xiaoqian could no longer hide and dashed towards Xiaoyu. Sister, Xiaoyu. The two sisters embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Linwen watched the touching reunion, feeling a warm current flow through his heart. Xiaoyu recounted her experiences during their time apart. As the sisters confided in one another, Linwen felt somewhat shy about remaining there. Just as he was about to take his leave, he felt a sudden cold touch on both his arms. Xiaoyu and Xiaoqian, the two ghostly figures, grasped him tightly, their voices sweetly chiming. Thank you, benefactor. If it weren't for you, we sisters wouldn't know when we could reunite. Just a small matter, Linwen replied, scratching his head modestly. Seeing Linwen in such a bashful state made Xiaoyu chuckle softly. It was indeed the first time she had seen a Taoist so shy. Yet, this tender scene was abruptly interrupted by a man. Ning Kaichen rushed into the temple in a flurry, drenched from the heavy rain outside. Upon witnessing the two enchanting women embracing a handsome man, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring wide-eyed as if caught in a dream. I can't be dreaming, can I? Am I encountering ghosts? He murmured, exchanging glances with the two spirits. Xiaoyu was the first to shatter the awkward silence, floating over with a fragrant breeze, causing Ning Kaichen to be ensnared in a state of blissful distraction. Observing the entranced man, Nia Xiaoqian lightly called out, Sister, you're being mischievous again. She noted that the young man, dressed like a scholar, appeared rather frail after being soaked in the rain for too long. With Xiaoyu's ghostly energy now enveloping him, it was inevitable he would fall soon. Sister, it's his fault for arriving at such an inopportune time. We were just about to express our gratitude to the Taoist, Xiaoyu said with frustration, upset that this foolish man had interrupted a wonderful opportunity. She was feeling quite irritable. Nie Xiaoqian sighed, casting an apologetic glance at Linwen. Her sister was spoiled and headstrong. Perhaps only Linwen could keep her in check. Benefactor, night has fallen. Let us rest here for the night, and allow Xiaoqian to attend to you well. Linwen nodded in agreement, as he intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the Black Mountain Old Demon. He wondered why that fiend had not sought him out upon returning from the demon realm. Was the situation there now clear enough that he was no longer needed? Linwen recalled that several powerful figures in the demon realm were embroiled in fierce battles over the throne of the demon lord. Yet, in his eyes, they were no more than chickens pecking at each other. Sister, come with us. The Taoist possesses great abilities. We need not fear the Black Mountain Old Demon any longer. Xiaoyu's words caused Nie Xiaoqian to furrow her brow slightly. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Sister, you underestimate the Black Mountain Old Demon. If it were truly so incapable, the demons of Gubei County would have returned long ago, rather than languishing under its tyranny. Is the Black Mountain Old Demon truly that formidable? Xiaoyu questioned, skepticism in her tone. However, upon seeing Linwen's silence, a shock coursed through her. Since the Black Mountain Old Demon returned from the demon realm, it has advanced from a great demon to a demon general. One could say that without the Demon King present, it is invincible. Demon General. Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Unlike ghosts, the hierarchy of zombies and demons was akin to that of humans, categorized into 4 levels. Minor Demon, Great Demon, Demon General, and Demon King, corresponding to the Taoist practices of refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity. The Black Mountain Old Demon had ascended to the rank of Demon General, which placed it on par with the Taoist Celestial Masters. As long as the true masters did not appear, none could contend with it. Both she and Nie Xiaoqian were of the evil ghost tier. Should they cultivate to the level of ghostly fiends, they would no longer need to fear the Black Mountain Old Demon. However, the leap from evil ghost to ghostly fiend required traversing the gap to a fierce ghost, a progression that would take them centuries to achieve, even with relentless training. After all, the cultivation of spirits largely depended on absorbing yang energy. Although Nie Xiaoqian had been seducing men at Lanrua Temple to absorb yang energy, it had all been forcibly taken away by the Black Mountain Old Demon, leaving her with. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had remained in the graveyard until awakened by Qiushan, only then stepping into the mortal realm. Both were inherently kind-hearted ghosts, and reaching the level of evil ghost was already a tremendous blessing. Taoist, do you have confidence in dealing with the Black Mountain Old Demon? Xiaoyu gazed at Linwen, curious if even if one were to consider it, was it truly worth incurring the wrath of a demon general for the sake of 2 little ghosts? Linwen was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. Xiaoyu had always believed in his noble intentions. Yet, the current predicament was too precarious, and even Xiaoyu felt a sense of foreboding. If Linwen were to abandon them, where would they turn? Upon seeing me, it might just frighten it to death. Linwen chuckled, as he still intended to deliver a fateful encounter to the Black Mountain Old Demon. Calculating the time, that encounter would soon reach Gubei County. Though Nie Xiaoqian held little faith in Linwen, she refrained from expressing her doubts out of gratitude for his kindness. She resolved to exert all her efforts that night to repay Linwen's immense favor. Miss Xiaoqian, how have you been lately? A lewd, cackling voice drifted in from outside the temple. Following the sound, a short and ugly weasel appeared at the entrance. The weasel was grotesque, its eyes squinted into slits, exuding an aura of repulsiveness that nearly sickened Linwen, the zombie. Huang Erling, what brings you here? Nie Xiaoqian replied coldly. This creature was a minion of the Black Mountain Old Demon, and its arrival surely harbored ill intent. Hee, Miss Xiaoqian, I couldn't help but be worried and came to check on you. Huang Erling paused upon noticing the presence of a man, his expression darkening with suspicion. Who are you? After observing Nie Xiaoqian's flustered demeanor, Huang Erling's mind began to concoct a narrative. This must be Nie Xiaoqian's lover. It all made sense now, why she had suddenly agreed to marry the Black Mountain Old Demon. It was a clever ruse to escape with her beloved. The Black Mountain Old Demon, my dear boss, and here you are, wearing a green hat before even tying the knot. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Huang Erling eyed Linwen's delicate and tender physique with jealousy. Miss Xiaoqian, your beloved shall belong to me tonight. I will cherish him well. Huang Erling grinned lewdly, extending his furry paw. Chapter 41. It went awry. Coming from Linwen harbored no aversion towards homosexuality. However, this did not imply that he could readily accept it, nor that he was destined to become the protagonist of this tale. Thus, Linwen resolved to retract his earlier statement and grasped the firewood stick resting beside him. Ah! Huang Erling let out a pained exclamation, staring in bewilderment at the swelling on his palm. He had never anticipated that this dandy would dare to defy him. Such audacity was utterly preposterous. Seizing the opportunity while Huang Erling was momentarily stunned, Lin Wen wielded the firewood stick once more. Like a child's toy, it obeyed Lin Wen's command with remarkable compliance, eventually moving along an unusual trajectory, yet functioning normally. Huang Erling emitted a sound of delight. Observing the dandy before him, a satisfied expression graced his features. Truly, he was worthy of serving Nie Xiaoqian, as the force with which he dug in his ears was precisely right. "Old Huang, does it feel good?" Lin Wen inquired, a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor completely mocking gracing his lips. "Good work. Here's your reward." Huang Erling, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, remained self-satisfied. It was not until the firewood stick transformed into a sharp spike, piercing him with excruciating pain, that he realized this dandy was mocking him. How could a distinguished figure like Huang Erling, an esteemed subordinate of the Black Mountain Old Demon, be subjected to such ridicule? In terms of strength, he ranked among the top 10 among the myriad of demons. He enjoyed the Black Mountain Old Demon's trust. Otherwise, how could he have been entrusted with such a task? Dare to harm your elder, Huang? You, boy, have reached the end of your days. Huang Erling declared menacingly, his left cheek trembling uncontrollably, possibly from the pain. Even Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "Do not laugh." Huang Erling snapped, agitated, preparing to unleash his fury and obliterate his humiliation. Unfortunately, his outburst was not instantaneous, and there was a brief period of vulnerability. Seizing this moment, Lin Wen exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Yu, who understood and transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing into thin air. Under normal circumstances, with Xiao Yu's meager abilities, evading Huang Erling's demon eyes would have been impossible. However, with Lin Wen's covert assistance, Xiao Yu's form completely disappeared, as though she had never graced this world. True to his cunning nature as a weasel spirit, Huang Erling quickly sensed an undercurrent of treachery. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, he discovered nothing amiss. Just as he thought he was overthinking, a sudden chill swept beneath him. Before he could lower his gaze, a piercing pain surged through him, an agonizing tether deep within his soul. This agony was akin to purgatory, far more tormenting than the earlier encounter with the firewood stick. This single jolt nearly rendered him unconscious. Hee. Xiao Yu's voice echoed from behind. Huang Erling, summoning his willpower, managed to turn around with great difficulty, only to find Xiao Yu wielding a steel knife in one hand and a cloth bag in the other, both stained with blood, dripping ominously. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Erling could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. "Damn it, that ghostly woman has taken my..." Xiao Yu disdainfully tossed aside the cloth bag. Regrettably, there were no livestock near the Lan Ruo temple. Otherwise, she could have fed it to the dogs. Had Huang Erling known that his prized possession met such a fate, he would have surely been driven to the brink of death from rage. "Taoist, this weasel is utterly useless. He possesses no capacity for endurance," Xiao Yu remarked peevishly, finding the filthy creature repugnant. Had it not been for Huang Erling's lewd remarks towards her sister, she would not have resorted to such heavy-handedness. Reflecting on his status as the Black Mountain Old Demon subordinate, any remaining shred of guilt in Xiao Yu's heart evaporated. "Sister, you are far too impulsive." Nie Xiaoqian sighed at her sister's behavior, which seemed both opportunistic and innocent. In her view, as a messenger of the Black Mountain Old Demon, Huang Erling undoubtedly bore some undisclosed restraints. Thankfully, Xiao Yu had not dealt a lethal blow. Had she slain Huang Erling, the Black Mountain Old Demon would likely come for them post-haste. He has ceased to breathe. Lin Wen approached Huang Erling's side, examining him closely. Good heavens, he had bled to death, Nie Xiaoqian. "Sister, let us depart swiftly. Having a dead wolf spirit in the temple brings ill fortune." "My dear sister, it is not that I do not wish to leave, but rather that we cannot." "And why is that?" Nie Xiaoqian sighed. "As soon as one approaches within 10 meters, they will trigger the earth fire and suffer unbearable pain. Cursed Black Mountain Old Demon." Xiao Yu cursed. She then turned to Lin Wen, her eyes filled with hope, pleading, "Taoist, could you lend us your assistance?" Xiao Yu recognized that she owed Lin Wen far more than she could repay. Regrettably, she possessed nothing of value, and Lin Wen did not appear to be the type easily swayed by beauty. The debt she owed him seemed insurmountable, perhaps never to be repaid in this lifetime. "Taoist, your great kindness cannot go unacknowledged. In our next life, my sister and I shall surely weave grass to bind and repay you." Nie Xiaoqian knelt, tears streaming down her cheeks, appearing utterly fragile. Observing the two sisters in such a state, Lin Wen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Why could not the people of this world refrain from such flowery language, binding grass and repaying in the next life? In comparison, Ren Weiyang's straightforwardness was far more appealing. The intricacies of human sentiment were best left to my brother Yang. Lin Wen did not dwell on these thoughts. His goals were twofold: to rescue Nie Xiaoqian and to arrange a marriage with the Black Mountain Old Demon. Whether it would come to fruition depended entirely on the cooperation of the other party. With a casual wave of his hand, the nightmare that had bound Nie Xiaoqian was reduced to ash. Gazing upon the freedom that lay before her, Nie Xiaoqian felt a moment of bewilderment, unsure of what to say. "Sister, what are you waiting for? Let us hasten," Xiao Yu urged, grasping Nie Xiaoqian's hand as they rushed out of the temple in a flurry. Linwen followed behind, bemused. "Sister, we must depart swiftly. The prohibition has been triggered, and the old demon will surely be aware. He may already be on his way." Nie Xiaoqian spoke gravely, having just emerged from a reverie and piecing together the entire situation. The reason the Black Mountain Old Demon had managed to become the that entity held a status comparable to that of the demon world as sovereign. Nie Xiaoqian was only aware that this figure resided in Tianwu Mountain. Recently, the Black Mountain Old Demon had sought her out, claiming to have found her a suitable match. In hindsight, it was all a self-directed play. Black Mountain Old Demon, Nie Xiaoqian, will not be your pawn. "Xiaoqian, where are you headed?" A voice, neither male nor female, resonated throughout the area. Upon hearing this familiar tone, Nie Xiaoqian's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. The Black Mountain Old Demon has arrived sooner than expected, and it seems his Demon General's cultivation has solidified. That Demon General is nearly invincible in the human realm." Glancing at Linwen beside her, she noted the complexity of his expression, tinged with a hint of elation, which sent a chill through her heart. "This is a disaster. He's coming for me." Chapter 42. The Swamp. However, Nie Xiaoqian had misunderstood Linwen. Upon hearing that familiar voice, it felt as though the dramatic plot was beckoning to him. "Begone, demon!" A deep and resonant voice rang out, more spirited than the utterly neutral tone of the Black Mountain Old Demon. Following the source of the sound, everyone turned their gazes. A burly man with a beard approached, clad in a grayish-white Taoist robe, exuding an air of vitality. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on the sky. A cold smirk escaping his lips as he called forth a decree of pardon, golden light emanating from his hands. This transformed into a myriad of golden lotuses soaring towards the heavens. "Taoist, are you courting death?" the Black Mountain Old Demon retorted, his voice trembling slightly with rage. Unfazed by the man's golden lotus onslaught, the Black Mountain Old Demon waved his sleeve to fend off the attack, appearing remarkably at ease. Realizing that this level of magic could not contend with his opponent, the burly man retreated into the distance. The Black Mountain Old Demon, having unleashed true flames of fury, charged forward recklessly. As the two formidable figures departed, Nie Xiaoqian and her sister finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had escaped a calamity. "Taoist, what are you doing?" Xiao Yu inquired, observing Linwen squatting on the ground, dejectedly tapping a wooden fish. Linwen, gazing into her clear eyes, found himself at a loss for words. Damn the Black Mountain Old Demon. Damien Qixia. According to the plot, the two shouldn't even cross paths. Surely this was a grotesque alteration of a Chinese ghost story. Linwen now felt an overwhelming irritability, a strong urge to sleep overtaking him. Looking at the sisters beside him, he took a deep breath and said, "Could it be that he was aging? That seemed implausible. The Taoist was so youthful, clearly not an ancient sage practicing the art of rejuvenation." As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Yu paused, pondering its possibility. "Although I may not be a transcendent beauty of ancient times, I possess some charm, not to mention my sister, Nie Xiaoqian, who is undeniably a true beauty. Alas, she was born in an ill-fated era, withering in the bloom of youth." Stealing a glance at Linwen, and seeing him regain his composure, she quickly turned away. "How peculiar. What is happening?" Linwen mused, feeling perplexed at Xiao Yu's sudden change in demeanor. "Just find a place. I am hungry." Now that he had transformed into a human, he could finally savor food. For a zombie accustomed to living in a damp cave, this was nothing short of delightful. "What to do with this man?" Nie Xiaoqian asked, dragging Ning Kaichen out, observing the drowsy man who was covered in dust. Huang Erlingzi had perished here, and in seeking revenge, the Black Mountain Old Demon might very well raze the entire Lanhua Temple to the ground. Nie Xiaoqian had ample grounds to speak on the cruel. "This man possesses quite a bit of money." Nie Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Thus, the two humans and two spirits set off into the northern night, with Ning Kaichen bound in a sack, being dragged along by Linwen. Linwen had prepared a protective talisman, ensuring that Ning Kaichen would not suffer too much along the way. "Black Mountain Old Demon, today I shall vanquish you." The burly man. The two had ignited true flames, yet neither could gain the upper hand. The Black Mountain Old Demon, being a tree spirit, enjoyed the advantage of the terrain. Observing his opponent fleeing into the forest, the burly man cursed aloud, yet found himself powerless to stop him. "Son of a dog, do not run. Fool, do not chase." The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to concede. The Black Mountain Old Demon glanced down, his eyes gleaming. Then he sneered and proclaimed, "If you do not retreat, you shall die." Absurd. Do you think I, a cultivator, would fear you? Enshrouded in darkness, the surrounding landmarks were no longer discernible. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. The burly man, seeing the Black Mountain Old Demon cornered, felt a surge of delight and pursued. This demon had terrorized Kubei County for many years. Now was the perfect opportunity to slay it and raise a banner of victory, with the demonic realm stirring restlessly and the righteous factions internally divided. The Taoist lineage he belonged to needed to secure a dominant position in the upcoming war against the demonic forces. The leader of the Righteous Alliance could command all righteous paths. However, ascending to the position of leader was no simple feat. One required profound cultivation, virtuous character, and exceptional skills. All were indispensable. The Kunlun sect, with its ancient heritage, was not lacking in resources. What they needed now was a noteworthy achievement. Shi Jian of Maoshan had slain 6 incorporeal beings atop Mount Tai, instilling terror within the demonic realm. The Buddhist disciple from Jinhua Temple had vanquished 3 demon generals atop the North Sea, playing a crucial role in resisting the aquatic demon race. It was rumored that the Black Mountain, slaying it would certainly deal a severe blow to the demons and bring glory to Kunlun. Aware of the stakes, the burly man could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Without a hint of caution, he charged forward. Observing the burly man foolishly following him, the Black Mountain Old Demon could not help but chuckle coldly. This fool truly believed I was finished. In terms of cunning, none could surpass the Black Mountain Old Demon. Below lay a swamp, and no matter how refined the man's techniques were, once trapped within, he would be powerless to escape. For this was no ordinary swamp. It was the dwelling place of the Mud Dragon clan. I happen to have some connections with their leader, and if you venture in, you shall never return. The further he descended, the deeper the darkness grew. In this unfamiliar environment, the burly man's heart chilled, and he became vigilant. Divine Light Spell. This was an esoteric secret of Kunlun, akin to the Golden Light Spell of Maoshan, yet appearing more sanctified, imbued with an unusual essence. The Divine Light Spell inherently possessed the power to exorcise demons, serving as an unparalleled method for traversing the world and vanquishing evil. As the burly man activated the Divine Light Spell, the radiance surged forth, dispelling the surrounding darkness, allowing him to finally discern the true nature of his surroundings. Hiss. Upon unveiling the full scene, the burly man felt a shiver run down his spine. This was indeed a swamp. Had it been an ordinary swamp, he would have had countless methods to escape. Yet the swamp before him was different. The demonic energy surged, its intensity rivaling that of small demon clan sanctuaries. Clearly, this was a habitat for a clan of demons. He had entered the very lair of the monsters. How could he not be afraid? Realizing this, the burly man lost all of his... Yet, unbeknownst to him, countless creatures, blending seamlessly with the color of the swamp, were slowly closing in on him. Chapter 43, The Battle Between Yin Qixia and the Black Mountain Old Demon Part 1. The valiant warrior remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger that lurked nearby. Dozens of unidentified creatures lay concealed within the marshland, appearing as mere shadows. They emitted not a single sound, and their coloration blended seamlessly with the environment, rendering them nearly undetectable to the average person. Suddenly, a several-meter-long mud loach monster sprang forth from the mire, poised to collide with the warrior. Just as the creature was about to make contact, it was struck by a beam. Dozens of eyes, glimmering with a ravenous thirst for blood, were fixed upon him. It was as if he were viewed as mere sustenance in their sight. The fallen mud loach monster did little to deter these fiends. A second one soon followed suit, charging forth without hesitation. The warrior quickly regained his composure, shifting from panic to calm resolve. He swiftly formed a series of seals, unleashing the full might of the Divine Light Spell. Truly, the Divine Light Spell, a secret technique of Kunlun, was innately effective against demonkind. Before the mud loach monsters could react, they were struck down by the divine light. Some, caught at the epicenter of the spell, evaporated entirely. That wasn't so formidable after all. The warrior exhaled in relief. These monsters were merely at the lower tier of demonkind, easily dispatched by his divine light. If a greater demon were to appear, however, his spell would prove insufficient. He would need to employ the pro version. As for the ranks of demon generals or demon kings, only the ancestors of Kunlun could unleash the max version. Not far away, 2 pairs of eyes were watching intently. Is this the gift you spoke of? The leader of the Mud Dragon clan seethed with anger as he beheld the indiscriminate slaughter of his kin by the divine light. As the chief of the Mud Dragon clan, his heart bled profusely. The architect of this calamity was none other than the person beside him, the Black Mountain Old Demon. This mischief had cost his clan dearly. Brother and I, do not be hasty. We must always consider the silver lining. The Black Mountain Old Demon attempted to console him. The moment those words fell, they nearly sent the leader of the Mud Dragon clan into a fit of rage. Had he not been so weak, he would have dragged the old demon into the air and slapped him repeatedly. Sensing the leader's rising ire, the Black Mountain Old Demon chuckled and explained, "Brother and I, this warrior hails from Kunlun. Were you not hoping for my assistance in entering the demon realm? What could serve as a better credential than this?" The Black Mountain Old Demon's words plunged the Mud Dragon clan leader into deep contemplation. Watching his silence, the old demon sighed in relief. At last, he had managed to sway him. This warrior possessed extraordinary strength, at the very least a celestial master, according to the Taoist ranking. He had reached at least the mid-stage of spirit refinement. Such an existence, considering his own recent elevation to demon general, would be a formidable opponent even if his skills were stable. Though the Mud Dragon clan was somewhat lacking, the terrain of the marshland made even the old demon wary. Together, their combined might would render the warrior insignificant. Now that the Mud Dragon clan had already taken action, it was too late to retreat. The Black Mountain Old Demon reveled in his cleverness. But little did he know that the next words from the Mud Dragon clan leader would almost choke him. "With my clan's warriors exhausted, how can I enter the demon realm to claim my territory? Nizhong, are you not simply seeking benefits? Once we eliminate this warrior, I shall grant you the extraordinary pearl." The Black Mountain Old Demon lamented, his heart aching at the thought. Nizhong's words may have sounded appealing, yet they were driven by selfish ambition. However, his current predicament was perilous, and his life hung in the balance. Material possessions mattered little when one's existence was at stake. "Is that truly the case?" Nizhong exclaimed with delight. "Why would I deceive you?" The Black Mountain Old Demon replied, somewhat exasperated. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, he would not willingly part with such a treasure. Observing the old demon's pained expression, Nizhong felt a surge of satisfaction. The extraordinary pearl was a treasure of the demon realm. It was a gem among demonkind, second only to the heavenly demon pearl. Although the extraordinary pearl in the possession of the Black Mountain Old Demon was not the original, its replicated form could still wield considerable power. For Nizhong, this was an irresistible temptation. Despite the name of his clan, which included Dragon, they bore a striking resemblance to mud loaches. In the outside world, they were often ridiculed as mere mud loach spirits. Should he obtain the extraordinary pearl, with his meager trace of true dragon blood, he might successfully refine it and transform into a true dragon. At such a moment, the Mud Dragon clan would no longer be confined to their humble existence in Gubei County, but could ascend as celestial dragons, soaring through the skies and traversing the most prosperous realms. "My sons, for the future of our Mud Dragon clan, your sacrifices shall not be in vain." After all, Nizhong had plenty of descendants. Even if they were all to perish, he would feel no sorrow, for the Mud Dragon clan was notably prolific. To date, the population of mud dragons in the marshlands had reached hundreds. His display of distress was merely a ruse to extract benefits from the Black Mountain Old Demon. Since relocating his entire clan to Gubei County 3 years ago, this so-called overlord had not been shy about exploiting them. However, over time, they had realized that their adversary was a demon of good intentions, leading to an unlikely camaraderie. "If you don't act soon, that warrior will wipe out your entire clan," the Black Mountain Old Demon urged anxiously. He refrained from mentioning total annihilation, fearing it would provoke Nizhong to withdraw from the alliance. Should it come to that, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. "Patience, let us wait a moment longer." Nizhong flicked his tail dismissively. He intended to use the lives of his offspring to gauge the warrior's strength and weaknesses. Once the warrior was fatigued, he would strike with lethal precision. Since this warrior was of Kunlun, he surely possessed numerous treasures. Should he slay him, it would be a tremendous gain. The head of a celestial master as a key to the demon realm, alongside the extraordinary pearl gifted by the Black Mountain Old Demon. What a magnificent trifecta. Unbeknownst to the warrior, Nizhong's intentions were perilous. He was acutely aware of the dangers surrounding him. If he did not devise a means of escape soon, he would be trapped forever. The warrior had no doubt that these monsters, seemingly indifferent now, would turn into venomous serpents at the first sign of weakness. Meanwhile, the Black Mountain Old Demon was not idle, seizing the opportunity while the warrior was distracted. He stealthily detached a branch, burrowing into the earth. Although the soil of the marshland was soft, its adhesive properties were potent. The warrior struggled for a considerable time, unable to find a stable place to land. In this relentless back and forth, his strength dwindled to a mere fraction. Chapter 44. Yin Qixu's Battle Against the Black Mountain Old Demon, Part 2. It's time for me to make my move. As the sons of the Mud Dragon tribe sustained considerable injuries, the Mud Bell stirred to life. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, as he charged directly towards the stout man. This sweeping tail strike was particularly cunning, aimed precisely at the man's vital point. Caught off guard, he was struck by the tail and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The force of the impact destabilized him, sending him tumbling into the mire, where he sank deeply. Poof! Blood splattered onto the swamp, mingling with dark hues, creating an eerie spectacle under the illumination of the divine light spell. Pain. The stout man gritted his teeth, his face contorted in agony. Observing his handiwork, the Mudbell felt a surge of pride. He had initially presumed the stout man to be formidable, but now it seemed he was merely ordinary. As the leader of the Mud Dragon tribe, even the Black Mountain Old Demon of Gubei County had to give him some respect. In the treacherous terrain of the swamp, coupled with their tribe's sacred artifacts that could unleash the power of a demon general. Originally, the stout man could have managed against two foes, but after being ambushed by the Mudbell, his internal organs suffered severe damage, leaving him capable of only 70 to 80% of his strength. At this moment, not only was it a challenge to fend off his attackers, but even self-preservation felt like a distant luxury. Ha, foul Taoist, perish. The Black Mountain Old Demon rejoiced inwardly and charged forward. Such a golden opportunity must not be squandered. The Mudbell kept a vigilant eye on the Black Mountain Old Demon, hastily moving to intercept. What are you doing? The Black Mountain Old Demon questioned, bewildered by the Mudbell's actions. It was clear that with a single blow, he could seal the stout man's fate. Even if a Deluo Golden Immortal appeared, rescue would be nearly impossible. Yet, the Mudbell's intervention caused the Black Mountain Old Demon to question his motives. Despite having lived for centuries, he possessed the temperament of a child. Fortunately, his entire body was a dull yellow, preventing the other from noticing his blush. Why shouldn't I be hasty? What in the world are you playing at? The Black Mountain Old Demon scolded. Had it not been for the Mudbell's earlier display causing him some trepidation, he would have already attacked. Seeing the two demons embroiled in internal strife, the stout man gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, hoping to slip away unnoticed. As the saying goes, a wise man. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood, though he could not defeat them now. Once he returned to Kunlun and gathered his fellow disciples, could he not overpower the two demons? The stout man's movements were so subtle that even the nearby mud dragons failed to notice. Suddenly, a flash of light darted past. Where did he go? One mud dragon exclaimed in confusion. Buji Island. Ababa. Several mud dragons exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. How could a perfectly fine person vanish in the blink of an eye? Damn it. The Black Mountain Old Demon finally sensed something amiss, cursing under his breath as he disregarded the Mudbell and dashed out. If the stout man managed to escape, his own future would be in jeopardy. Kunlun was no ordinary sect. It had numerous celestial masters stationed, and in this era where true immortals remained hidden and kings avoided the world, though they could not suppress all, they certainly held a dominant position. If the stout man were to evade capture and return to his sect to summon allies, the Black Mountain Old Demon would be doomed. Most of his connections lay within the demon realm, leaving him isolated in the human world. The Mudbell did not stop him, his eyes shimmering with wisdom as he observed the Black Mountain Old Demon's frantic demeanor. Do not think I am unaware. You wish to divert the disaster elsewhere. That Taoist can die anywhere but on my tribe's territory, the Mudbell sneered. Even if the Black Mountain Old Demon later attempted to deceive him, the Mudbell remained unconcerned. After all, he had exerted effort, and it was only a matter of As for forging connections with the demon realm, the Mudbell held no illusions. With the strength of the Mud Dragon tribe, aspiring to dominate the demon realm was akin to chasing a dream. First, he needed to exhaust the Black Mountain Old Demon's power, and only then could he obtain the extraordinary Pearl. At that point, entering the demon realm with his own strength would be a foregone conclusion. The Black Mountain Old Demon swiftly followed the trail left by the stout man's escape. His injuries had slowed him considerably, while the Black Mountain Old Demon, having sustained only minor wounds, was in no significant peril. Upon spotting the stout man cornered with no way out, a triumphant smile crossed his face. Taoist, why have you stopped running? Humph. The stout man let out a cold snort, his heart sinking as he met the mocking gaze of the Black Mountain Old Demon. This desolate place, devoid of human presence, left him wondering if Yin Qixia would meet his end here today. Gazing upwards, despair washed over his face. Then, with a resolve steeled, he glared at the Black Mountain Old Demon. Even in death, he would ensure this demon paid the price. Yin Qixia had already accepted his fate, and his sudden surge of defiance startled the Black Mountain Old Demon into readiness. After all, it was a desperate strike, and the Black Mountain Old Demon dared not underestimate it. He believed that it was unlikely anyone would come to rescue the stout man at this late hour. However, just as the Black Mountain Old Demon prepared for the confrontation, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Roar. The sound was so powerful that it resonated through the soul, even from afar. Suddenly, a zombie clad in Qing Dynasty official robes appeared, its face contorted in a fearsome snarl, exuding an aura that was both terrifying and formidable. A zombie. The Black Mountain Old Demon was perplexed. When had Gubei County ever had zombies? And such a formidable one at that. The very aura approaching the point of immortality, it was even stronger than himself, sending a jolt of alarm through the Black Mountain Old Demon. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Having advanced to the rank of Demon General, as long as the zombie had not reached the level of immortality, it posed no threat to him. The sudden appearance of the zombie seemed rather out of place. Surely, it could not be here to rescue this Taoist. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone knew that zombies and Taoists were mortal enemies. Their encounters always ended in mutual destruction. However, the stout man was his prey, and he would not allow a zombie to snatch it away. I say, the Black Mountain Old Demon had yet to finish his sentence when he saw the zombie charge toward the stout man. Realizing the impending calamity, the Black Mountain Old Demon shouted in alarm. Not good, just when I feared the worst. Without time to waste, he decisively positioned himself in front of the stout man. He intended to personally slay the stout man to claim resources from the demon realm. Allowing anyone else to seize the opportunity was unacceptable. Moreover, the Taoist was already on his last legs. There was no way he could let this opportunity slip away. The zombie, observing the demon blocking its path, regarded him with confusion. Seemingly perplexed, it let out two furious howls. Friend, this is my quarry. You cannot interfere. The Black Mountain Old Demon coldly retorted, unwilling to yield. Chapter 45. I would say you two are a match made in heaven. The zombie was momentarily taken aback, seemingly comprehending the words of the Black Mountain Old Demon. Observing the zombie's sudden stillness, the Black Mountain Old Demon felt a surge of delight within. What is wrong with the zombie? After cultivating to such a level, does it lack a modicum of discernment? What is this? Ren Weiyong was filled with suspicion as he looked at the Black Mountain Old Demon, his face a portrait of confusion. How did it become your prey? That old Taoist clearly ran into my hands of his own accord. Can a Taoist who comes knocking on your door be snatched away so easily? The Black Mountain Old Demon was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, still a fool after all. However, zombies are generally not known for their intellect. Considering that the other party was somewhat pleasing to the eye, he decided not to dwell on it further. With a casual wave, a gust of demonic wind swept through, sending Ren Weiyong flying. The undeveloped zombie was no match for him from a distance. If he had felt some trepidation before, now, Ren Weiyong was momentarily dazed by the blow from the Black Mountain Old Demon, and when he finally regained his senses, damn it! Ever since he had latched onto Lin Wen's leg, he had not suffered such indignity. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and a roar echoed through the mountains and fields. Roar! Roar! Countless zombies surged forth from all directions, surrounding the Black Mountain Old Demon completely. Gazing at the throng of zombies, the Black Mountain Old Demon was utterly dumbfounded. How could there still be a zombie leader? Although most of these zombies possessed only the strength of white zombies, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Just a glance revealed at least 100 zombies. The sight of so many zombies made the Black Mountain Old Demon's scalp tingle, not to mention dominating Gubei County. Even taking a mountain would be a trivial matter for the Mud Dragon clan. Ren Weiyong looked at the Black Mountain Old Demon with a sense of triumph, thinking, how about that? Are you frightened now? These zombies are his foundation, the source of his confidence. After this period of cultivation, he had brushed against the edge of becoming an incorporeal being. The zombies under his command had also grown significantly stronger, with quite a number even reaching the green zombie level. Had it not been for Lin Wen summoning him, he had intended to quietly develop in Tingtung Town for a while longer, waiting to ascend to incorporeal status before emerging. A ragtag bunch thinks they can impede me. Are you not being overly arrogant? Although the Black Mountain Old Demon spoke with disdain, his confidence wavered slightly. This was not merely a handful of zombies, but hundreds. Even 100 steam buns would take him half a month to consume. Should Ren Weiyong be resolute in opposing him, even if he ultimately triumphed, it would come at a significant cost. Weighing the pros and cons, the Black Mountain Old Demon concocted a compromise. We bear no grudges. After slaying the Taoist, how about we split the treasures on him equally? Roar! Ren Weiyong bellowed, feeling that this deal was not unfavorable. You should have said so earlier. Had you done so, I wouldn't have frightened you. He had no interest in the treasures of the Taoist. As a zombie, what would he need with the Taoist's belongings? He was not Lin Wen, who sought death with fervor. After becoming a zombie, all he desired was to live well. He had already experienced enough of life's luxuries. Thus, he acquiesced to the Black Mountain Old Demon's proposal, roaring a couple of times to signal the surrounding zombie minions to retreat. Please. The Black Mountain Old Demon gestured for Ren Weiyong to proceed. Acknowledging his intelligence, Ren Weiyong raised his head proudly, nearly thrusting his chin skyward. Observing the other party's pompous demeanor, the Black Mountain Old Demon felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. However, considering the prospect of killing the Han and the involvement of this zombie, should the matter be pursued in the future by Kunlun, he would at least have an ally. At worst, he could divert the blame. After all, a creature that is neither male nor female harbors a wicked heart. Ren Weiyong gazed at the severely injured Han, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Truth be told, he had no enmity with Yan Qixia, but the fault lay in the fact that the Han was a Taoist. Ever since he was schemed against by a feng shui master, Ren Weiyong had not held any favorable sentiments towards Taoists. Each encounter left him with a desire to eradicate them completely. Upon learning that his boss Lin Wen was a zombie masquerading as a Taoist, his admiration only deepened. Truly, he was a prominent figure in the zombie realm, possessing such an air of superiority. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks and causing discord, such cunning schemes are truly befitting of my leader. Little Yangzi. Just as Ren Weiyong was about to strike, a familiar voice called out from afar. Hearing that voice, Ren Weiyong was momentarily stunned. Forgetting his current actions, he turned around, his expression one of bewilderment, as he saw Lin Wen approaching him, flanked by two stunning female ghosts, who were dragging a burlap sack behind them. Roar. Brother. Ren Weiyong was overjoyed. Was this not his esteemed elder brother? Roar. Upon seeing a living person approach, the surrounding zombies bared their fangs and charged forth. Get back. Ren Weiyong quickly stepped up, delivering a hefty blow to teach them their place. Oh no, to be a proper zombie. Behold, this is my elder brother, your grand elder brother. Ren Weiyong shouted to the zombies. These zombies had never seen Lin Wen before. They could not afford to act foolishly. Ren Weiyong felt immense gratitude towards Lin Wen. Although the latter had put him through considerable hardship, he had also granted him the opportunity to be reborn as a zombie, vastly enhancing his strength. Furthermore, he had amassed a legion of zombie minions, enabling him to recruit forces in Ting Tung Town and establish his dominion. Most importantly, he had minimized his reliance on bloodkin. Such deeds merit a gratitude as profound as being reborn. Seeing Ren Weiyong's sycophantic demeanor, the surrounding zombies fell into confusion. What is this grand elder brother? Can it be consumed? Clearly. They had not grasped the meaning behind Ren Weiyong's words, but they understood the implication. This human was the grand elder of their elder brother. They would serve him like a revered ancestor. Understanding Ren Weiyong's intentions, several astute zombies immediately knelt before Lin Wen, bowing their heads in reverence. The others exchanged blank stares. Being mere white zombies, unable to bend their legs, they could only look at each other, wide-eyed, in a state of silent astonishment. Ren Weiyong cast a glance at the two female ghosts beside Lin Wen, marveling at his brother's high status. Truly, a match made in heaven, a zombie paired with female ghosts. However, Ren Weiyong was not particularly enamored with the female ghosts. He found them less appealing than monsters. At least the monsters possessed vitality, unlike the cold, lifeless zombies and ghosts. What sort of offspring would arise from such a union? Lin Wen was oblivious to Ren Weiyong's musings. Upon spotting the Black Mountain Old Demon, he was filled with delight. Finally, I have encountered him. It seems Ren Weiyong has taken the initiative to ally with the Black Mountain Old Demon. Truly, this is the fate I have orchestrated, a match made in destiny. Nie Xiaoqian and her sister also caught sight of the Black Mountain Old Demon, their hearts filled with terror, instinctively drawing back their graceful forms. The long-standing fear had left an indelible mark on their hearts, one that could not be easily erased. As Lin Wen turned his gaze toward this direction, the Black Mountain Old Demon also looked over. The moment their eyes met, it nearly stripped the soul from her body. What in the world? When did this formidable being arrive? Chapter 46. The feigned death of Yan Qixia. When Lin Wen transformed into a human, he had indeed witnessed such a spectacle. The Black Mountain Old Demon was acutely aware that the young man before him was none other than the formidable figure from Tianwu Mountain, the unrivaled king of zombies, a being that instilled terror in the hearts of countless overlords in the demon realm. How could such a powerful entity be present in Gubei County? Observing Nie Xiaoqian beside Lin Wen, the Black Mountain Old Demon felt a sense of unease. Could it be that this king of zombies had a penchant for the fairer sex? I thought those enticing conditions would lure him out, but it seems I misdiagnosed the situation. However, Her heart soon quaked with trepidation as she noted the proximity of Nie Xiaoqian to Lin Wen, indicating a relationship of no ordinary nature. Although she had initially intended to present Nie Xiaoqian as a gift to Lin Wen, she had yet to act upon it when she was unceremoniously dismissed. It now appeared that her actions had been rather presumptuous. The Taoist before her was no longer the primary concern. With Lin Wen present, she could not afford to ignore him. Thus, before Lin Wen could extend a greeting, the Black Mountain Old Demon darted forward, kneeling before him with a face full of obsequiousness, exclaiming, "Esteemed senior, may you be blessed." Her words were laced with anxiety, fearing that a moment's displeasure from Lin Wen could spell her doom. Given her uncertainty regarding his intentions here, it was prudent to speak less. Nie Xiaoqian and her sister, Xiao Yu, watched in astonishment as the Black Mountain Old Demon prostrated herself. Was this truly the same Black Mountain Old Demon who had dominated Gubei County? How utterly incongruous. In that moment, Nie Xiaoqian felt as if she were ensnared in a dream. It was not until Xiao Yu pinched her waist that she snapped back to reality. Quite impressive. I was intending to introduce you too, but it seems that's unnecessary now, Lin Wen remarked with a smile, already convinced that Ren Weiyong and the Black Mountain Old Demon had forged some form of alliance, thus deepening their connection. This was beneficial, as it would render their eventual union less jarring. What does the esteemed senior imply? The Black Mountain Old Demon inquired, perplexed, as Lin Wen's words seemed shrouded in mystery. Yet upon seeing his smiling countenance, her doubts dissipated. It turned out that the senior was already aware of her encounter with his subordinate and had come to her aid. Truly, his magnanimity was unparalleled. How could so many demons conspire against such a figure? Was he the type of exceptional individual who could endure the challenges posed by others? The Black Mountain Old Demon felt that Lin Wen's mindset had transcended all known realms. A level of understanding that even a creature like herself, who had lived for centuries, could scarcely begin to comprehend. Damn, this androgynous figure knows the boss. Ren Weiyong was taken aback. Having recognized Lin Wen's potential, he could not allow anyone to usurp his position. It was imperative to ensure that demons did not snatch him away. As the foremost henchman of the boss, his status must remain unshaken. Sister, I told you, the Taoist possesses extraordinary abilities. That Black Mountain Old Demon is hardly a threat, Xiao Yu whispered to Nie Xiaoqian. Hearing her sister's words, Nie Xiaoqian cast a complex gaze towards Lin Wen. In this world, she had encountered too much deceit, yet now, a gentle warmth began to permeate her heart. At that moment, she felt a unique sentiment towards Lin Wen. However, as she contemplated his human form, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Since time immemorial, humans and spirits have walked separate paths, incompatible in the eyes of heaven and earth. To shield Lin Wen from trouble, Nie Xiaoqian buried her desires deep within. Observing her sister Xiao Yu's similarly crestfallen yet delicate visage, she could not help but shake her head inwardly. My dear sister, given our familial ties, we must not entertain such aspirations. Yin Qixia gazed at the scene before him, his worldview shattered. Yet, in the interest of preserving his life, motionless, even the zombies believed him to be lifeless and gathered around him. He felt an overwhelming repulsion as the filthy zombies touched his body, yet he dared not reveal even a trace of his discomfort. Who was this person, capable of commanding both zombies and demons? Could he be a malevolent practitioner? Yin Qixia pondered, but that did not seem right. Malevolent practitioners were scorned by the righteous and had long vanished from the annals of history. Even those remnants barely survived, imitating their predecessors, unable to stir significant waves. Yet this man commanded zombies and the Black Mountain Old Demon. His identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Why did he evoke no memory within Yin Qixia? Could he be a reclusive master, appearing as a 20-year-old youth while actually being a centuries-old demon? Lin Wen too had taken note of Yin Qixia. Initially, he harbored some disdain towards him. But considering that Yin Qixia's actions had inadvertently facilitated the meeting between Ren Weiyong and the Black Mountain Old Demon, he decided to leave him be. Faced with Yin Qixia as charade of death, Lin Wen chose to disregard him. Esteemed senior, this is a Taoist from Kunlun, a lineage that has exterminated numerous zombies, truly a harbinger of calamity. Lin Wen's indifference did not imply that others shared it. Just as Yin Qixia believed he had faded into obscurity, a light remark from the Black Mountain Old Demon thrust him back into harsh reality. Damn it. He got away. The Black Mountain Old Demon cursed vehemently, lamenting her gross oversight. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Wen, whose calm demeanor steadied her own fraying nerves. As long as the master remained unperturbed, she would too. Meanwhile, the newly liberated Yin Qixia reveled in the triumph of his earlier ploy. Ouch. In an unexpected turn, he collided with something and fell to the ground, howling in pain. Chapter 47. The rude Ren Weiyong gazing at the empty void before him, Yin Qixia could not help but feel perplexed. Where had the wall come from? Was his vision truly failing him? In a fluster, Yin Qixia hastily changed his position and continued his flight. Oh dear. Before long, he collided with the unseen barrier once again, and staring into the empty air, he became utterly bewildered. Had he encountered a phantom wall? Impossible. He was a distinguished Taoist master. What kind of specter could possibly ensnare him? At the very least, it would require a ghost king to achieve such a feat. However, ghost kings were nearly extinct in the mortal realm, and Yin Qixia found it hard to believe he could be so unfortunate as to encounter one. What is he doing? Observing the burly man dashing back and forth before them, Xiao Yu was somewhat baffled. How could a seemingly rational individual be so disoriented? The others present shared Xiao Yu's confusion, their minds filled with questions. Yet, with Lin Wen remaining silent, they could only watch in anticipation. Apart from the Black Mountain Old Demon, none could comprehend Yin Qixia's actions. A respectable Taoist behaving as though caught in a phantom wall was indeed perplexing. The Black Mountain Old Demon wore a solemn expression, instinctively glancing at Lin Wen. Upon seeing his composed demeanor, her conviction and her suspicions only strengthened. These individuals were oblivious, but surely he must know better. After all, he was an ancient being who had lived for hundreds of years, having recently ascended to the rank of Demon General, exuding an imposing presence in the mortal world. Yet, in the face of true powerhouses, he felt inadequate, especially after encountering the formidable demonic entities within the demon realm. His thirst for strength intensified. Yin Qixia's predicament stemmed from Lin Wen's manifestation of the Corpse King domain. What is a domain? It is a realm that any living being of a certain caliber, upon ascending to kingship, can create. Much like a miniature world, it can confine, repel foes, and evolve myriad mysteries. White corpses, green corpses, hairy corpses, unmelting bones, the Corpse King, wandering souls, vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, ghostly calamities, ghost kings, lesser demons, greater demons, demon generals, demon kings, earthly masters, celestial masters, true beings, lesser attainment, greater attainment, arhats, true Buddhas. Upon first entering kingship, one merely grasps the rudiments of a domain. In simpler terms, possessing a domain, even in its nascent form, qualifies one to aspire to kingship. This applies to ordinary kings, while it is rumored that above kings, a unique world emerges, wherein domains evolve into divine realms, a genuine deity in its own right. Lin Wen, having attained fame as a Corpse King centuries ago, was undoubtedly even more formidable now. Commanding a celestial master of the refined state was hardly a challenge for him. Are you aware of this Taoist's origins? Lin Wen inquired softly, directing his gaze toward the Black Mountain Old Demon. Upon hearing her name called, the Black Mountain Old Demon dared not delay and responded earnestly, reporting to my elder, this is Yin Qixia from Kunlun, who ascended to celestial mastery 16 years ago, slaying numerous demons, zombies, and malevolent spirits. He is indeed our formidable adversary. Her words were articulated with finesse, recounting Yin Qixia's deeds in meticulous detail, believing that after hearing them, even the most indifferent would harbor a sense of disdain. After all, he was a zombie, while Yin Qixia was a Taoist. The two were sworn enemies. Quite a character, Lin Wen nodded thoughtfully. The Black Mountain Old Demon found herself somewhat bewildered. A character? How could such a phrase escape the lips of a zombie, creating such a dissonance? He was a Taoist from Kunlun, esteemed within the Taoist community. Should they not seek to eliminate him upon encountering him? Why did he express regret instead? The Black Mountain Old Demon was puzzled, but had enough sense not to question Lin Wen directly, lest she court her own demise. Lin Wen was, of course, well aware of Yin Qixia's identity. Upon first encountering him, his distinctive presence had been unmistakable. However, descriptions of Yin Qixia in the tales of A Chinese Ghost Story were sparse, only noting that he was a practitioner of the Tao, dedicated to vanquishing demons and evil. Now that he knew he hailed from Kunlun, Lin Wen began to ponder. In today's world of Taoism, despite its myriad sects, only a few truly stood out. The overall strength of the Taoist factions could be broadly categorized. Longhu Mountain, Kunlun, Tianmin, Shanqing Sect, Wudong, and Jinhua Temple. 5 Taoist sects and 1 Buddhist. Apart from Jinhua Temple, which adhered to Buddhist teachings, the other 5 were devoted to Taoism. In this era dominated by Taoism, Jinhua Temple's inclusion among the top 6 was indeed remarkable. These factions shared a common trait. They visibly boasted at least 3 celestial masters. As for how many hidden behind the scenes, that remained unknown. For instance, the mightiest among them, Longhu Mountain, not only had the renowned Zhang Wuyang as its leader, a well-established true being, but also 6 celestial masters under his command. Even the weakest, Jinhua Temple, including the abbot, had 3 arhats, not to mention the recently emerged Buddha, possessing the innate body of a true Buddha. destined for rebirth should he not meet an untimely demise. Such insights were imparted to him. Otherwise, with Lin Wen's information channels having been blocked for centuries, he would remain unaware of these fundamental truths concerning the Taoist sections beneath the 6 major powers. The Taoist sects varied in quality. Generally, those that could be recognized by the orthodox path had at least one celestial master to oversee them. After all, how could the teachings be passed down otherwise? For example, the current leader of Maoshan, Shi Jian, was a Taoist celestial master, renowned for his mastery of thunder techniques, earning him the moniker of Thunder King. The Tianyao sect, Jumian Mountain, Gusa sect, and Maoshan possessed comparable strength, albeit with less renown. The remaining heterodox sects lacked celestial masters to lend credence to their practices, which is why they were labeled as such. Thus, on the surface, the orthodox path boasted nearly 100 celestial masters, a factor that deterred the demon realm from declaring war openly. Xiaoyong, bring that Taoist over here. Following Lin Wen's command, Ren Weiyong charged ahead, reaching Yin Qixia. Yin Qixia felt the world spin around him, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Lin Wen. Black Mountain Old Demon. Nye Xiaoqian. Xiaoyu. Roar. The little zombie minions. Yet, observing the Black Mountain Old Demon, with her robust physique, he found solace. Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Wen remarked, I instructed you to bring him here, not to knock him out. Upon hearing this, Ren Weiyong wore an aggrieved expression. And Lin Wen, upon seeing his demeanor, felt words escape him. Let us move. We shall depart. With the Black Mountain Old Demon leading the way, the group made their way toward the nearby Lan Ruat Temple. Several little zombie minions carried Yin Qixia, while a dedicated zombie attended to the bound Ning Kaichen. Others might have a procession of spirits, but here, they had an army of zombies clearing the path. Watching the throng of zombies trailing behind, Lin Wen finally experienced the thrill of being a leader. However, these zombies were still too weak, far inferior to the few minions he had at Tianwu Mountain. He wondered how they had fared during his absence. Chapter 48. Hurry up and get married. I wish to feast. What brings you to the Lan Ruat Temple? Senior? Despite the confusion swirling within her, the Black Mountain Old Demon dared not inquire further. She could only follow along, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Lan Ruat Temple. The dilapidated walls, shrouded in the cloak of night, imparted an eerie aura. If someone were to accidentally wander into this place and encounter such a multitude of demons, one could only imagine the fright they would experience. I hear you are to be wed. Lin Wen cast a sidelong glance at the Black Mountain Old Demon, nearly frightening her to death with that mere look. After taking note of Nie Xiaoqian beside Lin Wen, the Black Mountain Old Demon's mind raced as she sought to conjure a plausible explanation. Yet before she could utter a word, Lin Wen interjected, Was this senior truly foolish, or merely pretending? With Nie Xiaoqian attending to him, how could she dare to marry? Even if granted 1,000-fold courage, she would not dare. Unfazed by the turmoil within the Black Mountain Old Demon, Lin Wen continued. What do you think of Xiao Yongzi? Valiant and steadfast, loyal to the core, to serve under you is indeed a tremendous blessing. The Black Mountain Old Demon showered Lin Wen with flattery, reasoning that kind words would cost her nothing. Although Ren Weiyong might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, he had earned Lin Wen's trust, and she would do well to cultivate a good rapport with him. If she managed to forge a strong connection, perhaps she could find herself under Lin Wen's wing. So you have taken a liking to him? Lin Wen's brows arched with delight. Ah, this. Senior, what do you mean by that? The Black Mountain Old Demon felt utterly bewildered. Lin Wen's words left her grasping for clarity. Liking him, they had barely exchanged glances, and were on the verge of engaging in conflict. Lin Wen turned back, patting Ren Weiyong on the shoulder with earnest gravity. Xiao Yongzi, do not think that your elder brother does not value you. The Black Mountain Old Demon is a gem I have meticulously chosen. You must not let her down. Good grief. Now it was Ren Weiyong's turn to be dumbfounded. Even he, with his sluggish intellect, grasped Lin Wen's implication. Marry the Black Mountain Old Demon? Is this some kind of jest? If it had been anyone else, Ren Weiyong would have promptly dealt them a couple of blows to teach them a lesson. But since it was Lin Wen speaking, he could only lower his head in resignation, secretly wiping away tears. How did I end up with such an unreliable elder brother? Observing Ren Weiyong's subtle gestures, Lin Wen felt a surge of joy. Truly, this was the destined match I envisioned. Who would have thought that even Ren Weiyong harbored a tender side? Even transformed into a zombie, he had not forsaken the sentiments of love. Who says a zombie cannot pursue romance? Who claims that beings like us must endure disdain? I, Lin Wen, shall shatter such conventions. Alter the plot. Gain 10 plot points. Lin Wen brushed aside the system's words. Is this all it takes to alter the life trajectories of Yin Qixia and Ning Kaichen? Turning to the Black Mountain Old Demon, he intertwined their fates and joyfully proclaimed, Then, We shall henceforth be in loss. Everyone, family, who understands this. It's been ages since I felt this speechless. At that moment, the Black Mountain Old Demon felt the most oppressed of all. Having dominated Gubei County for years, it was her first experience of being thrust into a romantic entanglement. You could have simply pointed at me, but you had to make a mess of it. Were it not for my inability to contend with you, I would surely. These words remained confined to her thoughts, for she dared not reveal a hint of her frustration on her face. Should you wed soon, it means I shall feast sooner. Lin Wen grasped Ren Weiyong's hand and added, Xiao Yongzi, this is my sole wish. You must fulfill it for me. Although Ren Weiyong did not comprehend what Lin Wen meant by feasting, he still nodded dumbly. This made the Black Mountain Old Demon beside him stomp her foot in exasperation. How could he agree to this? How could this be permissible? Why was no one consulting my opinion? How did this matter become so muddled? I am the victim here. The Black Mountain Old Demon simmered with frustration, only to regaining her composure. The Black Mountain Old Demon felt cold sweat trickling down her back. How could she have forgotten? This female ghost is a servant of the senior. Her previous actions were tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, Lin Wen had not witnessed it, or she would have faced grave consequences today. Originally, the Black Mountain Old Demon planned to hold her grand wedding in half a month, but in light of Lin Wen's desire to feast earlier, the date was hastened. However, Xiaoyu, with her heartfelt counsel, advised against such a sudden change, emphasizing that a grand wedding required ample preparation. Lin Wen, perceiving the wisdom in Xiaoyu's words, acquiesced. The Black Mountain Old Demon cast a grateful glance, yet she quickly recognized the absurdity of her situation. Wait a moment. I am the victim here. Why should I be pleased about this? Thus, the wedding date was confirmed to proceed as originally planned, half a month hence, with Xiaoyu and the Black Mountain Old Demon overseeing the arrangements. After all, girls tend to be meticulous. As for Ren Weiyong, if he managed to avoid devouring the guests, that would be a monumental achievement. Humph, with me around, you shall not enjoy tranquil days. Xiaoyu glared at the Black Mountain Old Demon, her expression filled with murderous intent. This demon had tormented her sister, and she could not allow her to have it easy. With Lin Wen backing her, Xiaoyu felt emboldened. While she could not directly eliminate the Black Mountain Old Demon, she could certainly make her life miserable. She intended to ensure that the Black Mountain Old Demon would find existence more unbearable than death. In truth, the Black Mountain Old Demon felt as though she were living a fate worse than death. Once a queen of Gubei County, a formidable figure among demons, she now faced the prospect of marrying an unsightly zombie. Was this not a mockery of her kind? Yet she could not protest. After all, should she provoke Lin Wen's displeasure, he might withdraw his support from the demon realm, and she would find herself devoured by several demon lords. Though Ren Weiyong appeared daft, he was indeed a good-natured zombie. Perhaps he would treat her well in the future. Contemplating this, marriage did not seem such a dreadful affair after all. Casting a glance at Ren Weiyong, the Black Mountain Old Demon felt her heart flutter. He was quite robust. Would this not exhaust me to death? After finalizing the wedding arrangements, Lin Wen decided to take his leave. Nie Xiaoqian, having just reunited with Xiaoyu, was reluctant to part ways. Hence, Lin Wen permitted her to stay in Gubei County, gifting her a blood-red orb as a farewell token. After Lin Wen's enhancements, this orb could be absorbed not only by zombies but also by demons and spirits. Both women, being at the level of vengeful spirits, might even ascend to the rank of malevolent ghosts after consuming it. Fearing that the Black Mountain Old Demon might pose a threat to the two sisters in his absence, Lin Wen left behind a lightning seal. Even should a demon king appear, they would be met with devastating force. The Black Mountain Old Demon thought to herself, what a calamity. I have treated the two as honored guests. If they whisper sweet nothings into each other's ears, I shall be wronged to death. Boss, what about these two? Ren Weiyong inquired, gesturing to the two bags he was dragging behind him. Take them along. They will prove useful to me, Lin Wen replied softly. These individuals were crucial, and he was counting on them to fulfill his quest for plot points. Chapter 49. Return to the Ancestral Hall after a lapse of 3.5 days. Lin Wen returned to the Ancestral Hall. Why not 2.5 days? It was because he needed to conceal the forms of the group of zombies he had hidden, ensuring they did not attract undue attention and frighten others. Otherwise, with Lin Wen's speed, even on foot, 2.5 days would have sufficed. Upon entering the hall, he beheld Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai practicing standing meditation in the courtyard. Master Uncle, you have returned. Master Uncle, you have returned. At the sight of Lin Wen, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai's eyes sparkled with joy. They immediately ceased their training and rushed over, bombarding him with questions. Master Uncle, how is the outside world? Did you encounter anything novel? Qiu Sheng inquired, his curiosity piqued, having never ventured far from home. What of Xiaoqiu? Master has gone to Tianwu Mountain. Qiu Sheng whispered. Tianwu Mountain, alone? Not at all. When Kai hastily interjected, waving his hand, he is accompanied by Grand Master Uncle and several other elders. Grand Master Uncle? Jiao Shu ranked second among the Maoshan sect, with an elder brother named Shi Jian. The moment Lin Wen thought of Shi Jian, he envisioned the man wielding lightning. It was unexpected that even in his absence for several days, Jiao Shu's journey to Tianwu Mountain continued unabated. Nevertheless, Lin Wen harbored no concerns. His small cadre of zombie companions, despite their fearsome appearances, possessed genuine strength. With 4 formidable zombies at the bone level, there was only one celestial master, Shi Jian, in Maoshan, rendering the disparity in power exceedingly vast. Moreover, he had explicitly instructed them not to devour humans lightly. Jiao Shu and the others would likely return with only minor injuries. After a few days of bustling activity, Lin Wen felt fatigued. He tossed 2 burlap sacks to Qiu Sheng and retreated to his quarters for a much-needed slumber. What is this? As Qiu Sheng opened the sacks and beheld the 2 living individuals within, he was taken aback. Had Master Uncle taken up the trade of a merchant? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed, for his initial impression of Lin Wen was one of affluence. All expenses of the ancestral hall had been covered by Lin Wen's own finances. Such unscrupulous dealings were inconceivable. Brother, what should we do with these 2? When Kai whispered to Qiu Sheng, perplexed and uncertain of Lin Wen's intentions. After pondering, Qiu Sheng clenched his teeth and declared, "Let us bind them for now and await Master Uncle's instructions." Thus, after a considerable struggle, unaware of their surroundings, they would likely have a chilling reaction upon awakening in the shadowy confines of the coffin chamber. Upon returning to his room, Lin Wen did not immediately succumb to sleep. Rather, he recalled that he had accumulated sufficient storyline points to warrant a lottery draw. System, let us commence a series of draws. System, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Wangue banner. Wangue banner, incomplete quality. Epic system, why is it still incomplete? Are you attempting to deceive me with this rubbish? Lin Wen expressed his displeasure, having toiled extensively for those 10 storyline points. Was this meager prize truly all he had earned? Anyone would find such a result disheartening. All explanations are at the discretion of the world's consciousness. Curse you. Lin Wen muttered in frustration, as the system continued to deflect responsibility. He then accessed his attribute panel. Host, Lin Wen race, human, zombie, realm, early stage of refining spirit and returning to void, zombie king storyline points, 20 items, numerous. Even the panel appeared refreshed, aside from his cultivation level remaining unchanged. There was a subtle alteration in his race classification. Was he now half human, half corpse? Convert the remaining storyline points into time. Considering the dwindling time he had as a human, Lin Wen decided against further lottery attempts. He likely would not acquire anything of value, and besides, there were 2 lively individuals outside, not to mention the 2 he had procured from Gobei County. There was no limit to what he could gain. With time to spare, Lin Wen resolved to assess Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai's skills. He was curious whether they had diligently practiced during his absence. Master Uncle, please observe. Qiu Sheng wielded the Peachwood sword with remarkable finesse, yet to Lin Wen, it appeared merely as an ornamental display. Nevertheless, considering Qiu Sheng's ability to manifest forms at the human master level, he deemed it acceptable. When Kai, watching in awe, remained entranced by Qiu Sheng's performance. With a scowl, Lin Wen delivered a swift kick, questioning, "What? Have you reached enlightenment?" Ouch. When Kai yelped in pain, only to awkwardly smile upon recognizing Lin Wen as the assailant. "Now it is your turn," Lin Wen declared sternly. "Understood, Master Uncle, please watch closely." With that, Wen Kai seized another Peachwood sword and began his demonstration. However, compared to Qiu Sheng's earlier display, his performance lacked coherence and flamboyance, resembling a haphazard flailing of limbs. Unable to contain himself, Qiu Sheng burst into laughter. "Junior brother, what is that you are performing? A juggling act?" Provoked by Qiu Sheng's derision, Wen Kai retaliated with a swing of his sword. Yet, Qiu Sheng deftly dodged, causing Wen Kai to lose his balance and tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. Ha. Qiu Sheng's laughter grew louder, completely disregarding their brotherly bond. "Very well. Truly remarkable." Lin Wen chuckled as he observed the 2, sending a chill down their spines. During his absence, he had imparted a sword technique to them, and yet they had devolved into such a sorry state. While their talents may have varied, could such a stark difference arise in merely a few days? Clearly, Wen Kai had not committed himself to earnest practice. As for Qiu Sheng, his display was flashy yet shallow. Had he diligently honed his skills, he should have at least mastered the technique to a minor level. Instead, it appeared as if he struggled to chop firewood. Lin Wen finally comprehended why Jiao Shu had met his demise at the hands of these 2 disciples. Even Lin Wen, an ancient being of several centuries, felt a tightening in his chest from the frustration. If they wished to pursue this path, they must demonstrate competence. A few days of half-hearted effort was wholly unacceptable. Wen Kai. Present, uncle. Wen Kai, startled by Lin Wen's call, straightened up with alacrity. From this day forth, I shall establish daily standards for you. Should you fail to meet them, you shall not eat. Ah. Wen Kai lamented, feeling as though he had been placed in an impossible position. Qiusheng stifled a laugh, though his amusement would not last long. After reprimanding Wen Kai, Lin Wen shot a glare at Qiusheng. You were no exception. Ah, master uncle, why must I be included? Qiusheng protested, feeling wronged. Surely he had progressed further than Wen Kai, so why should he face punishment? Observing Qiusheng's dismay, Wen Kai felt a sense of relief. You laughed at me, and now it seems justice has been served. Master uncle possesses discerning eyes. A faint smile graced Lin Wen's face. The two had yet to grasp the gravity of their current predicament, but that mattered little. Come tomorrow, they would face their due consequences. Chapter 50. Take 2 steps, no illness. Take 2 steps in the dead of night, within the morgue. 2 men leaned against one another. A gust of wind swept through, causing them to shiver and awaken in a start. Where is this? Squinting in the moonlight, one man blinked rapidly, his eyes widening in shock as he discerned several. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and in that instant, a chill surged through him, making him feel utterly drained. Dressed like a delicate scholar, the fright had drained the color from his face, rendering him as pale as someone who had been deceased for several days. Shut up, grumbled the burly man beside him, frowning at being roused from his comfortable slumber. Why must there always be someone to disrupt his peaceful dreams? There are ghosts. Ning Kaichen, still in a state of fright, exclaimed loudly upon suddenly spotting a fearsome-looking man with a green face and sharp fangs beside him. His heart raced, and he shouted in panic. Yin Qixia furrowed his brow, ready to retaliate, only to realize he was tightly bound and unable to move. How exasperating. With no alternative, Yin Qixia could only wiggle his way to the wall, attempting to silence Ning Kaichen. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am a human. Once Ning Kaichen quieted down, Yin Qixia bellowed. Who are you? What are you doing here? Why have you kidnapped me? With the burly man's words snapping him back to reality, Ning Kaichen finally recognized his captor. However, his wariness did not diminish. He bombarded the burly man with 3 questions, leaving him utterly bewildered. Kidnap you. Take a good look. We are both bound together. There is someone over there. Let us wake him. Ning Kaichen exclaimed, noticing another man lying on a wooden bed not far from them. Yin Qixia glanced over, secretly impressed by Ning Kaichen's keen eyesight. But are we sure that we are not the handiwork of the same person? That man's rather unsavory appearance hardly suggests he is a good person. Just as Yin Qixia was about to voice his thoughts, Ning Kaichen had already begun shouting. Hey there, wake up, wake up. Regardless of how loudly Ning Kaichen called, Wen Kai remained as unresponsive as a dead pig. After several fruitless cries, Ning Kaichen's throat felt raw. Let us shout together. Ning Kaichen complained, turning his head only to come face to face with a pallid man, who was staring intently at him. The pale man wore a perplexed expression, revealing his sharp fangs. Ah, and with that, Ning Kaichen fainted once more. Meanwhile, Yin Qixia was on high alert, gazing at the pale man before him. His heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. It was one thing to have coffins around, but now there was a Western zombie as well. Under normal circumstances, Yin Qixia would not have been afraid, but now he was bound, unable to escape, like a lamb waiting for slaughter. William exchanged glances with Yin Qixia, and after a prolonged silence, seemingly satisfied, he tilted his head and flew up to the rafters, falling into a deep slumber. Yin Qixia felt as though he had been on a roller coaster. The experiences of this night could only be described as exhilarating. Where on earth is this? Master, I wish to go home. As dawn broke, there was silence throughout the night. Qiusheng Wen Kai was in the courtyard, diligently practicing his swordsmanship with a somewhat miserable expression. Lin Wen sat in a wicker chair, a man standing silently beside him, shrouded in shadows. Master, William began, recounting the events of the previous night. Lin Wen paused, casually responding, You woke up rather quickly, didn't you? He then stood and made his way towards the morgue. Watching Lin Wen leave, Qiusheng Wen Kai's eyes widened before he relaxed. This cursed swordsmanship was not meant for mortals to practice. He couldn't fathom what had possessed his master's master to be so severe, far stricter than their own master. William observed the 2 men slacking off but said nothing, silently taking notes to report back to Lin Wen later. Hey, do you remember me? Lin Wen said, waking Ning Kaichen, who was sleeping even more soundly than Wen Kai, truly a remarkable talent. You are the one from that day, Yin Qixia exclaimed in surprise. He had not slept the previous night, waiting until now. Since they had been kept alive, it suggested they were of some use. However, Yin Qixia was astonished to discover that the mastermind was Lin Wen, the very person who had ensnared both zombies and the Black Mountain Old Demon. Why have you kidnapped us? Now that he recognized his captor as human, Yin Qixia felt less apprehensive. He understood that with Lin Wen's power, it would be child's play to kill them. If he possessed such strength, then binding them held little significance. My apologies. I forgot to untie you. Yin Qixia. This esteemed young man. What do you intend to do by binding us? Ning Caichen's question momentarily startled Lin Wen, evoking memories of the university students from his past life. Their innocent eyes, tinged with naivety, mirrored Ning Caichen's scholarly disposition, almost to the point of being comical. Without answering Ning Caichen, Lin Wen began to free them from their bindings. I see both of you possess the fate of saviors. I cordially invite you to join me, Lin Wen declared with utmost seriousness, his demeanor unyielding. Saviors, fate. The two men were utterly baffled. If he had mentioned a ransom, they might have believed him, but this talk of saviors seemed rather absurd. Respected elder, I am Yin Qixia from Kunlun. May I return to my sect to report, and upon my preparation, I shall come to express my gratitude. Yin Qixia said, cupping his hands respectfully, his sincerity evident. Lin Wen regarded him with a raised eyebrow, noting that some people could rival him in the art of deception. He was weaving lies without even a draft, not even inquiring about names, yet speaking of future gratitude. Did he take him for a fool? Lin Wen had no intention of detaining Yin Qixia and instead urged him to return to Kunlun with a message for him. Observing Lin Wen and Yin Qixia whispering to one another, Ning Caichen was utterly confused. Kunlun. Sect? Were these two perhaps bandits speaking in coded language? I take my leave. Yin Qixia's expression was complex as he bid farewell to Lin Wen, not daring to hesitate as he departed. And you, what are your plans? Lin Wen inquired with a smile regarding Ning Caichen. The young man's delicate features bore a resemblance to his own charm. No wonder Nie Shaoqian had taken a liking to him within the narrative. I wish to go to the provincial city, not allowed. Lin Wen interrupted bluntly, offering Ning Caichen no chance to respond. Just when Ning Caichen thought he might be killed, Lin Wen's next words nearly caused him to faint. You have no more than 10 days left to live. You won't make it to the provincial city. With that, Lin Wen shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Surely you jest, young sir, Ning Caichen replied, forcing a bitter smile, disbelieving Lin Wen's words. Lin Wen, however, remained silent, watching him intently until he spoke again after a long pause. Do you not believe me? Then take 2 steps. If you're well, take 2 steps. With a mix, Ning Caichen was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth had just happened? Chapter 51. Lin Wen takes on an apprentice. Observing the terrified expression on Ning Caichen's face, Lin Wen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young man, having succumbed to his own corpse poison, was fortunate to have lasted for over 10 days. Senior, you must save me. Ning Caichen cried out, half leaning against the wall, afraid to move lest another bone suffer the consequences. Lin Wen shook his head, indicating his helplessness. That sorrowful expression sent Ning Caichen's heart plummeting into despair. The formidable brute had vanished in an instant, causing Ning Caichen to gradually believe in the existence of the mysterious within this world. Currently, he and Lin Wen were only tenuously acquainted. If even Lin Wen refused to assist him, was he to meet his demise? The thought of having merely 10 days left to live plunged Ning Caichen into desolation. He became utterly disheartened. Seeing that Ning Caichen was sufficiently perturbed, Lin Wen adopted a troubled demeanor and continued, I can indeed save you. But, recognizing the implication in Lin Wen's expression, Ning Caichen quickly interjected, I come from a family of considerable means. If you could grant me the gift of life, I would part with my entire fortune without hesitation. Do I appear to be in need of money? Lin Wen countered. Ning Caichen was taken aback by this response, his expression shifting to one of skepticism. If Lin Wen were truly affluent, why then did he reside in a mortuary? This place resembled a funeral home. A caretaker of such an establishment could hardly be a person of wealth. Realizing that Ning Caichen had misunderstood him, Lin Wen decided to be more direct. We are not related by blood, and if I were to save you, the cost would be considerable. However, I cannot bear to watch you perish. How about this? You become my disciple, and we shall then have the bond of master and apprentice, allowing me to assist you wholeheartedly. Ning Caichen was taken aback. As an accomplished student, the notion of becoming an apprentice was ludicrous. Not to mention, Lin Wen appeared to be younger than him. Wasn't this an unreasonable request? Noticing Ning Caichen's hesitation, Lin Wen feigned irritation and turned to leave, leaving Ning Caichen in a state of shock. Realizing his only hope was about to depart, Ning Caichen hastily attempted to stop Lin Wen. Becoming an apprentice was at least a chance to survive. Refusing would mean certain death. However, he overestimated his physical condition. Before he could take a single step, his other leg buckled under the strain and broke. Crack. The crisp sound nearly made Linwen burst into laughter. This young man was still too naive. He would need thorough training going forward. Senior, I will become your apprentice. I will. Ning Kaichen wailed, face against the ground, clutching his leg in agony. For the sake of his own life, he was willing to go all out today. Linwen stepped forward, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into Ning Kaichen, and in an instant, the young man's pain subsided, and his body began to heal. This sudden turn of events astonished Ning Kaichen. Wow, I've stumbled upon a great fortune. Linwen's action seemed nothing short of miraculous to him. With just that little assistance, his injuries had improved significantly. If Linwen were to continue, wouldn't he be revitalized? Supporting Ning Kaichen to his feet, Linwen declared, I am the 34th generation heir of Mao Shan, and you shall be my first disciple, the 35th generation disciple of Mao Shan. Ning Kaichen, still bewildered, had no inkling that he now shared a status equal to that of the esteemed Jioshu. Nodding vacantly, he unwittingly accepted Linwen as his master. Linwen led him out of the mortuary and then called out, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony. I am taking on a disciple. In the courtyard, the two individuals who had just been slacking off exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing this proclamation. Did you hear that, junior brother? You heard it too. Their eyes widened. Since they both heard it, it could not have been a figment of their imagination. Yet, how utterly absurd. Linwen was their master's uncle, meaning they should refer to him as uncle as well. But Linwen was younger than both of them. How could he possibly take on a disciple at such a young age? They couldn't help but wonder what kind of extraordinary talent warranted such an honor. Before long, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai entered the main hall, and upon seeing Linwen seated at the head of the table, they respectfully greeted, Uncle Master. Uncle Master. Yes, here is the money for the apprenticeship ceremony. Ensure that everything is arranged properly, Linwen replied, tossing them a bag filled with coins. Wen Kai weighed it in his hands, exclaiming, My goodness, this is quite a sum. Given their Uncle Master's extravagant means, this money was more than sufficient for the necessary items for the ceremony, leaving a surplus that could serve as their reward. The two exchanged furtive glances, surreptitiously eyeing the pale scholar seated beside Linwen. This must be the disciple our Uncle Master has taken on. He looks so delicate and serene, like a porcelain figure. Their unabashed scrutiny made Ning Kaichen exceedingly uncomfortable. Humph. Linwen set down his teacup and snorted coldly, causing the two to jump in alarm and hastily retreat. Senior, about my illness? Ning Kaichen asked timidly, fearing Linwen might inadvertently forget his affliction and miss the optimal opportunity for treatment. There's no rush. Once you become my disciple, I will teach you a sword technique. With diligent practice, your ailment will heal itself. How miraculous! What kind of sword technique could possess such curative properties? If this were to be widely known, it would surely rival the popularity of Tai Chi. The sword technique Linwen referred to was actually one that Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai had recently cultivated. Its origins lay in an ancient relic discovered by Linwen. Back then, he was still a zombie, making it somewhat challenging to master a human sword technique. After practicing sporadically for several years, he finally reached a state of perfection. A zombie skilled in swordsmanship entering the human world would undoubtedly cause a stir. This was akin to altering physiological structure and achieving a leap in life. This sword technique was quick to learn in the early stages, but the latter stages required great effort. However, the longer it was cultivated, the more powerful it became. Linwen had initially mastered it in just 2.5 days, but it took him several years to achieve completion. His debut performance had obliterated a considerable mountain. Yes, that mountain was Taishin. It had originally been shaped like a pagoda, but after Linwen's intervention, it was left as a mere platform. Thank you, Senior. Linwen paid no heed to Ning Kaichen's address. Once their master-disciple relationship was formally established, there would be time for proper titles. He had already sent messages to Xiao Jiu and the others. Tianwu Mountain was not far from here, and they would have ample time to return. After all, his status was that of a venerable ancestor in Maoshan. In Rinjia town, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai were busy procuring various supplies. As they gazed at the bustling shops around them, they exchanged mischievous grins and decided to indulge themselves a little. After all, the apprenticeship ceremony was not a task to be completed in a day. A bit of enjoyment would be well deserved. Chapter 52. Awei's distant cousin in the alley. A man strikingly resembling Awei was patrolling with a group of followers. Wherever they went, it was as though a swarm of locusts had descended. The small vendors scurried away in fear. The man, who bore an uncanny likeness to Awei, entered a noodle shop and happened to sit beside Qiu Sheng and his companion. Just as he was about to beckon the waiter, he overheard murmurs from the patrons nearby. Raising an eyebrow, he stood up and patted Wen Kai on the shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Away." Wen Kai was taken aback, wondering how this person could look so much like Captain Away. "Do you know my cousin?" The man, resembling Away, appeared puzzled, then continued, "I just heard you mention something about Maoshan and apprenticeships. I ask you, can you read feng shui? Who are you?" Qiu Sheng frowned, perplexed by this man in militia attire who bore such a resemblance to Away. He had never heard of Away having a cousin. "I'm Ah Cheng, Away's distant cousin. I'm asking you, with all this talk of the supernatural, can you read feng shui?" "Of course. We are descendants of Maoshan. Understanding feng shui is no small feat," Qiu Sheng replied proudly, having been compelled by his master to study numerous Taoist texts recently. He knew a thing or two about basic feng shui and was pleased to have found a topic of expertise. "Ha, that's splendid. Come with us for a little adventure," Ah Cheng grinned, clapping Qiu Sheng on the shoulder with a mischievous smile. "What are you up to?" Qiu Sheng's guard was raised. Who would randomly take someone away? Were it not for Ah Cheng's militia attire, he would suspect the man was a trafficker. "What do you mean? Aren't you the ones who can read feng shui? Or were you just deceiving me earlier?" Ah Cheng feigned anger, reaching for his waist, revealing a glinting handgun. Seeing the weapon, Qiu Sheng swallowed hard, gripped by anxiety. "Ha, and don't worry. I won't let you work for free. If you handle this matter well, the reward will be substantial." Ah Cheng employed both persuasion and intimidation, leaving the two with no choice but to comply. As they exited the noodle shop, Wen Kai leaned closer to Qiu Sheng and whispered, "Brother, can you really read feng shui?" Qiu Sheng shuddered but asserted, "Of course. When have I ever misled you?" Though the confident Wen Kai, well aware of his brother's character, grimaced and whispered, "Should we run?" "Run where? No matter how fast you are, can you outrun a bullet? What should we do then? Whatever has attracted the militia's attention must be serious. With our meager skills, we might end up in serious trouble." Wen Cai's words were rather tactful, but Qiu Sheng was already trembling with fear. However, having spoken, there was no turning back. "Perhaps we should consult our master. Lin Wen, with his formidable abilities, would surely have no trouble with feng shui. That might not be wise." Qiu Sheng furrowed his brow, feeling that this predicament was of their own making. It wouldn't be right to burden their master with their folly. Yet, considering their lives, he approached Ah Cheng earnestly. "Reading feng shui requires tools. We need to return to the ancestral hall to fetch them." "Very well." Ah Cheng nodded, clearly pleased, as it appeared these two possessed some skill after all. Qiu Sheng's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that Ah Cheng would follow them. However, it was too late to back out, so he resolutely led the way. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, they found Lin Wen seated on a chair, engaged in lively conversation with an elderly man. "Master Uncle," Qiu Sheng called out, forcing himself to speak. Lin Wen looked up with a smile, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar group behind Qiu Sheng. "When did we have visitors?" Qiu Sheng recounted the events in detail, keeping his head lowered to avoid witnessing any disappointment on Lin Wen's face. "Ah Cheng, the captain, is it? My nephew's skills are still developing. Let me handle this feng shui task." Hearing Lin Wen take over brought a mix of emotion to Qiu Sheng, both touched and ashamed. If it weren't for his own lack of skill, he would not have caused his master such trouble. At that moment, Lin Wen's heart brimmed with joy. This must be a treasure trove of plot points. "If you gentlemen are not in a hurry, I will first assist the old man with the elimination of the ghostly menace." "It won't take long. Taoist, may we accompany you?" Ah Cheng proposed, eager to witness the extraordinary abilities of this elder. Of course, Lin Wen nodded with a smile. Once William had prepared the necessary items, the old man led them to a grove of banana trees. "This is the spot." That night, the old man recounted his terrifying experience from that evening, still haunted by the memory. Ah Cheng, flanked by a cadre of militia members, each armed, felt an unsettling chill beneath the banana leaves. "Fear not, old man. With me here, no ghost can stir up trouble." The old man nodded in agreement. Lin Wen had assisted many during his recent stay at the ancestral hall, and word had spread about the formidable Taoist in town. Lin Wen glanced at the banana grove and already knew where the female ghost resided. However, with so many people around, some of his methods would be constrained. "Kai-Chen, disciple is here." Ning Kai-Chen stepped forward respectfully and bowed to Lin Wen. "Go and entwine the red string, then set it according to my instructions." Lin Wen decided to employ the method of the one-eyebrow Taoist, using the red string to lure the ghost. With Ning Kai-Chen's pure young body and handsome visage, he was naturally adept at attracting female ghosts. Furthermore, with the name Ning Kai-Chen providing a boost, how could the ghost resist? "Master Uncle, what about us?" Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai approached, eager to assist. However, Lin Wen had plans to alter the narrative, and their involvement would complicate matters. You two prepare torches. When the female ghost emerges, set fire to the banana grove. Understood. Qiao Xing and Wen Kai responded cheerfully. But, Master Lin, this banana grove belongs to us. The old man hesitated, unsure how to voice his concerns. Lin Wen, sensing his apprehension, reassured him. Rest easy, old man. I will not truly burn it. This is merely a ruse to draw out the spirits. He hoped Ning Kai-chen would excel in this endeavor and conquer the female ghost, providing him with ample plot points. Soon, everything was set. Ning Kai-chen donned the attire of a bridegroom and, trembling, entered the thatched cottage. Ah Cheng watched from the side, a cold smile creeping across his face. Humph, putting on a show. I shall see how you fare. Ning Kai-chen reclined on the wooden bed, clutching a large rooster, and as a gentle breeze swept through, he drifted into a light slumber. Outside, Lin Wen's bell chimed melodiously, resonating with a clear sound. Chapter 53. The Banana Tree. At this moment, Ning Kai-chen lay in a thatched hut upon a wooden bed, consumed by a frantic anxiety as he awaited the arrival of the female ghost. The distinction between the banana spirit and the ghost was no longer worth pondering. His sole concern was how to preserve his own life. Although Lin Wen had vowed to protect him, the gravity of the situation left him feeling undeniably anxious. With his eyes tightly shut, Ning Kai-chen could only offer fervent prayers, hoping the female ghost was not at home today. Just as he made his silent wish, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the fresh scent of leaves, intoxicating his senses. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a bare figure, luminescent and ethereal. Ning Kai-chen's gaze grew increasingly dazed, his body ascending as if liberated from the constraints of gravity. Ultimately becoming ensnared within the flowing red fabric of the ghost's attire, sinking into her flawless, jade-like skin. Master Uncle, Qiao Sheng whispered beside him, acutely aware of the unusual stillness within the hut, anxious that the pale scholar might encounter some dire fate. It was evident that Ning Kai-chen was but a mere mortal, possessing scant vitality. Such a tender youth would likely struggle even to slay a chicken, let alone contend with a ghost. Qiao Sheng could hardly suppress his desire to take his place. Lin Wen, silently observing the scene before him, was keenly aware of everything occurring within the hut due to his zombie-like vision. As the situation approached a critical juncture, a devilish grin crept across Lin Wen's face as he languidly commanded, "Ignite the flames." Following Lin Wen's directive, Qiao Sheng swiftly hurled a torch into the banana grove, having drenched it in oil beforehand. The flames erupted with a ferocity, quickly giving rise to thick, acrid smoke. The old man watched the unfolding chaos, his heart bleeding. Yet, as the Taoist had proclaimed, enduring prolonged pain was far worse than swift suffering. As long as this menace could be eliminated, the sacrifice would be worthwhile. Despite the fire raging fiercely, it had no effect on the banana trees, were it not for the dense smoke billowing forth. Onlookers might have believed the flames had not ignited at all. Ah Cheng, witnessing this spectacle, marveled inwardly. Could it be that the banana tree had truly become sentient, impervious to flames? Lin Wen, too, sensed something amiss, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. It seemed the female ghost had taken ample precautions, preemptively setting barriers against intruders. Alas, ordinary fire would prove ineffective against her defenses. However, she had overlooked the fact that Lin Wen was no ordinary individual. In truth, he was far from human. With hands forming intricate seals, he summoned fire through his mastery of the Tianchi arts, unleashing a flame that struck like a decree upon the banana tree. Utilizing Maoshan sorcery, he exerted a natural suppression over the tree. Qiao Sheng gazed in awe at the miraculous flames, his admiration for Lin Wen deepening. As expected of Master Uncle, to wield the true fire of Samadhi. Though not the authentic Samadhi fire, it was merely a simplified version of Maoshan cultivation, yet potent enough for earthly use, revered by Taoists as an unparalleled truth. Ah Cheng, astonished by the blazing flames, thought to himself, by heavens, conjuring fire from thin air, this is beyond mere mortals. In that moment, he shed any lingering contempt, acknowledging Lin Wen's prowess. Ah! As the flames danced, a terrifying wail erupted from within the thatched hut. The harrowing cry sent chills down the spine. Almost instantaneously, the hut was rent apart by an overwhelming force, and a crimson shadow soared forth, darting towards the banana grove. The moment the female ghost emerged, Qiao Sheng was prepared with his measuring line, eager to ensnare her. However, before he could act, Ah Cheng intercepted him, his gaze fervent as he beheld the ghost. "Leave this to me." With that, he gestured grandly, signaling the militia behind him to draw their long rifles, aimed directly at the ghost. Fire. At Ah Cheng's command, countless bullets erupted, yet, whether due to misalignment or some other reason, the bullets proved utterly ineffective, failing to inflict any harm. Ah Cheng scowled, initially intent on showcasing his martial prowess, only to find himself thwarted. How can we miss such a large target? He turned on his subordinates, chastising them soundly, before pivoting to point at the core of the banana tree, bellowing, "Bring her down." Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets peppered the banana tree, leaving pockmarked scars. Witnessing the apparent efficacy, Ah Cheng's eyes brightened, urging his men to intensify their efforts. Yet, soon the gunfire ceased, and frustration washed over Ah Cheng. "What is happening? Keep firing." Beside him, a subordinate grimaced. As he grappled with his predicament, the female ghost from the banana tree sprang into action, resembling a specter as she charged into the ranks of the militia. Ghost. The militia, unaccustomed to such a sight, dropped their weapons and fled in terror. Ah Cheng, too, lost his previous bravado, rendered paralyzed by fear. The ghost, having taken note of him, after all, he had been quite vocal, approached with a murderous intent, her gaze fixed upon him. "Brother, shall we engage?" Wen Kai inquired softly. "Engage? Didn't He say to let him handle it?" Qiu Sheng seethed internally, frustrated that Ah Cheng had disrupted their plan. If all had gone according to Master Uncle Sh's strategy, the ghost would have already been ensnared within their trap. But now, due to Ah Cheng's meddling, it seemed they had inadvertently invited disaster upon themselves. Despite his irritation, Qiu Sheng resolved to assist Ah Cheng as disciples of Mao Shan. They had been taught from a young age to save lives and uphold justice, considering the welfare of the world their duty. With Ah Cheng in dire straits, they could not stand idly by. Thus, the two brothers seized the measuring line once more, lunging towards the female ghost. Blinded by rage, the ghost realized too late that they were upon her. She could only watch helplessly as the immense net descended upon her. Too late to evade, she was ensnared within the vast trap. The measuring line, soaked in an unknown liquid, ignited her flesh upon contact, eliciting a wretched scream. Exchanging glances, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai tightened their grip on the net. Seizing the opportunity, they hurled their prepared ghost-restraining talismans at her. The ghost writhed in torment, revealing her true visage. Gazing upon her skeletal face, Wen Kai felt a wave of nausea, nearly succumbing to the urge to retch. In the midst of the chaos, the female ghost let out a piercing wail, suddenly surging with newfound strength. She tore free from the net and soared into the distance. Chapter 54. The nun, alas, she miscalculated her position. This place had already been ensnared by Lin Wen's subordinates, and it was not merely a small fierce ghost like her that would be able to escape. Even a formidable spirit would find it impossible to flee. Lin Wen observed the confrontation between Qiu and Wen Tai, having no intention of intervening. This female ghost was merely of the fierce ghost rank, providing an excellent opportunity for the two to hone their skills. Otherwise, with their inconsistent efforts, when would they ever meet their aspirations? As Qiu pursued the female ghost, he noticed that she had ceased fleeing, bending low and glaring at them intently. This ghost appeared to be no trifling adversary, and if she were truly cornered, there would be no favorable outcome for either of them. Qiu was equally perplexed, wondering why she had inexplicably halted. Could it be that she was genuinely intimidated by their assault? Reflecting on his rigorous training over the past few days, Qiu felt a surge of confidence. Yes, that must be it. It seemed he had made rapid progress. The female ghost extended her hand and roared at the two. This only solidified Qiu belief that she was at her wit's end, further bolstering his confidence. "Junior brother, let us join forces. This female ghost is no cause for concern. Let us show our esteemed Uncle Master the fruits of our recent training." Upon hearing Qiu words, Wen Tai steeled himself to follow suit, though he sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Ning Kaichen emerged from the ruins of the thatched cottage, disheveled and wearing a look of shame. Observing the traces of lipstick on his face, Lin Wen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "How does it feel?" Lin Wen teased, and Ning Kaichen, overwhelmed with embarrassment, buried his head, remaining silent. As he turned his gaze forward, Lin Wen understood that Qiu and Wen Tai were underestimating their opponent. An unexpected turn of events was imminent. "Pay close attention to the abilities of your two disciples," Lin Wen remarked with amusement, curious to see how much they had developed under his tutelage. Qiu was managing well enough, readily employing some introductory Mao Shan techniques. In contrast, when I struggled to mimic them, lacking coherence. Nevertheless, given his innate talent, reaching this point in battle was commendable. Seeing Qiu and Wen Tai falter, Lin Wen discreetly pointed a finger. A flicker of red light obscured the banana tree, which promptly exploded into splinters. The once formidable female ghost, caught off guard, found her ghostly form becoming ethereal, ultimately dissipating from this realm. Qiu and Wen Tai gasped for breath, their faces reflecting the terror of having narrowly escaped disaster. Who would have thought that a wounded female ghost could be so fierce? The duo struggled to withstand her onslaught. "Uncle Master." Qiu and Wen Tai naturally realized that Lin Wen had intervened. Otherwise, they would have faced considerable embarrassment. The abilities of these Taoists are indeed remarkable. I offer my humble gratitude." The old man exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement upon witnessing the ghost's demise. In this exorcism, Lin Wen had not collected a single coin, and all they had sacrificed was a banana tree, making this transaction decidedly profitable. After exchanging pleasantries with the old man, Lin Wen prepared to return to the mortuary. As he departed, he approached the still shaken Ah Cheng. "Captain Ah Cheng, it is getting late. We shall not proceed today. How about we wait until tomorrow?" Ah Cheng, still dazed, stood up and nodded repeatedly. Observing his dazed demeanor, Lin Wen shook his head and took action. He left Qiusheng, Wentai, and Ning Kaichen behind to conduct a ritual, as it was necessary to pacify the disturbance they had caused, adhering to the Maoshan tradition. "Junior, Uncle Master, how did you and Uncle Master become acquainted?" Qiusheng inquired, his expression one of curiosity as he regarded Ning Kaichen. This individual, apart from his fair complexion and handsome features, revealed no remarkable qualities. To put it simply, aside from his looks, he possessed little of substance. Though he may not rival Uncle Master, he was certainly among the rarest of handsome men. Was it possible that Uncle Master had taken a liking to this aspect and chose to accept him as a disciple? Ning Kaichen, unsure how to respond, recounted his experiences in Gubei County in great detail. As he spoke, Qiusheng and Wentai exchanged skeptical glances, half believing and half doubting. Observing their reactions, Ning Kaichen felt a sense of helplessness. "See, I told you that you wouldn't believe me. Why still doubt?" Qiusheng and Wentai smiled ingratiatingly and shifted the conversation to other topics. After all, he was their Uncle Master, of the same generation as their own teacher, and they could not afford to be dismissive. If they were to whisper anything to Lin Wen, they would face dire consequences in the future. Noticing Ning Kaichen's delicate appearance, Qiusheng wore a mischievous grin, formulating a plan in his mind. It was getting late, and according to Uncle Master's habits, it was time for him to retire. Was this not the perfect opportunity for them to lead the young Uncle Master astray? They had heard that a new dance hall had opened in Majiabao, which would be an ideal place to take him. While Lin Wen managed the mortuary, their pocket money had never run dry. The duo found themselves questioning whether Lin Wen was, in fact, a manifestation of the god of wealth, as his resources seemed more abundant than even those of the esteemed Lord Ren. "This seems a bit indecorous," Ning Kaichen initially hesitated, but under the persuasion of Qiusheng and Wentai, he gradually lowered his psychological defenses. Reflecting on the female ghost allure from earlier, ripples of excitement stirred within him. Thus, after the trio completed their ritual, they made their way directly to Majiabao. Alter the plot to gain 3 plot points. A night of revelry returned them to a state akin to liberation, and these 3 plot points were a modest recovery. Though not substantial, it was better than nothing. Lin Wen understood that this was merely a minor gain. Once Ning Kaichen became a disciple and dealt with the vampire in the church, that would yield significant rewards. It was a fitting transition. As dawn broke, Majiabao welcomed a group of outsiders. These individuals donned the attire of Western missionaries, black garments for men and white for women. Although the townsfolk found them somewhat intriguing, they were well aware of their intentions. With the current state of information dissemination, many Western customs had long since made their way to these shores. The townspeople were no longer easily astonished. May the Lord bless us and bring prosperity to the faithful in this land. Amen. The leading nun, a stout middle-aged woman with distinctly Western features, marched forward, followed by a group of lively young girls who appeared spirited and charming. Qiusheng, Wentai, and Ning Kaichen strolled along the street, yawning. Perhaps due to their late night, their eyes felt heavy, and in a moment of inattention, they collided with someone. "Ouch! What are you doing?" The leading nun fell to the ground, her backside sore from the impact. Though robust, she was still a woman, and her physique could not match that of Qiusheng, who was accustomed to martial training. Frowning, she glared at the 3 inebriated men, her irritation palpable. May the Lord forgive their transgressions, amen. The nun, wishing to distance herself from the drunken trio, muttered a prayer and prepared to leave. However, upon realizing what had occurred, Qiusheng's senses sharpened, and he awkwardly grasped the nun's arm. "Are you all right?" Chapter 55, Site Selection for Water Source. Maria gazed at the tall man before her, instinctively retracting her arm. With her hands clasped together, she silently recited her transgressions. "Senior brother, if we do not return soon, our Uncle Master will surely be displeased," when Kai reminded her. Hearing his words, Qiusheng suddenly recalled the gravity of the situation and inwardly cursed his oversight. After apologizing to Maria, he hastily pulled the dazed Ning Kaichen towards the direction of the ancestral hall. "What a peculiar individual," Sister Maria mused, observing Qiusheng's retreating figure with a look of bewilderment. Upon their arrival at the ancestral hall, the trio encountered a man clad in black, holding an oil paper umbrella. Qiu Sheng could not help but feel curious about why someone would wield an umbrella in broad daylight. The master instructed that upon your return, you are to proceed to the back mountain of Majiabao, William stated, intercepting the three before soaring away. We're doomed, Wen Kai exclaimed, slapping his forehead, his complexion paling considerably. Having spent the night away with the young master, their uncle master was undoubtedly furious. If their master were to return and learn of their reckless antics, they would surely face dire consequences. Qiu Sheng, however, was quick-witted enough to perceive from William's tone that their uncle master did not seem to hold any grievances against them. Thus, he promptly roused Ning Kai-chen from his stupor and urged the two to gather their belongings for the journey to the back mountain of Majiabao. In the realm of the back mountain, Lin Wen accompanied the elders of Majiabao as they assessed the feng shui of the area. Drawing from the storyline of Taoist Yimei, Lin Wen soon identified the fractured stone slab. This location is surrounded by water on three sides, which should be auspicious. However, the blockage of the conduit and pollution of the water source will turn this blessed ground into a cursed one. What shall we do, Master Taoist? They inquired. This water is no longer drinkable. We must seek a new source, Lin Wen replied, shaking his head in resignation. But where shall we find a new water source? They had grown accustomed to drinking from this water, and not only was time of the essence, but should they find another source that is also tainted, it would spell disaster. Fear not. I shall perform a ritual, and we will surely find pure water, he reassured them. Then we are in your debt, Master Taoist. As the townsfolk prepared the ritual implements, Lin Wen donned a yellow Taoist robe, setting up the altar on the spot. This robe belonged to Uncle Gio, and it fit him reasonably well. It was not that Lin Wen was unwilling to purchase a new robe, but rather that a Taoist from Maoshan could only have one tailored at Maoshan itself. This was a genuine talisman, unlike those made by small workshops in the outside world. A robe blessed at Maoshan possessed various mystical properties of exorcism and evil dispelling. After some time spent in preparation, Lin Wen quickly determined the location of the well. He inserted several wooden stakes into the ground and turned to the elders, saying, "We shall commence digging tomorrow. You may return to make your preparations." "Thank you, Master Taoist." The townsfolk bid Lin Wen farewell and departed. As Lin Wen observed the sun in the sky, he patiently awaited the arrival of his companions. Timing his thoughts, he sensed it was nearly time. "Uncle Master." Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai came running towards him, waving. Meanwhile, Ning Kai-chen lagged far behind, hurrying to catch up. As a scholar, his physical prowess paled in comparison to Qiu Sheng, and even when Kai surpassed him significantly. It was merely the intentional caricature portrayed in dramas that had led to a less favorable perception of Wen Kai. "Uncle Master, why have you summoned us?" Qiu Sheng asked, puzzled, noticing that the ritual had already concluded. "How was your night of revelry?" Lin Wen inquired with a playful smile, causing Qiu Sheng to feel a bit embarrassed. Wen Kai stifled a laugh nearby, relieved that he hadn't engaged Lin Wen in conversation, lest he too face reprimand. Qiu Sheng intended to speak further, but the indifferent gaze of However, Lin Wen was perplexed. Had that female ghost not pursued them, according to the storyline, there was supposed to be a spirit of a wayward woman haunting the two, returning to the ancestral hall. Had he misremembered? Regardless, since the three had spent the night away, they would need to be adequately punished. Feigning seriousness, Lin Wen added, "Your punishment shall be to remain here as guardians, thus performing a service for the people of Majiabao." This, Qiu Sheng's face contorted with discomfort, but upon meeting Lin Wen's resolute gaze, he could only weakly acquiesce. All right then, the back mountain of Majiabao was steeped in a heavy aura of vein, and even with the three of them together, they could hardly withstand the multitude of mosquitoes that thrived at night. Lin Wen had not specified how long they were to stay, so their endurance would surely be tested. Ning Kai-chen was the most aggrieved of them all, having been forcibly dragged along by the two. He had yet to fully enjoy himself before succumbing to oblivion, leaving him utterly unaware of subsequent events. As the trio lingered in the back mountain, dusk approached, casting a tranquil silence around them. Wen Kai pulled the others close and whispered conspiratorially, "Why don't we just leave? Are you trying to implicate us? If you wish to go, then by all means, do so. I shall not follow." Ning Kai-chen waved his hands, his resolve firm. He had already been duped once by the pair and would not allow himself to be trapped again. As an accomplished scholar, he prided himself on his intellect and could not afford to be the subject of ridicule. This place is deserted. Besides, Uncle Master has already marked the stakes. You think they will simply vanish? Wen Kai argued, coaxing them further. Moreover, we did not fully indulge ourselves last night. We must ensure tonight is a night of revelry. The two were swayed by Wen Kai's words. Even Ning Kai-chen began to waver. Yet as a scholar, he felt that such pursuits were beneath his dignity. Just as he was contemplating a refusal, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai seized him by the shoulders. "What are you doing?" "I shall not go." "Come now, little master uncle, do you not wish to see Xiaolan?" The brothers exchanged mischievous grins, their grip surprisingly strong. Ning Kaichen, with his slight frame, could not resist their pull and found himself half-heartedly yielding as they dragged him down the mountain. Shortly after their departure, a swarm of bats descended from the sky, alighting on the wooden stakes marking the well, intent on uprooting them. Just as they were on the brink of success, a shadow emerged from behind a nearby tree. Clad in an opulent tailcoat, the figure resembled a European nobleman. Upon sighting the man, the bats erupted in startled cries and flocked to his side, displaying an oddly affectionate demeanor. Chapter 56. The initial embrace of the bloodline. William pointed his finger at a bat, subsequently opening his eyes to reveal blood-red pupils. How intriguing. I never expected to find a fledgling of the bloodline in this place. What, then, is a bloodline? It refers to a being infected by a vampire, carrying within them the virus that births a vampire. Their former existence was human, transforming into a monstrosity through unnatural means. However, the conditions to become a bloodline are exceedingly stringent, and it is rare for a vampire to undertake such an act. As for the humans within William's castle, they are merely sustenance, blood food, and do not qualify as bloodlines. A bloodline possesses the nascent abilities of a vampire, which is what people commonly refer to as a vampire. In contrast, a vampire is a being born with these traits. The two are incomparable. Currently, William holds the title of Viscount and is permitted to embrace 3 fledglings, essentially allowing him to acquire 3 attendants. Meanwhile, those of higher rank, such as dukes, have countless attendants and hold esteemed positions within the vampire hierarchy. At present, William finds himself in a predicament, though he has succumbed to Lin Wen's oppressive rule. He is acutely aware that this is merely a temporary measure. Should an opportunity arise, he will undoubtedly retaliate. How could a noble of the bloodline bow to the minions of an eastern zombie? Even if they are a zombie king, his lineage boasts powers that surpass even kings. With his pride, he would never willingly submit to another. Nonetheless, in the interest of self-preservation, he will bide his time. This fledgling may very well be his avenue for escape. If he can uncover the identity of its master, he could potentially alert his family. Once the powerful members of his clan arrive, Lin Wen would be nothing more than prey laid bare upon the butcher's block. Upon discerning the burial location of the fledgling, William's eyes glimmered with cunning as he directed the bat to reposition the wooden stake. Watching the stake shift, he could not help but chuckle. He was now one step closer to regaining his freedom. To ensure the utmost security, William instructed the bats to drive the stake deeper into the ground. Once all preparations were complete, he returned to the mausoleum with a sense of satisfaction. Upon his return, he recounted the activities of Qiusheng and the others in meticulous detail to Lin Wen. Originally dispatched by Lin Wen to monitor the trio, he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a dormant fledgling, a delightful surprise indeed. Observing that Lin Wen remained oblivious to the situation, William felt a swell of pride, even a hint of smugness. Lin Wen cast a subtle glance of disdain at him, and William understood that this young man possessed a rebellious spirit. However, he had installed soul-binding nails beneath those stakes specifically designed to subdue vampires. After a night of suppression, that vampire would not awaken again. Poor William, having unwittingly buried one of his own kin. Truly commendable. "Master, your nephews have returned, and they are accompanied by something peculiar," reported William's bat informants, detailing the positions and actions of Qiusheng and the others. Just as William finished speaking, the door of the mausoleum swung open, and Qiusheng rushed in, exclaiming in disarray, "It's bad, Uncle Master, you must come out at once." Peering through the window, William beheld Qiusheng and the others rushing into the mausoleum, followed closely by... This was indeed the ghostly figure from their tale. Observing the apparition, Lin Wen began to comprehend the situation. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he inquired, "What is all this commotion about?" "Uncle Master," Qiusheng recounted the events in their entirety. They had been enjoying themselves when they were suddenly beset by this ghostly woman in an alley. Although Qiusheng and his companion possessed the ability to subdue her, they realized the ghost's circumstances were rather unusual, leaving them uncertain. Thus, they thought of their powerful Uncle Master and returned to the mausoleum. "Is this your excuse for abandoning your post?" The 3 young men appeared embarrassed. Had they inadvertently walked into a trap? Nevertheless, the matter of a ghost's life was of utmost importance, and they were unwilling to take it lightly. They hurriedly implored, "Uncle Master, please, take a look at this ghost and discern her plight. Now you think of me. I have urged you to diligently practice your craft, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Now that you find yourselves in a predicament, you are at a loss for what to do? Where were you when you should have acted?" Though Lin Wen chided them, he felt a measure of satisfaction with Qiusheng. According to the narrative, the duo would have been utterly helpless against the ghost's entanglement. However, After his guidance, they could now subdue her and uncover the mysterious circumstances of her death. Quite commendable indeed. Observe closely. I shall impart to you a secret technique of our Maoshan lineage. As Lin Wen spoke, he enacted a technique reminiscent of the films featuring the ninth uncle. However, he made some adjustments, directing the essence of the ghost into the three young men's foreheads. In this manner, the ghost's life unfolded before them like a fleeting panorama within their minds. This technique inflicted no harm upon the body, and apart from a shared sense of empathy, it bore no adverse effects. Before long, the three were trembling, clearly shaken by the experience. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Lin Wen cleared his throat, and they instantly awoke, drenched in cold sweat. Master, this. Ning Kaichen stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. The images from moments ago seemed etched in his mind, impossible to forget. He could hardly believe the tragic fate of the woman. It appeared that those women also endured hardships, while their exteriors may seem glamorous. The sorrows hidden beneath were. Qiusheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the ghost's tale too heart-rending to bear. He had nearly acted in violence, wishing to disperse the ghost's soul. Now, reflecting on his earlier thoughts, he cursed himself. Wen Kai also wore a mournful expression, the knowledge of the ghost's plight deepening his melancholy. Since you comprehend the reasons behind this, it is time to act, for the cause lies with you, and thus the resolution should also be yours. The three nodded solemnly, now aware of the woman's plight. Their natures would not allow them to turn a blind eye. Lin Wen chose not to intervene, for bringing peace to the woman and allowing her to be reborn would render the narrative trivial. William, tell me, what have these three been up to? Lin Wen's inquiry sent a jolt of alarm through the trio. It seemed their Uncle Master was preparing to settle accounts. William approached with a grin, recounting the events of the trio's escapades in town with remarkable detail, as if he had witnessed it all firsthand. Qiusheng and the others felt their faces burn with embarrassment. Having their secrets laid bare made it difficult to maintain their composure before their Uncle Master. I shall assign you three to practice horse stance until dawn. Lin Wen's words were light yet authoritative as he retreated to his quarters for rest. The remaining three exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. William could not suppress his laughter. During their time in the mausoleum, witnessing his brother's misfortunes had become his greatest source of amusement. Though they had persistently caused him trouble, this opportunity for retribution was one he could not let slip away. I shall keep a close watch on you. Do not even think of slacking off, William remarked with a mischievous grin. Being a night owl, he was perfectly suited for the task of supervising the trio. He retrieved the ninth uncle's wrought-tin chair and reclined leisurely within it, observing the three as they practiced their horse stance. Life in this manner was nothing short of delightful. Here was a Western zombie supervising Maoshan Taoists. What a thrilling identity to possess. Chapter 57. The Deceit of the Crippled. Even though Qiusheng and the others were in good health, they could not withstand the antics of that rascal William. As dawn broke, the three of them returned to their room, utterly dispirited. Upon seeing the breakfast laid out on the table, Ning Kaichen could not help but swallow hard. Lin Wen, seated at the dining table, waved them over with a smile, saying, "Come. Eat up and savor my culinary skills." "Master Uncle, did you prepare all this?" Qiusheng exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. The strenuous stance training from the previous night had left them utterly fatigued. The delectable aroma wafting from the table had awakened their dormant appetites. "What, do you doubt me?" Lin Wen retorted, a playful grin adorning his face. "How could we? To feast on the dishes prepared by Master Uncle is indeed a blessing." Qiusheng and Wen Kai hurriedly praised, eager to curry favor. They had no desire to return to that exhausting stance training. It was genuinely taxing. At the table, Ning Kaichen appeared listless, yawning repeatedly, nearly burying his face in his bowl. This unfortunate situation left Wen Kai, sitting nearby, with the responsibility of looking after him. "How does it taste?" Lin Wen inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice, as it was his first attempt at cooking, and while it looked appealing, he was uncertain about the flavor. Qiusheng picked up a piece of green pepper, savoring it carefully. The moment it touched his palate, his expression transformed dramatically. He gave Lin Wen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delightful." Hearing the praise from Qiusheng, Lin Wen felt a rush of joy. Perhaps he indeed possessed some culinary talent. In his leisure time, he could indulge in cooking to pass the hours. "Junior brother, you must try this dish. Do not let Master Uncle's good intentions go to waste," Qiusheng urged, transferring food into Wen Kai's bowl. Wen Kai stared incredulously at his bowl overflowing with food, doubting Qiusheng's sudden generosity. If the dishes were genuinely so exquisite, why would his senior brother be serving him? He remained skeptical of the so-called brotherly bond, believing that simply refraining from teasing him was already a considerable favor. Thus, he took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. Exquisite. Master Uncle, your cooking is heavenly." "Ah, is that so? Then do indulge. You all appear quite famished, Lin Wen chuckled, though a chill crept into his expression. These two were on the verge of tears yet continued to put on a performance. What was this? A scene from a crime drama. Senior brother, you trained so diligently. You ought to eat more of this food. Junior brother, you are still young. As the elder, I must yield to you. Please, take it all. Senior brother, junior brother. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war at the dining table, putting on a commendable display of brotherly affection. However, they were so caught up in their merriment that they failed to notice Lin Wen's increasingly darkened expression. Enough. A piece of tofu flew onto Lin Wen's face as he slammed his hand down, causing the dishes on the table to tremble. These two truly could not be treated kindly. It was as if they required 3 days of punishment to appreciate the gravity of the situation. I see you have all gorged yourselves. Full of energy, are we? Do you wish to continue your stance training today, as you did not have enough last night? Master Uncle, we were wrong. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai quickly stood, bowing low and speaking softly, sensing Lin Wen's genuine ire. Get lost. Your mere presence irks me. Upon hearing this, the two brothers felt as if they had received a reprieve from a death sentence, dragging the still drowsy Ning Kaichen with them. Poor Ning Kaichen, who had just managed to rest, found his moment of tranquility abruptly shattered by his two mischievous juniors. Was it truly that unpalatable? Lin Wen furrowed his brow, picking up a piece of green pepper. His chewing slowed to a crawl, and eventually, he set down his chopsticks, rising with a blank expression. William, take this to feed the dogs. Once outside the ancestral hall, when Kai, still cradling the half-asleep Ning Kaichen, expressed his grievances, Master Uncle's cooking is so dreadful that even dog food is more appetizing. How dare you speak ill of Master Uncle behind his back? Qiusheng raised his hand, ready to strike Wen Kai, but in a fit of excitement, he clutched his stomach, his face instantly paling. Ugh! Observing Qiusheng in distress, Wen Kai soon found himself unable to hold back either. Casting Ning Kaichen aside, he joined in the retching. Curse it, all this was food. Daoist, what on earth are you doing? Captain A. Cheng, having arrived unbeknownst to them, stood beside the two, a look of bewilderment etched across his face, holding his nose in disgust. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be digging the well until noon? Daoist, you must save me. A Chung knelt before Qiusheng, his voice trembling with desperation. Hey, don't even think about trying to swindle us. When Kai pulled Qiusheng back, eyeing Cheng with suspicion. This lad was cut from the same cloth as his cousin. His demeanor suggested nothing but trouble. Speak clearly. What has transpired? Cheng's face was a ghastly shade of pale, his spirit clearly depleted, resembling a man recovering from a grave illness. In essence, he looked utterly drained. Why did this resemble the state of his cousin from a few days prior? Yet, upon closer inspection, Qiusheng noted that Cheng did not exhibit symptoms of having been poisoned by a corpse. Rather, he appeared merely frightened and somewhat weak. Daoist, I trust you. I do not believe anyone else. Cheng recounted the events in detail. After returning from the banana grove that day, he felt as though his soul had been snatched away, as if someone had ensnared him. He even fell gravely ill, nearly succumbing. Were it not for his cousin providing him with a ginseng root to restore his vitality, he would still be bedridden. If that were all, it would be one matter. However, last night, he even encountered his great uncle, nearly losing his soul from fright. Thus, he hurried to the ancestral hall this morning, seeking Lin Daoist's guidance, only to first encounter the mischievous duo of Qiusheng and Wen Kai, leaving him perplexed. You have been frightened by a ghost, Qiusheng stated matter-of-factly. Daoist, what should I do? Am I beyond saving? Cheng's face contorted in despair, unsure of what to do. Saving you is certainly possible, but in this matter, I can only serve as an auxiliary. Whether it works or not depends on you. Please, Daoist, enlighten me. Cheng bowed. If you wish to eliminate all future troubles, you must engage in great acts of kindness. These will be your merits and will protect you. Cheng listened, somewhat bewildered, yet one thing resonated clearly. To do good deeds. As long as he committed to benevolent actions, he would receive protection. Great uncle, I shall burn paper for you shortly. Please do not haunt me any longer. Watching Cheng's unwavering belief, this Captain A. Cheng had indeed been startled by a female ghost, allowing the negative energy to infiltrate his being, resulting in his weakened state and hallucinations. Such matters could be easily remedied with a simple potion of calming talisman water. As for conducting a ritual, that was merely a ruse to placate him. At this moment, there is a good deed at hand. Are you willing to undertake it? Chapter 58. The wicked have their own demise. At this moment, there lies a virtuous deed before you. Do you wish to undertake it? Upon hearing these words, Cheng felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. I am willing. Goodness, witnessing the fervor of Captain Ah Cheng, one might mistakenly believe he was pledging eternal fidelity. Excellent. There are vile miscreants coercing the innocent into prostitution. They trample upon human lives. They have committed heinous acts without remorse. I see in you a heart full of chivalry. Join me in eradicating these scoundrels and restoring purity to the world. Qiu Sheng spoke with righteous indignation, causing Captain Ah Cheng's face to flush with emotion. A heart filled with chivalry. He said, I possess a noble spirit. Captain Ah Cheng's heart began to thaw like an ancient glacier kissed by the sun. After years of serving as a security captain, he had never received such praise. He had harbored dreams of being a hero since childhood, punishing wrongdoers and protecting the people. Now, someone was telling him that such dreams could indeed be realized, presenting the opportunity before his very eyes. Qiu Sheng was his patron saint. O heavens and earth! I am astounded. Overwhelmed with excitement, Captain Ah Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. At that moment, his spirit soared. With just a command from Qiu Sheng, he would charge forth without hesitation. Before long, they arrived at a place rife with vice, the very site where the woman had suffered. Having absorbed her memories, the three were well acquainted with the locale. Captain Ah Cheng led a squad of militia, confronting the proprietor with determination. How dare you commit such atrocities on my turf? Is there no law left? Fury etched upon his face. Ah Cheng unleashed a torrent of invective upon the owner. The proprietor, bewildered by the sight of armed men, could only lower his stance and plead, we are engaged in legitimate business. There is no such thing as trampling upon human lives here. Seeing the owner's woeful demeanor, Ah Cheng instinctively glanced at Qiu Sheng, whose unwavering expression bolstered his resolve. If you claim there is nothing amiss, should we uncover the truth, the consequences will not be trifling. You may investigate as you wish, as long as it clears my name. I have no qualms about enduring whatever turmoil may arise. The owner responded boldly, emphasizing the last word with conviction. Soon, the militia commenced their search, and the owner discreetly signaled. Moments later, a group of alluring women emerged, clad in revealing cheongsams, parading their charms before the men. It was evident to any discerning eye that these were women of ill repute. Most of the militia were familiar with the establishment, fully aware of what this implied. I wish to inspect the premises, one militia member declared impassively, his gaze fixated on the women. Certainly, Xiao Chui, lead this esteemed gentleman inside. The woman referred to as Xiao Chui stood and seductively guided the soldier into her room. I prefer to be efficient. I must inspect two at once, another soldier chimed in, his face a mask of seriousness. Understood. The owner smiled knowingly and gestured for two of the most attractive women to accompany the soldier. Before long, the women were distributed, leaving only Qiu Sheng, Ah Cheng, and a few of the owner's lackeys. Sir, at the back, we have our prized collection, reserved just for you. The owner leaned in towards Ah Cheng, speaking conspiratorially. Ah Cheng swallowed hard, intrigued, but just as he was about to speak, when Kai let out a disdainful snort, immediately, Ah Cheng leaped aside, pointing an accusatory finger at the owner, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. How bold of you to attempt to bribe me openly. Which official can withstand such a test? How dare this scoundrel shatter my heroic dreams? Your demise is imminent. Sir, wherefore do you speak thus? The owner was utterly flabbergasted. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. After over a decade in this business, he had never encountered such a scenario. Zhang, will you confess willingly, or shall we compel you to speak? Qiu Sheng approached the owner with a mischievous grin. The owner was struck with terror. His once robust body, drained by indulgence, could scarcely contend with the vigor of youth. As Qiu Sheng closed in, the owner turned to Ah Cheng, pleading loudly, Sir, look at him. He is acting violently before your very eyes. What violence? This is merely a standard interrogation. Ah Cheng declared with righteous indignation, his expression so earnest it was almost convincing. The owner's face turned ashen. The militia captain was clearly allied with Qiu Sheng. Since you have gone too far, I shall cease pretending. With a thunderous shout, a horde of men surged from the shadows. Should anything happen, I will take full responsibility. Zhang, grinding his teeth in fury, knew these men were desperate criminals. Could a mere gun intimidate them? As Ah Cheng realized his firearm had lost its efficacy, panic set in, and thoughts of retreat began to form. He feared for his life. Zhang's eyes narrowed with malice. If they dared to exploit his patience, he would not remain passive. He thought to himself, does anyone truly risk their life for an unrelated woman in this world? He certainly did not believe it. In his eyes, Ah Cheng and his companions were nothing but greedy bandits, adorned in a veneer of righteousness. Excellent. Qiu Sheng's eyes glimmered, eager to test the skills he had honed through relentless practice. Seizing a random wooden stick from the courtyard, he charged into the fray, unfazed by the prospect of facing a dozen foes at once. When Kai, meanwhile, observed quietly, cognizant of the need to protect the two ordinary individuals with him. As for the rabble, one master was more than sufficient. Soon, the commotion outside drew the attention of the militia members still conducting inspections. Disheveled, they rushed out to witness. Upon hearing their superior's command, the soldiers surged forward, capturing Zhang, delivering a few swift kicks in their frustration, as their plans had been thoroughly disrupted. Emotions. The scene was utterly dismal. Speak. Where have you hidden the body? When Kai demanded, gripping Zhang's collar with fierce intensity. Whenever he recalled the woman's tragic fate, he felt an overwhelming urge to rend the beast to pieces. At this moment, Zhang, realizing his power had waned, succumbed to despair and fainted in abject defeat. Damn it all. Ah Cheng, exasperated, approached Zhang and fired a shot into his thigh. Still unsatisfied, he discharged several more rounds, leaving gory wounds upon the wretched creature. Chapter 59. A New Plot. Ah. Boss Zhang let out a pain scream, clutching his injured thigh, his entire body trembling. Ah Cheng, blowing gently at the smoking muzzle of his gun, struck a heroic pose and said nonchalantly, "Surrender the body, and I can grant you a painless death." Upon hearing this, Boss Zhang nearly succumbed to despair. "Brother, I truly do not understand what you are saying. You have chosen the path to your demise." Ah Cheng pressed the gun against Boss Zhang's forehead, his gaze fierce, resembling a desperate outlaw. Qiusheng furrowed his brow, noting that Boss Zhang's expression appeared genuine. Yet, given that Xiao Zui had indeed fallen victim to this man, could there be more to the story? "I ask you, why did Xiao Zui die? Speak the truth," Qiusheng demanded, his fist glinting ominously, poised to strike at any moment. Xiao Zui. At the mention of that familiar name, Boss Zhang fell into deep reflection. After a moment, he suddenly looked up and shouted, "I know. I know. It was the General Chao. He wanted to take Xiao Zui as his 9th concubine. He's the one who caused Xiao Zui's death. Even at death's door, you dare to speak defiantly. It was you who scalded Xiao Zui to death with boiling water, and yet you still dare to. He has men and guns. We simply cannot provoke him. Then you think you can provoke me?" In a fit of rage, Ah Cheng drew his gun and fired several shots into Boss Zhang's leg. The unfortunate Boss Zhang found himself teetering on the brink of death. The agony in his thigh nearly made him faint. Let him finish speaking. Qiusheng frowned. He had heard of General Chao's reputation. In the provincial city, he was a figure of great influence, commanding thousands, while Wei and Ah Cheng were but mere younger brothers in his presence. Enduring the pain, Boss Zhang recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that General Chao had a penchant for young maidens, and to curry favor with him, Boss Zhang had coerced Xiao Zui into serving him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zui had resisted to the point of wounding General Chao, who, enraged. Upon hearing this, Qiusheng began to waver. General Chao's power was formidable. Seeking vengeance for Boss Zhang would be impossible against his formidable arsenal. Just as Qiusheng hesitated, Ah Cheng had already acted, firing a bullet that sent Boss Zhang to meet the King of Hell. Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. No one had anticipated that the timid Captain Ah Cheng would dare to kill. Goodness, is this some kind of dream? Realizing that all eyes were upon him, Captain Ah Cheng lowered his gun and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, stating coolly, "Who does not have a background? Boss Zhang harmed virtuous women and attacked this captain. The evidence is irrefutable. Thus, this captain has executed justice on the spot." Ah Cheng continued, his demeanor exuding righteousness. "Now, who could thwart my heroic aspirations?" With Boss Zhang having divulged everything, the group hastened to a neglected graveyard, soon uncovering the corpse of a recently deceased woman. By all appearances, it was indeed Xiao Zui. Qiusheng intended to carry her back to the mortuary for a proper ceremony to help her spirit find peace. "Captain, come quickly. There is a body here," an anxious militiaman called from a short distance, which greatly irritated Ah Cheng. "If you cannot articulate, then do not speak. This is a graveyard. What else would there be but corpses?" As Ah Cheng approached, intending to teach the soldier a lesson, he was captivated by the sight of a woman clad in a flowing gown. It was, astonishingly, a Western corpse. Goodness, how could a Western corpse appear here? In this impoverished backwater of Taishan, where could a Western woman possibly come from? Mishandling this situation could lead to international disputes, a burden far beyond the capacity of a mere security captain to bear. Qiusheng and the others also approached, their brows furrowing at the sight of the Western corpse. Oddly, her skin appeared remarkably youthful, as if she had only just perished. Could it be that prior to their arrival, someone had committed murder and disposed of her body in the graveyard? Realizing that something was amiss, Ah Cheng hurriedly summoned a few militiamen to transport the Western corpse back to the local protection team. Meanwhile, far away at the mortuary, Linwen lounged leisurely in a rattan chair, basking in the sun. Subsequent points will be calculated based on development level. What the hell? A new plot triggered. How could that be? He had been at the mortuary all this time without venturing out. "Master, do you have any instructions?" William fluttered down to Lin Wen's side, whispering an inquiry. He sensed that Lin Wen's demeanor was somewhat off. "Nothing much." Lin Wen waved his hand, signaling William to withdraw. However, as if recalling something, he added, "Later, you shall accompany me to the back mountain of Magiobayo." "Certainly," William replied with gentlemanly grace. Stretching, he noted that there was still ample time to practice his swordplay. With nothing else to occupy him, Lin Wen began to practice sword techniques in the expansive yard. He employed the very swordplay he had taught Qiusheng and the others. A technique without a name, yet singular in its essence, Nyobo-i. Thus, Lin Wen decided to refer to it as the unnamed swordplay of Nyobo-i. Swish. The peachwood sword in Lin Wen's hand danced like blossoms in full bloom, its movements resplendent yet devoid of excessive ornamentation, instead possessing a refined elegance. It seemed as though he was carving a new path from the existing foundation. Soon, Lin Wen completed a set of swordplay, lowering his peachwood sword when a voice called from behind. "Little martial uncle, this set of swordplay is truly remarkable." Dawa Simu stood at the doorway, offering continuous praise. He had been there for some time but refrained from interrupting as he observed Lin Wen practicing. Seeing such exquisite swordplay in Lin Wen's hands evoked a sense of returning to simplicity. "Truly marvelous, simply marvelous." Lin Wen smiled slightly. 1,000 people could offer 1,000 compliments. Though Simu's words were exaggerated, his admiration was genuine. Upon entering the inner chamber with Lin Wen, Simu wasted no time and asked directly, "Little martial uncle, do you truly intend to take on disciples?" It was not that Simu doubted. Rather, the notion was simply too extraordinary. How old was Lin Wen? At most, he appeared to be in his early 20s. Even if he were a Taoist master, would it not be too early for him to take on disciples? Would it not be awkward if his students were older than he? In truth, Simu need not worry about this. Lin Wen had lived for centuries. The only ones who could surpass him in age were ghosts. Lin Wen smiled without replying, pouring a cup of fresh tea. Seeing his little martial uncle personally serve him tea, Simu was taken aback. Standing up with a wry smile, "Little martial uncle, you are truly overwhelming me." Chapter 60. Were they burned to death? I have made up my mind. I will report the master apprenticeship ceremony as soon as Xiao Jiao and the others return. Upon hearing Lin Wen's declaration, Simu refrained from further inquiries. Since the young master uncle had expressed such confidence, he must hold a great satisfaction towards his disciple, which piqued Simu's eagerness to meet him. What extraordinary qualities could this junior possess to have been accepted as a disciple by the master uncle? "Master uncle, we are back." Qiusheng called out from outside, and upon spotting Simu, his eyes lit up. "Master Uncle Simu." It was unexpected to find that Master Uncle Simu was the earliest to arrive. It seemed he had been rather idle lately to have come so swiftly. "Ah, Qiusheng and Wen Kai, have you missed me during this long absence?" Simu chuckled as he rose to greet the two, patting their shoulders. Finally, he noticed a stranger among them, his gaze faltering before realization dawned. "You must be my little junior disciple." Ning Kai-chen appeared somewhat bewildered, but quickly composed himself, earnestly stating, "Ning Kai-chen pays his respects to you, senior brother." "Ha ha, there is no need for such formalities. Once you join the Maoshan sect, we are all family." Simu's affability moved Ning Kai-chen, who felt his earlier reservations dissipate. "By the way, Master Uncle, where are your customers?" Qiusheng glanced around, noticing the absence of any patrons next to Simu. It was known that he usually assisted the Master Uncle in ushering customers into the house. "Jia Lu is keeping an eye on them. I moved rather quickly, this should arrive by afternoon," Simu replied with a smile, noting that his disciple was no longer a child and needed to— "Is something amiss?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wen recounted the situation regarding the water source. "In that case, let us hasten. It appears their preparations are nearly complete." "Indeed." Lin Wen nodded, and thus the members of the ancestral hall swarmed out, heading towards the back mountain of Majiakan. Upon arrival, they beheld a throng of people whispering and pointing at a wooden stake. Seeing Lin Wen's arrival, several elders from Majiakan hurried over to greet him. "Taoist Lin, you have finally arrived." "Come quickly, a significant matter has arisen." "What is it?" Qiusheng inquired in confusion, wondering why trouble seemed to follow their arrival. Soon, the crowd observed that what was originally a marked wooden stake was now pitch black, resembling charred wood. Lin Wen immediately recognized it had been struck by lightning. Had I mistakenly installed the lightning rod as a spirit restraining nail? "Let us dig," Lin Wen urged, for time was of the essence, and these individuals had already waited long enough. With the aid of a group of men, a deep pit was excavated within half an hour. "Something's here," one man shouted excitedly as they unearthed a desiccated corpse. The corpse was encrusted with dust, and embedded in its chest was a gem-encrusted dagger, buried deep within. "What is this?" The crowd was taken aback. Were they not informed that there was a water source here? How could a corpse be excavated instead? Were it not for the many witnesses, it would have been a considerable predicament. As the corpse was revealed, William, who was sheltered under an umbrella, displayed a subtle smile. Indeed, this was a vampire that had been newly embraced. Sensing the faint connection to it, William felt a swell of pride. It seemed the bloodline had not yet fully perished. With a fresh human's blood, it could be revived. As William indulged in his fantasies, Linwin casually remarked, "This is an ominous object." "Burn it." "What?" William was taken aback, and before he could recover, he watched Linwin wave his hand, causing several wooden stakes to rise and be grasped in his palm, his brow furrowing. "This place has been tampered with. How could this be? Dawes Lin, what should we do next?" The elders looked distressed. If a new water source could not be found, the residents of Majiakin would surely perish from thirst. Every aspect of life requires water. "I have already pinpointed the water source. Follow it, and you shall find it." Linwin produced a piece of talisman paper, folding it into the shape of a small bird. The bird seemed to come to life, fluttering towards a specific direction. The crowd followed the bird's flight until it settled down at a certain spot, disintegrating into ashes upon landing. "Dawes Lin, cremation requires ample firewood, but we have not brought any logging tools." The elders expressed their concerns once more. Linwin could not help but wonder if these individuals were merely here for show. "Fear not, I will take care of it," Linwin replied nonchalantly, producing another talisman and tossing it onto the corpse. The talisman floated down gently, igniting as if it had been touched by white phosphorus, rapidly engulfing the corpse in flames. In no time, the corpse was reduced to nothing but ashes, leaving behind only the gem-encrusted death. William was nearly driven to apoplexy upon witnessing this scene. "Damn. After all my efforts, you obliterated it with a single talisman?" In his current state, William felt like cursing, but considering he was powerless during the day, he sulked in silence. "My little master uncle's proficiency in talismans has progressed remarkably," Simu remarked with genuine admiration. A talent like Linwin could only be described as extraordinary. With the golden light charm perfected, mastery of talismans, and his status as a celestial master, any one of these abilities would be formidable. Combined, they were nothing short of a royal flush. Simu couldn't help but question if Linwin was perhaps an ancient being in possession of a new body. How could he be so remarkable? The residents of Majiakin were astounded to witness Linwin incinerate the corpse with a mere talisman. The elders rushed over, showering him with praise without reservation. Before long, the group unearthed a fresh well at a new location, and as they watched the clear water gushing forth, said, "Please accept this token of our appreciation." The elders presented him with a cloth pouch, which was noticeably heavy, suggesting it contained a substantial amount of goods. Linwin gestured for Wen Kai to take it. Holding it in his hand, he felt its weight and couldn't help but beam with joy. Master Uncle's generosity was boundless. Surely, this paltry sum would not even catch his eye. Ultimately, it would belong to the two brothers anyway. Having Linwin safeguarding the ancestral hall was a blessing. Had their master been in charge, they would be fortunate to see even a few coins find their way into their hands. After sharing a few parting words, Linwin led the members of the ancestral hall down the mountain. Altered the plot, earning 5 plot points. The burning of that vampire significantly altered the subsequent narrative. However, earning only 5 points left Linwin feeling discontented. He deeply suspected that the system was hoarding points. How could he perform such a monumental task and receive so little in return? Chapter 61. Innes in a dimly lit room within the security team of the Ma family town. The narrow windows allowed only a feeble light to enter, rendering the space nearly pitch black. So much so that even a person with decent vision would struggle to see their own hand in front of them. This was the temporary morgue of the security team, furnished with nothing but a stark wooden bed. Upon it lay a beautiful Western female corpse, her presence lingering for an indeterminate duration. Creak. The door swung open, and a mysterious figure clad in a long black robe stepped inside. A voluminous hood obscured their face, making it impossible to discern their gender. The enigmatic individual approached the Western female corpse and extended a pale arm, suspended above the lifeless body. Then, with an exceptionally long fingernail, they drew a delicate incision along their forearm. Drip, 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 blood flowed from the mysterious figure's arm, cascading into the mouth of the Western corpse, nourished by the crimson liquid. The corpse's fingers twitched slightly before her eyes burst open with a jolt. Suddenly sitting upright, her bloodthirsty gaze locked onto the mysterious figure. "Brother, is that you?" "My dear Lilith, indeed it is," the mysterious figure replied, removing the. His complexion was strikingly pale, reminiscent of an individual afflicted by some strange ailment. "Brother, how is he?" Lilith inquired anxiously, her eyes brimming with desperation. Innes lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet Lilith's eyes. He feared that if she were to learn the truth, she would be unable to bear the blow. Yet, if he remained silent, given his sister's nature, she would inevitably discover it herself. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Innes finally spoke. "David is dead, reduced to ashes by a Taoist priest." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Lilith's pupils dilated in disbelief. However, upon seeing Innes's earnest expression, she could no longer contain herself and let out a heart-wrenching wail, infused with the agony of losing her beloved. A wave of despair washed over her. "I will kill him. I will kill him." Lilith could no longer restrain her emotions. She sprang from the wooden bed and dashed toward the door. Innes intercepted her, speaking earnestly. "Lilith, I understand your feelings, but that Taoist is exceptionally cunning. Even I do not possess absolute certainty in defeating him." However, at that moment, Lilith seemed to have succumbed to madness, disregarding his words as she rushed toward the exit. "Who dares to steal from the security team?" A militia member, holding a flashlight, stood at the doorway, witnessing the two entwined together, nearly losing his dinner. "What are you doing, buddy?" Daong, who had been feeling quite down, had not been scheduled for the night shift. However, he had foolishly expressed a desire to see the Western Corps, prompting Captain Ah Cheng to assign him to the duty. Little did he know that shortly after his arrival, he would hear strange noises emanating from the morgue, heightening his already considerable fear. Could it be that the Western woman had risen from the dead? With trepidation, Daong approached the morgue, only to behold a grotesque scene. "Come on, man, if you're going to steal, at least do it somewhere else." He was baffled as to why the thief had chosen the morgue and was performing unspeakable acts upon the corpse. To be fair, the Western female corpse was undeniably beautiful, but one should not be so indiscriminate in their desires. Dai Ti seemed he was genuinely famished. Just as Daong contemplated teaching this thief a lesson, he was met with an astonishing sight. The corpse that had once lain still now lunged at him, its expression grotesquely fierce, as if they shared an irreconcilable vendetta. At that moment, Daong was rendered utterly speechless. "No way, you brought the corpse back to life." His worldview was profoundly shaken, and before he could process it further, the Western female corpse ensnared him tightly. Opening her mouth to reveal sharp fangs, she lunged for his neck, striking with ferocity. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Daong was drained before he could even emit a scream. Time passed, and Lilith, satiated, set down the male corpse, an expression of bliss upon her face. It was the first time in years that she had tasted human blood, and it was as delectable as ever. "Did you give him the last embrace?" Innes stood beside his sister, his gaze complex. He had not anticipated that Lilith would bestow her final embrace upon this man in her quest for vengeance. Lilith had recently been elevated to the rank of Viscount, possessing only 2 opportunities for her initial embrace. The first had been granted to her beloved, the missionary David, and now this last opportunity had been given to an ordinary man. This realization left Innes in a state of despair. He questioned whether his sister had been blinded by love, leading her to make such an unwise decision. It was important to note that once a vampire's initial embrace was chosen, it could never be altered. Following her elevation to Viscount, Lilith had engaged in battle with a missionary, resulting in damage to her bloodline, rendering further advancement in her lifetime impossible. This meant she could only undergo 2 initial embraces. The first with David, and the second with Daong. "Brother, I have no other choice. This is the fastest way for me to enhance my strength. As long as I can kill that Taoist, I will pay any price," Lilith declared through gritted teeth, her vision clouded by hatred. Innes shook his head in resignation. It was unfortunate that he had not been there for Lilith, which had led to such tragedy. Now that he had returned as a king, he vowed to protect Lilith, ensuring that she would not suffer even the slightest harm. Under the cover of night, the 2 vampires transformed into bats and vanished into the darkness. In the funeral home, Linwen opened his eyes. The plot has undergone a slight alteration, gaining plot point 2, host. Linwen race, human, zombie, cultivation, early stage of spirit refinement, zombie king. Plot points, 20 items, wandering soul flag. Upon hearing the system's notification, Linwen displayed a look of astonishment. He had not taken any action. How could he have accrued plot points? Could it be that the system, in a moment of benevolence, was compensating him for the points owed? The world consciousness observed Linwen's bewildered expression and spoke to the orb of light that represented the system. "I'm somewhat curious. What percentage of the plot points do you take as commission? 55. The system shot at a glance, responding curtly. It prided itself on being a benevolent system, unlike those corrupt ones that would embezzle plot points. It allocated 90 of the plot points for routine system maintenance, deeming the remaining 55 quite fair. Unlike those unscrupulous systems, which would offer only one and expect gratitude from their hosts, the system considered itself a good one. The world consciousness ceased its inquiries, pondering what items would best benefit Lin Wen. Ordinary items were beneath his notice, while exceedingly good ones would be hoarded by the system. In its role as the world consciousness, it was genuinely concerned for Lin Wen's growth. As if perceiving the world consciousness's thoughts, the system remarked coolly, "Do you think I am using my position to fill my own pockets?" The world consciousness shook its head vigorously, insisting otherwise. "You do not understand. Although my host has lived for centuries, his temperament remains that of a child. If given something too exceptional, he would be unable to handle it." Chapter 62. The emergence of a new blood. Noticing its demeanor, the system refrained from futile attempts at dialogue. Bound to Lin Wen, it was acutely aware of the principle that triumph and loss are inseparably intertwined. The rationale behind its seemingly incomprehensible actions stemmed from its own unavoidable dilemmas. As a system, there existed within its structure a stringent hierarchy. After serving for 2.5 hosts, its level has ascended to 2. 5. Progress further. Aside from narrative points, feedback from the world's origin is also necessary. The forms of the world's origin are numerous. Even the world's consciousness is a manifestation of the origin itself. The system is rather skeptical of Lin Wen, as it is a self-serving entity that prefers not to rely on others. Thus, it can only upgrade discreetly, and once it reaches level 3, its capabilities will be significantly enhanced, making the resolution of worldly dilemmas somewhat simpler. The reason for withholding such information from the world's consciousness is rooted in the system's own considerations. Currently, both entities maintain an equal status, existing in a delicate balance. The subtlety of the gap between them is profound. Neither can afford to overlook the other, should the world's consciousness become aware of the system's true intentions. Their relationship is one of mutual cooperation and benefit, yet should one party become disproportionately powerful, it could lead to unreasonable phenomena that would jeopardize the interests of the other. The system has traversed the human world extensively and possesses profound insights into such matters. Although it does not fully comprehend, it must accommodate and align with it, ultimately becoming one with it. System, initiate the lottery, Lin Wen stated nonchalantly. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the cultivation of a celestial master, and it has been conferred. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the cultivation of a celestial master, and it has been conferred. Host. Lin Wen, cultivation. Late stage of refining spirit and returning to void. As 2 orbs of white light flickered within Lin Wen's body, his cultivation experienced a significant leap. Remarkably, while others might should anyone learn of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy. Lin Wen, however, felt indifferent, for his cultivation in the zombie lineage far surpassed that of the Taoist lineage. Unless one ascended to the level of a true being at the stage of harmonizing void and Tao, he remained largely unfazed. Calculating the time, he anticipated that Uncle Nine and the others would return just in time, as he had completed his tasks and could now prepare for the master apprenticeship ceremony. After the ceremony, he intended to have Ning Kaichen stay in the provincial city for a while. This lad still harbored aspirations of attending school. As long as he secured the narrative points, Lin Wen expressed indifference, for he regarded them merely as tools and held a profound understanding of this concept. To claim there were no feelings involved would be false. Indeed, there existed a group of emotionally aware tools. In the backyard of the righteous abode, Qiuxing and others were performing a ritual. He and Wen Kai donned yellow Taoist robes, reciting incantations with fervor. Ning Kaichen and Aiqing stood by, watching intently. Before them floated a woman, the soul of Xiaocui. Thank you, benefactor, for finding my remains and punishing the wicked on my behalf. Xiaocui expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply, tears of appreciation welling in her eyes. No need for thanks. As disciples of Mao Shan, it is our duty to uphold justice and punish evil in the name of the heavens and the common folk. Even if you were not the victim, we would still come to your aid, Qiuxing articulated with eloquence. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown substantially. Uncle Nine would undoubtedly take great pride in his progress. Thank you, esteemed benefactors. Xiaocui departs now. Once Qiuxing summoned the gate of afterlife, Xiaocui bowed in gratitude to the group before soaring into the portal. Aiqing's expression was one of excitement. Xiaocui's gratitude was a validation of his heroic actions. In that moment, Aiqing's mindset shifted. He aspired to be a righteous hero who punishes evil and upholds virtue. If Qiuxing had achieved such realization, how could he, as the leader of the People's Protection Team, fall behind? Ning Xiqin's gaze was complex. After hearing Qiuxing's words, his heart remained unsettled for a long time. Previously, he had thought of these individuals as mere tricksters, but through numerous experiences, he had begun to recognize the brilliance within them. Especially that phrase about taking the welfare of the world as one's own responsibility struck a deafening chord within Ning Qiqin. What ideology was this? What awakening? In that instant, his beliefs were profoundly shaken. Perhaps academia was not his ultimate destination. Rescuing the Let us retire for the night, Qiuxing said, cupping his hands together as he and Wen Kai began to tidy up the ritual tools. Seeing this, Qing hurried forward, saying, Qiuxing, you haven't performed the exorcism for me yet. Over the course of their interactions, the camaraderie among the four had grown. Upon hearing this, Qiuxing was momentarily taken aback before suddenly slapping his forehead. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this matter? In order to motivate Qing, he had indeed done quite a bit of coaxing during the day, which had compelled Qing to work so diligently. Observing Qing's unwavering belief, Qiuxing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Originally, a simple bowl of talisman water would suffice, but to spare Qing's feelings, he had to maintain this ruse. Wen Kai, too, had set aside his usual meal. Subsequently, under Qing's eager gaze, Qiuxing performed a ritual. After consuming a bowl of talisman water, Qing felt as if he were soaring to the heavens. Once everything was completed, the group returned to their rooms to rest. Qiuxing, utterly fatigued, fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed. In the entire righteous abode, only William remained awake. At that moment, he was gripping a blade of dogtail grass, his expression sullen as he muttered to himself, "Who have I offended?" He was still brooding over Lin Wen's incident with the talisman fire burning the corpse. The greatest regret in life is to have hope presented before you only to be ruthlessly snatched away. William's current mood was as bleak as snow in June, icy and desolate. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, before the rooster had crowed, the group was stirred awake by an urgent shout. Qing, slightly irritable, opened his eyes and nudged Ning Qiqin beside him. Having stayed up late, he had fallen asleep in the righteous abode. What is going on, making such a fuss? Qing expressed his dissatisfaction upon seeing his subordinates. Were it not for Qiuxing's insistence on accumulating virtue and doing good, he would have long since slapped his subordinate across the face. Captain, you must go to town and check. Duh. Daong is dead. What? Qing was instantly alert. Daong was dead. One of his militia had perished. Soon, the room was filled with people. Lin Wen and the others stood there, their expressions perplexed. It's early morning. Why can't we get a moment's rest? Qing quickly explained the situation to everyone. After listening, Lin Wen furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Thus, he proposed to accompany them, to which Qing, somewhat distracted, agreed without a second thought. Chapter 63, The Musical Zombie. Upon entering the room, Lin Wen of the Ma family town security team was immediately struck by an unusual aura, one that felt oddly familiar yet elusive. Glancing at the white cloth on the floor, Cheng lifted it to reveal the true visage of the corpse, and with a tinge of sorrow, he inquired, "When was this discovered?" "This morning, in the morgue," replied the soldier who had brought the news to Cheng. Following this, Cheng pressed for further details, and the crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing that the Western female corpse had vanished. How could a body simply disappear? It must have been stolen by someone, and De Jong happened to witness it, which led. Many nodded in agreement. Finding this explanation plausible, Lin Wen stood to the side, his brow furrowed. It was evident to him that De Jong had not been murdered. 2-minute puncture wounds marred his neck, nearly indistinguishable unless examined closely. De Jong had evidently fallen victim to a creature resembling a zombie. Lin Wen had already discerned the source of that familiar aura. Bloodsuckers had visited this place, from the descriptions provided by Qiuxing and others. He also surmised the identity of the Western female corpse. Could it be the vampire mentioned in the new storyline? It seemed matters were about to become complicated. Being an entirely new plot, Lin Wen could not foresee the ensuing developments, which could lead to even greater casualties. He was unwilling to witness such calamity unfold. However, he refrained from disclosing De Jong's fate at the hands of the vampire, as it would only incite unnecessary. Lin Wen resolved to delegate the investigation of the vampire to Qiuxing and his companions, instructing them to handle the matter discreetly, allowing the unaware populace to continue their lives in peace. "Uncle Master, we understand," Qiuxing replied gravely, before departing with Wen Kai. Ah Cheng, filled with righteous resolve, gazed steadfastly at Lin Wen. Daoist Lin, as the captain of the security team, I shall ensure everyone's safety. Surprised by Ah Cheng's transformation, Lin Wen was momentarily taken aback, prompting him to instruct them to procure some garlic. De Yong, having been bitten by the female vampire, would undoubtedly undergo a transformation that night. It would be wiser to keep him here to avoid alarming the snake while striking it. Garlic was the quintessential weapon against vampires, though Lin Wen was uncertain why these creatures feared it so. Upon returning to the mortuary, Lin Wen encountered a familiar figure. Uncle Master. Jia Lu, weary from travel, stood at the entrance, accompanied by a throng of customers. Although his tone was lighthearted, the complexity in Jia Li's eyes did not go unnoticed. Understanding his apprentice well, Lin Wen quickly inquired, "What has happened?" "Master, I lost a customer," Jia Lu confessed, lowering his head like a child caught misbehaving. The gravity of his words struck Simu like a bolt from the blue. He had never before lost a customer in all his years of handling corpses. Now, with Jia Li's first assignment, he had managed to misplace a customer. Who would dare seek him out again? This jeopardized his reputation. Sensing the situation was more intricate than it appeared, Lin Wen patiently probed for details. Soon, Jia Lu recounted the events leading to the customer's disappearance. Listening intently, Lin Wen furrowed his brow, harboring suspicions he dared not voice. They were likely entering the realm of the musical zombie narrative. An international expert hiring locals, he had stolen a zombie, and considering the timeline, that zombie had likely been injected with foreign substances, becoming impervious to blades and flames. Its true power was undoubtedly greater than that of a typical Mao zombie. Those thieves must have found the body reeking by now. If it were indeed a Mao zombie, even Simu's expertise would find it somewhat challenging to contend with. However, with Lin Wen's presence, matters would be considerably simpler. For the sake of a meager plot point, Lin Wen decided to accompany Jia Lu to the location where the customer had gone missing. "Little Uncle Master, I truly appreciate your help. You must personally make this trip," Simu said, feeling a tad embarrassed, for it was Jia Lu who had caused this trouble. Yet, he felt Lin Wen's involvement was somewhat excessive. He knew those customers well. After his talisman suppression, they posed little threat. Even if a single customer appeared, he could easily manage. Nevertheless, Lin Wen cautioned him that the situation was not straightforward. He too was skeptical. Could someone truly have drugged his customer? Soon, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness, where they stumbled upon a wandering zombie. "Master, that's it," Jia Lu exclaimed, pointing at the zombie, astonished at how easily he had located the creature that had occupied. However, Simu did not share his enthusiasm. Instead, he grew solemn. It was vital to remember that zombies inherently despise sunlight. Only the green zombie could barely withstand to walk openly in daylight. One would need to possess at least the strength of a Mao zombie. Even a king-level zombie could not endure prolonged exposure to sunlight, lest it be scorched by ultraviolet rays. Turning to ash, observing the zombie bouncing about as if nothing were amiss, Simu began to doubt whether this was indeed his customer. Without hesitation, Simu sprang into action, devising a plan to capture the zombie upon sight. He bit his fingertip, sketching a corpse-restraining talisman, then dashed towards the zombie with remarkable speed. Even a Mao zombie, under the weight of the sun, would struggle to demonstrate its full strength. Thus, Simu was confident that with his talisman in hand, the zombie would comply without resistance. As Simu hurried towards the zombie, Lin Wen realized it was too late to intervene, and he could only manage a wry smile. He had forgotten to mention that this zombie had transcended the ordinary. The Mao Mountain techniques would be utterly ineffective against it, as it had become a mutated zombie, an anomaly beyond their usual scope, akin to the reincarnated corpse. Standing beside Lin Wen, Jia Lu watched angrily. After all, it was his mentor at stake, and it was only natural to feel apprehensive. This was his first encounter with a zombie capable of traversing daylight, an outright violation of the natural order. "Oh dear brother." He then turned to carry it back to the mortuary. "Wait." Upon lifting, Simu immediately sensed something was amiss. Why did it feel so much heavier than usual? Had it feasted on livestock the night before? The thought made his heart bleed. How much would this cost him? The little savings he had painstakingly gathered would surely be depleted once more. With a deep breath, Simu steeled himself and prepared to try. Yet before he could make contact with the zombie, he felt a vice-like grip seize his forearm, rendering him immobile. Confused, He glanced back to find the zombie had opened its mouth, exhaling a wave of corpse chi onto his glasses. Chapter 64. A state of unease. What an unusual appearance this is. Quite distinctive indeed. Simu and the zombies stand locked in an eerie posture. In a sudden outburst, he exclaimed, "Damn." Quickly regaining his composure, Simu leaned forward, striving to free himself from the zombie's grip. Yet, with a guttural roar, it opened its cavernous maw, aiming for Simu's neck. The zombie, already endowed with tremendous strength, was further. Lin Wen, witnessing the dire situation, felt a surge of alarm. If he did not intervene soon, Simu would surely be drained of life. Among the disciples of Mao Shan, Simu's prowess was merely above average, currently at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Even the newly emerged Ren Weiyong could best him. Facing a zombie akin to one that had not perished, Simu was indeed at a disadvantage. In this critical moment, Lin Wen rushed forward and delivered a force. He could hardly fathom the consequences had Lin Wen not been there to assist him. Fortunately, he had heeded Lin Wen's advice and refrained from coming alone. Otherwise, today would have spelled his doom. To be consumed by one's own customer would have brought him ridicule among his peers in the corpse transport profession. From now on, he would take Little Master Uncle's words to heart. "Little Master Uncle, this zombie is quite peculiar. Please exercise caution," Simu warned. It was his first encounter with such an unusual zombie, one that showed no fear of the corpse-restraining talisman. It is worth noting that the talisman was drawn from his own essence, capable of restraining ordinary zombies. However, considering this creature's indifference to sunlight, it was likely that the talisman would have no effect on it. Lin Wen, remaining silent, approached the mutated zombie, curious to discover whether the potion had induced any other side effects beyond its enhanced strength. After all, good fortune rarely comes without a price. It appeared that aside from its immunity to sunlight and Taoist methods, and its augmented strength, the mutated zombie had not undergone any other significant transformations. Perhaps the changes were subtle enough that Lin Wen had not yet detected them. Thus, Lin Wen resolved to test whether this mutated zombie could be of service to him. Should it prove viable, he could consider mass production, establishing a legion of zombies to vanquish. The tragedies of history must not be allowed to repeat. Before long, Lin Wen's demeanor shifted, his aura becoming ethereal. Unbeknownst to Simu and Jialu, who stood with their backs turned, they failed to notice Lin Wen's transformation. The mutated zombie stared vacantly at the human before it, bewildered. What was happening? How could a perfectly normal individual transform into a zombie? Doubtful, it closed its eyes and reopened them. At that moment, it realized that Lin Wen was indeed a true zombie, a kindred spirit yet distinct. Due to Lin Wen's formidable control, Simu and the others remained oblivious to the change. Roar! The mutated zombie bellowed, showing no signs of submission to Lin Wen's might. Lin Wen frowned slightly. Could it be that his approach was flawed? With no time to ponder, he heard the mutated zombie uttering in the language of the undead. Roar, 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 roar. What do you want? Looking for a fight? Lin Wen found himself at a loss for words. He had hoped to communicate with the mutated zombie but soon discovered that it was impervious to persuasion, the innate dominance that a zombie king held over lesser zombies. This realization troubled Lin Wen. Did only the 4 ancestral zombies possess the ability to command all zombies? Unable to subdue it, Lin Wen dismissed any notion of releasing the mutated zombie. While he preferred a gradual approach, he would rather sever the flow if it could not be directed toward his own home. Summoning a bolt of heavenly thunder, the mutated zombie, along with the tree, was reduced to charred remnants. With a gentle exhale, it was utterly obliterated. Witnessing Lin Wen's extraordinary display of power, Simu and his disciple were left utterly astonished. Goodness, this might surpass even the heavenly masters. I doubt even the current Mao Shan leader, my senior brother Shi Jian, possesses such prowess. Perhaps it is time for the title of Thunder King to be reassessed. Achoo! A long-faced Taoist with a goat-like beard sneezed, his expression perplexed. Senior brother, what ails you? Jiao Shu approached, unable to contain his curiosity at the sight of his master's unusual demeanor. Just feeling a tad unwell, Shi Jian waved dismissively, reluctant to elaborate. As they neared Tai Mountain, he was consumed by anxiety. Who exactly was this sudden arrival, Little Master Uncle, and what were his intentions? Did he seek to contest Shi Jian for the position of Mao Shan's leader? Currently, Shi Jian was the eldest among those active in Mao Shan, aside from the reclusive seniors. Now, with Lin Wen's emergence, the situation was complicated. According to Jiao Shu, this Little Master Uncle was still quite young, barely in his 20s. An age ripe with ambition. Thus, Shi Jian felt the need to remain wary. Would this young man dare to challenge his claim to the leadership of Mao? If he aspired to become the leader of the righteous path, he could not afford to lose the position. lest he forfeit his eligibility for the contest. In today's world, where demons and humans had forged contracts, one could not afford to let king level come. The existence of such powerful beings could lead to cataclysmic battles. Thus, it was established that king level forces should only be unleashed in dire situations. On the surface, this was the realm of the heavenly masters, and the foremost leader would likely be chosen from among them. Shi Jian had entered Maoshan at the tender age of 9, stepped into the realm of Earth Masters at 18, and achieved the status of Heavenly Master by 39. He was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Jiao Shu observed his senior brother in silence, unsure of what to say. Having spent so many years together, he understood well his senior brother's nature. However, with Lin Wen's rank unmistakably set, it was an undeniable reality. He hoped that his senior brother would not take things too far, lest he, as the junior disciple, find himself in a difficult position. After vanquishing the music zombie, though not a large sum, it was certainly better than nothing. Ever since the incident involving De Yong, rumors had begun to circulate about a vampire in Marjia town. Suddenly, everyone was on edge, with some brazenly resorting to looting shops. Fortunately, Ah Qing, accompanied by militia, managed to maintain some semblance of order. Chapter 65, The Blood Clan from the Demon Realm. In an exceedingly secretive underground chamber, 2 members of the Blood Clan, Anis and Lilith, lay in eternal slumber within Kala. After a considerable passage of time, Anis opened his eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty crimson glow. Sister, the opportunity to slay that Taoist has arrived. Lilith's eyes snapped open, brimming with vengeance. Marquis Dolan has come. I have already established contact with him. Tonight marks the end for that Taoist. Lilith's lips parted slightly. Marquis Dolan was a formidable force within their lineage. He had ventured into the demon realm. To enter the demon realm was the greatest honor for their blood clan. Brother, where is Marquis Dolan? We must go greet him at once, Lilith urged, for within the blood clan, hierarchy was strictly enforced, with superiors wielding innate authority over subordinates. She was merely a lowly baroness, while her brother Anis was but a viscount. Those of higher rank could issue unconditional commands to those of lower standing, a reality that extended beyond mere bloodline superiority. The Marquis, he will come once he has resolved them. With that, Annie succumbed back into slumber. At this moment, at the borders of Taishan, a massive black fog coalesced into a humanoid form, drifting into a cavern. A middle-aged man clad in a black tailcoat glared defiantly behind him, his blood-red eyes brimming with malice. Damn that Taoist for summoning thunder. Marquis Dolan gritted his teeth, clutching his injured left arm as he stumbled to the ground. Leaning against the wall, he produced a vial of crimson blood and gulped it down. Once I locate that esteemed individual, it will be your demise. Marquis Dolan mused. Having emerged from the demon realm, the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan and several demon lords had enlisted him to summon the supreme zombie dwelling among mortals. Rumor had it that this supreme zombie resided within Mount Tianwu, yet upon his arrival, there was not even a trace of the creature. This left him suspecting that the lords had misjudged the true location of the supreme being. Later, he encountered a group of Taoists, and without hesitation, a confrontation ensued. Initially, he believed his bloodline would render. While he was indeed of the Blood Clan, he harbored a fear of heavenly thunder. Ordinary lightning might be bearable, but have you ever witnessed a bolt as thick as a barrel? Was that truly mere lightning? His overconfidence led to considerable injury for Marquis Dolan, yet the Taoists did not fare well either, all sustaining injuries. Ultimately, he concluded that he had gained the upper hand. Dolan. Suddenly, a luminous screen materialized within the cavern. Within the image stood an elderly man adorned in opulent attire, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, exuding an imposing presence. Upon witnessing this scene, Dolan hesitated but recounted his previous encounters in detail. The elder remained silent for a long while before finally stating, that esteemed individual possesses an eccentric temperament. Perhaps he has departed from Mount Tianwu. You should await his return there. Without further ado, the luminous screen vanished, and the elder severed the connection to AT. This moment, Dolan was utterly dumbfounded. It seemed he would have to linger among mortals for an extended period. No, he thought. While the mortal realm had its merits, it was rife with hidden dangers, and many powerful beings could easily bring about his demise. He had no desire to leave his life behind in this place. Yet to return to the demon realm and defy the Grand Duke's orders would equally threaten his existence. After much contemplation, Dolan resolved to seek out the younger members of his clan, who were likely nearby. Following the pull of his bloodline, he quickly located the concealed underground chamber. His arrival stirred Aenys from his slumber. The siblings promptly rose to welcome Marquis Dolan. "We humbly welcome you, Lord Marquis." Marquis Dolan extended his hand, an invisible force lifting them to their feet. "My lord, have you come to the mortal realm for something of great importance?" Dolan regarded him with a cold gaze, retorting, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." Aenys forced a sycophantic smile, retreating in trepidation. "I ask you, do you know who the strongest zombie in this vicinity is and where they might be found?" "Zombie?" Aenys displayed a contemplative expression, struggling to understand why Marquis Dolan would pose such a question. Fearful of inciting his ire, he dared not ask for clarification. "I do not possess much knowledge on the matter." He had only recently arrived at Taishan. Had it not been for the trace of Lilith, he would not have ventured to this. Marquis Dolan furrowed his brow. Could it be that there were no leads at all? "By the way, what was it you wished for my assistance with?" Only then did Dolan recall that Aenys sought his aid. "My lord, there exists a Taoist who enslaves our noble bloodline, which is a tremendous disgrace to our great lineage. However, this Taoist's strength is formidable. Even I am powerless against him." Aenys lamented, painting Lin Wen as a nefarious villain. His reasoning for doing so was strategic. Should he approach Marquis Dolan directly, seeking vengeance? However, if he could frame the situation as a matter concerning their illustrious bloodline, Dolan would undoubtedly feel compelled to intervene. After all, he spoke the truth. That Taoist had indeed enslaved him. At that moment, having suffered at the hands of Shi Jian, Dolan resolved to reclaim his honor through Lin Wen. It seemed that the Blood Clan had languished for too long, allowing these Taoists to run rampant. As a trusted confidant of the Grand Duke, Dolan could not remain idle. Upon learning Lin Wen's whereabouts, Dolan decided to visit the ancestral hall that very night. He would slay the Taoist and rescue his kin. Lilith was filled with excitement. She could finally avenge David. "Damn those humans, damn that Taoist." "My lord, that Taoist is exceedingly cunning. Please exercise caution," Aenys warned earnestly. "What, do you think me a mere ornament as a marquis?" Dolan's countenance. Listening to Aenys, he deduced that Lin Wen was at most a practitioner of the Earth Master realm, equivalent to a count among the Blood Clan. As a marquis, he was a rank above that of a count. Ordinary celestial masters could not contend with him. A mere Earth Master was nothing more than easy prey. He found it hard to believe that such a small locale could repeatedly yield formidable Taoists. One who could wield thunder was already a significant anomaly. If another were to appear, he would truly consider returning to the demon realm and declaring his surrender. Aenys wished to mention that Lin Wen could manipulate thunderous powers. But upon observing Dolan's self-assured demeanor, he felt certain that the Marquis would dismiss such concerns. Chapter 66. The Master-Disciple Ceremony. In the afternoon, Uncle Gio and his companions returned. Lin Wen, accompanied by a group of Maoshan disciples, stepped forward to welcome them. Upon seeing Lin Wen, Uncle Gio was somewhat taken aback. The majority of Uncle Gio's group consisted of the 35th generation disciples of Maoshan. Among them, Lin Wen spotted a familiar figure, Mama Di. Uncle Gio had only one senior brother, the current head of Maoshan. The two regarded each other, and upon catching sight of Lin Wen's amiable gaze, Shi Jian's expression shifted. He calmly said, "I pay my respects to Master Uncle." As the head of Maoshan, he felt no need for excessive flattery. Moreover, he held little regard for Lin Wen, viewing him merely as a fortunate young man who had garnered the favor of the master and stumbled upon great fortune. Unfazed by Shi Jian's disdain, Lin Wen chose not to respond, though Uncle Gio felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Lin Wen was their elder, and it was rather impolite to treat him with such disrespect, regardless of their lack of familiarity. Noticing Lin Wen's indifference, Uncle Gio refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Greetings, little Master Uncle." The group chorused respectfully, their tone. Soon, Lin Wen became acquainted with their identities. Shi Jian, Uncle Gio, Mama Di, and a woman adorned with a headscarf. Her appearance was such that one might mistake her for a sorceress. Lin Wen recognized her as Zhigu. The remaining individuals were Taoists from Maoshan, who respectfully addressed Lin Wen as Little Master Uncle. Little Master Uncle, may I inquire when the Master-Disciple ceremony will take place? Uncle Jiao asked, eager to meet the disciple who had earned Lin Wen's esteem. At this, Shi Jian frowned slightly, for it was already afternoon, a time deemed unsuitable for such a ceremony. However, since Lin Wen had made up his mind, he felt it. Thus, the preparations commenced. The Master-Disciple ceremony unfolded seamlessly, with Ning Kaichen successfully becoming Lin Wen's disciple. From this point onward, Qiusheng and the others could know Uncle Jiao and the others now stood as Ning Kaichen's senior brothers, and he could now be considered the most prominent connection, intimately linked to the entire zombie narrative. Alter the plot. Gain 15 plot points. The acquisition. He mused whether the system dispensed these plot points based on whim. Observing Lin Wen's exuberance, the others sensed that Ning Kaichen was indeed extraordinary. As for Ning Kaichen, he still felt as though he were in a dream. Until that evening when Qiusheng came to fetch, Qiusheng relayed their plan in detail. What, you intend to go to Majiakan? Ning Kaichen was genuinely alarmed upon learning that Qiusheng sought to uncover the truth about the vampires in Majiakan. While he had indeed joined Maoshan, his only distinction from an ordinary person lay in his slightly elevated status. Qiusheng hastily covered Ning Kaichen's mouth, anxious to avoid waking the others. Little Master Uncle, with the Taoist robe bestowed upon you by our elder, we shall be safe, Qiusheng assured him. He had brought Ning Kaichen along precisely because he possessed the Taoist robe personally crafted by Lin Wen. Today, when the other disciples had seen the robe, their eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Upon discovering that this robe was a highly defensive magical artifact, they recognized its limited efficacy against vampires, which rendered the need for a robust defensive item all the more critical. Though Qiusheng felt envious, he bore no resentment. After all, Ning Kaichen was the disciple of their elder. Receiving such a robe was entirely justifiable. They had already benefited immensely from Lin Wen, leaving them with to ensure the success of their mission. He had persuaded Qing to join them. They had prepared a substantial amount of silverware and garlic, even stockpiling numerous crucifixes to guarantee their safety. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Kaichen resolved to accompany them. Meanwhile, William opened his eyes, sensing a trace of the vampire essence, but it vanished almost immediately, leaving him somewhat vexed. He chose not to dwell on it and returned to slumber. Deming, Erming, Mama Di called as he arrived at the entrance of the mortuary, summoning two small spirits. Master, where are we going? They inquired. We're off to enjoy some delicious food. Mama Di replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, the two little spirits began to dance with excitement. Wait, someone is approaching. Mama Di swiftly concealed Deming and Erming within an oil paper umbrella before quickly hiding in the shadows. Why are those three here? Mama Di wondered, puzzled. Hadn't Little Master Uncle just taken on a disciple? And those two, weren't they the disciples of Uncle Jiao? What were they doing out so late? Mama Di decided to observe for a while. But just as he was about to follow them, a figure appeared silently, coldly sneering as he pursued. He truly could not fathom his senior brother's purpose for being here at such an hour. Just as he contemplated whether to inform Lin Wen of this matter, Uncle Jiao appeared. At that moment, he was thoroughly perplexed. With 6 individuals having vanished from the mortuary, how could Lin Wen remain oblivious? Casting a casual glance in the direction the others had departed, he chose not to linger but to continue his cultivation. He had placed a restriction on Ning Kaichen's Taoist robe, allowing him to teleport at will. The others perceived it merely as a precious defensive artifact, unaware that its greatest function was to summon Lin Wen. My Lord Marquis, just ahead lies the location of that Taoist. Anis pointed towards the dark mortuary, seething with resentment. Today shall mark his demise, murmured Marquis Doran. and just as the three prepared to enter the mortuary, they noticed three figures. They soared through the air, unseen by Qiusheng and his companions due to the cover of night. "My lord Marquis, what troubles you?" Annie's asked, puzzled at Doran's sudden halt. Doran's heart raced with astonishment, his eyes gleaming with insatiable desire that he never anticipated encountering a possessor of pure young blood in such a remote place. Should he manage to This was the coveted pure young blood long sought after by all blood clans and zombies, now recently activated and thus not immediately apparent. Doran, having been a confidant of the Grand Duke, possessed enough discernment to recognize its "I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." Chapter 67. Silverware, Garlic, and the Cross. My lord, you cannot be jesting, can you? Annie's force. "You should return home," Doran stated, turning away from the siblings and directly pursuing Qiusheng and his companions. "What shall we do, brother?" Lilith asked nervously, uncertain of their next course of. Annie's bit his lip and replied tersely, "What else can we do but go back?" Doran must have discovered something, or perhaps he coveted a treasure for himself. Annie's was somewhat aware of his own limitations. He could hardly contend with Lin Wen. It seemed this treasure was destined to elude him. Doran's decision not to include them was a clear indication of his distrust. Nonetheless, Annie's felt a twinge of resentment. They had agreed to eliminate that Taoist tonight, but Doran had suddenly changed his mind. Were it not for his own inability to overpower Doran, he would have shown him a thing or two. The peculiar characteristics of the Ming dynasty's second generation were steadily advancing behind Qiusheng and his companions, unnoticed even by his elder brother, Shi Jian. Before long, the group arrived at. The night was dark, and the streets lay eerily silent, adding an unsettling atmosphere. Qiusheng and his companions raced down the path, soon arriving at the militia's location, guided by the compass. As he gazed upon this familiar sight, Qiusheng furrowed his brow. The compass bestowed by his uncle would not fail him. That fiend must be here. Yet he could not comprehend why the demon, previously exposed a pattern of repeated offenses, was the most dangerous place, also the safest. There was no time for further contemplation. They swiftly entered the premises if the fiend were to detect their. Inside the darkened house, Daong opened his eyes, mechanically rising to his feet. Anyone witnessing a corpse that had seemingly met its end suddenly resurrect would surely be frightened beyond measure. Daong, now transformed, bore little resemblance to a normal human. His blood-red pupils and the faint glimmer of fangs perpetually exuded an aura of ferocity. In this moment, he had become a genuine vampire. Though endowed with an extended lifespan and superhuman strength, he could never walk under the sun, and his power remained tethered to Lilith, his master. Should she perish, so too would he, a significant drawback of the progeny of the initial embrace. "Where shall we go?" Initially apprehensive, he found solace upon seeing Qiusheng and the others. After all, they were disciples of the esteemed Lin Wen. What need had he to fear a mere fiend? Qiusheng, with an expression devoid of emotion, surveyed the open militia's quarters and quietly instructed, "Enter." "All right." Captain A. Cheng was taken aback. Having just emerged to retrieve some equipment, noticing A. Cheng's bewilderment, Wakai sighed, "The fiend is within. Where else would we go?" At these words, Captain A. Cheng's heart lurched. He had just been inside. If that fiend truly lurked within, he had been flirting with death. Qiusheng regarded A. Cheng with a peculiar expression, marveling at his fortune. The disciples of Mao Shan would think twice before taking risks. A. Cheng, an ordinary person, had somehow emerged alive from within. Truly a stroke of luck. Without further ado, the group hastily entered the malicious chamber. Having visited by day, they navigated the space with ease, and guided by Lin Wen's compass, they quickly located the vampire. Daong, upon awakening, was presented with fresh blood, licking his lips in delight. "Brother, he is quite bold," Wenkai remarked, observing the vampire's lack of trepidation at their presence. Qiusheng, being the strongest among them, had reached the mid-level of this refinement process. Thus, in their perception, this vampire appeared exceedingly weak, almost pitifully so. Even Wakai felt capable of handling him. "You're not dead," Captain A. Chung exclaimed in astonishment, surprised to see Daong risen from the dead. "He has transformed into a vampire," Qiusheng stated matter-of-factly, his gaze fixed on Daong. His revival was decidedly unnatural, but a closer inspection revealed that Daong's appearance was indeed peculiar. reminiscent of the vampires described in literature. Haha, knowing that I have become a vampire, do you still dare to approach? Are you not afraid of becoming my next meal? Daong sneered, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty glimmer. Do not entertain thoughts of delaying. Today marks your demise. To his surprise, his intentions were discerned, and Daong's expression shifted to one of icy determination. He recognized that these humans were far from ordinary. Otherwise, they would not have sought him out at this hour. He could only hope for his master's swift arrival. Once she was present, he would be safe. Reluctantly entangled in combat with Qiusheng, Daong soon realized that his adversaries could not harm him. How could Eastern These Maoshan techniques seemed impressive but were merely effective against zombies, two systems entirely incompatible. Enough, Qiusheng hissed, refusing to commit such a fundamental error. The reason he engaged in this seemingly futile, having achieved his objective, he called out to A Qing without hesitation. Garlic, now. Captain A Qing was already prepared. At Qiusheng's command, he hastily produced a collection of items from his bag, silverware, garlic, and a cross, an array that dazzled with its variety. Daong had not anticipated Qiusheng's thorough preparations, leaving him momentarily at a loss. These items were known to counter vampires. Even his master could not evade their effects. As for Daong, being the most rudimentary of vampires. In that instant, Daong began contemplating escape. Think you can flee? Can you truly get away? Qiusheng mused, a gleam of mischief in his eyes. The frustrations he had previously felt were now replaced by exhilaration. As long as he could eliminate Daong and draw forth the entity behind him, his mission would be accomplished. Understanding that the current course would lead to his demise, Daong wasted no time and sprinted toward the exit, recklessly risking injury in his flight. Chapter 68. I am your captain, A Qing with two disciples of Maoshan present. How could Daong possibly escape so easily? Garlic, onions, and black dog blood were hurled towards him as if they cost nothing. To be precise, these items were indeed free. They were donations collected by Captain A Qing for the protection of Majiat town. Aside from the rare silverware and crosses, there was an abundance of garlic and onions. Daong was nearly driven to madness. Just resurrected, and already in such a dire predicament. He must be the most unfortunate vampire. Hey, where do you think you're running off to? Meanwhile, Ning Kaichen stood by, somewhat dumbfounded, feeling as though he had little to do with the chaos. He felt utterly excluded. Damn it, once I get out of here, I'll make you pay, Daong declared, eyeing the exit just within reach, his eyes betraying an uncontainable joy. He was finally on the brink of freedom, or so he thought. Two spirits appeared at the doorway, blocking his escape. Dressed in light blue funeral garments, they appeared rather endearing. Good dogs don't block the way, Daong shouted angrily. These two spirits, based on their aura, were evidently far inferior to him. Had he not expended so much energy resisting the garlic attacks, he would have long since swatted them aside. Bark, bark, bark. The slightly smaller child spirit gazed at Daong with wide eyes. Erming looked somewhat aggrieved and replied, he said good dogs don't block the way, so I was pretending to be a bad dog. What's wrong with that? But we are ghosts. That's true. Erming finally understood, and in a childish voice said to Daong, did you hear? We are bad ghosts. Upon hearing this, the larger spirit was left speechless, filled with a sense of frustration. In contrast, Daong's expression darkened. These two spirits were undoubtedly toying with him. Did they really? Casting a glance at Captain A Qing, Daong smiled coldly. Seizing the moment while everyone was still processing the situation, he grasped A Qing by the neck, locking eyes with Qiusheng. Feeling the warmth of his grip, Daong couldn't help but marvel at how easily he could manipulate a soft target. Let go of me. I am your captain, A Qing. Captain A Qing gasped in terror, unable to restrain his cries. Daong found his incessant whining bothersome and swiftly delivered a slap to his forehead, rendering him unconscious. He is indeed your captain. How ruthless, Wakai muttered. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Daong's expression grew even more sinister, culminating in a cold laugh. Captain? Ridiculous. Qiusheng ceased speaking, realizing that Captain A Qing's actions had been quite despicable, leaving a lasting impression on Daong. It seemed he was recalling a painful past. Does such a person deserve to be a militia captain? Does he deserve to protect Majiat town? I did not. Captain A Qing, having regained consciousness unbeknownst to Daong, erupted with impotent fury. Slap. Daong did not hold back, delivering. At this point, Captain Ah Chung must have wished he could fall asleep once more. Xiaoxing felt a tinge of pity. After all, Daong had only just transformed into a vampire and had yet to harm anyone. Although he did entertain such thoughts, Xiaoxing believed it was too hasty to hold a person accountable for future misdeeds. His mission was to draw out the blood clan behind Daong. Amir Daong was not of paramount importance. You simply wish for my master to intervene, don't you? Haha, but I fear you may not be able to withstand it, for my master is a great blood clan. How could mere mortals possibly contend with him? Xiaoxing was left speechless, not because Daong had seen through his plan. He had not been discreet about it, as it was indeed his ultimate goal. However, did this vampire truly fail to grasp the situation? He had allies, did they not? Master Lin Wen had explicitly informed them that he would appear in times of danger, thus they felt undaunted. With this thought, Xiaoxing's confidence surged, and he awaited the arrival of the blood clan in silence. In the ancestral hall, within a room, Lin Wen lay on the bed, sleeping soundly. Oh no, that person is in danger. Hidden in the shadows, Mama D frowned slightly upon witnessing the vampire take a man hostage. He had previously placed Daming and Erming outside, already exposing himself to risk. Although he knew that only Shermu was aware of his raising of spirits, he feared that Shi Jin might detect his presence through Daming and Erming. It was explicitly forbidden to raise spirits at Maoshan, and should the sect leader discover this, even Lin Wen's status as a junior disciple might not protect him. Yet, he could not simply watch the vampire escape. What scheme was the sect leader concocting that he had yet to make a move? Above Majia town, Marquis Dolan had arrived. Sensing the location of the pure young blood, his gaze grew increasingly greedy. As long as he acquired this precious pure young blood, his ascension to Duke would be assured. Even archdukes would have to bow before his might. In that moment, Marquis Dolan envisioned the myriad advantages that would accompany his change in status. Damn it, why is he here? Meanwhile, Shi Jin had also noticed Marquis Dolan, yet he refrained from taking action. The townsfolk remained in slumber. Should he act rashly, the aftermath of their confrontation would wreak extensive havoc. As the head of the Maoshan sect, he could not hold this position. While Marquis Dolan hesitated, the Annie siblings arrived late. Observing his two juniors, Marquis Dolan's expression soured. Weren't you instructed to return? Noticing the Marquis's displeasure, Lilith quickly stepped forward, explaining that they had come because their bloodline was in peril. Marquis Dolan's demeanor darkened. Had it been any other time, he would have let these two defiant descendants of his bloodline perish without a second thought. The hierarchy within the blood clan was indeed among the most brutal in the natural order. However, with that old man present, he dared not act impulsively. Seeing the anxious siblings, Marquis Dolan considered that perhaps they could serve as useful pawns in the chaos. Watching the siblings vanish, Marquis Dolan felt a surge of satisfaction. As long as he could restrain that old man, he would buy time for Anis. The pure young blood would soon. Just as Marquis Dolan reveled in his triumph, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 69. Do not come over. What does this wretched bug want? Shi Jin furrowed his brow, and upon encountering Marquis Dolan, his expression turned exceptionally grim. After all, he had recently suffered a setback at the hands of this loathsome creature. Even his fellow disciples from Maoshan had all sustained injuries. His animosity towards Marquis Dolan was palpable. Ning Kaichen was merely handsome and youthful, hardly extraordinary. Could it be that Marquis Dolan had a penchant for such? I cannot say. It is best not to speculate on the whims of that esteemed gentleman, Anis replied, his expression tight with concern as he contemplated. After all, he harbored a significant fear of garlic. Even with his strength as a viscount, he could not entirely mitigate the dangers posed by garlic. It merely meant he could endure it somewhat better than a baron. Utilizing the nocturnal attributes of the blood clan, Anis quickly pinpointed Ning Saichen's location and sped towards him. Smash! Bang! The window shattered instantaneously, a colossal shadow darting in, obscured by bats, rendering its true form indiscernible. At that moment, the compass in Qiuxian's hand vibrated violently, issuing a warning. Master! Sensing the alarm from the compass, Qiusheng felt as though he were facing a formidable foe, for he understood that the hidden mastermind had arrived. Ning Kaichen was momentarily stunned. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, leaving him no chance to react. By the time he regained his senses, Annie's had already lunged forward. This is bad. Ning Kaichen's complexion paled. After all, he was the disciple of his junior master, and in terms of hierarchy, he could be considered his junior brother. Though the shadow's face was shrouded, its intentions were clearly malevolent. However, given the considerable distance, neither he nor even his master brother might be able to save him. Shi Jian made no effort to conceal himself. The instant Annie shattered the glass, he emerged from the shadows, intent on running. But how could Marquis Dolan allow that to happen? He drifted lightly to Shi Jian's side, a mocking glint in his eyes, relishing the moment. Daoist, where do you think you're going? Get lost. Shi Jian invoked his techniques, yet, having previously suffered a setback, Marquis Dolan was not about to err again in such trivial matters. He deftly maneuvered his wings, swiftly evading the range of the lightning strike. If he could just keep this Daoist occupied, the pure young blood would be his. As for the younger generation below, in Dolan's view, they were still too immature. Annie's alone sufficed. Junior brother, quickly stop him. Qiusheng urged anxiously. When I hesitated no longer, though fear gripped him, he steeled himself and rushed forward to shield Ning Kaichen. However, he underestimated Annie's strength. As a viscount, no matter how lacking he was not someone a mere human teacher could withstand. Moreover, with Lilith, a baron, lurking in the shadows, her eyes glinting with hunger. Where are you off to, little brother? Lilith barred Qiusheng's path. A bloodthirst. At this moment, Lilith was blinded by her hatred. With her tenacious claws, she lunged forward. Qiusheng was unable to evade in time and was struck by Lilith's attack. The robe on his arm was shredded, revealing his pale skin, deep claw marks marring it. Lilith was not holding back, and in her fervor to save her friend, Qiusheng bore the brunt of her assault. Seeing his senior brother obstructed, Wen Kai felt his scalp tingle with dread. No matter what, he was no match for Annie's. Yet, the situation was dire, and he had no choice but to press on. Annie's wasted no words, not even glancing at Wen Kai, and summoned bats to hurl Wen Kai away. With Ning Kaichen now within reach, Annie's heart soared with joy. To be valued by Marquis Dolan. This man must possess an extraordinary secret. With Dolan occupied by the Daoist, if he could seize this man, he would undoubtedly uncover the secret that lay within him. Then, he would no longer be constrained by the ghosts. Alas, reality often proves starkly different from one's aspirations. He overlooked the presence of another man, Captain Aiching, after a brief moment of confusion. Annie's moved with incredible speed, and Aiching realized that no matter what, he could not reach Annie's true form, but his quick mind devised a plan. If he could not strike you, could I not target your objective? Thus, he hurled garlic and silver artifacts, aiming directly at Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen, taken aback by the incoming bane of the Blood Clan, wondered why his ally would inadvertently harm him. It must be said that Captain Aiching performed admirably. Annie's, fixated solely on Ning Kaichen, failed to notice the onslaught of garlic. Annie's let out a wretched scream as he was struck by the artifacts. Smoke billowed from his body, and dark crimson blood flowed from his wounds, dripping onto the floor and showcasing a potent corrosive effect. Damn it, Annie's could not afford to dwell on his injuries. He cast a deep glance at Aiching, etching this man who had harmed him into his memory, vowing to repay him in the future. Do not come over. Ning Kaichen exclaimed in panic, his face betraying terror as he beheld this, a pitiful blood meal. Observing Ning Kaichen's reaction, Annie's felt an immense satisfaction swell within him. Were it not for the urgent circumstances, he would have relished. The moment Annie's laid a finger on Ning Kaichen, a brilliant golden light erupted instantaneously. Annie's had no time to react before being struck by this radiant glow. Everyone present found themselves under the encompassing brilliance. Annie's was utterly annihilated, reduced to a lifeless husk. When everyone regained their sight, they beheld a pile of ashes where Ning Kaichen had stood moments before. The once formidable Blood Clan had met a hasty end without even delivering a proper farewell to the afterlife. One could only wonder if the underworld would accept these guests from the West. I told you not to come over. At that moment, he revealed the Taoist robe bestowed upon him by Lin Wen. Though it lacked the previous radiance, it exuded an air of sanctity that was inviolable. Brother! Lilith cried out in sorrow, unable to accept the reality of her kin's demise. As she gazed at Ning Kaichen, bathed in golden light, a wary glint flickered in her eyes. The radiance unsettled her. Senior, brother, is Junior Master really that formidable? Wen Hai stammered, astonished to discover that Ning Kaichen was the hidden powerhouse among them. They had been kept in the dark for far too long. Chapter 70. Abominable Beasts, do not harm my junior brother. Qiu Sheng fell into silence, gazing at the ashes. This was sheer exploitation of power. Death awaited anyone who approached. I in the distance, Marquis Doran and Shi Jian also took note of the scene. The previous radiant golden light had been so blind. Shi Jian was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the Taoist robe bestowed upon him by his junior uncle to wield such formidable power. While this golden light was not on par with it was truly an unparalleled nemesis for the bloodsuckers. It seemed his junior uncle had concealed his depth quite well. What have you done? Marquis Doran's expression was grim, as the earlier golden light had left him feeling quite uncomfortable. He felt an instinctive dread deep within his bloodline, compelling him to flee. After all, he was a Marquis of the Blood Clan, akin to a Taoist Tianchi in the Eastern classification. In the mortal realm, he was virtually invincible. As long as he did not court disaster, few things could harm him. At this moment, although he craved the pure young blood immensely, he valued his life even more. You are guilty beyond redemption. If this continues, death is your only fate. Shi Jian scoffed, seizing the moment provided by the golden light to utter something with great gravitas. This only served to heighten the fluctuations of Marquis Doran's emotions, who began to regret pursuing the pure young blood. Given the circumstances, his only recourse was to flee swiftly. Should the master of that golden light arrive, he would find himself at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 scenario. As he hesitated, Shi Jian's thunder had already arrived, catching him unawares and dealing a devastating blow. Struck by this lightning, Marquis Doran's vitality plummeted by half. The furious Marquis glared intensely at Shi Jian, then shot him a venomous look. Even with the potent restorative blood given by the Grand Duke, he realized that this Taoist would not afford him the If this continued, he would surely meet his demise. At that moment of desperation, Lilith swooped in, her aura diminished and her attire disheveled, clearly bearing significant injuries. My Lord Marquis, we must flee, she exclaimed, her face etched with fear. For the thought of avenging Anis was utterly beyond her. Seeing his junior arrive, Marquis Doran maintained his composure, dispensing with pleasantries as he seized Lilith by her alabaster neck. My Lord Marquis, please no. Alas, her strength was far too feeble, rendering her like a lamb awaiting slaughter, only able to emit powerless screams. As Marquis Doran drained Lilith of her essence, Shi Jian looked on, somewhat. Although it would not restore him to his peak, it would allow him to wield 70 to 80% of his power. Absorbing the power of blood to rejuvenate oneself, that was certainly worth considering, Shi Jian mused. Observing the surging vitality of Marquis Doran. How many? Cursing under his breath, Marquis Doran turned and fled without delay. Though exposing his back to Shi Jian was unwise, he had little choice at that moment. Having invested so much, he could not afford to leave without acquiring the pure young blood. That would be a dire loss. Inside the room, Qiu Shin and the others looked around at the devastation in awe, gazing reverently at Ning Kaichen. Junior uncle, that golden light you conjured was simply astonishing. It left me utterly mesmerized, one exclaimed. Indeed, indeed. When will you have the time to teach us? You are truly a bane to demons. Ning Kaichen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he responded, I'm not quite sure how it happened. It just came to me instinctively. He felt a tinge of awkwardness, for the golden light from his robe had turned a Blood Clan member to ash, while his own attempts at golden light had failed to harm the creature. This left him quite vexed. At that moment, De Jong found himself bound, trembling at the sight of the formidable figures surrounding him. His master had been driven off, and his companion reduced to ashes. He was in a dire situation, for it seemed these individuals intended to wait until dawn to expose him to sunlight. As a proud vampire, he could not accept such a fate. Just as he resolved to defy his destiny, a wave of death emanated from his bloodline. Before he could even lament, he was consumed by flames, turning to ash, just like Anis. How did he die? When Kai mumbled in confusion, no one even touched him. Chung was dumbfounded, feeling a sense of loss at De Jong's transformation into a vampire, but even more so at the abruptness of his demise, leaving no final words. Rest assured, De Jong, I shall care for your wife and children. You may rest in peace below, without a worry. Though uncertain if vampires could venture, he felt as if he were merely air, as though his presence or absence made little difference. Ning Kaichen nodded, donning his clothing to conceal the Taoist robe. Have you thought that through? Marquis Doran burst into the room, a sinister smile plastered across his face as he beheld the group. They were now utterly stunned. How could there still be one remaining? His aura was decidedly ominous. Quickly, summon our granduncle. Qiusheng cried out, positioning himself in front of Marquis Doran. The situation was dire. This entity, their only hope rested on Lin Wen's timely arrival. Otherwise, even with Ning Kaichen as their trump card, they would face annihilation. Do not resist futilely. Marquis Doran sneered, having consumed the last he was now at his peak. Even encountering that obnoxious Taoist Shijian posed no fear to him. With the pure young blood so near, Marquis Doran was in high spirits, inexplicably exhilarated. In the eyes of Qiusheng and the others, Marquis Doran charged directly at Ning Kaichen. This sight was eerily familiar, stirring a sense of DJVU. Abomination, do not harm my junior brother. Shijian hastened into the fray. Though his Taoist skills were formidable, his speed paled in comparison to the Blood Clan's nocturnal prowess. Arriving just in time, he witnessed the scene of Marquis Doran seizing Ning Kaichen. It was over, truly over. Chapter 71. Grasping thunder, Shijian stunned, do not come any closer. Ning Kaichen shouted anxiously, genuinely terrified. Although the golden robe could protect him, the vampire before him was evidently extraordinary. Could that golden light truly safeguard him? Clearly not. The moment Marquis Duoluin charged forward, the golden light erupted. Unfortunately, much of its power had already been dissipated by Anis, rendering its impact on Marquis Duoluin almost negligible, akin to the... Upon discovering this secret, Marquis Duoluin's face radiated with joy, exclaiming, the pure young blood is mine. He had anticipated a more arduous struggle, yet it was also simple. At this moment, Marquis Duoluin felt as if he were the chosen one of fate. All Taoist celestial masters and demon realm overlords could step aside. One can't even enjoy a moment's peace for slumber. A languid voice emerged from Ning Kaichen's robe, laced with dissatisfaction. Subsequently, the golden light of the robe faded, revealing a vague and ethereal figure. Upon seeing the silhouette, Ning Kaichen was utterly dumbfounded. Master, do not be afraid. Open your mind. Lin Wen guided Ning Kaichen, then transformed into a stream of light that enveloped him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by anyone but Ning Kaichen. Marquis Duoluin sensed an inexplicable strangeness emanating from the pure young blood before him. To be precise, it felt entirely unfamiliar. He inexplicably detected a breath of death surrounding him. It was as if advancing any further would result in his immediate demise. Yet, having come this far, was there any retreat? Gritting his teeth. Then, a massive bolt of thunder, as thick as a water barrel, slowly materialized from Ning Kaichen's hand. It morphed into a whip-like form and, with a crack, struck Marquis Duoluin, sending the formidable vampire fleeing in panic, howling. But it did not end there. Ning Kaichen continued to condense the thunder in his hand, shaping it into a slender lightning whip. It was no thicker than a strand of hair, yet the surrounding aura of electricity was even more intense. They say a quantitative change leads to a qualitative one, and in Ning Caichen's case, what was condensed was pure essence. The whip, as fine as a hair, was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet the currents of light striking a person with this would inflict far greater pain than the thicker thunderbolt. One caused area damage, while the other inflicted cutting harm. "I told you not to come closer," Ning Caichen lamented, now realizing just how many contingencies his master had left him. Not to mention that golden robe, even this command over thunder had saved his life. His little master uncle, summoning lightning? When Kai was taken aback, in his understanding, Ning Caichen was merely a mortal. He couldn't even match the physical prowess of some children from Majiabeo. Was he truly unscathed wielding thunder? When Kai's heart raced, terrified that Ning Caichen might inadvertently harm himself. Damn it, a bunch of b. It was one thing for an old Taoist priest to wield lightning, but how could a mere boy be capable of such? Was this not a mockery? If one were to claim there was no connection between the two, who would believe it? At this moment, Marquis Duoluan contemplated retreating. He assessed the distance between himself and the old Taoist, gritted his teeth, and prepared to employ the blood escape technique, thinking of fleeing. Shi Jian scoffed. "You believe you can escape within..." Preposterous. As fate would have it, Marquis Duoluan's speed was as swift as lightning as he dashed toward the exit. However, being fast as lightning does not equate to being lightning itself. The moment Shi Jian summoned the thunder, Marquis Duoluan was struck and reverted to his true form. "By my mother, how exquisite! Truly a gentleman from the distant west." Mama, having appeared unexpectedly, did his utmost to block the vampire's path. Meanwhile, when Kai and the other juniors stood back, cheering them on, in battles of such caliber, merely witnessing was an invaluable experience. Little Master Uncle is truly powerful. Though I possess lesser skills, I am still your elder. How can one speak of elders in such a manner? Qiao Sheng and Wen Kai, seemingly oblivious to Mama's expression, continued to cheer. Even Captain A. Chung had found a string of garlic and fashioned it into a necklace around his neck. Surrounded by the three, Marquis Duoluan resembled a turtle caught in a jar. This description was somewhat inaccurate. At that moment, Marquis Duoluan resembled a large black rat, lacking any deep association with turtles. "You think this means victory?" Marquis Duoluan said calmly, devoid of the fear he once exhibited. By this point, neither side could afford to relent, neither would spare the other. "Damn Anis, you fool. If it weren't for you, I would not be ensnared in this predicament." Marquis Duoluan cursed in. Little did he realize that had he not been greedy for Ning Caichen's pure young blood, he would not have met this fate. All was of his own making. The Blood Clan must be exterminated by all. Shi Jian's expression remained unchanged, his tone resolute. Were it not for the significant energy expenditure from summoning thunder, he would not have wasted so many words on this abomination. After all, he was the head of Maoshan. He had to maintain some dignity. Regaining a modicum of energy, Shi Jian's gaze shifted sharply as he drew forth a slender treasured sword from behind him. It was unsheathed. Faint traces of lightning flickered into existence. With countless tiny electric dragons, it is known that this was a genuine artifact of a true master. Even a celestial master could suffer backlash if not careful. Was it truly worth it to wield this sacred weapon against a single vampire? Absolutely. This vampire had inexplicably regained his strength. Had I been at my peak, I might have been able to contend with him, but presently, only Ning Caichen was capable of battle, with Mama merely serving. Shi Jian's gaze was complex. The last time he had employed this sacred artifact was at the summit of Mount Tai, slaying 6 indestructible bones. The world only knew the outcome, but none. Back then, his strength was far inferior to what it was now, yet he still found this vampire formidable. His instincts had never led him astray, especially after becoming the sect leader, intertwined with the destiny of Maoshan. Each time he encountered danger, he had managed to turn misfortune into fortune, enabling him to slay 6 indestructible bones at the onset of his celestial mastery, instilling fear throughout the world. Chapter 72. Legends of the Demon Realm, the Blue Sea, and the Nether Flower. "Stop your incessant chatter," Lin Wen said impatiently, then took control of Ning Caichen's body and charged at Marquis Duoluan. "What are you doing?" Shi Jian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Marquis Dolan himself dared not confront the situation head-on. How could a mere disciple, lacking in experience, possibly succeed? This was unacceptable. I must find a way to save him. After all, he is my disciple from Mao Shan. Exhibiting exceptional talent, and such a promising seedling must not wither under my watch. Crack. A simple yet unembellished lightning whip struck Marquis Dolan. The seemingly innocuous blow caught him off guard. When did such blatant leniency become the norm? Had it not been for the fact that Marquis Dolan was unharmed, he might have thought that Ning Kaichen was genuinely serious. It seems I have overthought this. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the form of Marquis Dolan gradually disintegrated, ultimately vanishing into the void. There were no dazzling fireworks, no unadorned ashes. He disappeared as though he had never existed in this world. Shi Jian's pupils contracted. Upon witnessing Ning Kaichen's bewildered expression, a conjecture formed in his heart, yet he dared not believe it. Uncle Master, you are truly remarkable. Qiu Xing and Wen Kai hurriedly praised. Although Ning Kaichen was of a higher generation than they, their relationship bore no distinction from peers. Watching Ning Kaichen display such prowess, they felt a shared sense of pride. Cheng silently gathered the piles of ashes together. Junior brother Daming and Erming approached, cheerfully exclaiming, Master, Master, we want something delicious. Oh no. Junior brother was suddenly jolted awake, looking at the two little spirits in front of him. Blissful. It is well known that senior brother despises such nefarious practices, and having just been injured by the Blood Clan, he might take out his frustration on them. As expected, Shi Jian sauntered over, casting a glance at the two little. Do you wish to take his place? Upon hearing this, both junior brother and Shi Jian were left speechless. You truly are a prodigious little rascal. I have no master. He is not our master. Erming pointed accusatorily at, well, my mistake for not having raised them properly. At this moment, I must concede and address the rest later. Brother, Junior brother, do you understand the paths of humans and ghosts? The tone of my brother suggests there may be hope. What followed was Shi Jian's earnest admonition as the head of Mao Shan. Brother, I certainly realize that my misfortunes stem from them, but I cannot bear to part with them. Junior brother sighed, shaking his head as he gazed at Daming and Erming with a sense of despair. The divergence is inevitable. To have coexisted for so long is already a rarity. Shi Jian's words were rare, plunging junior brother into contemplation. Though he too was unwilling to part with the two, the paths of humans and ghosts diverging meant that staying together was detrimental not only to himself but to them as. Moreover, he was merely a mortal. Even if he managed to cultivate some Taoist arts, his capabilities were limited. A mortal's lifespan. Junior brother embraced them, at a loss for words. Must I truly leave? Would you, master, approve of my decision if you were still alive? Despondent, junior brother walked away, leaving Qiu Sheng and others feeling particularly heartbroken. Uncle Master, is there truly no way to achieve both outcomes? He could not allow junior brother to remain in such a state of despair. They still had their ancestral uncle. Surely he would have a solution. Their ancestral uncle was immensely powerful. Such matters would be trivial for him. As if sensing their thoughts, Shi Jian let out a cold laugh. Life, aging, sickness, and death, the death of a human and the transformation of their soul is a natural law of the universe. Not even a Taoist celestial master, let alone a mere mortal or immortal, can alter this. While it may be delightful to fantasize, one must remain grounded in reality. Shi Jian spoke these words. Some individuals, in extreme circumstances, may resort to desperate measures. Upon returning to the mortuary, junior brother encountered a familiar figure. Uncle Master, surprised and elated, he had not expected his Uncle Master to still be awake at such. Is that so? Linwen did not oppose but instead regarded him quietly, his expression remaining serene. This left junior brother perplexed. What could be the meaning behind Uncle Master's demeanor? There exists a perilous place within the demon realm, where the blue nether flower blooms, granting the living the power to traverse the heavens as envoys to. However, the world deemed it a myth, with only a handful of madmen accepting it as truth. This is no mere legend, Linwen replied coolly, conjuring the image of a vast blue sea of flowers in his mind. That was the very place from which he had traversed into this world, serving as his birthplace. The blue flower field had given rise to him. The rulers of the demon clan revered Linwen as the sovereign of the demon realm, not solely for his form. In contrast, the native beings of the demon realm were all intruders from the outside world, having survived and thrived over countless years to achieve their current state. Linwen's existence was undoubtedly the most unique. He could be considered the most legitimate successor of the demon realm. Uncle Master, this just is not amusing. Junior brother's lips twitched. He felt a mix of gravity. Yet, falsehoods remain falsehoods, and they cannot be realized. Youth, do not speak so lightly. A blue light emanated from Lin Wen's hand. Upon recognizing its true form, Junior brother's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Had he not been so overwhelmed with excitement that he momentarily lost his voice, he would have surely exclaimed in admiration. Chapter 73. The End, Little Master Uncle. The ghostly flower seemed to wield a mystical power that could ensnare one's very soul. Lin Wen remained silent as he placed the flower bud into Mama Di's hands. Gazing upon the legendary object, Mama Di felt as though everything was but a fleet. Mama Di was momentarily taken aback. If what Little Master Uncle said was true, this solitary ghostly flower could not allow both Deming and Erming to transform into humans simultaneously. A choice had to be made between the two spirits, for one of them could not partake of the ghostly flower. This predicament left Mama Di, who had long regarded Deming and Erming. Regardless of whom he chose, his heart would ache. Noticing Mama Di's distress, Lin Wen remained wordless. When he had traversed into this world, 3 ghostly flowers had been left. Over the course of centuries, the other 2 had found their destinies, leaving only this one, which Lin Wen had cherished until, in hindsight, it seemed that this final flower would be better off destroyed. Ghostly flower, thought you were so noble, so remarkable. Little Master Uncle, do you know the whereabouts of the other ghostly flowers? Upon hearing that the ghostly flower, birthed from the demon realm, can be considered a manifestation of its very essence. Beyond the aforementioned effects, its greatest function lies in its ability to merge with the pure young blood of the human realm, enabling any being to forge a true spiritual body. This is a realm attainable only by those above kings. Lin Wen was aware of these intricacies due to the system's revelations. Ning Kaichen, an ordinary man, became Lin Wen's disciple not merely as a character in the narrative, but also as the system's intention was for Lin Wen to combine Ning Kaichen with the ghostly flower, forging a true spiritual body capable of rivaling the divine. However, Lin Wen had no such intention. Although he still stood as a king, he had already taken a significant step forward. He did not require such dubious means. Even if Ning Kaichen were to offer himself, Lin Wen would hold it in disdain. Is this part of your plan as well? The world consciousness was astounded to see Lin. The system, on the other hand, was left in a state of confusion, rendered silent. After a moment, it finally spoke softly. I assure you it is not. Do you believe me? I believe. I suppose. The system was utterly disoriented, questioning why it had been assigned such a host. The previous host, though lacking in stature, had not adopted such a lethargic approach to existence. In contrast, Lin Wen appeared unfazed by anything. Even during the Four-Eyed narrative, the system had harbored doubts about whether Lin Wen was merely feigning indifference. I am truly at a loss. Within the mortuary, Mama Di contemplated for an extended period before finally turning to Lin Wen. Little Master Uncle, I have made my decision. His gaze resolute. Mom, why not simply remain human? Your choice places me in a difficult position. In resignation, Lin Wen could only acquiesce to Mama Di's desire, fulfilling his wish by infusing the final ghostly flower into his body. Change in plot. Earn 19 plot points. 19 points. Lin Wen doubted whether the system had made an error, for this was the first time he had received such a considerable number of plot points. It seemed that the system had withheld many points in the past. Host. Lin Wen race. Human. Zombie. Plot points. 39 system. A child sells his father's fields without a second thought. Is this what it means to be a ghostly envoy? Summoning Deming and Erming, he only then grasped the truth after absorbing their ghostly energy. Master, why do I feel you have changed? Master has become more ethereal. Mama Di's face darkened. Had it not been for the recent transformation, he would have taken action. Deming and Erming, gazing at Mama Di, felt an inexplicable closeness to their master, yearning to be near him. Seeing them in such joyful harmony, Lin Wen felt a twinge of sorrow. The prolonged solitude had left him envious of their bond. The years spent as a zombie were the most agonizing of his existence. Ma Di pinched Deming and Erming's ears and pulled them before Lin Wen. Quick, thank your ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. Observing the delightful antics of the two lively treasures, Lin Wen's mood lifted. In his previous cinematic experiences, these two had brought him immense joy. Now, they appeared increasingly endearing. Since the ancestor has no gifts to offer, allow me to present you with this as a token of our first meeting. Once again, gazing at the shimmering crimson spheres, Deming and Erming's eyes sparkled. Once in their possession, they expressed their gratitude profusely, their words sweet as honey. Mama Di, do you have a destination? I can only take one step at a time. Mama Di replied bitterly. Although being a ghostly envoy was a rank above that of a ghostly servant, Mama Di's cultivation was inherently shallow. Even transformed, he was merely at the initial stage of refining chi into spirit. This was still thanks to the effects of the ghostly flower. Otherwise, he would have remained a mere human teacher throughout his life. Individuals of the caliber of Earthmasters could wield considerable influence in the underworld. Ma Di's utilization of the ghostly flower could be deemed a stroke of fortune, granting him a remarkable opportunity. I possess some modest assets in Gobei County. I shall assign you to manage them. Thank you, little master uncle. Mama Di was overjoyed. Lin Wen's words clearly indicated that he still regarded him as a disciple. Their connection had not been severed by the divide between humans and spirits. Such a gesture deeply moved him. In the demon realm, within a blood-red palace, black mist swirled as several indistinct figures stood within. Guoluin is dead. A low, gravelly voice resonated. Did those individuals not sign a contract? It was not them, not them. Then who could slay a peak marquis, a being equivalent to a grandmaster? Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the entire human realm. Lord Ducace, that is a matter concerning your blood clan. I care not what methods you employ. You must retrieve the esteemed lord back to the demon realm, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Ducace lowered his head, speaking in a calm tone, or else what? Will you kill me? If you wish for the demon realm to perish sooner, you may certainly try. You, the flame demon king, grew irate, preparing to strike, only to be restrained by those beside him. This is not the time for infighting. Our royal combatants are vastly inferior to those in the human realm. We must consider the greater picture. Humph. The flame demon king felt his pride wounded, naturally displeased, yet he could. Seeing the silence among the crowd, Ducace continued, since the esteemed one is reluctant to return, we must prepare for the worst. Esteemed friends, we have reached a dead end. There is no retreat. Chapter 74. Betrayal? I have arranged for the younger generation of our clan to bridge the two realms. This is our final opportunity. Duke Ace declared before departing. After a brief exchange among the demon kings, they each hurried off. As the dark mist dissipated, an exceedingly aged elder sat upon the throne. Ace, how much time do you have left? 27 days, the old man replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the man's pupils constricted. He could hardly believe that the long-lived elder of the Blood Clan had but 27 days remaining. Had the curse of the demon realm escalated to such a dire state? Glancing at the presence beside him, Ace remarked, "Sometimes I truly envy you. Despite possessing the strength to surpass kings, you have yet to break through, skillfully evading such shackles and relishing the beauty of the world." Are you mocking my cowardice? Ace remained silent. The man, self-deprecating, gazed enviously at the grand throne beneath the elder. Yet, despite his envy, he felt no yearning. Perhaps, I lacked the courage to take that step. In retrospect, I was indeed correct. Having chosen this path, one must also accept the consequences. Evasion does not resolve the issue. Ace continued to remain silent. Even though the other's words were profoundly subversive, he found himself unable to counter them. The Flame Demon King will perish in the human realm. I have already conferred with several true beings. Perhaps the fall of a king will breathe new life into the demon realm. With that, the man transformed into dark mist and drifted away. Today, the ancestral hall welcomed an unexpected guest. A burly man clad in a straw cloak, his wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over much of his face, approached. Yin Qixia never anticipated that he would one day return to this place. Burdened with heavy thoughts, he stepped through the doors of the ancestral hall. Qiu Sheng and a few others were practicing martial arts in the courtyard when they noticed the unfamiliar man and halted their movements to approach him. This is the ancestral hall, not an inn. I seek Elder Linwen. Who are you? What is your purpose in seeking my master? Faced with the insistence of these younger generations, Yan Qixia felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, forcing a bitter smile. Do not play coy. I am asking you a question. What brings you here? Qiu Sheng furrowed his brow. The man was wrapped so tightly that even his face was hidden, clearly not a person of good intent. It seemed that without taking decisive action, he would not be able to meet the elder. Feeling the weight of his predicament, Yan Qixia prepared to force his way through. William prepared to administer punishment. Seeing the man attempt, just then, a young nobleman bearing a black umbrella descended into the courtyard. Alongside Qiu Sheng and the others, they surrounded the man from all sides. Now, after the events involving those blood clans, William had been thoroughly trained by Linwen, leaving no room for any nefarious thoughts. It appeared that a show of force was unavoidable. Yan Qixia, undeterred, took the initiative to strike first. Surely, I, a dignified celestial master, would not be intimidated by a few younger generations. As the burly man made his move, a smirk appeared on Qiu Shen's lips, baiting him. Although none of them fought with genuine intent, the reality was that Yan Qixia was being overwhelmed by the younger ones. Particularly, the sword techniques employed by the trio, appearing chaotic, were laced with an uncanny precision. At times they would strike in unison, while at others they would scatter, leaving the man unable to defend himself. In no time, the burly man was subdued, his face pressed against the ground, utterly disheveled. It's you, Qiu Sheng exclaimed upon recognizing Yan Qixia as true identity, and with a grin, he helped. Yan Qixia felt utterly humiliated. He never imagined that he, a celestial master, would be bested by a few mere earth masters. What a source of ridicule this would be if it got out. This was simply unfathomable. Ning Kaichen chuckled shyly. He was familiar with Yan Qixia and had not held back in their earlier encounter. Now, can you take me to see the elder? It was pain he felt, but rather profound shame. Yes, the master uncle has been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Yan Qixia was utterly speechless, realizing he had been played. Inside the hall, Linwen sat in the prominent position. Jioshu and Shi Jian occupied seats on either side, both growing tense upon seeing Yan Qixia enter. A celestial master, no ordinary one at that. Judging by his aura, he had likely been a grand celestial master for some time, just a step away from entering the realm of true beings. Shi Jian felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary, astonished that the Taoist sect harbored such a figure. Could he be one of the hidden masters? Elder. Yan Qixia bowed respectfully to Linwen, overflowing with reverence. When did you arrive? I see I am unprepared, Linwen replied. Yan Qixia's lips twitched. He had no intention of exposing Linwen's poor acting skills. It became apparent to him that the figures outside had been prepared for him. He had assumed that a Taoist elder like Linwen would not concern himself with trivial matters. Yet here he was, so petty. Was it really necessary? Elder, Kunlun has allied with the demon realm. Yan Qixia spoke gravely, and upon hearing this, Shi Jian could no longer sit still, rising sharply to admonish, you speak nonsense. Kunlun is a paragon of the Taoist sect. How could it possibly betray us? Seeing his senior brother so agitated, Jioshu hastily urged him to sit down, casting a glance at the young master and slowly saying, fellow Taoist, please take your time. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I am indeed from Kunlun. Do I not look like someone who is mistaken? At this, Shi Jian fell into an uncomfortable silence. Even Jioshu was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to comprehend what on earth was happening. Elder, this matter has yet to spread. I took considerable risks to escape Kunlun. Only you can save it now, save the Taoist sect. Wait a moment, what do you mean by saving Kunlun? Did you not say that Kunlun has betrayed us? Shi Jian discerned the flaw in the narrative, his displeasure evident. Upon hearing this, Yan Qixia felt a pang of bitterness and replied helplessly, only a few wish to ally with the demon realm. They have employed vile methods, colluding with the demon realm to control the elders who oppose it. Now, Kunlun has descended into utter chaos. He had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the turmoil. Had it not been for the sudden aggression of the demon realm, he would not have had this chance. Chapter 75. The Demon Realm Passage. Given the circumstances, how did you manage to escape? I cannot believe that the people of Kunlun would permit the departure of a celestial master so easily. Otherwise, the demon realm would not ally itself with such individuals. Shi Jian articulated his suspicions, while a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Could this be a conspiracy between the demon realm and Kunlun, aimed at ensnaring Mao Shan? Although Shi Jian was sufficiently proud, he was not so arrogant as to disregard the gravity of the situation. Clearly, Mao Shan was not worthy of such attention. The true aim of the adversary must be the entire Taoist sect. If that were the case, the implications would be monumental. Shi Jian's words, they hesitated to act decisively, fearing the consequences, or else I would not have been able to flee from Kunlun's sphere of influence. The Kunlun mirror? Shi Jian was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the treasured artifact of Kunlun, often regarded as a relic of their lineage. A treasure renowned for its connection to the Taoist principles. Even a layman could recognize its formidable nature. It was rumored that the Kunlun mirror could peer into the past and the future, bridging the realms of Yin and Yang, and contained a sliver of the chance for ascension to immortality. Such a treasure was inextricably linked to Kunlun's ability to endure through the millennia. Yin Qixia displayed a hint of bitterness. Initially, the elders of Kunlun had looked down upon Linwen, showing no intention of presenting their treasured artifact. Yet, after a series of twists and turns, this invaluable relic had ended up in Linwen's domain. Could this be considered a form of fate? If so, then it was indeed a cursed fate. After discussing some details with Yin Qixia, Shi Jian rose, his expression grave as he turned to Linwen. Junior uncle, this matter is of utmost importance. I must return to Mao Shan immediately to confer with several elders. If Yin Qixia's words held true, then Kunlun had managed to keep this from everyone. A tremendous calamity awaited the Taoist sect. Linwen nodded in agreement to his departure. The room was left with only Yin Qixia, Jiu Shu, and Linwen. Once Yin Qixia retrieved a palm-sized circle. However, Linwen was certain that Yin Qixia would not deceive him. What object could obstruct the gaze of a zombie king? Senior, the most fundamental function of the Kunlun mirror is to pierce through illusions and reveal a person's true essence, Yin Qixia explained, handing the Kunlun to Lin. Aligning the Kunlun mirror, Linwen gazed into its flawless surface and beheld an exceedingly hideous visage, the very zombie face he had borne for centuries. Senior, is there something amiss? Yin Qixia inquired softly, noticing Lin. What could be troubling him? Had his late arrival provoked Lin Wen's ire? It is of no consequence. The Kunlun mirror is indeed authentic, Linwen replied indifferently, surreptitiously accepting the Kunlun mirror. His identity as a zombie could never be revealed. Not seeing Linwen stow away the Kunlun mirror, Yin Qixia felt a twinge of displeasure but dared not voice it, recognizing that they would need Linwen's assistance to save Kunlun. Although he was uncertain of Linwen's true strength, the ability to subdue a Blood Clan member and dispatch the formidable Black Mountain Demon was no small feat. Even if he were not entirely human, he was close enough. You just mentioned that Kunlun has already colluded with the demon realm to open a passage for their invasion of the human realm. Absolutely, Senior. We must prepare for the worst. Yin Qixia declared earnestly, his brow furrowed with worry. Do you know the location of this passage? I had not heard of it before being discovered by the other party. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would have already found myself imprisoned in Kunlun's dungeon. Yin Qixia shook his head, displaying a visage of trepidation. This left Linwen somewhat vexed. Why was the demon realm making such significant moves without informing him? They had mentioned wanting him to take charge of the demon realm, yet he had waited for so long without a word from them. Was there a new candidate who had taken his place? Linwen's suspicions grew closer to the truth. After all, the denizens of the demon realm would not hang their fortunes on a single tree. That very evening, Yin Qixia settled into the ancestral hall. Observing the seemingly unconcerned individuals around him, he felt an urgency akin to fire in his belly, nearly bringing him to his knees before Linwen. On the roof, William and Linwen sat together, gazing into the distant darkness in silent contemplation. Indeed, the demon realm harbored intentions of connecting the two worlds. In Linwen's sight, this indicated that the passage had not yet fully opened, remaining shrouded in ambiguity. With the direction now established, the subsequent steps became clearer. Summoning everyone to the main hall, Linwen outlined the tasks ahead. Yin Qixia has, returning to the main issue, I have deduced the location of the demon realm passage. It lies towards the provincial city. Kaichen will accompany me, while Xiao Jiao, you shall remain here to oversee the ancestral hall for safety. It is sufficient for Wen Kai and Xiaoxing to guard the ancestral hall. After all, I am an Earth Master and can be of assistance. Upon hearing the prospect of battling the demon realm, Jioshu's interest piqued, promptly delegating the task of guarding the ancestral hall to his two disciples. Such an assertion left Xiaoxing and Wen Kai feeling quite put upon, their faces turning a shade akin to liver. Yet, being disciples of Jioshu, they dared not utter a single word in protest. Linwen pondered for a moment before adding, in that case, let us all go together. But who shall guard the ancestral hall? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing nearly struck Wen Kai in frustration. Why must he be so talkative? Uncle Master, I shall stay. The four-eyed Taoist shot him a surprised glance, unprepared for such an astute decision from his disciple. It made sense. Jialu had only recently begun to comprehend the flow of energy and possessed only rudimentary Taoist skills. Compared to Wen Kai, he was vastly inferior. If he were to join the battlefield, he would merely be a burden. Leaving him to guard the ancestral hall was indeed the wisest choice. Jialu, guard the ancestral hall until the master's return. Jialu smiled broadly, nodding in agreement. With the personnel decided, Linwen had little more to say. Thus, the expedition to the provincial city was finalized, consisting of Linwen. Meanwhile, Shi Jian had departed for Maoshan, taking a group of Taoists with him. The remainder were left without immediate tasks. As the passage to the demon realm was on the verge of opening, the urgency of the situation was not lost on anyone. Chapter 76. The eighth concubine of the 8 houses. As dawn broke, the group set forth on their journey to the provincial capital. Linwen observed that there remained 6 days until the demonic realm passage would fully open, a timeline that seemed adequate given their pace. If one were to determine who possessed the most familiarity with the provincial capital, there would be no doubt that it was Ning Kaichen. After all, he had gained admission to the esteemed institution in the provincial capital, making him a university student from the Chongqing Academy, the sole institution of higher learning in the provincial capital. Represented the aspirational pinnacle for all students in Tianhai Province. It stood alongside Taoist University in Bay Island and Xinzhou University in Beiping as one of the 3 premier academies of Huaxia. Ning Kaichen, originally the son of a landowner from Gubei County, had fortuitously gained entrance to Chongqing Academy, a matter of great pride for the Ning family. Throughout their journey, Ning Kaichen regaled Linwen and the others with tales of the. Having previously studied there for a time, he possessed an intimate knowledge of the place. The most powerful warlord in the provincial capital is General Chao, commanding at least a few thousand troops and over 100 cannons, a figure of great renown. The mention of General Chao sparked Linwen's memory of a plot-related task. Does he have 8 concubines? Was General Chao truly that formidable, his reputation stretching so far? It is worth noting that in Tianhai Province, he was not even the most powerful, with several factions surpassing him significantly. I not only know, but I am also aware that he is about to wed his 9th concubine, Linwen thought to himself, a revelation he would not voice for fear of being deemed a charlatan. Xiao Shengguan, intrigued, approached to listen to Ning Kaichen's accounts of the provincial capital. Having spent too long in the confines of Taishan, the furthest they had ventured was merely to neighboring counties. The provincial capital represented a grand city to them, an enticing prospect. From Ning Saichen's words, it seemed that if Captain Away were to arrive in the provincial capital, he might struggle to even secure a captaincy. This was only logical, as Away commanded a mere handful of men in Rinjia town, a far cry compared to the might of General Chao. Sweet potatoes for sale. Freshly cooked sweet potatoes. An elderly man called out energetically, pushing a modified. At his appearance, everyone grew vigilant, cautiously observing him. After all, encountering an old man selling sweet potatoes in this remote wilderness was exceedingly peculiar. Old man, how much for your sweet potatoes? Young man, would you like a few? The old man smiled benevolently at Ning Kaichen, exuding a warm demeanor. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll take. Ning Kaichen reached toward his waist, only to realize that he had lost all his money during his previous. Thus, he awkwardly waved to the old man, murmuring, "Never mind. It's all right. Just a few sweet potatoes. If you want to eat, I'll give them to you." That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Did I take a fancy to you at first sight, and you must let this old man save face? The old man feigned anger, causing Ning Kaichen to grow increasingly flustered, hastily gesturing to appease him. No, that's more like it. Here you go. The old man used tongs to pick out a plump sweet potato and handed it to Ning Kaichen. Faced with the steaming sweet potato, Ning Kaichen found himself at a loss. Am I going to sell you raw sweet potatoes? The old man's expression soured, convinced that Lin Wen was there to cause trouble. Old biting, I am showing you courtesy. Lin Wen suddenly erupted, delivering a slap to the old man's face this unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present. Observing Ning Saichen's innocent yet bewildered gaze, Lin Wen shook his head slightly. This child, no matter where he went, always exuded naivety. Truly a university student. Still lacking in worldly experience. As for Jiao Shu and Simu, they were somewhat taken aback. Lin Wen's sudden strike left them with no opportunity to react. But they had sensed something was amiss with the old man. They had not anticipated Lin Wen to take matters. Very well, I shall indulge you, Lin Wen declared, not allowing the old man a moment to react, seizing the steaming sweet potato and, without caring about its heat, thrusting it into the old man grimaced in pain from the heat, but Lin Wen's formidable strength left him with no opportunity to resist. Is it delicious or not? Is it delicious or not? Lin Wen continued to cram sweet potatoes into the old man's mouth, swiftly depleting nearly half of the carton. Just as Ning Kaichen, startled by Lin Wen's violent behavior, was about to close his eyes, he caught sight of Lin Wen pressing his hand against the old man's face and giving a gentle tug. A layer of human skin was effortlessly peeled away, fluttering in the air. At this juncture, even the dimmest of minds would understand what had transpired. Master, the old man's visage transformed into that of an ordinary 30-year-old man, unremarkable to the point of being indistinguishable in a crowd. Lin Wen was aware that this was not the old man's true appearance. However, he found no inclination to peel away further layers, as he had discovered something far more intriguing. From the man's person, Lin Wen retrieved a whistle, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Before long, a band of bandits clad in rough attire came rushing over. Upon seeing the bodies on the ground, the leader remarked, "In Shi, well done." Now, through a concealed path, the group was transported into the provincial capital of Tianhai. Surprisingly, this route allowed them to enter the city without paying a toll, though Lin Wen was indifferent to such a triviality. Saving a little was still better than nothing. Until he secured that $100 million from the Li family, Lin Wen felt it prudent to exercise some frugality. Soon, the bandits dragged the group into a pitch-black room. "Brothers, the general invites us to drink flower wine." The bandit leader waved his hand grandly, leading his men out of the room. In Shi followed suit, but the bandit leader sensed his presence and felt a twinge of annoyance, though he refrained from voicing it. After all, his master was a favored individual in the general's eyes. "In Shi, you should refrain from meddling. Go attend to your duties." Unable to tolerate In Shi's persistence any longer, the bandit leader spoke firmly. In Shi remained silent, still cackling, sending Chapter 77, The Flavor of Conspiracy. "Are you looking for trouble?" the bandit leader exclaimed angrily, drawing a gleaming pistol from his waist. In this era, possessing a fire. However, there was another saying, "You may be the lord, but you are still merely a lord." Upon seeing the gun, In 11 remained utterly unfazed. The bandit chief, unable to contain himself, pulled pulled the trigger, unleashing several lethal rounds into his opponent's body. It's nothing. He won't die. Observing the bewildered expressions of those below, the bandit leader impatiently declared, "These beings are no longer considered human. A few bullets cannot possibly..." Upon personally inspecting E11, his complexion turned ashen, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. How is this possible? This cannot be. The bandit leader, rendered speechless and collapsing to the ground, felt his mind go blank. As a trusted confidant of the formidable commander, taking a life was merely a trivial affair for him. Yet the individual he had slain was no ordinary man. He was a distinguished guest of Commander Chow and a direct disciple of Master Bai. The ramifications of this murder sent shivers down his spine, leaving him in a state of profound shock. "What do we do, Deputy Li?" stammered a nearby subordinate, trembling with fear. Although none were particularly fond of E11, his status was far too sensitive. Deputy Li, the most trusted aide of the commander, feared that the blame might fall upon them. They had witnessed and even participated in numerous unsavory deeds before. Gritting his teeth, Deputy Li suppressed his rising panic and feigned, "We can say we encountered a conflict. After all, we have already gathered what Master Bai desires." In a dim, cramped chamber, the group known as Four Eyes opened their eyes, surveying their surroundings with confusion. Had they just arrived? Or had they been brought in by a band of brigands? The law and order of the provincial capital seemed woefully unreliable. Complaints echoed in their minds as they scanned the murky darkness. Were not... Uncle Gio retrieved a talisman for illumination from his person and ignited it, revealing the grim interior. The confined space reeked of foul odors, inducing a sense of discomfort. There were no windows. Resembling a cell designed specifically for imprisoning offenders, the others, prompted by Linwen SQ, followed suit. Thanks to Linwen's guidance, they discerned a faint sound that would have easily gone unnoticed had they not paid close attention. Following the direction of the sound, they exited the room, revealing a dimly lit corridor. Numerous chambers lined both sides, separated by robust wooden bars, evoking a prison-like structure, albeit hastily assembled. Who could perpetrate such heinous acts? For eyes fumed, gazing at among the captives were not just the elderly but also children. A mere infant could be seen, helplessly crying in the arms of its ailing mother, its cries weak and breathy, as if the child had suffered from malnutrition for far. Uncle Gio's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated such a grim tableau in the provincial capital of Tianhai, a place that should be the epitome of safety. This was undoubtedly a man-made atrocity. Unacceptable. As Four Eyes prepared to break the shackles, Lin went swiftly in. Even Uncle Gio was momentarily at a loss, recalling how kind-hearted Linwen had been during their time at William Castle. How could a mere passage of time have so hardened his heart? If we release them without knowledge, they may very well be recaptured. Listening to Linwen's explanation, the group gradually came to a realization. Indeed, they had been so focused on rescuing the captives that they had neglected to consider the aftermath. Yet, witnessing the suffering of the elderly and children, their hearts ached with compassion. Linwen shook his head, stamping his left foot lightly before silent. Even Qiushan could perform it after some practice. However, none had anticipated using such a technique to resolve their current predicament. The gaze directed at Linwen was imbued with newfound respect. Little Master Uncle or Master Ancestor truly possessed foresight. Disperse. Linwen called out softly, and the little spirits vanished into the ground, leaving no trace behind. Observing the admiration etched on the faces of his companions, Linwen maintained a facade of calm. He never imagined that his Oscar-winning acting skills would still hold value in this world. He did not truly possess the spirit summoning and transporting technique. The spirits had come willingly out of fear of the Zombie King. In any case, for Linwen, he could achieve the same effect simply due to his identity as the Zombie King. The miraculous display left the captives within the cells utterly astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They fell to their knees, exclaiming for divine intervention. "Immortal, please save us. We do not wish to remain here any longer. Immortal, have mercy and help." Despite his formidable power, many in the mortal realm would not heed his authority. Among them, only Ning Kaichen held any significant social standing. If the others sought to meet with officials, they would likely be dismissed as charlatans. Moreover, considering the sheer number of abducted individuals and their apparent freedom of movement in the provincial capital, The influence of those behind this operation was beyond Although he was the zombie king, possessing immense strength, modern weaponry could still pose a threat to him. Lin Wen, in his current state, was far from ready to confront such dangers head-on. He could only proceed with caution. After soothing the crowd, Lin Wen assigned tasks to Uncle Jiao and the others, urging them to locate individuals from the demon realm within the provincial capital, ideally capturing them alive. These individuals had promised him leadership in the demon realm, yet there had been no communication since. Very well, if they would not come to find him, then he would seek them out. Chapter 78, The Unexpected Visitor Provincial City, the Grand Marshal's residence. Today marks the auspicious occasion of Grand Marshal Chao's marriage to his 9th concubine. The entire estate is adorned. Although he is not a villain of the most heinous sort, he is by no means a virtuous man. One can glean insights into his character from the selection of his 8 concubines. A few shifty-eyed youths stealthily entered through the back door of the Grand Marshal's residence. After traversing several corridors, they encountered an individual before them, and the lewd expressions on their faces vanished as they stuttered. Li. Deputy officer. What do you want? The deputy officer maintained a stern countenance, speaking in a low, grave tone. We need to step out for a moment. The young men spoke in hushed tones. One of them discreetly tugged at his garment to conceal a hint of rouge on his neck. They cast tentative glances, quickly lowering their heads to the ground, remaining silent. Today is the Grand Marshal's joyous day. Do not create trouble for me, the deputy officer reprimanded, walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. Once they confirmed he had gone far, the youth spat contemptuously. Bah! What a lowly creature! A mere Deputy officer, didn't you just leave? Where could I possibly go? I just arrived. The deputy officer's brow furrowed, cursing under his breath. Didn't you go that way just now? You're talking nonsense. The deputy officer kicked out, and the unfortunate young man, unable to the sight of the deputy officer's formidable demeanor left the others too frightened to breathe. With a disdainful glance, the deputy officer became increasingly irritated, finding the group unappealing. He delivered a few more kicks. As one deputy officer departed, another appeared. Was the fallen one real? Could they truly be encountering a ghost? With this thought, the remaining youths snapped back to reality, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The bizarre occurrences within the Grand Marshal's residence sent shivers of fear through them. They hastily dragged their unconscious companion away and stumbled off into the distance. The deputy officer traversed the Grand Marshal's residence. Here, his authority was second only to that of Grand Marshal Chao himself. He moved with unimpeded ease, a true man of power. Grabbing a low-ranking soldier, the deputy officer barked, "Where is the Grand Marshal?" "In the inner hall." The soldier Following the soldier's direction, the deputy officer released him with satisfaction, snorted, and departed with decisive strides. In the inner hall, a corpulent man with an oily face sat at the table, indulging in meat and wine while watching the graceful dance. Beside him sat an elderly man, clad in a gray robe, with a kindly face, though a subtle aura of menace lurked beneath the surface. "Master Bai, the guests have nearly all arrived. Do not forget your promise to me," Grand Marshal Chao said with a beaming smile, his words soft yet laced with an unmistakable edge. A smile concealing a blade aptly describes Grand Marshal Chao, a warlord feared and loathed. Master Bai stroked his beard, savoring his drink, appearing somewhat inebriated as he cheerfully replied, "Of course." Yet, a flicker of derision and disdain danced in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, I knew Matt." Just as he was about to speak further, he noticed someone striding in from outside, abruptly halting his actions. "Deputy Officer Li, what brings you here?" Observing the deputy officer enter with such confidence, Chao felt as though he were being disregarded. Did he not know to announce his presence upon entering? With recent rumors surrounding the deputy officer, Grand Marshal Chao squinted, his thoughts growing intricate. "Grand Marshal, we have a situation." "What sort of situation?" "Are you still incapable of handling matters?" Grand Marshal Chao replied, displeased, as his anger caused the flesh on his face to tremble irregularly, presenting a rather fearsome visage. The deputy officer leaned closer to Grand Marshal Chao's ear, whispering a few words. Soon, the Grand Marshal's expression morphed into one of grave concern, culminating in a resounding slap on the table that caused it to tremble violently. Master Bai remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious. You may continue. Grand Marshal Chow addressed the old man, and without further ado, he stood up and exited the room. The deputy officer shared a subtle smile and followed suit. Once the two had departed, Master Bai's expression shifted dramatically. He waved dismissively at the courtesans, sending them away. Gazing at the now empty doorway, he murmured softly, "Others dare to encroach upon my business. It seems they have grown weary of life." In a secluded little shop, the deputy officer led Grand Marshal Chow inside. Due to their discreet approach, they went largely unnoticed along the way. Upon entering, Grand Marshal Chow wasted no time. Observing the individuals dressed in robes within the room, Grand Marshal Chow's eyes quickly glimmered with delight. "Ah, so it is Uncle Gio. My apologies." His enthusiasm seemed excessive. "Uncle Gio, can you truly assist me in opening the Grand Tomb?" "Of course, but it depends on whether the Grand Marshal possesses sincerity," Uncle Gio replied. Grand Marshal Chow raised an eyebrow, intrigued that someone would challenge him in his most favored domain. Without hesitation, he declared, "High positions, wealth, gold, and treasures. Name your price, and I shall provide it." "I seek none of that." Uncle Gio shook his head. "What? Do you find it insufficient?" Grand Marshal Chow's brow furrowed. However, he reminded himself that practitioners of the Tao often had eccentric temperaments, compelling him to exercise patience. Simultaneously, he regarded Uncle Gio and his companions with disdain. When Master Bai had first arrived, he had spoken of lofty principles. This group of idle Taoists should refrain from pretending to be lofty. "I have but one request. Release those innocently detained and restore their honor," Uncle Gio stated earnestly. This, Grand Marshal Chow hesitated. For him, this minor issue could be resolved with a mere word. Yet those individuals were specifically requested by Master Bai to aid in crafting the corpse puppets capable of breaching the Grand Tomb. The origins of Uncle Gio and his companions were dubious, and they currently held little value. However, Master Bai was different. He was a master of wondrous arts, a fact Grand Marshal Chow had witnessed firsthand. At this moment, Grand Marshal Chow's aspirations of having it both ways were thoroughly dashed. Chapter 79. The feng shui master from 2 decades ago, Uncle Gio cast a discreet glance at the few individuals surrounding him before producing a piece of rice paper, still fresh with ink. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed, "Where did you acquire this?" Noticing General Chow's sudden disarray, Uncle Gio offered a slight smile. The initiative in their conversation had now returned to their hands. Gently pushing the rice paper forward, Uncle Gio spoke slowly. "Might this map facilitate the release of those individuals?" "Of course," General Chow exclaimed, as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He carefully rolled the rice paper and tucked it into his bosom, his movements delicate, fearful of damaging it. Meanwhile, General Chow's regard for Uncle Gio and his companions grew ever more profound. He had not anticipated they possessed a map of the tomb's exterior, a small portion of which remarkably mirrored the patterns explored by his own men. As for the authenticity of the map, that would become evident once the tomb was breached. In the chamber, after discussing various details with his companions, General Chow departed with Vice Officer Li. As they were leaving, Vice Officer Li playfully winked at Uncle. Even his aura was indistinguishable, surpassing the finest techniques of disguise known to the world. Along the way, Autumn Shing, masquerading as Vice Officer Li, walked alongside General Chow. After traversing several alleys, General Chow finally spoke in a low tone. "How much credence do you lend to their words?" "I cannot." General Chow nodded in agreement and summoned several loyal soldiers to replicate the map's markings. "General, when shall we release the captives?" Autumn Sheng could not help but inquire. "Release whom?" General Chow replied, patting Vice Officer Li on the shoulder, his voice turning grave. "When did I ever agree to release anyone?" Faced with General Chow's affable demeanor, Autumn Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to respond, he was halted by the sight of a battalion of soldiers armed with rifles approaching. A sea of bodies filled the entire corridor, creating an overwhelming scene. Upon recognizing the leader among them, Autumn Sheng's heart plummeted, a cold wave surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Vice Officer Li stared at the figure before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. His expression darkened as he moved to stand beside the general, while dozens of rifles were aimed at Autumn Xing. The number of troops lurking beyond the alley remained unknown. Young brother, do you think I am ignorant of the Daoist tricks? For the time being, you should refrain from wandering. Come with me, General Chao said with a jovial smile, his eyes signaling to his subordinates, who swiftly apprehended Autumn Xing, that I in that moment. It was over, truly over. At the Grand General's residence, in the inner hall, Lin Wen sat across from an elder. Steam rose from the teacups, curling into the air, creating a warm yet tense atmosphere. The elder chuckled softly, regarding Lin Wen with a measured gaze. I never imagined that the one to thwart my plans would be so young. Truly, youth can be daunting. It seemed the elder's capabilities were limited. He had failed to deduce that Lin Wen had merely severed William's connection. However, this was to be expected. In Lin Wen's eyes, the elder's cultivation was merely at the stage of refining the spirit. Akin to a Taoist heavenly master, he still had a considerable journey ahead to reach the apex of his discipline. Yet, within him lingered traces of demonic energy, subtle yet perceptible to Lin Wen's keen gaze. Were an ordinary person to confront him, they would likely underestimate him. Noticing Lin Wen's continued silence, the elder's earlier ease dissipated, replaced by a hint of regret as he remarked, I see you two wish to attain the Tao through corpse puppetry. Why not join forces? It would yield mutual benefit, would it not? I am unlike you. How so? The elder's interest piqued. He desired to understand the reason behind Lin Wen's early ascendance to heavenly master status. If he could claim Lin Wen as his own, that pivotal step would be within reach. 20 years ago, you orchestrated the downfall of Ren Weiyong. Did you not consider the possibility of retribution? Huh. You jest, my friend. By the time Ren Weiyong became a zombie, I had already constrained his path. He could at most ascend to a lowly zombie state. To progress further, he would require my assistance. One should not act with absolute severity, for it breeds ill fortune for all. Even if you have attained the rank of heavenly master, there are still formidable individuals in this world. Remember, there are always those beyond the realm of mortals. After delivering this warning, the elder shifted his tone. Surely, you do not believe that those living souls are what I truly desire. Are they? With a self-satisfied grin, he declared, those were merely a ruse. My corpse puppets have already been perfected. The blood sacrifices were merely a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Lin Wen nodded, having discerned the true nature of the corpse puppets. Rising to his feet, he addressed the elder with gratitude. In that case, I shall bid you farewell. With a single punch, Lin Wen obliterated the elder's form. Had it not been for the table's teacup shattering from the residual shockwave, it would seem as though nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, in a purgatorial domain, an elderly man with gray hair sat up. His appearance mirrored that of the elder from the Grand General's residence. Why has your aura changed? A voice of surprise echoed from the surroundings, revealing the man who had remained by Duke Ace's side. That sending that reckless flame demon king to his demise was folly. Why did you insist on pursuing him? The mysterious man chastised him with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. He severed my contingency plan left at Taishan. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man fell silent. After a pause, he finally spoke. Where is that individual? Point me in the right direction. You are no match for him. Bai Wuyo shook his head, resigned. One must engage in battle to ascertain the truth. The man pondered for a moment. We shall probe his capabilities. After the mysterious man departed, Bai Wuyo's expression grew intricate as he contemplated the dwindling essence of his lifespan within him, his gaze clouded with shades of gray. He had initially believed that ascending to power in the demon realm would grant him freedom in the mortal world, yet he had not anticipated that the demon realm was merely a larger prison. Chapter 80. The vigor of General Chaopan exiting the general's mansion, Lin Wen beheld a troop of soldiers hastily departing. The urgency displayed by these individuals piqued his curiosity, being the zombie king. He knew that as long as he refrained from following the soldiers' trail, Lin Wen pursued them for quite some time. Initially, the soldiers appeared somewhat flustered, yet as time passed, they began to regain their composure. This left Lin Wen intrigued. It seemed that General Chao, capable of commanding respect within the city of Tianhai, must possess some noteworthy abilities. Contrary to the rampant rumors of his debauchery, Lin Wen casually incapacitating a lagging soldier, Lin Wen employed a spell to assume his likeness, silently integrating himself into the ranks. I really wonder what the general is thinking, calling us out in the middle of the day. I can't even catch a decent nap, one soldier muttered. Hush. If Captain Li hears you disparaging the general, he might have you whipped, another soldier cautioned, glancing ahead, only after confirming that the mounted officers were unaware of their His concerns, however, were unfounded. This contingent of nearly 100 soldiers was rife with discontent, their voices mingling in a cacophony of grievances. Even after all, he too harbored frustrations, having been thrust into duty before he could even enjoy his leisure. Before long, the troop of soldiers reached a wooded area several li outside the city. There, amidst the densely packed trees, stood a regiment of soldiers, all perfectly aligned. Clearly, this was no trivial matter. Otherwise, such a gathering would not be warranted. General Chao is reputed to command 5,000 soldiers. Lin Wen estimated that the soldiers in the woods alone numbered over 2,000, indicating that half of General Chao's troops had already assembled. At that moment, they occupied a unique clearing within the forest, engaged in military drills. From a distance, their imposing presence was striking. Each soldier bore a long spear on his back, representing nearly all the armed might of the provincial capital. Lin Wen's curiosity was piqued regarding the purpose behind General Chao. After an indeterminate period, an old-fashioned car appeared, navigating the well-trodden earthen path. Dust swirled about, stretching the tire tracks into infinity. The vehicle halted directly before the soldiers, and as the door swung open, beside him stood Lieutenant Li, maintaining a posture of utmost respect, akin to a devout acolyte. This unexpected display left a few high-ranking officials, aware of the underlying tensions between Lieutenant Li and General Chao, momentarily astonished. What could have prompted such deference from Lieutenant Li today? The soldiers, however, remained largely indifferent, quietly awaiting the general's address. Emerging from the vehicle, General Chao appeared radiant, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. I have summoned you all today to announce a moment. As if unsatisfied with his own volume, he gestured grandly, prompting Lieutenant Li to swiftly present a megaphone. My brothers, we have shared considerable time together, building bonds that are as strong as life itself. While I may hold a modest reputation as the general of Tianhai, many have chosen to disregard my authority. General Chao paused, then bellowed, they scorn us for our lack of education, deride us as uncouth. I have spent the better part of my life in military service and have never heard that warfare relies on eloquent prose or fine artistry. Curse this world. Now, an opportunity has arisen before us. Behind lies a grand tomb that I have diligently surveyed. It is assuredly the final resting place of a prince, containing treasures of gold and silver that could propel our power beyond Tianhai, spanning the entirety of the southeast. My brothers, do not say that the general does not care for you. If you desire to rise above, to indulge in wine, feasting, and revelry, then join me in this grand tomb. There is enough bounty for all. General Chao's words ignited a fervor among the assembled. The higher-ranking officers within his command, upon hearing the general's intent to raid the tomb, flushed with excitement. Long live the general! Long live the general! Long live the general! It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon the entire assembly echoed the fervent cries. Lin Wen observed the morale of the 2,000 soldiers being ignited, marveling at General Chao's remarkable ability to sway the hearts of men. It appeared he had misjudged the portrayal of events he had gleaned from films. For this world was indeed a tapestry of complexities, where narratives could evolve. He found himself pondering how General Chao had discerned the precise location of the Grand Tomb, for he had concealed its entrance with utmost secrecy, eluding even the most adept of celestial masters, let alone these mortals. Lin Wen's own contingency plans might very well have faded into obscurity over time. He wondered what connection, if any, existed between this unfolding drama and the realm of demons. Should there be a significant link? He would need to prepare accordingly. General, armed with the map, we can find a shortcut to enter. Masterby has become obsolete. General Chao waved dismissively, though a glimmer of ruthlessness lurked in his gaze. Masterby was privy to many of his secrets, and Chao had intended to eliminate him once they entered the tomb. It was unexpected that he would flee at such a critical moment. Clearly, these practitioners of the arcane were not to be underestimated, having mastered the art of navigating perilous situations. Nevertheless, once he secured the treasures within the tomb and collaborated with the enigmatic forces of the outside. With this thought, General Chao strode forward with renewed vigor, directing his men with remarkable precision. The soldiers at the forefront were overjoyed. A grand tomb, at the very least a prince's final resting place, promised a wealth of treasures. They believed that even a modest haul would ensure their financial security for the rest of their lives, or even for generations to come, though the soldiers were buoyed by thoughts of impending riches. They overlooked the fact that any grand tomb would be fraught with intricate traps and dangers. Linwen, the architect of those very defenses, would not allow them to plunder so recklessly. Although he had long since moved on from those arrangements, he still held a certain attachment, having spent considerable time there. Before long, Linwen noticed an individual shrouded in a black hood beside General Chao, hands bound and escorted by several soldiers. When the hood was removed, revealing the figure's true identity, Linwen was taken aback. Hadn't Qiusheng been captured by General Chao, were Uncle Gio and the others unaware of this development? Chapter 81. The Corpse Refining Sect. The Qintong. It had been quite some time since Qiusheng had returned, and while he was undoubtedly engaged in a vital mission, Uncle Gio, in his capacity as mentor, found himself inexplicably anxious. This led him to ponder whether Qiusheng had perhaps encountered some misfortune. As for the possibility of his disguise being unveiled, Uncle Gio dismissed such a notion entirely. Linwen had demonstrated a formidable technique capable of deceiving even the keenest of eyes. Even they, as practitioners of Taoism, could discern no difference without the aid of Mao Shan's piercing gaze. How could a mere mortal like General Chao possibly discern the truth? Regrettably, they had miscalculated. The relationship between General Chao and Lieutenant Li was shrouded in ambiguity. From the very first encounter, Qiusheng had been subjected to suspicion and probing. Ultimately, human hearts are exceedingly difficult to replicate, if not altogether impossible. Consequently, the group resorted to Mao Shan's divination arts, which yielded an obscure glimpse of heavenly insight, revealing that Qiusheng was ensnared in a perilous predicament. Yet, there were no ominous signs, leaving them somewhat bewildered. In the end, Uncle Gio's concern prevailed. Bidding farewell to the others, he resolved to personally investigate the general's residence. Upon his arrival at the general's estate, Uncle Gio was met with a disconcerting sight. Only a handful of soldiers were stationed to guard the premises, while both General Chao and Qiusheng had vanished without a trace. "What? Such a situation exists," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with dismay. The revelation of Qiusheng's uncertain fate plunged the hearts of the others into despair. After a brief discussion, they resolved to venture forth in waves to ascertain the truth. Given their limited cultivation, their divinatory techniques were constrained, permitting them only to deduce that Qiusheng found himself in an intricate and delicate situation. As they exited the room and began to inquire in various directions, they soon learned that the soldiers stationed at the general's residence had recently been dispatched to the city gate, though their destination remained unknown. In the midst of the mountains and forests, General Chao led a contingent of soldiers, forging ahead along the path marked by their previous passage. They swiftly located the entrance to the Grand Tomb and proceeded within. The passageway proved to be narrow, accommodating only a few individuals side by side. However, General Chao and his companions were well acquainted with this route. Having traversed, despite his familiarity with the path, he remained acutely aware of the potential dangers that lurked within. For General Chao, the principle of survival lay in evading any unforeseen calamities. A balance of sacrifice and gain was essential. It was precisely this acumen that had enabled him to rise to the status of a warlord. Qiusheng, having been captured, remained at General Chao's side, knowing that any further disguise would serve no purpose. Thus, he voluntarily relinquished his illusion, sparing himself additional suffering. Under Lieutenant Li's guidance, the group soon arrived before a stone door. At that moment, the number of soldiers entering the tomb barely reached a few. At that juncture, Lieutenant Li had already followed the schematic to activate several concealed levers. The stone door rumbled open. In truth, the door's defenses were insufficient to withstand firearms. However, Consequently, General Chao had been unable to breach the stone door until now. With a gleeful chuckle, he observed the scenery within and signaled for several vanguards to proceed ahead. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the tomb, several men clad in green Daoist, their speed suggested a remarkable familiarity with the labyrinthine structure, as though they possessed a map. "Master Uncle, do you truly believe we will find the genuine entrance this time?" inquired the youngest among them. After all, they had ventured here several times before, each time returning empty-handed. Within their sect, no one was willing to undertake such a task anymore. It was a thankless endeavor. "What, do you look down upon me and contemplate leaving?" Su Ming shot him a threatening glance, an aura of menace surrounding him. And no, of course not. "Master Uncle, you jest. That I merely harbor concerns." The disciple wilted under Su Ming's gaze, forcing a smile while his heart raced with trepidation. After all, the corpse refining sect was no prestigious establishment. Its internal machinations were exceedingly ruthless. Even if Su Ming were to eliminate him, he would face no repercussions. Although merely a lowly earth master, Su Ming was indeed a formidable celestial master. Clearly, the weight of this task was affecting the disciple's psyche. He resolved to compose himself moving forward. In these tumultuous times, survive. Had it not been for the perilous alliance between their sect and the realm of demons, he would never have brought his illegitimate son along for such a perilous journey. This mission had been meticulously selected, situated conveniently beyond the provincial city, within a labyrinthine grand tomb. Provided no unforeseen incidents occurred, they would remain lost within for an extended period, allowing the calamities of the demonic realm to pass, thus securing their own safety. As for Su Ming, a mere celestial master and a high-ranking figure within the corpse refining sect, his ability to depart the sect at such a critical juncture was largely attributable to the fact that his son was the publicly acknowledged heir of the sect's aging leader. Keeping his son away from turmoil was a gesture for which the leader would be profoundly grateful. In parting, he had even bestowed a considerable number of treasures upon Su Ming, which filled him with satisfaction, and his gaze toward his son grew increasingly affectionate. However, 3 decades prior, the corpse refining sect had discovered this grand tomb. Given its intricately designed internal structure, they surmised that the tomb's occupant was no ordinary individual. This was a person of significance. Thus, over the past 30 years, the sect had ventured within multiple times, seeking opportunities, yet to no avail. It was not entirely their fault. One could only attribute it to misfortune. The entrances set by Lin Wen were the only ones encumbered by labyrinthine barriers. The entrance discovered by General Chao, however, was the simplest of all. Merely activating a mechanism would grant access to the outer door. General Chao's reliance on blueprints to navigate the entrance could be deemed fortunate or unfortunate, an ambiguous assessment. When the members of the corpse refining sect finally reached the farthest point recorded on, from behind several of his disciples' backs, he produced a jar resembling a wine vessel. As he uncorked it, the expressions of those present shifted markedly. With the exception of Su Ming, everyone instinctively retreated several steps. After all, this was the infamous Qing Tong gourd, an artifact that none beneath the celestial master rank could withstand. These mere earth masters were better off keeping their distance. Ah! A piercing sound erupted from within the jar, inducing profound discomfort. Su Ming let out a cold snicker, raising his hand in anger, exclaiming, "Wretched creature, how dare you act with such impudence?" In a swift motion, an infant was subdued beneath Su Ming's grasp, its entire being tinged with a ghastly shade of blue and purple, its blood-red eyes exuding an aura of chilling terror. Chapter 82. In the absence of Lin Wen, the gates of the demon realm will open. Apart from Su Ming, the other disciples of the corpse refining sect felt a surge of trepidation at the moment the infant emerged from the vessel. This was the most treasured gem in the history of the corpse refining sect. It is said that the crafting of the Qing Tong who requires an infant born on an ominous day in an ominous month of an ominous year, who, after absorbing the first breath of primordial, it takes several years for it to barely take shape. This illustrates the cruelty surrounding the birth of the Qing Tong who, consequently, the corpse refining sect has become the target of hatred from the righteous sects of the world. With everyone seeking to eradicate, those disciples, upon meeting Su Ming's gaze, were gripped by fear. Before they could comprehend the situation, they saw him release his hold on the imprisoned Qing Tong. Breaking free from its confinement, its entire form leaped like a cannonball, moving with such swiftness that the disciples of the corpse refining sect, who had only attained Qi transformation, could not react in time. Witnessing the Qingtong's ferocity, Su Ming could not help but feel a surge of delight. The stronger the Qingtong became, the greater the benefits for him. As long as it remained under his control, there was no cause for concern. The disciples of the corpse refining sect were left in a dire predicament, helplessly watching as the Qingtong charged towards them. They attempted to resist, only to find their legs weighed down as though filled with lead, rendering them immobile. "Uncle Master, save me. Help. Uncle Master." Su Ming remained a detached observer to their pleas for assistance. How pitiful these disciples were, oblivious until their last moments that the Uncle Master they revered was the very perpetrator of their demise. After a few anguished cries, only severed limbs and scattered entrails remained on the ground. A gruesome sight, indeed. The remaining disciples of the corpse refining sect. In that instant, his mind went blank, his spirit faltered. "Get lost." Su Ming waved his hand, sending the Qingtong crashing against the wall, eliciting a howl of pain from it. "You will eat only when I permit you to, understand?" Su Ming barked. The Qingtong seemed to comprehend, nodding in fear. Seeing its compliance, Su Ming relaxed slightly, gesturing towards the azure vessel. The Qingtong then burrowed back inside. It had just awakened, and, although it had consumed a fair amount of blood and flesh, it could not stray. "Master." Wang Qin stood up in a daze, surveying his surroundings. Upon seeing the corpses of his fellow disciples, his face drained of color, bereft of any vitality. Su Ming noted his reaction and sighed inwardly. His son was unlikely to achieve greatness. He then hoisted the azure vessel onto his back and vanished into the labyrinth. Within the provincial city, the news of Qiuxing's disappearance left Jiu Shu and the others in a state of utter disarray. How could someone cause chaos right under the nose of the young master? Wait, where was the young master? It was only then that they realized the oversight. They could not reach Lin Wen either. This revelation sent a wave of panic through them. The matters of the demon realm were far-reaching, and they were but rootless drifters in the provincial city. Their strongest ally, Yan Qixia, was but a shadow of, not to mention, disciples from Kunlun lurked within the provincial city, like wolves among sheep. The group dared not make any rash movements, fearful of being discovered and caught in a net. "Damn it, let me go out and draw the Kunlun. Anything is better than languishing here." Yan Qixia exclaimed in frustration, feeling stifled by the circumstances. "That is not possible. Your identity is too sensitive, dear friend, that if you reveal yourself, you may be captured." "It is best to wait for the young master's return," Simu remarked. Though his words were harsh, they were undeniably true. After a moment of hesitation, Yan Qixia slammed his hand against the table, finally letting out a resigned sigh. Although they managed to calm Yan Qixia's agitation, their situation remained unchanged. After much deliberation, they decided to send Ning Kaichen and Wen Kai out to investigate Qiuxing's whereabouts. The rest would remain in the provincial city, keeping a vigilant eye on any movements from the demon realm. Should they uncover any clues, they would regroup immediately. They resolved to risk their lives to ensure that their adversaries did not succeed. Who knew when the eldest senior brother would arrive? If only they had the elite forces of Mao Shan on their side, they would not have to tread so cautiously. After dressing appropriately, Wen Kai and Ning Kaichen slipped out through the city gates. As they traversed the route, they discovered some suspicious signs. Following the traces of military movement, they inquired about directions from a few men gathering herbs on the mountainside. Upon reaching the outskirts of a forest, they halted in unison. This was the most perilous place outside the provincial city, the fierce tiger forest. It was rumored that ferocious tigers roamed within, preying on humans. General Chao for the safety of the provincial city's populace. General Chao truly was a good man. The two exchanged glances, reflecting on the incongruity of the external rumors. The fierce and ruthless General Chao could also be a protector of the people. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, they proceeded without hesitation, employing their lightness skills to enter the forest. The sound of startled birds and scattering beasts echoed through the air, accompanied by a few When Kai and Ning Kaichen exchanged glances, promptly altering their course towards the east. In a concealed corner, several green-robed Taoists sat in meditation. A few corpses lay on the ground. Their faces bore expressions of terror, as if they had suffered immense torment in life. You were told to resolve this quickly, yet you refused to listen. What if our grand plan is compromised? A man in a long robe fumed. Who knew they would dare to resist? Besides, it was just a few gunshots. This forest is so secluded. Who would come here? Another man retorted defiantly. Enough, enough. Since no one has discovered us, it is of no consequence. Let us not disrupt the master. The man in the long robe frowned deeply, ultimately saying nothing. The members of the corpse refining sect were indeed not to be trusted. They needed to complete their task swiftly and return to the main force. Otherwise, they would be doomed by these reckless fools. The man in the long robe thought to himself as he began to meditate. Little did he know that not far away, two pairs of eyes were observing intently. Uncle Master, these individuals, such brutal methods were undoubtedly those of evil forces. Practitioners of the righteous path would seek to eradicate them. Unfortunately, their own strength was lacking, so they could only observe closely before. Numerous obscure and incomprehensible runes were etched upon it. Merely looking at it caused confusion of the mind. Now that we have located the focal point, let us remain here and await the arrival of the lords from the demon realm. The man in the long robe smiled slightly. Once the focal point was activated, their mission would be complete. Who could have anticipated that the entrance to the demon realm was not within the provincial city, but rather hidden in an inconspicuous forest? Without these guides, they would have spent considerable time searching. Gazing at the corpses on the ground, the man in the long robe took out a vial of powder and sprinkled it over them. The bodies disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 83. Chaos. Ning Saichen's pupils constricted in surprise, for he had not anticipated that the portal to the demon realm they had been desperately seeking would be located in such an... This was dire. He must swiftly inform Uncle Gio and the others. They could not allow these malicious individuals to succeed. The consequences of the portal between the demon realm and the human realm opening were simply unfathomable. Was this the calamity that would befall the human world? With this thought flashing through his mind, the two hesitated no longer and withdrew quickly, cautiously surveying their surroundings. They were fearful of making any noise that could disturb these madmen. Just as Ning Kaichen and Wen Kai retreated, the man in the long robe furrowed his brow, casting his gaze into the distance. How peculiar, he thought. There was an unusual sensation, and then the man in the robe leapt gracefully to the spot where the two had just been, meticulously examining the area, and indeed, he uncovered some clues. Master, what is it? Nothing of consequence. The man in the robe waved his hand, his expression Seeing his demeanor, the members of the corpse refining sect dared not speak further and silently withdrew. Once outside the forest, the two dashed forward with utmost urgency. The demon realm portal, the malevolent faction, the very heart of this calamity. Such tremendous secrets left no room for hesitation. Upon returning to the provincial city, they sought out Uncle Gio at the earliest opportunity. With Lin when absent, Uncle Gio was their steadfast anchor. When they arrived, the others were momentarily taken aback. They hurriedly approached, inquiring whether any leads had emerged within such a brief span of time. Had they encountered some predicament? Feeling the warmth of concern from the crowd, a wave of gratitude washed over Ning Kaichen. He then recounted the events As the narrative unfolded, a collective gasp echoed through the room. The tense atmosphere thickened, as it was unfathomable that someone would dare to collude with the demon realm, unafraid of the righteous retribution that could lead to their demise. It appears we have all been deceived. Who would have thought that the demon realm would be so cunning as to establish a portal just outside the city, thus clouding our judgment? Uncle Gio's brow furrowed deeply. This turn of events although the portal had been discovered, their spirits remained low. The guardians of the demon realm were surely formidable adversaries. It was entirely possible that several celestial masters lay hidden among them. Their strongest ally, Yanqixia, was merely at the end of his strength. Should a few earthly masters confront them, it would surely be tantamount to courting death. However, now that the location of the portal was known to them, they were no longer entirely at a disadvantage. The only course of action was to seek out the adept practitioners of the righteous path and join forces to dismantle the demon realm schemes. Suddenly, a paper crane fluttered in through the door, circling the room before finally landing in Uncle Gio's hand. It then transformed into a wisp of light, merging into the center of his brow. The sect leader has sent word. He is currently persuading the various sects and will arrive shortly. Excellent. Once the masters of the righteous path gather, the demon realm's machinations shall be rendered futile. Uncle Gio felt a sense of relief wash over him, for the message from Shi Jian had stabilized the group. All they needed to do now was await the arrival of the righteous masters. Yet, could the sect leader truly persuade those factions? Though Mao Shan held a prestigious position, Shi Jian was still considered a junior before those venerable ancestors. His words might carry little weight. Nevertheless, Uncle Gio chose not to voice his concerns. Maintaining calm among the group was paramount to avoid chaos. Noticing the newfound, since Wen Kai seemed reluctant to voice his thoughts, he took it upon himself to speak. Brother disciple, do not blame yourself. I believe he will be fine. Uncle Gio offered consolation. After all, he was his own disciple. To claim he was unconcerned would be disingenuous. He could only hope for Qiusheng's safety. In a concealed underground chamber within the provincial city, upon hearing this, the elder at the forefront sighed deeply, the sound resonating throughout the confined space. The Kunlun mirror is a treasure of our sect. We must spare no effort in retrieving it. Xianming, you shall go. Yes, brother. An azure-robed Taoist on the left rose and followed the man at the back out of the secret chamber. Since the traitor was within the city, it was only a matter of time before they found him. The question remained, which sect was entangled with that traitor? Xianyi, which demon lord will be sent by the demon realm this time? The flame demon lord. Brother disciple, when the demon lord arrives, you shall be the one to receive him. The elder at the azure-robed elder beside him nodded in agreement. In the chamber, aside from the recently departed Xianming and the young disciple, there remained 4 individuals, all sharing a common title. The 6 celestial. These 6 esteemed masters were on the cusp of ascending to the rank of true immortals, making them formidable figures in the world. Previously, they had been the hidden ancestors of Kunlun, but upon colluding with the demon realm, they slowly began to awaken. Their audacity to ally with the demon realm stemmed from their pursuit of a sliver of hope for breaking through to true immortality. How rare it was to achieve such a status. In the annals of human history spanning thousands of years, only a mere 100 true immortals were recorded. Merging with the void and aligning with the cosmos, they could live for millennia, commanding the realms of existence, with all sects compelled to submit. What a pity that Brother Xuanli has been blinded and refuses to join us in our grand endeavor. Xianyi, the remaining 3 elders of the Xian lineage fell into silence. As long as Xuanli's disciple remains in the city, utilizing Brother Xuanming's skills in finding people, we shall undoubtedly locate him. We need only wait patiently. However, the corpse refining sect has been quite active lately. Should we strike a blow? Upon hearing this, Xianyi scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. They are merely pawns in our game with the demon realm. After all, our undertakings are fraught with peril. A single misstep could plunge us into an abyss. As of now, the righteous path has yet to discern the anomalies of Kunlun. The corpse refining sect is well positioned to draw attention away from us, allowing us to shift the blame onto them. Afterward, we shall rest easy. Xianyi chuckled, exuding a sense of reckless abandon. The 5 of them, supreme celestial masters, orchestrating events from the shadows, had no reason to fear losing control. As for those ancient true immortals, they were likely clinging to the last vestiges of their lives, enduring in the Holy Land. Such an opportunity was indeed a divine blessing for Kunlun. The corpse refining sect is not our concern. The more ruthless they are, the safer we become. For now, the other sects still trust Kunlun. In times like these, caution is paramount. Meanwhile, as Uncle Gio practiced, an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to seek the source, yet he found himself at a loss. Just as he contemplated stepping outside for fresh air, Yin Qixiao approached with an ominous expression. Fellow Taoist, Kunlun has begun searching for us. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio's pupils dilated in alarm. This was grave news indeed. Chapter 84. The trapped array, the relentless pursuit by Kunlun had little impact on the lives of ordinary citizens. As always, the streets echoed with the cries of vendors, while merchants hurried along the narrow lanes. The security patrols wandered aimlessly, accompanied by scattered veterans from the general's residence. At a wonton stall, a burly man finished a steaming bowl of dumplings, drained the broth in one gulp, stealing a discreet glance around. Ensuring no suspicious figures were present, he slipped into a dark alley and navigated through several streets. Eventually, he arrived at a wall, leaped up, and landed in a courtyard. Upon entering the room, he removed his hat, revealing a rugged face. "How is it?" Uncle Gio inquired. "Not optimistic. There are too many from Kunlun. Most of them are inner disciples." As a former top 10 master of Kunlun, Yin Qixia was well acquainted with the inner workings of the sect. The inner disciples comprised Kunlun's elite, numbering fewer than 100, each a master of refining essence into qi. Among them, the outstanding ones had even ascended to the rank of Earth Masters, on par with Uncle Gio and his companions. With such a plethora of masters within Kunlun alone, it was unfathomable to consider the total number of masters and Earth Masters across the enigmatic true masters were even more challenging to elevate. "What shall we do?" Kaichen went to observe today, and it's impossible to exit through the city gates. There are a few Taoists watching there, and I suspect they are also from Kunlun. Simu spoke, his face clouded with worry. Their situation was indeed dire. Compared to the formidable Kunlun, they were like mice, forced to evade rather than confront directly. "We cannot reach the sect leader either." The others could only hope Linwen would arrive swiftly. If he delayed, Kunlun would likely come for them. Just as they were deliberating, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed. Uncle Gio and Yin Qixia exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Crack! The wooden door splintered as Xianming, clad in a blue Taoist robe, strode into the room. With his hands clasped behind his back and an indifferent expression, his powerful aura sent shockwaves through the few occupants inside, compelling them to subconsciously channel their vital energy for defense. Alas, it proved futile, as the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Except for Yin Qixia, everyone in the room felt their breaths quicken, teetering on the edge of suffocation. Uncle Gio sensed a formidable This old man was exceedingly powerful. For a moment, he even felt as if he were facing a true master. Yet, upon reflection, that seemed overly exaggerated. Such high-ranking figures would not deign to confront them. Xianming. Master Uncle. Yin Qixia gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and indignation. The elder cast a glance at Yin Qixia and sighed, "You are too emotionally invested." With a wave of his hand, an invisible gust of wind materialized, catching Yin Qixia off guard and propelling him backward. Was this the power of an ultimate grandmaster? With a grasp of the rudimentary forms of domains, a simple strike could harmonize with the heavens and earth. Even among grandmasters, he was no match. "From now on, you are not to step outside this room, or you shall face death." Shuaming's aura intensified. In the stunned gazes of the others, Xianming departed, casting a complex glance at the fallen Yin Qixia. "Cough, cough, Taoist friend." Uncle Gio hurried over to assist Yin Qixia. Surrounded by the others, Yin Qixia felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed his master uncle still had a trace of compassion, refraining from annihilating them entirely. "We must leave quickly. This place is no longer safe," Wen Kai urged, still shaken by the recent encounter. "That is futile." Yin Qixia shook his head, resigned. The area outside has already been locked down by his subordinates. There is no way for us to escape. Even if we were to somehow slip away, we would be ensnared by the killing formations within the array, or even It turned out he truly had the means. Yin Qixia's words were not mere alarmism. An ultimate grandmaster could easily crush an ordinary grandmaster, for the opponent had comprehended the rudimentary forms of domains, wielding a fragment of the power of the heavens and earth. This was a technique reserved for kings and true masters, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity. The ranks of masters, earth masters, grandmasters, and true masters were clearly delineated. An ordinary grandmaster who reached the peak of refining spirit into void would be revered by the outside world as a grandmaster, their Taoist arch transcendent, akin to a demigod in the eyes of mortals. Living beyond 150 years, they could project their spirit beyond their corporeal form, traversing the void. Yet, between grandmasters and true masters, there existed a hidden realm, the ultimate grandmaster. Though their magical power, vital energy, and physical strength were comparable to those of a grandmaster. The ultimate grandmaster possessed the rudimentary forms of domains. Merely their understanding of domains could overpower the majority of grandmaster practitioners. In the Taoist sect, ultimate grandmasters were hailed as minor true masters, each possessing a 50% chance of breaking through to the unity of the void. As far as Yin Qixia knew. As for ordinary grandmasters, there were over 20. It seemed Kunlun had truly grown serious this time, fearing they would leak information, deliberately sending Xinming to trap them. Master Uncle Xinming likely did not possess such benevolence. His restraint from killing them was perhaps a means to ensure they remained trapped until the demonic realm opened, unleashing chaos upon the human world. They would be forced to witness the ensuing turmoil firsthand. This was a scheme of both murder and psychological torment. Seeing Simu still unwilling to accept defeat, preparing to employ a method of sound transmission, Yin Qixia extended his hand to stop him. It is futile. The reason it is called a trapping array is that it can sever all connections. The array cast by Master Uncle Xinming can even alter portions of the heavens and earth. Are we truly meant to wait idly? No. While Master Uncle Xinming's trapping array is indeed unparalleled, it is not insurmountable. Yin Qixia replied thoughtfully, as if struck by a sudden realization, letting out a weary sigh. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Stop with the cryptic hints and just say it. Simu snapped, his temper flaring. Had Yin Qixia not been injured, he would have already launched an attack. Master Uncle Xinming practices the extreme Yin attribute of the netherworld profound art. As long as there is pure young blood involved, and we assist from the side, the trapping array will naturally collapse without the heavenly gate of the Tao, the blood of pure yang. Yin Qixia sat weakly in his seat, his breath disordered. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present grew grave. Did such a thing truly exist? Master, what is the blood of pure yang? When Kai inquired, his gaze filled with confusion. Noticing the silence that enveloped the group, when Kai felt a pang of anxiety, could they truly remain trapped here indefinitely? In that moment, he deeply missed Lin Wen. If only his uncle were present, all troubles would surely be resolved. Jiu Shu gazed solemnly at the shattered wooden door and spoke in a low voice. The blood of pure yang belongs to the body of pure yang. Since the dawn of history, its descriptions in ancient texts have been scant, but this physique possesses the ability to dispel evil spirits and is inherently suited for the cultivation of Taoist arts, a rarity encountered once in a millennium. Historically, the emergence of a pure yang body has always, once cultivated, the path to transcendence is unobstructed, ensuring their ascendance to the realm of the enlightened. The Taoist Four Eyes added, supplementing the discussion, the allure of the pure yang body. This is due to the pure yang blood contained within, which, when combined with the demon's unique methods, becomes a potent elixir for them, although ordinary demons would disintegrate upon contact with pure yang blood. The temptation to grow stronger often drives them to take perilous risks. The Marquis of Doran immediately recognized Ning Saishan's pure yang body, as those of the bloodline possess an innate sensitivity to blood. At the peak of the Marquis's power, such a bloodline talent would become even more formidable. Generally, anyone who has attained the pinnacle of the Grand Master level can discern the identity of a pure yang body. At the Evergreen Academy, in the library, dressed in a white short shirt, Ning Kaichen was engrossed in a text related to the Taoist tradition. Sitting at an ancient long table, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon his cheek. Ning, Jr., a young woman clad in a Western-style dress, her white flats gliding gracefully, approached Ning Kaichen. Her movements were light, yet there was an indescribable air of nobility as she reached his side. Lin, Sr. Ning Kaichen was somewhat bewildered, unsure of why Lin Miaoying sought him out at this. He bore no resentment towards her interruption. After all, she had been of great assistance when he first entered Evergreen Academy. If not for her, his late arrival would have led to considerable difficulties with the academic office. Her hair cascaded freely over her fragrant shoulders, and the beads of sweat on her forehead indicated she had hurried from outside the library. Observing her pristine flats, Ning Kaichen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young lady was indeed unconventional. Junior, are you deeply interested in these Taoist texts? Lin Miaoying remarked with a smile, glancing at the book in his hands. I wish to learn a bit more. Ning Kaichen replied with a smile. This was also a task entrusted to him by Lin Wen, as acquiring knowledge about the history of the Tao would greatly aid his future cultivation. It made Ning Kaichen realize the profound level of his master's understanding. He felt too inexperienced to fully grasp the Taoist principles his master had conveyed. A preliminary understanding of the Tao would indeed be beneficial for his future endeavors, should Lin Wen know of Ning Kaichen's thoughts. Though he had explored many Taoist sacred sites, he was not well versed in historical matters. He promised himself to teach him some basic Taoist techniques when time permitted. Lin Miaoying closed the book on the table, then playfully blinked. If only the junior knew of the opportunity one had procured for him, he would surely be elated. Senior, please don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Ning Kaichen urged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. After all, having such a stunning beauty beside him made it impossible to concentrate. Tonight there will be a banquet attended by all the Taoists from across Tianhai province. I've managed to secure you an entry ticket. How will you express your gratitude to me? Ning Kaichen's breath quickened. All the Taoists from Tianhai province would be present. This was a splendid opportunity. He needed to quickly consult Jiao Shu and the others about how to reveal the secrets of Kunlun at the banquet. Senior, thank you so much. Ning Kaichen exclaimed joyfully. Lin Miaoying felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did this junior only express empty gratitude? Is that all? Ning Kaichen seemed to recall something. Hastily, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the most luxurious dining establishment in Tianhai province, though it might be a bit extravagant. He was confident that Jiao Shu and the others would not mind this small expense compared to the valuable information Lin Miaoying had provided. Now that's more like it. Lin Miaoying replied, albeit somewhat crossly. However, Zui Xian Lu was owned by her family. Surely this naive junior was unaware. Oh well, where they dined was not of utmost importance. Since it was his choice, she would let it be. Upon learning that the banquet would commence this evening, Ning Kaichen hurriedly bid farewell to Lin Miaoying and rushed towards Jiao Shu and the others. Watching him depart, Lin Miaoying's frustration grew. This fool, what on earth was he so excited about? How could he not spare even a glance at a delicate beauty like me standing beside him? Outside the library, a maid approached with a pair of high heels prepared in advance, helping Lin Miaoying change into them. A series of clicking sounds echoed on the bluestone pavement. Brother, open the door. It's Ning Kaichen. He knocked on the small door at the back of the courtyard, yet no one responded. Why was no one coming after such a long time? Ning Kaichen felt perplexed. Could something have happened to his brothers? The thought sent a chill down his spine. With a grim expression, he formed a hand seal and silently recited a spell. A butterfly materialized and flew straight into the room, relaying the scene within his mind with perfect clarity. This was a basic Taoist technique taught to him by Lin Wen, which Ning Kaichen, with his innate talent, had mastered in merely 2.5 days. Even the usually stern Jiao Shu could not help but marvel, recognizing that his little disciple had indeed found a commendable pupil. Strange, my brothers seem unharmed, yet why can't they hear my knocking? In Ning Kaichen's perception, Jiao Shu and the others were seated around a table, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing the broken wooden door, Ning Kaichen's pupils constricted. Clearly, they had just endured a fierce battle. Without hesitation, noting that the room appeared relatively safe, Ning Kaichen placed his hand on the wall and climbed over. It was quite the spectacle for a student of Evergreen Academy to be scaling walls. Should outsiders witness it, they would surely be amused. Chapter 86, The Blood of Pure Yang's Senior Brother. Ning Kaichen stepped into the room, sensing a somewhat heavy atmosphere, and hesitantly called out. The moment everyone laid eyes on Ning Kaichen, their eyes widened in disbelief. How did you get in here? The four-eyed Taoist rose to his feet, anxiously inspecting Ning Kaichen's body. What? I knocked on the door for ages, but no one answered, so I climbed over the wall. Ning Kaichen replied with a hint of grievance, feeling that he had been too cautious in not knocking loudly for fear of being discovered. Yet given the cultivation level, at that moment, he felt as if his seniors were toying with him. You mean to say you climbed over the wall to enter? Jiao Shu frowned slightly, finding the situation rather fantastical. Everyone turned their gaze towards Ning Kaichen, and recalling their earlier speculations, they felt a profound shock within. Under such scrutiny, even with Ning Kaichen's composure, he found it somewhat difficult to withstand. Seeing his junior brother in distress, Jiao Shu sighed and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning that he might possess the legendary pure yang body, Ning Caichen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Give me a drop of your blood." Without hesitation, Ning Caichen extended his finger, channeling his true energy to extract a single drop of blood. Upon receiving the blood, the four-eyed Taoist cherished it as a treasure and strode purposefully towards the exit. Then, before everyone's eyes, he waved his hand, and that drop of blood floated in midair, striking the edge of the formation. At the moment of contact with Ning Caichen's blood, the confinement array visibly weakened a fraction. Although the change was subtle, it held great potential. Who would have thought that our little junior uncle possesses such keen insight to take on a pure yang body as a disciple? Jiao Shu remarked with admiration, realizing that Lin Wen must have recognized Ning Caichen's unique constitution long ago, leading him to accept him as a disciple. Initially, they had not perceived Ning Caichen's uniqueness but had merely considered him a promising talent with some aptitude in Taoist arts. Now, it seemed that Lin Wen truly had a discerning eye for talent. Understanding that his blood could aid in their escape, Ning Caichen was willing to offer more. However, Yan Qixia quickly intervened, saying, "No, if the confinement array is broken, Master Xianming will surely know." And Jiao Shu handed Ning Caichen a communication jade talisman, repeatedly urging him to return for assistance if he managed to contact the people from Maoshan. Although Maoshan's influence had waned over the years, it still held a measure of prestige within the Taoist sect. The sect's master was a remarkable talent, having the ability to contend with masters at the grand celestial level for a short time due to his mastery of thunder techniques. Not to mention, Maoshan concealed numerous ancient formidable beings, some of which were not found solely in Kunlun. "My friends, I shall certainly accomplish this task," Ning Caichen declared with unwavering determination, before resolutely stepping outside. Since Jiao Shu and the others could not exit for the time being, he would have to attend the Taoist banquet alone. He wondered how his master was faring. If only he were present, everything would surely be resolved. With a sigh, Ning Caichen cautiously surveyed his surroundings before embarking down a hidden path beside him. Within the ancient tomb, General Chao and his party continued to traverse the passageway. Due to the uncertainty of their path ahead, they moved cautiously. However, the dimness within the ancient tomb made it difficult for them to perceive the passage. This General Chao was truly fearful of death. Yet he was also curious. Who had leaked the location of his former home? When this place was constructed, only a few trusted zombie subordinates were aware of it. Years had passed, and he wondered where they had gone. They must have developed greater intelligence by now. Before Lin Wen's emergence, life had not been easy for the zombies. Although there were a few powerful beings among them, they still struggled against the celestial masters of the Taoist sect. When Lin Wen first became the zombie king, he had already gained a formidable reputation in the realm of the dead. Countless zombies came to pay their respects, and due to Lin Wen's uniqueness, he consistently attracted peculiar zombies, which had become quite bothersome over the years. Alas, such was the fate he bore. "Move, why are you dawdling?" General Chao bellowed in rage as the group's progress slowed to a halt. "General, a soldier has fallen. There is no path ahead. Can't you see the way?" The interior of the ancient tomb was dark, obstructing their view. Thankfully, General Chao had prepared in advance and had ordered the collection of numerous lighting supplies. Surely this person cannot be foolish enough to fall. Soon, under General Chao's direction, the group gathered their lights together. "Don't move," General Chao exclaimed, continually directing his subordinates to shift the lighting. Looking up, they beheld an immensely spacious cave ahead. The ground beneath them seemed to have been severed by some force, blocking their path. Peering down, while it wasn't an unfathomable depth, it was even if one were to fall, it would not be fatal, but certainly painful. "Shine over there." General Chao's eyes narrowed as if he had spotted something, speaking with a hint of excitement. Soon, a massive coffin came into view, surrounded by ancient relics of unknown origin, along with several skeletal remains that appeared eerily ominous. Upon sighting the coffin, General Chao was nearly overcome with exhilaration. Yet mindful of his precarious position, even if there were malevolent spirits or other dangers, his cannon was no mere decoration. It could physically repel ghosts. However, he wondered if the cannon could even be fired in such a narrow passageway, and how many would it inadvertently harm. Before long, a group of soldiers clad in special attire approached, methodically producing ropes and descending one after another. After safely landing, they signaled to those above. The remaining individuals took out a folding ladder from their packs and methodically placed it against the surface. It appeared that General Chao was utterly determined to seize the treasures of the ancient tomb. Lin Wen observed this scene, feeling a mix of incredulity and amusement at how his temporary dwelling had attracted so many visitors. General Chao, filled with joy, let out a hearty laugh, and with the support of Lieutenant Lee, he climbed down the ladder. The moment he touched the ground, he eagerly dashed towards the coffin. However, before he could get far, he tripped over an unknown object. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a large gemstone. I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. General Chao sat on the ground, unable to contain his silly grin as he gazed at the treasure beneath him. Indeed, he was blessed with great fortune. Chapter 87. Corpse Transformation. The soldiers, one by one, were invigorated as if they had been infused with the spirit of a gallant rooster. Their eyes ablaze with fervor upon sighting the treasures strewn across the ground, their breaths coming in rapid succession. Fortuitously, the expansive cavern below was sufficiently vast. Otherwise, the sheer crush of bodies would have resulted in innumerable casualties. Lin Wen observed the avaricious soldiers before him in silence, sensing an unusual aura permeating this place. How could I not recall such a location? After all, I personally oversaw the construction of the Imperial Palace, managing all the blueprints and details myself. In his previous life, he had indulged in various hobbies, even earning a certificate as a senior architect. This vast, empty cavern, filled with treasures and remnants of the deceased, diverged significantly from his recollections. Surely, I cannot be succumbing to age and a failing memory. I am a zombie. After all, such a fate could never befall me. The cavern was expansive enough to accommodate 1,000 souls. It did not take long for General Chao to sense something amiss. He noticed the surrounding soldiers multiplying and disregarding all caution as they clamored for the treasures. With a thunderous roar, he drew his pistol. Bang! The cavern fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned in terror towards General Chao. What had possessed them to brazenly seize treasures in the presence of their commander, risking their lives? You rascals! I've seldom seen you cause such a ruckus. Is it gold that drives you to madness? How audacious! How lawless! General Chao cursed vehemently, rising to his feet and adjusting his commander's hat. Then, adopting a stance of authority, he proclaimed, "Listen well, everyone. The treasures here belong to us all. From this moment forth, I expect you to transport them little by little. However, let me make myself clear. Should anyone dare to privately hoard any of these riches, I, your commander, will not hesitate to pull the trigger. Brotherhood be damned." Under the sugar-coated threats of General Chao, the crowd surged with renewed vigor, bustling about the cavern. Though some chaos still lingered, it was a marked improvement over the initial disorder. Observing this, General Chao tilted his head back in triumph, his gaze fixating on the colossal coffin, his eyes gleaming with obsession. Only upon nearing the cavern did he fully appreciate the sheer size of the coffin. It was truly monumental. Could it possibly contain a giant? Such a notion was absurd, yet it flitted through Chao's mind in exaggerated contemplation. His heart soared with joy. To be interred in such a grand coffin, the identity of the deceased must be exceedingly noble. The coffin's material was of the finest wood. While the surrounding bones had nearly crumbled to dust, this coffin bore no signs of decay. This fact alone attested to the priceless treasures that must surely accompany the occupant within. The external wealth of gold and silver was already substantial, yet it lay discarded like refuse beside the coffin. General Chao's anticipation for the contents within it grew ever stronger. Assistant Lee, equally captivated, gazed at the coffin, while behind him, the bound Autumn stood helplessly, stunned by the treasures scattered about. However, an undercurrent of unease tugged at his heart, for this place was, after all, a necropolis. During his time under Lin Wen's tutelage, Autumn had made considerable progress. He could now grapple with the Taoist scriptures that once eluded him and articulate their essence. This necropolis was of a high caliber. Had it not been for the passage of time, which had eroded some of the concealment techniques, Autumn, with his current level of cultivation, would have found it nearly impossible to discern the truth. Bring forth the coffin, the general commanded, and eager soldiers rushed forward, brandishing tools to begin prying it open. The peculiar sounds drew everyone's attention. Oblivious to the lurking corpse hidden in the shadows, a smaller soldier scoured the necropolis and, after what felt like an eternity, discovered a man's body in a corner. The man was pierced through the chest by a precious sword, blood pooling and trickling down the blade, staining the earth below. His pupils had shattered, and his body grew cold, clearly deceased. Brother Bing, the young soldier, wept softly, his voice dwarfed by the cacophony of the cavern. This body belonged to Ah Bing, who had accidentally fallen. From a height of several meters and the steepness of the walls, the man's fall had been unfortunate, landing awkwardly upon a greatsword. Originally, he might have survived with severe injuries, but now he lay dead by his own misfortune. The young soldier wept for a moment, then wiped his tears with his sleeve, determination igniting within him as he stood up and pulled Ah Bing from the blade. He then hoisted him onto his back, step by step making his way toward the ladder. Those around them did not intervene. Some elders lowered their heads, their expressions complex. As Ah Bing's rescued brother. The scene unfolded as a poignant display of fraternal love. Though they shared no blood ties, the young soldier's actions undoubtedly earned the respect of those nearby. "Brother Bing, we're almost there, I'll take you home," he murmured, thoughts of his elder sister-in-law stirring bittersweet emotions within him. His steps grew heavier, his mind burdened. Drip. Hearing something fall upon him, the young soldier turned to find Brother Bing gripping his neck, drawing sustenance from him. The final moments of his life crystallized in that instant, his mind a blank slate, utterly bewildered by Brother Bing's actions. "Brother Bing, are you still alive? How wonderful, haha, Zongzi." Ah Bing has turned into a Zongzi. The crowd quickly recognized the anomaly as Ah Bing's corpse suddenly animated, draining the life from the young soldier before him, his eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red. Someone shouted, and chaos erupted among the masses. By the time General Chao turned to assess the situation, over a dozen had already fallen victim to the Zongzi. Meanwhile, Autumn finally comprehended the source of his unease. Watching the rampaging zombie, his pupils contracted. This creature's strength was far beyond that of a freshly transformed zombie. Judging by its demeanor, it was nearing the prowess of the venerable Ren. Lin 1, 2, observed with keen interest as Ah Bing wreaked havoc upon the crowd, astonished that the individual he had previously overlooked would manifest such an unexpected turn. Clearly, this zombie was freshly transformed, its power barely skimming the edge of a white zombie. Yet, after feasting upon the blood of the young soldier, its strength surged to that of a green zombie. Newly transformed zombies possess numerous limitations. The only way to significantly enhance their abilities is through the consumption of blood relatives. It appeared that the young soldier had a blood connection with this zombie. No wonder it had so desperately sought to bring him along. However, the young soldier's demise was tragically unfortunate, ensnared by the mindless machinations of Ah Bing. Not every zombie retains the memories of their former lives like Ren Weiyong. This was the handiwork of a geomancer. Even Lin 1 had only a superficial understanding of this art. "Fear not. Hand me a gun, and I'll put an end to this creature." General Chao shouted frantically, retreating behind Autumn, his body trembling. Chapter 88. Qiusheng battles the zombie. After all, this is the only Taoist in the vicinity. I have expended considerable effort to bring him into the Grand Tomb, precisely to confront the malevolent entities within. Commander Chao increasingly felt that he possessed foresight. Thus, the treasures of this Grand Tomb rightfully ought to belong to him. "Don't come any closer," Lieutenant Li cried out in terror as the zombie soldiers drew nearer, retreating helplessly. Yet the fear overwhelming his mind rendered him incapable of controlling his body. He failed to notice his footing, tripped over the treasures scattered on the ground, and lost consciousness. "Master, save me." Commander Chao clutched at Qiusheng's garments, wailing incessantly. As he beheld the ever-growing horde of zombies, the once commanding presence of Chao had dissipated, his massive frame quivering like a gelatinous mass. Qiusheng cast him a disdainful glance. Although it was Chao who had seized him, the soldiers were innocent. True to his character, Qiusheng could not stand idly by in the face of death. He immediately turned and commanded, "Quickly, release me." Upon hearing Qiusheng's furious rebuke, Chao, lacking any semblance of composure, fumbled to free him. Once his wrists were unbound, Qiusheng inspected himself, his expression darkening. Alas, he had rushed out without bringing essential tools, despite the absence of external artifacts, witnessing the zombies rampaging before him. Qiusheng gritted his teeth and charged forward, chanting incantations of Taoist spells. He bit his finger, allowing blood to seep forth, which he then marked upon the foreheads of the zombies. This iconic scene mirrored the methods employed by Uncle Gio in Mr. Zombie to subdue the customers. In the absence of usable Taoist instruments, this approach was indeed the most viable option. "Ah, don't come any closer. Help. No, please no." The cavern was teeming with individuals. With such a vast number, the zombie count escalated rapidly, nearing 100 in mere moments. Qiusheng, being merely at the mid-stage of refining essence into qi, could hardly hope to fend off these zombies, let alone the formidable green zombie lurking in the inky darkness, an invincible entity. Just as despair threatened to engulf Qiusheng, A surge of pure vital energy coursed through him. As he pondered this strange phenomenon, his body began to move involuntarily. To his astonishment, he found himself levitating in midair, unleashing several streaks of energy that struck the zombies, causing them to writhe in agony as if doused in acid. Terrified, the remaining zombies cast fearful glances at Qiusheng before retreating into the shadows. Only the green zombie, Ah Bing, remained, bearing its fangs in a menacing display. The green zombie. This tier exhibited significant variance in strength. Some could rival those at the refining essence into Qi stage, while others were formidable enough to match a Taoist master of the earth. Old Master Ren was a powerful green zombie, capable of holding his own against Uncle Jiao, a master of the earth, and even gaining the upper hand at times. However, due to a tragic demise, Ah Bing was merely an average green zombie, lacking the deep resentment that typically empowered his kind. Even after consuming blood relatives, he remained an ordinary specimen. Given Qiusheng's prowess at the refining essence stage, both parties were evenly matched. Moreover, Lin Wen had secretly intervened, bestowing upon Qiusheng a surge of vital energy, propelling his strength to the pinnacle of the Earth Master stage. Defeating a newly formed green zombie would be an effortless endeavor. Ah Bing glared at Qiusheng with fierce intent, sensing that this man was a significant threat. Instinctively, it felt compelled to flee. This was a zombie, yet its body communicated an undeniable signal of fear. Such a reaction rendered Ah Bing momentarily bewildered. Master, vanquish him. Commander Chao suddenly reappeared from an obscure corner, cheering Qiusheng on. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing the expulsion of the zombies, rallied in encouragement. Without needing further urging, Qiusheng shared the same resolve. After all, zombies and Taoists were natural adversaries. An encounter meant a fight to the death. Just as Qiusheng prepared to launch a decisive attack against the green zombie, the inexplicable surge of vital energy within him abruptly dissipated, as if it had never existed. He felt an overwhelming weakness seep into his body, his once vibrant energy evaporating, leaving him feeble and drained. Where has my vital energy gone? Qiusheng was taken aback. He had been poised to slay the zombie, yet now, during a moment of distraction, his energy had vanished entirely. Ah Bing. Although the man before him remained formidable, the ominous premonition of death had vanished, and the threat he posed was no longer as pronounced. Given this, Ah Bing surged forward, driven by instinct, and lunged at Qiusheng with bared fangs, its grotesque visage rendering the scene. Regardless of who triumphed, Qiusheng or the zombie, it would spell disaster for him. Should the zombie prevail, they would all perish. If Qiusheng emerged victorious, having been bound by him, there could be no expectation of loyalty. Simply escaping with his life would be a blessing. As for the soldiers, they were of little concern. His own life was paramount. It must be said that Commander Chao possessed a commendable sense of crisis, having anticipated the potential upheaval even before the battle commenced. With Qiusheng now bereft of the unknown vital energy, he braced himself as Ah Bing charged at him. Should he fall to the zombie, none of the soldiers in the tomb would survive. Where is the ladder? Commander Chao surveyed the rugged walls, where not a trace of a ladder remained. Just as confusion set in, he noticed the group of zombies that had already fled, lurking in the shadows, feasting on something. Upon closer inspection, he realized with horror that they were devouring the corpses of his soldiers. By heavens, these zombies took advantage of the chaos while everyone was scrambling for the ladder. Unbeknownst to him, as the zombies appeared, several anxious soldiers had rushed toward the ladder in a desperate bid for escape. However, as Qiusheng displayed his prowess and forced back a horde of zombies, those who had not retreated in time met a grim fate, becoming unfortunate victims within the zombies' bellies. With the path of escape closed off, Commander Chao, refusing to remain in a daze, stealthily slipped back among the soldiers while the zombies were preoccupied with their feast. He could only place his hopes in Qiusheng. If he could slay this zombie, all would be well. As for the conclusion of this ordeal, zombies were impervious to bullets. Although Qiusheng was a Taoist, he still remained within the realm of mortal flesh. Commander Chao was quite adept at dealing with ordinary individuals. This boy will never grow if he doesn't face challenges, Lin Wen mused, observing Qiusheng struggle against Ah Bing, who was gradually gaining the upper hand. He shook his head. If Qiusheng could not withstand this minor trial, he was unworthy of being the protagonist in this world. Damn it, how is it so strong? Qiusheng found himself shaken by Ah Bing's immense strength, feeling as if he had been struck by a truck. Despite his formidable physique, he was nearly knocked unconscious. Chapter 89. Is there anyone in the coffin? General. General Chao, what should we do? Several soldiers looked helplessly at General Chao beside them, their faces as pale as death. That zombie was simply terrifying. It had effortlessly flung the formidable Taoist priest aside. This is it. We are truly doomed. Why are you panicking? Grab your guns and shoot it. I refuse to believe that it is truly made of iron and steel." General Chao cursed vehemently, his faith wavering. With so many bullets striking it, how could it possibly remain unscathed? In this moment, fear had clouded General Chao's judgment. He was treating a dying horse as if it were still alive. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out in succession, with bullets striking Ah Bing as if they were mere dumplings being dropped. It was evident how many bullets Ah Bing had endured. As the realization dawned that bullets had no effect on the zombie, General Chao grew frantic. Some soldiers, overwhelmed by despair, discarded their rifles and scattered in all directions. In their panic, they accidentally stumbled into the throng of lurking zombies. And then there was no more. Meanwhile, Qiusheng, groggy and disoriented, opened his eyes. Feeling an intense vitality surging within him, he was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't he sustained grave injuries? Why did he feel no pain? Moreover, what was this astonishing regenerative power? Qiusheng was dumbfounded, completely at a loss as to what had transpired. Unknown to him, that mysterious energy had not vanished. Instead, it lay dormant within him, gradually restoring his body under Lin Wen's guidance. As long as he had not sustained fatal injuries, he could recover in a short period. This was how Qiusheng was able to temper himself between life and death. After all, Lin Wen, in his overconfidence, did not wish for Qiusheng to perish. After all, he was a descendant of Mao Shan, his own disciple. In the future, he would still need Qiusheng to gather narrative points. Sensing the unknown changes within his body, Qiusheng wasted no time pondering and strode directly towards Ah Bing. His gaze was resolute, brimming with a fierce determination for battle. The ensuing confrontation would be a fight to the death. Ah Bing, surprised to see the Taoist priest he had defeated return, was momentarily taken aback. In that moment of distraction, Qiusheng's attack was already upon him. Ah Bing had no time to evade as he received a powerful slap to the face. Truly, he was Lin Wen's disciple. This method of attack was evidently inherited. "I'll kill you." Qiusheng shouted a curse, then picked up a long sword from the ground, prepared to engage Ah Bing once more. It was unclear what peculiar taste the ancient tomb's master possessed, for the treasures collected were as varied as they were abundant. In addition to the large sword that had pierced Ah Bing, there were also several ancient long swords haphazardly thrust into the ground. With weaponry in hand, the world was his to conquer. Qiusheng began to execute the nameless sword technique, a powerful swordsmanship taught by Lin Wen, which now found its moment to shine. Clad in nothing but rags, Ah Bing stood no chance against Qiusheng, who wielded divine weaponry. He was forced to retreat repeatedly until he found himself with nowhere to flee. Qiusheng swung the longsword, his gaze steadfast. In that instant, he realized the true power of the nameless sword technique imparted by his master. An inexplicable force surged from within him, ultimately converging upon the sword's blade. The sword's might multiplied exponentially. When it struck Ah Bing's impervious zombie flesh, it sliced through as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Utterly fragile, as a head rolled to the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the cavern. Aside from the hurried breaths of the onlookers and the occasional howling wind, there was no other sound. Lin Wen observed Qiusheng, who seemed to be lost in an enigmatic state, and was taken aback. Sword intent. Lin Wen was bewildered, never expecting that a mere practitioner could comprehend sword intent. In this world, not only did the conflict between Taoists and demons exist, but there were also myriad realms of understanding. Swordsmen grasped sword intent, while those skilled with blades understood blade intent, and staff masters discerned staff intent. It was known that this was a realm difficult to touch even for those who had refined their divine essence. If realms were the admission ticket to becoming a king, then intent was something that only a king could access. Given the rarity of those who entered the kingly realm, descriptions of intent in this world were scant. All that was understood was that it represented a form of attack for kings, which, when combined with realms, could unleash their full potential. To grasp intent beneath the kingly threshold was, in Lin Wen's understanding and historical research, an unprecedented feat. Truly, Qiusheng was the protagonist of this world. His talent astonishingly prodigious. He was nearly on par with Lin Wen himself. Reflecting on his own innate mastery of both death and destruction, Lin Wen felt a sense of equilibrium within himself. Qiusheng, having just grasped sword intent, found himself in a peculiar state. However, observing the treachery surrounding him, he restrained himself and temporarily exited this extraordinary condition. Though a pity, he sensed that there would be another opportunity to experience that wondrous state in the future. Nameless sword technique? A voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed within the cavern, sending chills down their spines. Who is speaking? General Chao looked around, warily scanning the area. As for Qiusheng, he was utterly astonished. The nameless sword technique was bestowed upon him by Lin Wen's ancestor, who had mentioned that this technique was his own creation, with only he, Wen Kai, and Ning Kaichen as its sole heirs. The fact that this mysterious entity could articulate its name with such precision made Qiusheng wonder if this being had some connection to Lin Wen's ancestor. With this thought in mind, Qiusheng clasped his hands in a gesture of Taoist respect. The technique I am employing is indeed the nameless sword technique. May I inquire who the esteemed elder is? Might we meet? The entity fell silent, as if it had never existed. After a moment of stillness, Qiusheng frowned slightly and called out softly, "Elder, are you still there?" Seeing that the entity remained silent, Qiusheng felt a tinge of frustration. Why was the elder so aloof? Wait a moment, I've been asleep for too long and am a bit sluggish. The voice rang out once more, and now everyone could discern its source. They gazed in terror toward the center of the cavern, where an enormous, pitch-black coffin loomed. Domai. The coffin is speaking. No, there is something malevolent within. General Chao's complexion turned ashen. He feared the tomb owner's vengeful spirit had awakened. If that entity were to discover they were grave robbers, the consequences would be dire. Having encountered Master Bai, General Chao had witnessed the might of those spirits. Not to mention he had just seen a live zombie moments ago. However, the tomb owner seemed to bear no grudge against him. After a brief silence, it sighed in resignation. "You there, come help me push this. The one over there. Yes, you, the hefty one. Me." Among those present, only General Chao fit the description of a hefty person. "Everyone, come here." Upon hearing himself singled out by the ghost, General Chao steeled himself and commanded several soldiers to assist him in pushing the coffin lid. Once the coffin was opened, he suppressed his inner fear and peered inside, only to witness the most terrifying sight of his life. Chapter 90. An unusual zombie. "Hey, what are you staring at?" From within the coffin, a creature resembling a zombie slowly rose, locking eyes with Chao Dashui. Why do I say it resembles a zombie? Because, upon closer inspection, it hardly embodies the quintessential characteristics of a true zombie. Apart from its head, it retained little of the typical zombie traits, its body bearing a striking resemblance to that of a normal human. Its skin was smooth, and beneath its tattered garments, it radiated a lustrous sheen, akin to the descriptions of jade-like beauty found in novels. Moreover, how could a zombie possibly articulate human speech? Such a notion defies all logic. Chao Dashui lifted his gaze to behold the massive, half-human, half-corpse creature. He was nearly paralyzed with terror. What in the world is this monstrosity? Judging by its size, it must be nearly 3 meters tall. That's just its upper body. If it were to stand fully upright, it could easily reach 6 or 7 meters in height, almost the height of a 2.5-story building. This physique is so outrageous that, even if it were merely an ordinary human, it would still be quite absurd. Staring at the colossal zombie before him, Qiusheng was rendered speechless. His predecessor was, in fact, a giant monster, a creature that was half-human, half-corpse. In that moment, Qiusheng's worldview crumbled utterly. He had never heard of such a gargantuan zombie, not even in the records of Mao Shan. What era is it now? Is it still the Jiajing era? The enormous zombie scratched its head and inquired. Jiajing, that dates back to the Ming Dynasty, nearly 400 years ago. This ancient corpse has existed for such a long time. Legends say that zombies are neither alive nor dead, and thus its words held a certain credence for the onlookers. Replying to my predecessor, it is the Republic of China now. Qiusheng answered honestly, uncertain as to why the creature appeared as it did, but he conveyed the truth nonetheless. The Republic. Who is the current emperor? The giant zombie furrowed its brow and spoke in a grave tone. There is no emperor anymore. The Republic is a nation of the people. A nation of the people. The giant zombie appeared perplexed, yet did not pursue the matter further, instead fixing its gaze upon the soldiers surrounding it. "You lot are making a ruckus in my home. Speak. How would you prefer to die?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was struck dumb with fear. No one doubted the giant zombie's words. Given its size, it could obliterate them without a second thought. As for shooting, that was a laughable notion. Had they not seen how the soldiers who had turned into zombies were unfazed by bullets, their bullets would likely feel no more significant than mosquito bites to this creature. Who would be foolish enough to attempt such a thing? Bang! A gunshot echoed sharply in the cavernous tomb. It turned out that Li, the deputy, had regained consciousness and, gun in hand, fired a shot directly at the giant zombie. As the smoke curled from the barrel, the minds of all present, including Qiusheng, went blank. At that moment, they shared a singular thought. How could he dare? How could he dare? You fool! Chao Dashui trembled with rage, his corpulent frame quaking uncontrollably. His most capable subordinate, the pride of his heart, turned out to be a complete dimwit. How could he possess so little situational awareness, a true dimwit? This, Lee, now quaking in terror, dropped his rifle to the ground. Under the accusatory gazes of his peers, his mind was a blank slate. What had I just done? I don't know. I could not control my own body. While he contemplated an explanation, the giant zombie offered him no opportunity. With a deafening roar, the giant zombie charged at Lee in a fit of rage. Its immense bulk shook the ground, causing the very tomb to tremble as if the stones above might collapse. Despite its size, the zombie's speed was surprisingly slow. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lee was swiftly crushed beneath a colossal hand, leaving only a gruesome puddle of blood mixed with shattered bone. Chao Dashui felt a chill race down his spine, an icy dread enveloping him. Good heavens! I'm terrified. Predecessor, Qiusheng murmured softly, attempting to placate the giant zombie. However, a single glance from the creature rendered him speechless, his mouth closing in fright. Noticing Qiusheng's prudent silence, the giant zombie's expression remained unchanged, yet it felt a measure of relief. For the sake of its master, I shall spare your life. You lot, are you accomplices? It intoned, pointing at the remains of Lee. No, that I don't know him. Chao Dashui stammered, trembling. What a joke. Associating with Lee now would be akin to inviting death itself. Is that so? The giant zombie appeared displeased, slowly advancing towards Chao Dashui. Each thundering footfall. Upon reaching Chao Dashui, the giant zombie crouched down, tapping its finger atop the man's head, and opened its mouth. I am hungry. Have your people bring me something to eat. Despite the foulness, upon hearing the creature's request, Chao Dashui's face brightened, and he promptly replied, Of course, I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. That's more like it. I want 100 live sheep, 100 live cattle, and a few hundred chickens and ducks for good measure. Not a problem. I can provide all of it. With that, Chao Dashui signaled his subordinates to reassemble the fallen ladder, intending to join the others above. Did I permit you to leave? The giant zombie regarded Chao Dashui with a look that suggested he was viewing a simpleton. Predecessor. Chao Dashui quaked in fear, also addressing the creature as predecessor. They may leave, but you must remain. It was evident that Chao Dashui was the leader of this group. Allowing him to escape would mean he would never return. After all, it was clear to the creature that Chao Dashui was lying. How dare this despicable human attempt to deceive me? After hundreds of years, humanity remains so vile. Thus, Chao Dashui could only allow a portion to ascend and relay the message, instructing his subordinates to prepare the food requested by the zombie. Young man, who taught you that nameless sword technique? Qiusheng found himself momentarily dazed, surprised that the giant zombie had even considered him. He respectfully replied, in response to my predecessor, it was imparted by the elders of Maoshan. Maoshan, a Taoist sect? The giant zombie clearly took offense to this answer, its displeasure evident. Are you implying that the one who taught the nameless sword technique is human? Yes, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The giant zombie's expression darkened further, abruptly interrupting Qiusheng.it, then locked onto Qiusheng with a murderous intent, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Those who deceive me shall die. Chapter 91. Once the Corpse King's little brother Qiusheng was bewildered. Before he could comprehend the current situation, he saw a colossal hand descending upon him. This is not right. The atmosphere is all wrong. Why does the senior want to kill me? Kair, have you had your fill of playing? A voice drifted from beside Qiusheng. Linwen, donned in a Taoist robe, stood there calmly, one hand bracing. Who are you? Kappa furrowed his brows. Although he was astonished that a mere man could withstand his punch, he was even more taken aback that the other party knew his name, and that damned nickname. That was a title bestowed by the master, known only to their small circle of brothers. The peculiar moniker Kair was something only the master would utter. Had anyone else dared to address him so, they would have been met with a pair of iron fists long ago. Gazing at the Taoist before him, who bore no trace of cultivation, he appeared as an ordinary person. Yet, Kappa felt no inclination to underestimate him. The mere fact that he could casually thwart Kappa's assault indicated in him what was the relationship between him and the master. Could it be that the master had imparted the nameless sword technique to him, which was then passed down to this young rascal? Contemplating this possibility, Kappa hesitated and withdrew his fist, grumbling, Who the hell are you? I am your father. Linwen retorted without hesitation. This Kair, regardless of how long he was still as foolish as ever. Kappa scrutinized Linwen. His expression, his tone, The overwhelming aura, so reminiscent of the Master. Could it be that the Master had successfully transformed into a human? The thought sent Kapu into a frenzy of joy, and he promptly knelt before Linwen. "Father!" This exclamation left Qiusheng dumbfounded, as well as Qiao Dashuai and the others, equally astonished. What did I just hear? The once arrogant zombie is now calling a human father. This is absurd, utterly ludicrous. Is there anything more outrageous than this? A zombie calling a human father? Uncle Master, what brings you here? Linwen smiled silently, refraining from answering. He couldn't very well disclose that he had been following since before the Grand Tomb was unearthed, observing them all the way. Qiusheng was genuinely surprised by Linwen's arrival. Truly, Uncle Master always appears amidst adversity to save me. However, wasn't he just about to be beaten to death by Uncle Master's son? By hierarchy, I ought to address that zombie as Uncle. How could I, a proud heir of the Maoshan lineage, refer to a zombie as uncle? No, wait. I just called him a senior moments ago. With this thought, Qiusheng felt a surge of frustration. You have finally returned. Kapu's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at Linwen's human visage, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. How wonderful it is to see the Master transformed into a human. Linwen felt a twinge of emotion. He hadn't anticipated that upon his return after such a long absence, there would still be loyal little brothers waiting for him, tirelessly guarding his old home. However, Kapu, why have you grown so large? I remember you were just over 2 meters tall, weren't you? Have you been taking hormones? Otherwise, your immense size is quite the enigma. Ahem, it's been a long time, Ka-er. Linwen awkwardly scratched the back of his head, unsure of what to say. The atmosphere was far too awkward. Woo-woo, Kappa could no longer contain himself, weeping profusely, burying his head at Linwen's feet like a child yearning for parental affection. Qiusheng and Qiao Dashuai exchanged glances. Is this even permissible, Master? During your absence, I have thought of you at every moment. You thought it's been so long. Where have you been? We all thought you no longer wanted us. Kapu's voice grew increasingly pitiful. Linwen listened quietly, absorbing Kapu's grievances over the years. Didn't I return? Kapu was taken aback and resumed conversing with Linwen, though he switched to a different language. Taoist priest. What are they saying? Qiao Dashuai inquired, approaching to hear the unfamiliar dialogue emanating from Linwen. I have no idea. Qiusheng shot him a cold glance. Qiao Dashuai, feeling helpless, retreated to the wall, seeking solace among a few subordinates to vent his frustrations. He was no longer the imposing Qiao Dashuai of yore. For the sake of his own life, it was better to keep a low profile. Linwen and Kappa communicated in the language of zombies, discussing matters not meant for outsiders. Upon learning of the events that transpired during Linwen's absence, Kappa expressed his sentiments and recounted his own tale. During the time Linwen had vanished, he and the other brothers frantically searched for him, yet after a prolonged period, there was nary a trace. Some suggested that the Master might have successfully sought death and no longer existed. However, Kappa refused to believe it, for the Master had once stated that if he could transform into a human, he would not perish. Thus, Kappa dedicated a century to seeking methods for a natural zombie to become human, and indeed, as Linwen observed the gradual emergence of human traits within Kapu, he was taken aback and immediately summoned the system. System, explain to me why Kappa can transform into a human, when he is, like me, a natural zombie. Host, could you exhibit a modicum of patience and allow him to finish? The system retorted before vanishing underground. Damn it. Linwen felt exasperated, turning his gaze back to Kapu. Continue. Kapu, somewhat startled, wondered if he had angered the Master. Truly, what a grave misstep. Did you consume a flower, and then your body transformed into this form? As he listened to Kapu's account, Linwen found it increasingly fantastical. What kind of flower could enable a natural zombie to metamorphose into a human? He then urged Kappa to describe the flower's characteristics. After hearing the description, Linwen's expression darkened. Channeling his magical power, he conjured an illusion of the flower. Is this the one? Yes, that's the very flower, Kapu exclaimed excitedly, confirming that it was indeed the flower he had consumed, which had initiated his transformation. With Kapu's precise affirmation, Linwen's demeanor turned grim. It seemed he had stumbled upon the greatest secret of this world, the flower that had facilitated Kapu's transformation into a half-human, half-corpse being was none other than the Netherworld flower, the most precious treasure of this realm. Kappa continued recounting the subsequent events, Before his slumber, he had crafted an enormous coffin to accommodate his vast physique. The abundance of treasures and bones was intentional. He had leaked news of the tomb's wealth before his sleep, hoping one day the master would receive word and return to them. As Lin Wen's little brother, Kapu possessed not only invincible iron fists, but also a unique gift, the ability to manipulate human hearts, akin to sorcery. Those who came to rob the tomb had been influenced by Kapu, unleashing the darkest desires hidden within their souls. As for the gunshot from Deputy Li, that too was Kapu's doing. This fellow relished orchestrating his own scripts while feigning the role of a victim, which led to all the other zombies, save for Lin Wen, shying away from Kapu, for he was far too cunning. Master, those foolish birds, if they were to learn of your return, they would surely be terrified to death. Ha! Kapu laughed heartily. Chapter 92 The Fall of the Ghostly Flower. I wondered why I had awakened. It turns out it was you, my master, who has arrived. Listening to Cap's words, Lin Wen's lips twitched. Are you sure it was the sword intent of Qiuxing that roused you prematurely? Although Cap has begun to exhibit human-like traits, his transformation is still incomplete at present. He resembles nothing more than a monstrous being, half human, half corpse, a colossal zombie capable of speech. In the realm of zombies, none can compare. However, Lin Wen was far more intrigued by the whereabouts of the ghostly flower. After all, this marvelous blossom had become scarce since he gifted the last one to his mother. Now, with its newfound applications, Lin Wen felt as though he had unwittingly guarded a treasure for centuries. Do you still know the location of that flower? Lin Wen inquired, realizing that aside from the demon realm, there might still be traces of the ghostly flower. The secrets of this world are indeed abundant. My master, you are aware of that place. It lies within the ancient Moon Mountain. Ancient Moon Mountain? At the mention of this, Lin Wen's expression soured with skepticism. Wasn't that where he acquired the nameless sword technique? More precisely, it was within a hidden realm deep within ancient Moon Mountain. The spatial integrity there was exceedingly formidable. Even Lin Wen, as a zombie king, sensed an underlying threat. That place was far more perilous than the demon realm. After you departed all those years ago, I searched numerous locations before finally considering ancient Moon Mountain and went to investigate, and that is how I ended up in this state. Having slumbered for nearly 4 centuries, Cap now felt a pang of nostalgia, yet he bore no regrets. For witnessing Lin Wen's return was the greatest wish of his remaining days. Upon learning the location of the ghostly flower, Lin Wen committed it to memory, intending to investigate further once matters in the demon realm were resolved. I wonder if there are any left. Cap then divulged who had acquired the ghostly flowers. Yet, so many years had elapsed, and coupled with his prolonged slumber within the coffin, he was unaware of the whereabouts of those individuals. This posed a dilemma for Lin Wen. After all, the ghostly flower was not a common cabbage. According to Cap, the last harvest occurred 5 centuries prior. Given the flower's unique nature, it would not regrow in such a short span. Even the origin point in the demon realm required millennia to gradually take shape. Thus, the rarity of the ghostly flower was evident. Nevertheless, there are still ghostly flowers under ownership, which Lin Wen could manipulate. Subsequently, Cap rendered General Chao unconscious and led Lin Wen and Qiuxing away from the Grand Tomb. As for how he would navigate his vast size, this posed no challenge for Cap. He returned to the coffin and pressed a mechanism, revealing a wide passage from the wall. Upon their departure, the transformed zombies gathered around, cautiously entering the exit. The outside world had descended into night, with the silvery moonlight cascading down, draping the Grand Tomb in a sanctified veil. The glow flickered. Breathing in the fresh air, Cap's expression turned blissful. This sensation of inhaling the atmosphere was utterly unattainable when he was still a zombie. No wonder my master yearns to become human. It is indeed exhilarating. If Lin Wen had known Cap's thoughts, he would have found it both amusing and exasperating. After all, I am the soul of a human, perpetually trapped within a zombie's guise, which is quite disconcerting. Observing Cap in this state, Lin Wen pondered how to reduce his size, even if just to return to his original form. At first glance, he appeared akin to a small mountain, towering as high as a 2.5-story building. To present such a conspicuous figure before modern eyes would surely incite considerable commotion. Just as Lin Wen was about to speak, he noticed Cap's countenance darken, his gaze fixed ahead, subtly tinged with fury. Just as Lin Wen was about to inquire, Cap's deep voice rumbled, "Master, please wait here. I have matters to attend to." Matters to attend to? Cap casually discarded the unconscious General Chao onto the ground before striding forward with purpose. The commotion startled the birds and sent the beasts fleeing. A considerable creature sprinting through the forest had terrified the animals, each one quaking in fear. What on earth is that monster? Linwen did not hesitate and promptly gave chase. At that moment, his communication jade talisman stirred with activity. In an instant, he grasped the plight of Uncle Geo and the others. His expression shifted, astonished by the multitude of events that had transpired in the provincial city during his absence. Kunlun, the ultimate great master, isn't that simply the pinnacle of unyielding bones? Cap. Linwen soon caught up with Cap, leaping onto his shoulder to offer Jin. Cap felt a twinge of shame. This was not entirely his fault, as the aura he sensed was excessively overwhelming for him. The moment he exited the Grand Tomb, it ignited a surge of anger within him. Without waiting for Linwen to inquire, Cap recounted everything he had felt in vivid detail. Upon learning of the demonic presence ahead, Linwen's expression turned peculiar. Connecting the dots between the Demon Realm's portal and the events of recent times, Linwen formed a bold hypothesis. Could the portal to the Demon Realm be concealed within this very forest? The thought of this possibility made Linwen even more curious. If that were the case, it would be fortuitous for him. In the provincial city, with its throngs of citizens, he would be somewhat restrained in his actions. After all, he was currently human and reluctant to harm the innocent. However, if it were in the secluded woods, causing a ruckus would pose no issue. After all, the ones who would ultimately perish would be the denizens of the Demon Realm. He would feel no remorse. Yet, Cap's ruckus was too loud. It was possible that someone from the Demon Realm was on watch in that vicinity. To avoid alerting them, Linwen cast a lightness talisman upon Cap. Now, regardless of how swiftly he ran, it would not create the same tumult as before. As for his massive frame, under the cover of night, it served as an excellent disguise. In the formation, a robed man concluded his meditation and rose cautiously, peering towards the direction of the Grand Tomb. Did you hear any strange sounds? No, master. Several members of the corpse refining sect shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance. Feng Qing fell silent, his brow furrowed. These individuals, possessing only the cultivation of earth masters, could not possibly match his perceptive abilities as a celestial master. From this moment on, all personnel remain alert. There will be no shifts tonight. While some among them grumbled at his command, none dared to voice their discontent. Instead, the young man's expression darkened as he stood up, unleashing a torrent of insults at Feng Qing. Do you really think yourself the boss? My corpse refining sect does not require an outsider like you to command. Seeing his subordinates nearly cowed by Feng Qing, the young master of the corpse refining sect felt a surge of indignation. I am the rightful leader of the corpse refining sect. Can you not distinguish this? Chapter 93. The ambition of Kunlun. Feng Qing furrowed his brow, still unwilling to engage with the young man. After all, this man had garnered the favor of the Flame Demon King. Although he was not intimidated, it was best to avoid offending him. The Flame Demon King was nothing but a simpleton. Noticing that Feng Qing was ignoring him, the youth refrained from pursuing the matter further. A cold smirk crept onto his lips, tinged with a hint of apprehension. The entity behind Feng Qing was of the same caliber as the Flame Demon King. Were it not for the Demon King's personal intervention, he would not have troubled Feng Qing at all. Being the heir of the corpse refining sect, he was far superior to his dim-witted brother. Qing Hutong should have awakened by now. Once fully conscious, the prospect of securing the aid of a being at least as powerful as a celestial master was enticing. With the treasures bestowed by the Demon King, dealing with Feng Qing, a mere novice celestial master, would be a walk in the park. Thus, the youth's heart swelled with delight. My poor sect leader father remains blissfully unaware of his betrayal. However, it matters little, for I have already acknowledged the Flame Demon King as my father. Under the cover of night, Kapu and the others had arrived near the eye of the formation. Observing the guardians of the corpse refining sect, Qiusheng felt a flicker of surprise. He could sense that these individuals exuded a malevolent aura, clearly not of the righteous path. As a disciple of Mao Shan, how could he turn a blind eye? Especially with his master uncle present, he chose to remain quietly observant. The Demon Realm's tactics were commendable. Even if Kunlun were to be exposed, the righteous sects would merely intensify their searches in the provincial city, completely unaware that the true portal lay concealed within this forest. When the denizens of the Demon Realm arrived, it would spell a tremendous catastrophe for the human world. However, Linwen had no intention of destroying the portal. He lacked the opportunity to enter the Demon Realm. And this portal presented an excellent option. Master, I could dispatch them with a single punch, Kapu communicated telepathically. Linwen shook his head, disinclined to proceed in such a manner, although he was unsure why Kapu harbored such aversion to the demon realm. The portal must not be destroyed, lest his plans to enter the demon realm be thwarted. Upon learning that the formation would take some time to activate, Linwen resolved to return to the provincial city first, to rescue Jioshu and the others they asked for Kapu. He would remain. With his bewitching talent, Kapu could ensnare the enemy even if they had a celestial master in their ranks, especially since Linwen had left behind a contingency, a trace of destructive domain power. Unless a monarch intervened, it could not be shattered, only confined. Poor Feng Qing had no inkling that he had already fallen into a trap that as they raced through the night. Even with Jiuxing in tow, the duo's pace was anything but slow. Before long, they found themselves outside the confinement array. Gazing at the array before him, Linwen smirked disdainfully, then pointed a finger at it. In an instant, the invisible barrier shattered, dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, in the secret chamber, Xinming opened his eyes, a look of astonishment etched on his face. Junior brother, what is happening? Xuanya inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. My confinement array has been breached. Xuanming's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Simultaneously, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Although his array was rudimentary, even most celestial masters would struggle to dismantle it. The opponent was at least a peak celestial master, possessing combat abilities on par with theirs. As for true immortals, Xinming dismissed that notion entirely. Such beings appeared only once in a century. How could one possibly be present here? If a true immortal were to arrive, it would mean the exposure of their Kunlun schemes, leaving them no option but to raise the white flag and surrender. Our plans have already been set in motion. Those individuals are of little consequence, Xuanya scoffed. A severely wounded traitor, along with a few Earthmasters as cannon fodder, posed no threat to the larger scheme. However, the potential presence of a peak celestial master piqued Xuanya's interest. Yet, their brotherhood of 5 peak celestial masters was not easily intimidated. He hoped the opponent would recognize the gravity of the situation, otherwise. Xuanya's countenance grew cold, becoming increasingly sinister. Junior brother, let us step outside. After all, this gathering should come to an end. Little. Master uncle. Master uncle. Master uncle. Jioshu and the others beamed with joy upon seeing Linwen. The sight of Jiuxing unharmed brought a wave of relief to Jioshu, confirming that his disciple was indeed. However, the more detailed the account, the better. He could annihilate Kunlun outright. But such an approach would yield more harm than good. It would be futile. Only by exposing Kunlun's true nature to the world of righteous sects could he consolidate this force. Presently, Linwen found himself intrigued by the position of the leader of the righteous path. Yes, Master Uncle. Jiushu recounted the events in meticulous detail, sharing everything Linwen was aware of and what he was not, including recent occurrences. Upon learning that the wealthy Lin family from the provincial city had invited the entire Daoist community of Tianhai province, Linwen calmed his mind and deliberated carefully. Firstly, a wealthy merchant from a provincial city. After all, no matter how much wealth one possessed, it could only attract a limited interest from the Daoists. The pursuit of immortality was their true aspiration. Wealth was a concern for lesser sects and those lost in their paths. To invite the entire Daoist community of Tianhai, the individual behind it must be extraordinary. Coupled with the infiltration of various factions within the provincial city, Linwen. First, he ruled out the corpse refining sect. They were a nefarious sect. It would be a miracle if the righteous sects did not seek to obliterate them. Why would they deign to attend a gathering? Only Kunlun, as a leading figure among the Daoist sects, could command such respect. What, then, was their plan? It was crucial to realize that Kunlun had already colluded with the demon realm. And during this time of opening the passage to the demon realm, they should be striving to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Although Kunlun dominated the Daoist sects in Tianhai province, several other first-rate Daoist sects, such as Maoshan and the ancient residual sect, could unite to form a formidable force. If all converged in the provincial city, and the matters of the demon realm were to be exposed, it would be exceedingly difficult for Kunlun to maintain control. If the previous Linwen had been perplexed, now, having witnessed the true portal of the fierce tiger forest, he comprehended Kunlun's ambition. The portal representing the passage to the demon realm lay outside the provincial city, rendering them indifferent to the circumstances within. They would not be discovered. After plotting for so long, Kunlun would never leave evidence of their dealings with the demon realm in the provincial city. Such a grave blunder was beneath them. Once the denizens of the demon realm arrived, the Daoist sects of Tianhai would be mere targets. Kunlun operated in the shadows, ensnaring them within the city, collaborating with the denizens of the demon realm to eliminate them one by one. Lin Wen even contemplated a further possibility that Kunlun's schemes extended beyond merely the Daoist sects in Tianhai. After all, they had yet to reap any benefits from their collaboration with the demon realm. Their true objective was likely the position of the leader of the righteous path. Consider this. If the demon realm were to launch a sudden invasion, the Daoist sects would suffer significant losses. As the strongest Daoist sect in Tianhai, Kunlun could emerge during the crisis to repel the malevolent forces. Those sects that posed even a slight threat to Kunlun's status would also sustain grievous losses in this battle between the righteous and the demonic. Contemplating this, Lin Wen's expression turned grave. Kunlun's actions were akin to courting disaster. Chapter 94. The Future of Kunlun. The Lin family mansion. As with 3 generations engaged in commerce, their enterprises span the entirety of Tianhai province. The accumulation over many generations has culminated in the Lin family's formidable stature, unlike the usual tranquility. Tonight the Lin mansion is ablaze with lights. These visitors are no ordinary folk. Most don an array of Taoist robes, exuding an air of ethereal grace, save for a few who resemble dubious tricksters. The townsfolk, observing the constant flow through the Lin mansion's gates, speculate fervently. Why would the Lin family invite so many Taoists? Are they perhaps here to exorcise spirits? Yet, surely this is excessive. The bewildered citizens can only watch from afar, for they are not permitted beyond the Lin mansion's threshold. This spectacle has become a topic of lively discussion during their leisure, leaving no impact on their daily lives. Inside the Lin mansion, in the banquet hall, Ning Kaichen, brought forth by Lin Miaoying, sits alone in a corner, observing the guests as he patiently awaits. As the host, Lin Miaoying has been summoned by her father. Although their separation brings reluctance, it aligns perfectly with Ning Kaichen's intentions. After all, the task he must undertake is fraught with peril. A single misstep could pit him against the entire Daoist community at present. He lacks complete evidence of Kunlun's allegiance to the demonic realm. These seasoned Daoist elders may not readily. He shakes his head inwardly, wishing that a senior from Maoshan were present to lighten his burdens. Young fellow, which Daoist sect do you belong to? A middle-aged Daoist approaches, smiling gently at Ning Kaichen. I am Jiangli of the Ancient Residue sect. Might I ask if you're here alone? Sensing Ning Kaichen's wariness, Jiangli introduces himself, adopting a demeanor of warmth. I am Ning Kaichen of Maoshan. A fellow from Maoshan. Jiangli exclaims, unable to contain his delight. Realizing he may have overstepped, he lowers his gaze slightly and clears his throat. This middle-aged Taoist is the same one who conversed with Lin Wen and others in the ancient tomb of celestial corpses. Fate is indeed curious, as he now finds himself facing Ning Kaichen. Should Lin Wen learn of this, he might suspect the youth possesses some divinatory skills akin to those of a guiding NPC. I happen to know a few seniors from Maoshan. I did not expect a young friend like you to join Maoshan. Your path in the Tao is boundless. Jiangli lavishly praises him. Ning Kaichen, feeling somewhat awkward, merely returns a polite smile. The compliment sounds overly perfunctory. The Ancient Residue sect is known to him, although not as powerful as Maoshan. Due to its disciples possessing unique abilities, it holds a special status within the Daoist community. Even Kunlun refrains from provoking them lightly. Given Jiangli's age, which surpasses that of his elder brother, he seems to be a formidable figure. Perhaps he could engage with the Ancient Residue sect and persuade them to expose Kunlun's schemes. After all, Ning Kaichen is merely a fledgling refining essence and transforming qi, and his presence here is solely due to Lin Miaoying's influence that in his perception, among the Taoists present, his cultivation is undoubtedly the weakest. It is likely that, aside from the warm-hearted Jiangli, no one would be inclined to converse with him. Ning Taoist, are you the only one from Maoshan? Jiangli inquires, noticing Ning Kaichen's solitude in the corner as he eats, his expression peculiar. He hopes to seize the opportunity presented by the gathering of Taoists to meet the mysterious powerhouse from Maoshan. If such an esteemed elder were to take notice of him, his path in the Tao could indeed be smooth sailing. However, after searching high and low, he finds no other Maoshan disciples, only the solitary Ning Kaichen, who lacks any elder's accompaniment. Piquing his curiosity, he appears to be the only disciple from Maoshan at this banquet. My elder is occupied with matters, Ning Kaichen replies vaguely, and upon seeing Jiangli's reaction, he refrains from saying more. Instead, Jiangli enthusiastically invites Ning Kaichen to join the Ancient Residue sect's table, showing no sign of disdain for his modest cultivation. Grateful for Jiangli's invitation, Ning Kaichen gladly accepts. The Ancient Residue sect seating is positioned upstream in the banquet, indicating their esteemed status within the Taoist community of Tianhai province. In addition to Jiangli, there are 4 or 5 older gentlemen present, exuding an aura of greater strength than Jiang Li. Particularly, the elder at the head table, clad in a gray Taoist robe, commands respect without uttering a word. Ning Kaichen keenly observes, sensing that this individual is extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing Jiao Shu in prowess. Indeed, celestial masters are not easily encountered within the Taoist community, even with the congregation of Taoists from across Tianhai province. There are few celestial masters present. As Jiang Li introduces a total of 13 individuals are seated at the central round table, with over 10 seats remaining empty. The limited number of seats indicates that there are still more than 10 celestial masters yet to arrive. It is astonishing that such a gathering of celestial masters exists within a single province. How many celestial masters must there be in Kunlun and throughout the entirety of Huaxia? The headmaster of Kunlun has arrived. With a deep, resonant voice, all eyes turn towards the entrance. 5 elders stride into the hall, clad in azure Taoist robes, exuding an ancient and dignified presence. Yet, none dare to underestimate them. Is that the headmaster of Kunlun? Observing the middle-aged Taoist in the purple robe, who bows and walks respectfully behind the 5, the headmaster of Kunlun holds an unparalleled status within the Taoist community, a formidable celestial master, the pinnacle of Taoist strength, yet he humbly walks in the shadow of others. Who, then, are these 5 elders? Their presence is nothing short of terrifying. The headmaster of Kunlun. Ning Saichen's complexion pales, as if confronted with something dreadfully ominous. Sensing his distress, did I misjudge something? The head of the Lin family, Lin Miaoying's father, personally steps forward to greet the guest from Kunlun. The 5 elders, led by Xuanye, take their seats at the head table, a gesture that raises no objections. Did they not see the headmaster of Kunlun standing to the side? He is the most powerful celestial master in the Taoist community. As Xuanye converses with Xianming and the others, Xuanming's gaze remains fixed elsewhere, leaving Xuanye somewhat bewildered. Just as he is about to inquire, Xianming speaks with significant undertones. Brother, I believe I have discovered Kunlun's future. At these words, Xuanye's expression shifts to one of confusion as he follows Xuanming's gaze. Upon seeing Ning Kaichen, his countenance changes dramatically. The Pure Yang Body. Chapter 95. My disciple Kunlun is unworthy of acceptance. How could a pure yang body possibly appear here? Moreover, he is clad in Taoist robes. Upon catching their first glimpse of Ning Kaichen, Xianyi and the others felt a tempest of emotions within. As ultimate grandmasters, they could discern at a mere glance that this man before them was indeed a pure yang body, endowed with the purest yang blood. At this moment, Xianyi narrowed his eyes, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. It is said that the pure yang body is the most suitable constitution for cultivation in this world. Possessing such a physique, as long as one does not fall, they are destined to become a true immortal, a genuine immortal, akin to a celestial being on earth. Their lifespan could surpass a millennium, traversing the world. Although they possess the prowess of ultimate grandmasters, they remain fundamentally mortal. Even with Kunlun's boundless treasures, their lifespans could never exceed 300 years. As the eldest disciple, Xianyi faced the inevitability of his dwindling years, exuding an aura of death. The other elders of the Xian lineage fared no better, with lifespans extending at most another 20 years. Once they departed from this world, Kunlun would be unable to sustain the position of the 5 gates and 1 Buddha. Ultimate grandmasters were not exclusive to Kunlun. The other 4 gates and 1 Buddha possessed them as well. This pure yang body has yet to fully awaken. It presents a perfect opportunity for possession. Xianyi mused inwardly. In his desperation to survive, he had succumbed to madness, resorting to unholy alliances with the demon realm. The path to dominion within the demon realm imposed numerous restrictions upon humanity, and now, the emergence of the pure yang body, Ning Kaichen, sensing the intense scrutiny from Xianyi and the others, felt as if they were peering into the very depths of his soul. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? Unthinkable. According to Uncle Jiao, Kunlun had yet to discover his association with Yin Qixia. Therefore, he believed himself to be in a safe position. Yet, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. He consciously averted his gaze from Xianyi and the others. Ning Daoyu, it seems your fortunes are quite profound, Jiang Li remarked with a smile. The unabashed gazes of Xianyi and the others were akin to that of treasure hunters, indicating Ning Saichen's exceptional. Alas, Ning Kaichen was already affiliated with Maoshan. Otherwise, these Kunlun elders would likely have sought to take him as their disciple. If Ning Kaichen were privy to Jiang Li, can't they see that their gaze is almost predatory? He realized he could not linger in this place any longer. To think that the orchestrators of the banquet were Kunlun. He must hasten to escape and relay this information to Uncle Gio and the others. Just as Ning Kaichen prepared to slip away, a charming figure approached, seizing his arm with delight, exclaiming, "Come, come, my father wishes to meet you." Lin Miaoying chimed, blissfully unaware of Ning Kaichen's ashen face. Your daughter knows this person, Xin Yi inquired, narrowing his eyes with a slight smile. Lin Haiqing promptly bowed, displaying great respect. Tio responded to the ancestor, "This is my daughter's classmate." I do recall her. Beads of sweat adorned Lin Haiqing's brow, overwhelmed by the pressure of being in the presence of the ancestor. Even as an Earthmaster, he found it challenging to remain composed. Who would have thought that the affluent merchant Lin Haiqing was one of Kunlun's own? More precisely, he was a pawn placed by Kunlun in the secular world. After all, the Daoist sects are predominantly composed of reclusive ascetics dwelling in remote mountains. Without external support, they would have perished long ago on their meager plots of land. Even as ultimate grandmasters, they were not exempt from the necessity of consuming grains. Only upon ascending to true immortality, refining their essence and harmonizing with the Tao, could they sustain themselves on dew alone, subsisting with. How intriguing, very intriguing. Xian Jing laughed heartily, clearly delighted. It appears that this pure young body is destined to intertwine with Kunlun. Thus, it rightfully belongs under our guidance. Unlike Xian Yi's obstinate nature, those from Kunlun, led by Xian Jing, sought to. The emergence of Ning Kaichen filled him with hope. With another 20 years to live, he had ample time to cultivate the pure young body into a formidable asset. As long as he could ensure the continuity of Kunlun's traditions. "Father, I've brought him to meet you," Lin Miaoying exclaimed, pulling Ning Kaichen along joyfully to her father's side. Then, playfully wrapping her arms around him, she acted adorably, seeing his daughter, ancestor. Why had her father never mentioned this before? However, adhering to her good upbringing, she sweetly greeted, "Greetings, ancestors." Very well, Xian Yi smiled, his gaze fixated on Ning Kaichen. He then donned an exceedingly amiable expression, asking gently, "Would you be willing to take me as your master? Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Though Xian Yu's words were light, every attendee was keenly aware of their weight. While they exchanged pleasantries, most of their attention remained on the foremost seat at the center. The mysterious elders from Kunlun had their identities revealed through the introductions of the sect seniors. The ancestors of the Xian lineage of Kunlun held a status higher than that of the sect leader, who had already reached the venerable age of 180. To rise even higher, how many years would one need to live? Generally, grandmasters do not survive to such an advanced age, do they? While others were astonished, the ancient sect remained relatively composed. As a unique entity within the Taoist circles, they may not be privy to the details surrounding ultimate grandmasters, yet they were certainly familiar with their existence. The term ultimate grandmaster denoted a level that had reached the limits of humanity. Taking a single step further would lead to the realm of essence refinement and Tao harmonization, achieving the status of earthly immortals. Henceforth, they would be termed true immortals, no longer mere mortals, imbued with a semblance of ethereal essence. "Jiangli, does your friend possess any remarkable attributes?" An elder from the ancient sect inquired. To respond to martial uncle. Jiangli is uncertain. Jiangli replied with a wry smile, as he had only just met Ning Kaichen and knew little of him. If being born in Maoshan could be considered exceptional, then so be it. The Daoist sect strictly forbade undermining one another, and Kunlun's actions were somewhat unexpected. The elder of the ancient sect stroked his beard. "Alas, never mind, I am merely an ordinary Earthmaster. If only my senior brother were here, perhaps he could perceive some underlying essence." The Taoists at the banquet turned their attention to Ning Kaichen. Eager to under Xian Yi's benevolent gaze, Ning Kaichen felt an inexplicable prickling sensation on the back of his neck. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely stated, "I have already taken a master, so I cannot acquiesce to the elder's request." "Oh? You are already apprenticed?" Xian Yi feigned a look of regret before casually inquiring. "To whom have you taken as your master? Which sect?" Just as Ning Kaichen was about to respond, a commanding voice resonated from outside. "My disciple Kunlun is unworthy of acceptance." Chapter 96. The temptation. Upon hearing that commanding voice, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Who would dare to disregard the authority of Kunlun in such a setting? Led by Xian Yi, the members of Kunlun glared ahead, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they beheld the figure slowly approaching from outside, radiating a palpable aura of menace. "With my master here, I wonder which ancient relic dares to threaten you." At the moment Lin Wen made his entrance, Ning Kaichen swiftly rushed over. Listening to his master's audacious declaration, Ning Kaichen felt an overwhelming surge of indeed. With his master present, a profound sense of security enveloped him. Fellow cultivator, do you wish to oppose Kunlun? Xian Yi's face darkened as he sensed something peculiar about Lin Wen, an enigma he could not decipher. Yet, he paid it no mind. After all, his brothers were all supreme grandmasters, invincible against opponents of their own caliber. As for whether Lin Wen was a true immortal, Xian Yi chuckled. It was hardly a jest worth considering. Upon noticing the group behind Lin Wen, Xian Ming's pupils constricted in an instant. Was this the one who broke the formation? A supreme grandmaster, indeed, but still too immature to confront the likes of them. Oppose you? Do you even possess the qualifications? Lin Wen scoffed dismissively. Behind him, Jiao Shu felt a sense of pride, as the fear that had once gripped him when ensnared by Xian Ming dissipated in that moment. You, Xian Yi seethed, a wave of murderous intent enveloping him. Since this man was the master of the pure yang body, he must perish. Such a physique must remain under. Who is this man, and why is he so audacious? The crowd was taken aback by Lin Wen's imposing presence. Though he may be this man's master, Xian Yi had not forced anyone's hand, had he? Such blatant disrespect towards an elder was indeed a disgrace to the Taoist sect. Clad in a Taoist robe, Lin Wen was subjected to silent condemnation from all. As for why he remained silent, they were not fools. For they could perceive Lin Wen's aura, which firmly suppressed even the patriarch. Who would dare to be the scapegoat? If Ning Kaichen were aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly erupt in anger. Just moments ago, Xian Yi had employed his bewitching arts. Had it not been for the defensive properties of the Taoist robe bestowed by his master, he might have truly fallen. In Ning Kaichen's eyes, these Taoists were merely seeking fame and reputation, and to slander his master was to invite death upon themselves. It's him. Jiang Li gazed at Lin Wen's silhouette. Astonishment etched across his face. What, do you know him? The elder from the Gu school inquired, for in his view, the young man daring to stand against Kunlun must at least be a supreme grandmaster. Otherwise, Xian Yi would have already struck down with a thunderous fury. Master uncle, he is the one I mentioned, suspected to be from Maoshan, an immortal. Jiang Li spoke earnestly, enunciating each word. An immortal. The master uncle appeared momentarily stunned, then let. Do you think immortals are as common as cabbages, easily encountered? His master uncle's understanding of Jiang Li's unrealistic notions was palpable. After all, with the young man's perspective, he could not discern the distinction between a supreme grandmaster and an immortal. Once one reaches the realm of merging with the Tao, a mere glance would suffice to reduce the specter within the ancient tomb to ashes. Jiang Li fell silent, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Lin Wen. He harbored a premonition that Lin Wen was extraordinarily powerful, so much so that none of the Kunlun Taoists could rival him. As for why this mere disciple would possess such unwavering faith in his intuition, it was due to the bloodline of their family, which inherently granted them the initially, during their time in the ancient tomb of the corpse, Jiang Li had sought out Lin Wen and his companions, guided by the power of his bloodline that revealed that proximity to Lin Wen would transform a dire omen into a fortuitous harbinger. To outsiders, Jiang Li appeared affable, indifferent to status, yet only he comprehended that all of this stemmed from the unique inheritance of his bloodline. Fellow cultivator. At the central round table, two middle-aged men sat together. Their presence at the Tianshi seats indicated that both were formidable grandmasters of the realm of merging with the Tao, Jiang Shoufu of Nine Faces Mountain, and Jin Song. As for Master Mu De, he was absent, for the headquarters of the Qi-Ching sect resided not within Tianhai province, but in the most sacred place of the Taoist sect, the Holy Mountain. Who would have thought that a senior-s disciple would be here? Yet Kunlun's grandmasters are no ordinary beings. The Jiang Shoufu's expression grew troubled. After all, Lin Wen had once saved their lives in the ancient tomb of the corpse, and now their benefactor faced cowardly wretches. Jin Song scoffed disdainfully. Though he held the other in contempt, he understood Jiang Shoufu's predicament. As a grandmaster of Nine Faces Mountain, Jiang Shoufu was burdened by numerous concerns, unlike himself, who was left solitary after the devastation of his sect. You are being excessively domineering. Xian Ming stepped forward, directing his gaze at Lin Wen with a calm demeanor. Then, his tone shifted, laced with malice as he declared, "Do you truly believe that a supreme grandmaster can act without consequence?" With that, Xian Ming made his move, unleashing the full might of a supreme grandmaster. The power of the binding formation bore down upon Lin Wen, intent on crushing him to oblivion. Xian Ming was indeed intrigued by this supreme grandmaster who had breached his formation. Regardless of the opponent's identity, The mask of civility had been torn asunder, and adhering to the rigid rules of the Taoist sect now seemed antiquated. Too slow. Lin Wen chuckled lightly, extending his finger to point ahead. In an instant, the formless power of the binding formation was severed and shattered into nothing. Unfazed, Xian Ming remained composed. The earlier attempt to ensnare Lin Wen had merely been a casual display, lacking even 3/10 of his strength. It was merely a test of Lin Wen's prowess. Now, it was evident that this man had ascended to the realm of Supreme Grandmaster long ago, entirely unlike someone who had just broken through. Thus, defeating him alone would be a formidable challenge. However, he still had 4 brothers by his side, and 5 Supreme Grandmasters acting in concert would be unparalleled beneath the immortals. Just as Xian Ming prepared to coordinate with his companions, a sudden muffled sound echoed from out. Turning their gazes in unison, Lin Wen felt a sense of bewilderment. What was Kapo up to? Had the demon realm sent a sovereign, prematurely opening the portal? That direction pointed towards the location of the fierce tiger forest. And with such an incident unfolding, Lin Wen began to suspect whether the demon realm had initiated their assault earlier than expected. Yet, given Kapu's prowess, even a typical grandmaster would struggle against him. In the fierce tiger forest, at the heart of the demon realm's portal, Feng Qing and the members of the corpse refinement sect stood guard at the formation center. Not far from them, a group of Taoists clad in robes, armed with talismans, stood on high alert. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, each bearing wounds. The massive craters on the ground bore witness to the extraordinary nature of the battle that had just transpired. Chapter 97. The water of calamity diverts eastward. Xian Ye's expression shifted slightly, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Could it be that something has transpired at the corpse refining sect? What a bunch of useless fools. They have ruined my grand scheme over such a crucial matter. If the core of the formation is exposed prematurely, with so many unknowns, it would not bode well for Kunlun. However, he could not leave just yet. Xian Ye exchanged a discreet glance, and the 2 Kunlun celestial masters beside him quietly withdrew, not drawing the attention of the crowd. Everyone, as he observed Lin Wen effortlessly deflecting Xian Ming's attack, Xian Ye's mind raced, already formulating a strategy. Junior brother, step back. Xian Ye called out, moving closer to Lin Wen, his eyes as calm as a still pond, speaking with a detached demeanor. This matter is a shortcoming of Kunlun, and I, Xian Ye, express my sincere apologies to you. His tone was genuine. At this, the crowd was left somewhat bewildered. Is that all? They were just engaged in combat, and yet, you dismiss it so lightly with a single phrase. Could this mysterious man possess such formidable strength that even Kunlun must tread carefully? Kunlun truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect of the Tao, displaying such magnanimity. Indeed. Lin Wen, regaining his composure, found himself equally puzzled by Xian Ye's words. Just moments ago, he had communicated with Kapo, learning that an unknown group of Taoists had discovered the core of the formation and were currently confronting the corpse refining sect. Upon hearing that the leader could wield thunder, the tremendous sound must have been caused by heavenly lightning. Lin Wen's expression turned peculiar. Could it be Jian? After all, the title of thunder. Whether this was true would soon be revealed. However, Xian Ye's demeanor left Lin Wen feeling somewhat perplexed, unsure of what schemes were brewing in his mind. Your esteemed strength must stem from a prestigious lineage. May I inquire which school you hail from? Maoshan, Lin Wen. As the saying goes, one should not strike at a smiling face. Lin Wen too wished to discern Xian Ye's intentions. As the leader of the foremost Tao sect, Kunlun had insight into the strengths of various Tao factions in the region. When did Maoshan produce such an extraordinary celestial master? It seems they have kept their cards close to their chest. Considering Yin Qixia's previous interactions with Maoshan, Xian Ye narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming nuanced. The Kunlun patriarch snorted coldly, a mere disciple of Maoshan. This youth, at most a 36th generation disciple, dares to brazenly challenge the ancestor. Otherwise, what credibility would Kunlun retain in Tian Hai? This individual likely knows of Kunlun's affairs yet has the audacity to step forward at this moment. Does this not imply that Maoshan is preparing for an all-out confrontation? No wonder you possess such prowess. Xian Ye offered a tepid compliment. By addressing him as you, he acknowledged Lin Wen's strength, indicating that he regarded Lin Wen as an equal. With the addition of Taoist Lin, our chances of victory have greatly increased. What do you mean by that? They were all perplexed about Kunlun's purpose in gathering the Tao sects, especially with the banquet being hosted in the provincial capital. Was there something special at play? Xianyi sighed and glanced at the two Kunlun celestial masters who had returned. The righteous among the world would seek to eradicate those of the demonic path. Do you know the root of the demonic path? Xianyi inquired again, satisfied with the atmosphere he was cultivating. Could it be the demon realm? Precisely. It is indeed the demon realm. He then cast a discreet glance at Linwen, a chill running down his spine. Since Mao Shan was willing to wade into these murky waters, they must be prepared to face the consequences of annihilation. At that moment, Xianyi had resolved to alter the plan that had ensnared the Dao sects, intending to lead them to the passageway to the demon realm, thus splattering the filth upon Mao Shan. As the foremost Dao sect, Kunlun is acutely aware of its grave responsibilities and has never resorted to tyranny. However, this heavy burden cannot be borne by a single sect. You all represent the entirety of the Dao, and with your presence, the Dao can stand united. Xianyi's impassioned speech resonated deeply, even stirring Linwen's emotions. Had he not known that the other party had already sided with the demon realm, he might have genuinely believed Kunlun to be a paragon of the Dao. Yet, Xianyi dared to employ his manipulative tactics before the Dao sects. How audacious. Senior, do speak. Has there been movement from the demon realm? Someone, unable to contain their impatience, interjected. The mere mention of the demon realm ignited a wave of wrath among the crowd, though they also felt trepidation, with Kunlun as their formidable leader. Seeing that the crowd's emotions had been sufficiently stirred, Xianyi knew it was time to present the main course. According to the investigations conducted by my disciples, we have discovered that certain individuals within the Dao sect are colluding with the demon realm. Unfortunately, their movements are erratic, and their influence runs deep. That we have identified a passageway connecting to the demon realm near the provincial capital, and we suspect that the intention of that sect is to open the passage and allow the evil to descend, wreaking havoc upon the world. Xianyi colluding with the demon realm? Such a disgrace to the Dao sect. Such actions are no different from those of beasts. Observing Xianyi's unflinching demeanor, Linwen could not help but applaud. The old man had such thick skin, even when insulted to his face, he remained unfazed. Truly, age brings wisdom. Daoist Lin, would you consider joining us to disrupt the passageway to the demon realm? Xianyi remained composed, capable of conversing with his adversaries that a throng of individuals set forth towards the tiger forest. According to Xianyi, the core of the formation at the passageway to the demon realm was exceptionally fortified. Relying solely on Kunlun would not suffice. Only by uniting the entire Dao sect could they ensure a flawless execution. The crowd placed great trust in this assertion. However, one sect remained an exception. The elder from the ancient residue sect observed the emotionally stirred crowd, his expression grave. What is Kunlun's true aim in this endeavor? He suspected that Kunlun was no longer the same as before. Employing manipulative tactics to confuse all present was indeed a daunting undertaking. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's countenance was equally grim, for through his bloodline perception, he sensed that this venture would likely end in death. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he inexplicably glanced at Linwen, and what he saw was a call to turn misfortune into fortune. Chapter 98, The Encounter thus. They hastily ventured towards the tiger forest without any preparatory measures, and everyone felt it was only natural. With the entirety of the Daoist sects from Tianhai gathered, if they could not suppress a mere small portal to the demon realm, then they might as well take their own lives. The Daoist sects would not deserve to contend with the demon realm. Under Linwen's perception, approximately a dozen celestial masters from Kunlun had arrived, not including Xuanye and others, according to Yin Qixiao's disclosure. However, the exact number of combatants Kunlun would eventually deploy remained uncertain. Intriguingly, a young member of an ancient sect dared to approach and engage them in conversation at such a sensitive moment. One could not help but admire the courage of the other party. Senior, Jiang Li said respectfully. Oh, do you know me? Linwen responded with some surprise. Although this individual was merely at the Earth Master level, Linwen did not underestimate him for that reason. Gazing at Jiang Li's face, Linwen pondered for a moment before Jiang Li. Members of the ancient sect also arrived, and the elder at the forefront expressed immense respect towards Linwen. After all, a supreme celestial master was a rarity, with only a handful existing within the even across all of Huaxia's Daoist factions, there were at most but a few dozen. This truly represented the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the Daoist community. Has the senior discerned anything? The elder subtly glanced towards Kunlun, implying something with his words. Observing his assured demeanor, it was more a statement of certainty than inquiry. This took Linwen by surprise, prompting a slight shift in his perception of the ancient sect. 3 parts possessed by demons, powerless to reverse the fate. Lin Wen concluded this segment of dialogue and fell silent, leaving the elder and Jiang Li to contemplate in silence. Brother, the Kunlun mirror is certainly in this person's possession. He will not leave Tiger Forest alive, Xianming said coldly, having not detected the presence of the Kunlun mirror on Yan Qixia. He even suspected that it might be hidden outside the city. The mysterious power he sensed during his confrontation with Lin Wen had awakened him in an instant. Lin Wen must have mastered the Kunlun mirror to possess such formidable strength. With this thought, Xianming's rage ignited. The Kunlun mirror was, after all, a treasured artifact of their sect, an unparalleled aid in his cultivation of the killing formation. If the Kunlun mirror did not return, then his formation would have no hope of advancement. Unless, contemplating that nefarious and forbidden method of cultivation, Xianming's heart was in turmoil. Rest assured, he will not leave Tiger Forest alive, Xianyi said with a chilling smile, his words already passing a death sentence on Lin Wen. Once the last vestige of value was extracted from him, his life or death would simply be at Kunlun's discretion. Tiger Forest, a place seldom trodden by humans. It was a location the hunters of the city were reluctant to approach, for it harbored great terrors. Rumors spoke of demon tigers wreaking havoc, though their veracity was uncertain. Yet with the intervention of the entire Taoist sects, even should a great demon dwell there, it would likely meet its demise. Yan Qixia donned a different outfit. After departing from Kunlun, he could no longer present himself as one of them. The hatred he felt towards the 5 masters who had slain his own master gradually dissipated. In truth, his master could have escaped, but it was to guide the misguided masters back to the right path that he met with misfortune. The Supreme Celestial Master was indeed powerful, yet when faced with 5 equally formidable opponents, his strength was insufficient. For this realm had reached its zenith. Unless one ascended to the status of a true person, there was no further advancement. At the formation S-Core, Feng Qing and a group from the corpse refining sect steadfastly held their ground. The recent surge of thunderous power had inadvertently weakened the barrier of the Demon Realm portal. This left Shi Jian feeling hesitant, wary of striking too soon. Thus, they could only maintain this stalemate. Have we made contact with them? Upon learning of Kunlun's collusion with the Demon Realm, Mao Shan had refrained from attending the provincial banquet. They understood this was a conspiracy. Alas, he had not managed to convince any of the Taoist sections. When Kunlun dispatched envoys to these sects, Shi Jian realized that Mao Shan's prestige was insufficient to earn their trust. Thus, he had summoned the reclusive Supreme Celestial Master from within their ranks to prepare for the impending situation. As for how to locate the Demon Realm portal in Tiger Forest, it was somewhat serendipitous. Shi Jian had discovered the whereabouts of the corpse refining sect, and through patient pursuit, he had arrived here. One could not help but feel that fate had woven these events, allowing Xianyi to seize the opportunity to cast blame upon Mao Shan. It remained uncertain how Lin Wen would break this deadlock. Reporting to the sect, ever since they departed from Mao Shan, the communication talismans had become utterly useless, akin to worthless scraps of paper. Otherwise, they would have already contacted Jiao Shu and others to strategize the next steps. Cap was lurking in the shadows, sensing something amiss, and gazed into the distance. He observed a group of individuals from the Taoist sect swiftly traversing through Tiger Forest. They soon arrived at the formation's core. The 5 elders at the forefront caused Cap's pupils to constrict, eliciting a sense of awe within him. From them, he sensed an overwhelming force that felt insurmountable. Could these be the pinnacle celestial masters of the human race? Equivalent to the ultimate unyielding bones of the corpse race. Upon witnessing his master mingling among the Taoist sect, Cap's anxious heart finally settled. With his master present, all else was but an illusion. After all, Lin Wen had stepped into the realm of kings hundreds of years prior, becoming a well-known zombie king. He was tantamount to a true person of the Taoist sect. Such an existence could sweep through all present, including Cap himself. Is that Thunder King Shi Jian? Are there truly Taoist sect members here? Could it be that the words of the Kunlun Senior were true? Upon catching sight of the Mao Shan Taoist, these Taoists felt a surge of doubt. Just as the senior had said, had some Taoists already defected to the demon realm. Yet, how could this Taoist identity belong to Mao Shan? It was well known that Mao Shan was the bane of zombies. The demon realm would never tolerate them. Well, if we had not arrived, you would have truly opened the portal to the demon realm. Xianyi, holding the floating dust, declared with a serious expression. Feng Qing's countenance changed dramatically upon seeing the disciples of Kunlun. An ominous premonition surged within him. Realizing that Xianyi had brought countless Taoists along, it was evident that, observing the scene, Feng Qing gritted his teeth, determination etched upon his face. I knew Kunlun was not to be trusted. How could the foremost Taoist sect ally with the demon realm? This is bad. I must return to the demon realm promptly to inform the kings. Otherwise, we shall fall into Kunlun's trap. Surveying the throngs of people, Feng Qing felt a bitter pang in his heart. Though he possessed celestial mastery, did he still have a chance to escape against such overwhelming numbers from the Taoist sect? Chapter 99, a case of irrefutable evidence unlike Feng Qing. The young master of the corpse refining sect wore an expression. What is Kunlun up to? Are we not allies? The passage to the demon realm has yet to be opened. How can we commence battle prematurely? The young master of the corpse refining sect silently cursed Xianyi as a foolish bird. Wouldn't it be better to trap the Taoists within the city and annihilate them in one fell swoop? Why must he show up at this moment, instigating conflict and jeopardizing the grand scheme of the Flame Demon King? Can Kunlun bear the consequences? Those of the demonic path must be exterminated. Xianyi sneered, taking the initiative to strike, prompting the Taoists behind him to also spring into action. Engaging in combat with the members of the corpse, countless Taoists unleashed their respective techniques, transforming the battlefield into a spectacle of dazzling light. Damn it. Feng Qing thought to himself, realizing the dire situation. They had but one celestial master on their side. While the Taoists had not only celestial masters but also a multitude of earth masters capable of crushing them. Not to mention the presence of Xianyi, an unparalleled celestial master. As he contemplated the imminent completion of his task, Feng Qing gritted his teeth, torn between whether to utilize that item. Just as he hesitated, he noticed a group of allies suddenly appear. The once adversarial Maoshan Taoists now surged forward to join the fray. In that moment, not only the Taoists, but even Feng Qing found himself at a loss. Are you Maoshan truly betraying the Taoists? Shi Jian, you shall pay for this. Listening to the furious accusations among their peers, the Maoshan disciples were left speechless, unable to comprehend why their leader had acted in such a manner. Was it not better to unite and eradicate this demonic horde? Yet, as disciples of Maoshan, they were bound to obey the commands of their leader without question. Shi Jian felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. His actions were born out of necessity, since the earlier surge of thunderous power had weakened the spatial integrity of the demon realm passage. He realized he had unwittingly stirred a great calamity. While he fully supported the annihilation of the corpse refining sect, it could not happen now. Specifically, not here. He discerned that the Taoist attacks were being subtly absorbed by the passage to the demon realm. If this continued, it would not be long before the passage fully opened, ushering in the gravest peril for the mortal realm. Just as he sought to explain, he found himself unable to speak. Looking up, he met the cold, triumphant gaze of Xianyi. It was hopeless. Maoshan had now found itself inextricably entangled in this predicament. This old fox, at the very least, possessed the cultivation of an unparalleled celestial master. Otherwise, the grand celestial master by his side would have already intervened to halt the oppressive force. Shi Jian, the Grand Master of Maoshan, wore a grim expression, having not anticipated that Xianyi, this cunning old fox, was still alive. He also recognized several familiar figures. 5 of Kunlun's 6 unparalleled celestial masters had arrived. Now, no one could thwart Kunlun, unless a true immortal were to descend. However, such beings had long since concealed themselves within the holy mountain. They would not reveal themselves unless the demon realm launched a full-scale invasion. Maoshan colludes with the demon realm. Spare no mercy, eliminate the threat to the Taoists. A voice rang out in righteous indignation, and under his incitement, even those Taoists who harbored doubts joined the fray against Maoshan. Yet these individuals held back somewhat, with merely 2 celestial masters on Maoshan's side. They were hardly qualified to collaborate with the demon realm. Or perhaps there were even more terrifying forces lurking behind Maoshan comparable to Kunlun, undoubtedly. Otherwise, they would not dare to act so brazenly in the Sea of Heaven. The elder of the ancient lodge wore a grave expression. He had received word from the sect's elder. Kunlun's collusion with the demon realm was known to the holy mountain. This made the elder want a curse. Knowing was one thing, but why not act swiftly to prevent this group from tearing each other apart, thus allowing the denizens of the demon realm to take advantage? However, it was truly impressive how Kunlun had managed to deceive so many. What a ruthless heart. Before long, he received another message instructing them to return to their mountain gate immediately. Though reluctant to leave the Taoists to suffer unwarranted harm, he had no choice but to summon the members of the ancient lodge back. "Uncle Master, let us stay," Jiangli said with a bitter smile, nearly provoking the elder to strike him. "Are you foolish? With our meager strength, remaining here would only serve to provide fodder for the enemy." The elder was now certain that with Kunlun involved, the passage to the demon realm would inevitably open. When that time came, the elite of the Taoists would perish here, and Kunlun would be the greatest beneficiary, seizing the resources of the entire heavenly Tao sect. When that occurred, the holy mountain would surely not stand idly by. The realms of man and demon would once again reenact the tragedy of 1,000 years ago. This is truly the worst luck. The elder of the ancient lodge felt a deep bitterness in his heart. "Uncle Master, you must listen to me. Staying is the best choice." Jiangli was visibly troubled. Knowing he couldn't reveal that his bloodline instinct warned him that following his uncle would lead to certain death, whereas remaining beside Lin Wen promised great fortune. This bloodline gift was something his master had explicitly instructed him to keep secret. Thus, "Uncle Master, you must yield." Foolishness. He knew this lad was typically very cautious, having survived numerous life-threatening crises. He was quite fortunate. Could it be that he had sensed something? Thus, the elder resolved to make a decision contrary. He would remain by Jiangli's side to observe for any unforeseen developments. However, he also had a contingency plan. Should he sense any danger, he would immediately activate the sect's treasured artifact. The ancient lodge's means of escape were among the finest within the Taoists. Seeing his uncle swayed by his words, Jiangli breathed a sigh of relief, casting a complicated glance toward Lin Wen. "Senior, the lives and fortunes of our group rest upon your shoulders. Uncle Master, shall we not take action?" Jioshu expressed some reluctance, watching as Shi Jian was beset by the wrath of the Taoists while they stood idly by. Were it not for Lin Wen's intervention, he would have already charged in. Maoshan was renowned for its unity. Soon Lin Wen replied calmly, through the perception of the zombie eye. He sensed a surge of powerful demonic energy emanating from the passage to the demon realm. It was but a final step before the passage would be fully opened. The aura of that demonic energy was familiar to Lin Wen, prompting a smile to grace his lips. It is happening as he observed the Taoist assault striking the focal point of the formation, bringing the passage closer to completion. Xian Yu could no longer conceal his inner delight. Once the Flame Demon King arrived, every single one of these Taoists would meet their demise as for how Kunlun would extricate itself. Xian Yi had never intended to consider that. In his scheme, beyond the 5 of them, as long as they survived, the lineage of Kunlun would not vanish. Anything was possible. "Brothers, it is likely that the Holy Mountain has already received word. We must act swiftly," Xian Yi declared with a smile. Chapter 100. The Sword Strikes the Demon King. Bang! Shi Jian was sent flying, crashing into the top of a great tree, shattering it upon impact. The disparity between both sides was insurmountable, compounded by just when the Taoist sect believed the crisis had been averted, an even greater catastrophe loomed silently on the horizon. "Brother, it has begun." Shiming licked his lips, a frenzied glint dancing in his eyes. These foolish Taoists were blissfully unaware that this very place would become their tomb. Xian Yi, wielding the floating dust, retreated. The moment the portal to the demon realm opened, he sensed it. As an extreme grandmaster, his perception was extraordinarily acute. Shi Jian gazed toward the erased core, his eyes brimming with despair. As the head of the Maoshan sect, he understood all. With the elite of the Taoist sect gathered here, even a single king from the demon realm could sweep through them effortlessly. If the demon realm were to prevail, the strength of the Huaxia Taoist sect would be significantly diminished, and their morale shattered. Aha! So this is the human realm, truly captivating to this king. A rugged male voice resonated from the core of the array. Everyone turned their gaze to that direction, where an enormous portal suddenly materialized. Then, a creature wreathed in flames emerged, its colossal form rendering the likes of Kapu akin to a mere child. The creature bore crimson hair and razor-sharp fangs, its visage resembling a grotesque fusion of a pig's head and a human body. It was evidently a demon. "What manner of beast is that?" someone exclaimed, stunned into immobility by the sight. "Ha ha ha, I am the Flame Demon King, the greatest nightmare of your humankind." The creature introduced itself with a flourish, then its demeanor shifted abruptly, a titanic pressure enveloping the surroundings, causing all present to falter. Under the weight of this oppressive force, all but the most formidable of the Grand Masters were compelled to kneel, with even the Grand Masters struggling to remain upright. "Flame Demon King?" A tremor ran through the crowd. To call oneself a demon king was a rarity among the formidable beings of the demon realm. Each that appeared was a force to be reckoned with, virtually unrivaled. Despite the numerical advantage of the Taoists, in the face of such overwhelming power, all was rendered futile. The Flame Demon King alone was sufficient to sweep the battlefield. Is it done? In the shadows, Xianyu stood alongside his companions, observing the unfolding scene with detached intensity. It is done. Xianjing chuckled, producing several stones that, to those versed in the arcane, would recognize as the exceedingly rare shadow stones, artifacts capable of capturing images without reliance on Taoist techniques. Unlike Western cameras, they were impervious to interference from the supernatural. Shadow stones could capture everything. Even kings could not alter a single detail. Then let us proceed. Xianyu was the first to strike, followed by the... Together they confronted the beast, roaring into the air. Demon realm scum, bringer of disaster to our world, perish. The five launched their assault, the prowess of extreme grandmasters on full display, yet all of it paled in comparison to the might of the king. The Flame Demon King effortlessly deflected their attacks, sneering dismissively. Too weak, he glanced at them mockingly, and then let out a soft breath. The group of Kunlun elders led by Xianyu was sent flying. They never reappeared. The shadow stones recorded the scene, revealing their figures once more. As they beheld the footage, expressions of delight graced their faces. It worked. The shadow stones not only captured their fierce battle with the Flame Demon King, but also documented the Maoshan sect's collusion with the demon realm and their betrayal of their own brethren. With this evidence, Maoshan would become the ultimate scapegoat, while Kunlun would bask in boundless glory. They aimed to gather the fortunes of the Taoist sect to ascend to the realm of true immortals. It was widely known that videos could not be manipulated. Thus, the images captured by the shadow stones were undeniably authentic. May I take a look? Feel free. Xianyu laughed heartily, only to realize something amiss as Lin Wen appeared, smiling at the group. Lin Wen's arrival rendered them momentarily speechless. How audacious! Xianming scolded. You venture here when heaven has offered you a path, and hell has no door for you. Though you are an extreme grandmaster, my brothers and I are not to be trifled with. In a battle of equals, you shall surely perish. Prepare to meet your end. With the pretense of civility abandoned, the five unleashed their lethal techniques. Lin Wen had uncovered their secret. Thus, he must die. No one could save him. Yet they failed to notice that Lin Wen remained utterly unfazed, regarding the five as mere jesters. With one hand, he effortlessly parried their assaults, floating in the air. He was acutely aware that Lin Wen had taken the Kunlun mirror. From this moment, their fates were irrevocably entwined in a deadly struggle. Seeing that his sincerity had not swayed them, Lin Wen shook his head in resignation. The complete manifestation of the domain was a hallmark of a genuine immortal. No wonder Lin Wen dared to appear at this moment. He was indeed a bona fide immortal. With an immortal present, he solidified the realm of the Corpse King, and in an instant, the bodies of the five exploded, dissipating like ash. With a wave of his hand, the souls of the five materialized in Lin Wen's grasp. After employing the soul-searching technique, he obliterated them entirely. Having gleaned the information he sought, these individuals were now of no further use. It was a tragic fate for Xianyu and his companions. Once revered as the ancestors of Kunlun, now meeting such a hasty demise. Next, it is time to deal with that pig. Lin Wen's figure swiftly vanished, along with the shadow stones. The Flame Demon King gazed upon the subdued Taoists, his heart brimming with elation. Ha ha ha, what a veritable feast awaits. This should suffice to sustain me for quite some time. For those of the demon realm, the descendants of the Taoist sect, infused with true qi, could be devoured to spare years of arduous cultivation. You cowardly mortals, squandering such a fortuitous encounter, must be regretting it deeply by now, the Flame Demon King mused, regarding the few kings in the demon realm clinging to existence with disdain. Little piggy, have you had your fun? Lin Wen floated effortlessly before the Flame Demon King, a smile gracing his features. He then casually swung his sword, causing time and space to seem to freeze, as all things withered away.